Chapter 1223. Intelligence. In September, Kaohsiung had shed the oppressive heat of midsummer, and the sea breeze now carried a hint of coolness. The Lichun lay quietly at anchor in Kaohsiung harbor. This pride of the Senate Navy, a sail-steam hybrid cruiser, had just returned from dry dock in Bapu to its home port of Kaohsiung. The entire warship had been completely refurbished. Even the sailors looked especially sharp. After nearly a year of cruising, Lichun had spent the entire summer at Bapu shipyard receiving comprehensive maintenance and overhaul, replacing some problematic components. As naturalized worker skills improved, machinery factory products were getting better batch by batch. Now they could replace those crude early components with superior parts. Lichun's armament hadn't been significantly altered, but a newly designed 5-barrel Hotchkiss-style manually operated rotary cannon had been experimentally installed, designated the Trial Type 34 Naval autocannon. The weapons design group intended it to replace some of the Navy's shipboard typewriters. After all, 30 explosive shells were far more effective at destroying small vessels than 13 lead bullets. The larger projectiles could also accommodate various ammunition types. 3 types were planned: explosive, armor-piercing, and incendiary rounds. However, only armor-piercing rounds were currently available. The 5-barrel Hotchkiss rotary cannon was an automatic weapon similar to the Gatling gun, but structurally much simpler than the Gatling's multi-barrel design, hence its selection as a naval rapid-fire cannon. The original Hotchkiss rotary cannon used 37 x 94R ammunition, a bizarre product born from the St. Petersburg Declaration stipulation that explosive warheads must weigh no less than 400 grams. Since the warhead could only be filled with 15–20 grams of black powder, its explosion amounted to little more than a large firecracker. The half-kilogram-plus projectile gave a pitiful muzzle velocity of only 367 meters per second, with abysmal ballistic performance. Considering that the Navy's small rapid-fire cannons were meant to target enemy small boats and sailors on enemy decks, there was no need for excessive explosive power. A 30 caliber was sufficient. Reducing caliber allowed reduced gun weight. Not only could larger vessels mount more of them, but they could also serve as sampan guns, marine support weapons, and fulfill other requirements. To improve ballistic performance, the gun's caliber length was changed to 25, and the shell length was also extended. After these improvements, the Lingao version of the 5-barrel Hotchkiss rotary cannon outperformed the original in both muzzle velocity and ballistics. Theoretical rate of fire was 100 rounds per minute. However, using this weapon required fixed ammunition. Since brass cartridge case drawing hadn't yet made it onto the Planning Commission's development agenda, they used rolled cases with simpler manufacturing processes. Though not entirely reliable, they caused no practical difficulties. To recover the cases, a special brass catcher was also provided. Lichun wasn't visiting Kaohsiung for the first time, but its reappearance immediately put all parties monitoring Australian movements on high alert. This giant ship, belching black smoke and flying sails, was nothing like that holy ship in Lingao that never moved. Many believed the holy ship simply couldn't move. Lichun frequently cruised the waters, its black smoke visible from a dozen li away. Most terrifying of all, even spotting its black smoke from a dozen li away, it wouldn't be long before it caught up. Watching its dark, massive hull rolling through white waves as it passed proudly by, with thick black cannons standing on deck, this alone was enough to crush the spirit of anyone harboring resentment toward the Australians. Its sudden reappearance in the Taiwan Strait stirred up the undercurrents there once again. Li Xia again received a letter from Zhang Zhaifeng. This time, Zhang Zhaifeng made new demands. Since Lin Shimao's mysterious disappearance, Zhang Zhaifeng already knew that Li Xia's seemingly foolproof plan had been exposed. Besides the Australians kidnapping him, Li Xia might also have made him disappear to silence him. But the Dutch's complete lack of response in Taiyuan and elsewhere indicated their alienation scheme had failed. Through Guo Huyi's activities, Zhang Zhaifeng had learned roughly what had happened in Kaohsiung, including the entire operations process and the Australians' countermeasures. How strange, Zhang Zhaifeng thought. From any angle, Li Xia had executed her plan flawlessly. In his view, Li Xia's arrangements could easily have cut off leads at every juncture. Particularly the woman she'd sent. Her decisive suicide upon capture had severed the last thread. A masterful unsolved case. So how had the Australians managed to catch Lin Shimao as if by divine foresight? Could there be an Australian spy near Li Xia or within the Zhang family? Or did they truly possess some kind of sorcery? Zhang Zhaifeng thought of the many shocking rumors about Lingao that Lin Yishao had recently brought back. In his last letter, Lin Yishao had mentioned he was preparing to infiltrate Lingao to gather more information on the Australians. But all of this no longer mattered to Zhang Zhaifeng. Since the Australians had captured Lin Shimao, they naturally understood the mastermind behind it was the Zhang family. The day of reckoning between the two houses was imminent. Trade between the two families hadn't stopped even during summer. Ships of great wave shipping flying the Morning Star flag continuously delivered Fujian's most urgently needed and profitable commodity, salt. Meanwhile, the various goods shipped out made the Zhang family's fortunes. But the Zhang brothers all understood clearly that this was merely surface harmony. The Australians currently had important matters to attend to and temporarily didn't want to cross swords with them. Once their business was finished, the Australians would unhesitatingly bare their fangs. Was there any benevolence or righteousness on the East Asian seas? Let alone the fact that the Australians and the Zhangs had nothing more than a business relationship. Just a few years ago, Li Qiuqi and Zhang Zhilong had still been brothers. The 5th year of Changzhen had so far been a year of great development and smooth sailing for the Zhang family. In March, Xing Wangkang, who had overseen the pacification arrangement, was promoted to Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, somewhat regrettable for the Zhang family, since Xing Wangkang was a man the Zhangs had stuffed full of money. However, Zhu Weilian wasn't difficult to deal with either. Zhu Weilian had served as Anping circuit magistrate during the Wanli era, so he understood local customs, barbarian conditions, and coastal defense. When Zhu Weilian arrived in Fujian, Zhang Zhilong had just finished wiping out Chen Wan and Zhang Lingxiu's remaining land forces, who had previously rampaged across both land and sea in Fujian. This campaign earned him promotion to guerrilla general. In May, more Zhang Lingxiu remnants sailed warships to cause trouble around Haicheng, Tai, and other areas, and Zhang Zhilong defeated them as well. This made Zhu Weilian greatly reliant on Zhang Zhilong. Originally, Zhu Weilian had been preparing to transfer Zhang Zhilong's forces to Jiangxi to suppress bandits, but not long ago Liu Xianglao had attacked Minnan town with a fleet of 170 ships, plundering and killing, seemingly intent on assaulting the provincial capital. Zhu Weilian dared not hesitate. He immediately retained the still undeployed Zhang Zhilong to deal with Liu Xiang. At this moment, he was marshalling troops, preparing to crush Liu Xiang's forces invading Fujian in one stroke. Though Liu Xiang's direct assault on Minnan seemed like a direct challenge to Zhang Zhilong's coastal hegemony, in Zhang Zhilong's eyes, Liu Xiang was no longer his primary adversary. Originally, the Zhang family had viewed the Australians as merely one of the larger pirate gangs in Guangdong waters, suddenly risen through peculiar technologies like iron ships, and one that didn't even participate in maritime trade. But after their ships raided Guangzhou and burned the Wyang station, the Zhang family's view of them had completely changed. Now, although Liu Xianglao still prowled around Shantou and Shanwei, harassing the Fujian coast and constantly sending ships to Batavia and Manila, clearly competing with the Zhangs for Western trade, much more serious news had come from Japan. Australian envoys were active around Godu and had gotten close to the Zhou family, who possessed a shogunate vermilion seal. Not only that, They had even penetrated as far as Hirado. Hirado was practically a second hometown to Zhang Zhilong. It was also where he'd made his fortune. The Australians' purpose in going to Japan was obvious. Outrageous presumption. This wasn't merely a matter of face, it was a life-or-death issue. By comparison, Liu Xianglao's various actions might affect the Zheng family's income but weren't fatal. If the Australians captured the Japan trade route, the Zheng family would be completely uprooted. For this reason, Zheng Zhilong had already designated the Australians as his primary enemy. Though Li Xia was no longer trusted, she remained the person who knew the most about the Australians and had dealt with them directly. So the crucial intelligence-gathering work still fell to her. First and foremost was determining just how many ships and men the Australians actually had. The first item in this letter demanded that she provide detailed intelligence on the Australians' largest warship, the Lichun. That Zheng Zhilong wanted to fight the Australians didn't surprise Li Xia. It was inevitable. But gathering intelligence on the Lichun and Australian naval strength would be difficult for her. True, she'd cobbled together a rough picture of Australian naval power from various scattered intelligence, and could describe the iron ship's appearance and some capabilities. But it was all second-hand information. Even Li Huamei had never been aboard any of the Black Smoke Australian ships. Still, she was quite certain that Zheng Zhilong was no match for the Australians. From this perspective, she also had to do everything possible to help Zheng Zhilong salvage the situation, lest the seas become the Australians' domain. Then there'd be no place left for her. This task could only be entrusted to her milk sister. Only Li Huamei, who was about to join the Australians' organization, might possibly know the true secrets of these ships. It was now early September. Under normal circumstances, her milk sister's Hangzhou should have returned to Macau by late August. Now was the right time. She sat down and began writing a secret letter in invisible ink. End of chapter. Chapter 1224, The Female Pirate, Wednesday, about to enter the Palk Strait, clear skies, northeast trade wind, half a day's voyage from Ceylon, supplies sufficient, no stopover. Li Huamei wrote in her logbook while her mind wandered. Ever since she'd accepted Li Xia's instructions to infiltrate the Australian organization, she'd sailed directly to Lingao, found a familiar naval transmigrator in Bapu, and expressed her willingness to join the Lingao side. Though she was quite popular among the Navy's young Turks, she wasn't so foolish as to think she could immediately enter the Australian organization. Li Huamei knew very well that a person with an unclear background like herself would need a considerably long vetting period, or as the Australians called it, investigation, before she could be admitted. The Australians particularly valued background when using people. Everyone investigated, everyone cleared was their constant slogan. Regarding her birth and history, she and her sister had carefully prepared a cover story. Fortunately, very few in Macau knew about the relationship between her and her sister. The only people who truly knew the inside story were completely loyal servants who would rather die than reveal the Li sisters' secrets, let alone spontaneously leak information. Unexpectedly, she hadn't faced much vetting in Bapu. After writing a one-page autobiography and filling out an application, her request was accepted, though the other party indicated that it would be at least 3 months before she'd be officially notified whether her application was approved. In the meantime, the Colonial and Trade Department had an urgent procurement mission to Goa that needed her. Since she'd first connected with the Australians, Li Huamei had monopolized the Goa trade license. She brought the Senate various Indian and European merchandise. In 1632, she'd obtained this trade license as usual. According to Portuguese customary practice in Macau, ships would sail for Goa every January or February. In Goa they'd load woolens, fabrics, Indian printed cotton and cotton textiles, crystal and glassware, clocks, wine, and other European and Indian goods, then return in April. Along the way they'd pass through Malacca, Siam, Timor, Ceylon, Burma, and other regions, trading as they went, exchanging their cargo for spices, sandalwood and agar wood in Malacca, for sharkskin and deerskin in Siam, and so on. Traveling in fits and starts, trading along the way, they'd return to Macau sometime between June and August. But Li Huamei's Goa trade was direct. She didn't trade along the way. The Australians' merchandise demands were for few types but large quantities. For each year's delivery figures, there were strict specifications. For certain goods they required at least minimum quantities delivered annually, or her trade license would become void the following year. So Li Huamei generally didn't trade at ports along the way. Instead, she sailed direct, aiming to make multiple round trips per year, bringing as much cargo to Lingao as possible. Before departing from Lingao, Li Huamei had unexpectedly run into Director Skade's maid Smita when picking up her supply list at the Colonial Department office in Bapu Harbor. As an important business partner of the Senate, Li Huamei dealt frequently with the Colonial Trade Department, so the two knew each other quite well. This time, Smita had grown quite plump, with a blissfully happy smile, and her dress and hairstyle had become slovenly. Her obviously swelling belly clearly announced to everyone that she was expecting. A pregnant maid naturally couldn't follow her chief around everywhere, so Skade had arranged for her to do some paperwork at the Colonial Department office in Bapu. The seaside air was better too, and seafood was fresher. Eating more fish was very beneficial for pregnant women. Then Smita called over Li Qian, and the three women had dinner and chatted together. Li Qian was Li Haiping's maid, from the same cohort as Smita, maid training class number 4. Their dormitory beds had been numbered 111 and 113. They'd been very close from the start. Due to certain transmigrators' wicked sense of humor, when doing maid registration, they discovered there were dozens of maids named Li Wanji. So the government office had issued an explicit ban on that name. Among these Li Wanjis, one pretty and clever one ultimately became Li Haiping's maid and was renamed Qianji, 1,000 concubines. Some quick-eyed transmigrators had changed theirs to Beiji, Shiji, and Yiji, 100, 10, and 1 concubines, and everyone else had to bid farewell to that name. Li Qianji had discovered she was pregnant shortly after going to Taiwan and had been sent back to Lingao. Li Haiping was Li Huamei's #1 fan. Li Qianji had known Li Huamei for a long time, as a personal secretary who'd received rigorous harem training. On their very first meeting, she'd simply called Li Huamei Big Sister. Now the two pregnant women lived together in Li Haiping's officers' quarters at the naval camp in Bapu, quite empty inside. The courtyard had a cafeteria, laundry room, and infirmary, with orderlies to do the cleaning. Nothing to worry about. The government office had specifically notified the naval base. The Senate's future was the paramount political task. Now Li Huamei couldn't remember what the three women had discussed sitting together. In any case, the only feeling that remained was a deep, utterly inescapable discontent. In every era, a woman's jealousy is proportional to how popular her man is, and inversely proportional to the number of her own children. 3 years ago, when Li Huamei first came into contact with the Australians, she'd thought of men as just animals. Now she'd blinked and she was already 26, in this timeline, an out-and-out old maid. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face had grown rounder, and fine lines had appeared at the corners of her eyes. The stupid Australian man who'd been completely smitten with her back then was now a great figure dominating the China seas. Even worse, a bunch of kids nearly 10 years younger were about to have babies before her. And her own situation. What was worse than even worse was that her aesthetic tastes had somehow unknowingly shifted toward fair and tender, slightly plump, tall, with an innocent yet confident smile, short hair. This life is unbearable. Damn it, I really want a baby. Angrily she shut the logbook, put away the dip pen and ink, donned her straw hat and the sunglasses Moan had given her, strapped on her curved sword, tightened her belt, and walked out of the captain's cabin. Miss, that ship to the northwest seems to have been following us. How long? We saw it yesterday, too. Didn't see its lights at night. It appeared again today. That longship? Yes. This morning it moved further away again, but it's closing now. If we were each going our own way, it should have passed us long ago. Right rudder 3, head out to open sea. If it follows, prepare for battle. Have everyone eat something quickly, doesn't matter if it's cooked or not. Then put out the fires. Yes. Miss, that ship is following. Prepare for battle, ring the bell, left rudder 5, full sail. Ajo, take your men and hang the anchor chains on the gunwale. Carlos, take your men to fetch water and spread sand. Big Mao, take your men. Damn it, which blind fool dares have designs on this old lady, she cursed. Old lady. Sigh, Hangzhou was a small 150-ton two-masted schooner. The pursuing ship looked to be 300 or 400 tons, three-masted with a long, narrow hull. It resembled an English ship, probably a northern European design. Ships of this type were considerably faster than hers. She still didn't know who was sailing it, but robbery was certainly the intent. Combat at sea was something Liujian feared from no one, except the Australians' big smoke-belching ships. Fortunately, all the captains of those big smoky ships were her admirers. Much of her gear had been gifts from them. While thinking, Liujian removed her sunglasses and carefully stowed them, then put the case in an iron box. No matter what, these glasses absolutely couldn't be lost. From the iron box she took out the 2 Derringer pistols Liujin had given her, loaded them with bullets and percussion caps, and tucked them at her waist. From the wall she took down the Barton sword Scade from the Colonial Department had given her, called a dory for some reason. It was said that the Japanese called their mightiest warriors Hijacking, but the Japanese didn't use this kind of straight sword. And what was dory about? Scade had explained. Given to Miss Li, it becomes Doriate shields. Returning to the quarterdeck, the enemy ship was now only 4 or 5 cables away. Load the big guns with solid shot, the small guns with chain shot. On my command, prepare to come about. Prepare to beat the war drum. Hey, you lot, keep a sharp lookout and find out which fool is coming here to die. First one to spot the ensign gets a reward. Liujian stood with one foot on the railing to boost morale, sword in hand, curves on full display, dashing and heroic. Her red headscarf fluttered like a flame in the wind, precisely the sight the crew most wanted to see. What reward? Yeah, what reward? A kiss from the miss. A kiss on my thing, bang, a hole had been blasted into the deck between the speaker's legs. Sure, I'll kiss it, Liujian blew on the gun barrel. Tonight I'll cut it off for a drinking snack. The crowd burst into raucous laughter. In truth, the old hands were puzzled too. Hangzhou flew both Portuguese and Australian flags. The Spanish and Portuguese naturally wouldn't attack their own ships. Normally, the English wouldn't attack ships flying the North Star flag either. The Dutch might have in the past, but they certainly wouldn't now. Not unless their East India Company wanted to give up the Hong Kong trade, which was now profitable enough to make the Portuguese green with envy. Miss, look, the enemy ship has raised its flag. What flag is it? Looks like Danish. Their East India Company is only about 100 leagues from here. Didn't Denmark make peace with His Majesty? The red hairs call them something like Viking pirates, says they've been a pirate nation since ancient times. If, since ancient times were all it took, what would we need cannons for? Don't care if it's a skeleton demon or a fox spirit, if it comes knocking, it's our fat sheep. Who cares what the hell, prepare to fight. End of chapter. Chapter 12:25. Galle fort among the many East India companies established by Western colonial powers. There was one that most people overlooked, the Danish East India Company. Founded in 1616, it was quite early, over a decade earlier than the Portuguese East India Company. As early as 1620, they'd established a small colony at Tranquebar on the eastern coast of the Indian subcontinent, when Portuguese and English outposts in India were still confined to the west coast. However, for the next century, the Danish East India Company's achievements remained limited to just that. 2 disastrous participations in the 30 Years' War, followed by nearly half a century of beatings from the rising Swedes, who stripped them of all their Scandinavian territories, had left the nation in steady decline. But at present, Viking blood still occasionally surged in Danish veins. Their two involvements in the 30 Years' War and their feud with Sweden were consequences of such irrational impulses. Currently experiencing a Viking episode was Captain Trelder Weishui of the licensed merchant ship Griffin. Yesterday, he'd considered whether to run up a Swedish flag. Sweden was at war with the Holy Roman Empire, but decided that would be bad for his reputation. So he'd simply kept trailing until land was out of sight before launching his attack. The subtext of this decision was complete confidence in leaving no survivors. Regardless, Weishui knew his ship was much larger than his target, and northwestern European ship designs were long and narrow with faster speeds and more deck guns. Even though some mysterious epidemic on the voyage had left a few dozen corpses to feed the sharks, he still had far more sailors available for boarding action than his opponent. What he didn't know was that his opponent was a woman, not only much younger than himself, but possessed of even greater confidence in victory. Moreover, that woman had a group of employers Weishui could never have imagined. After years of trade dealings, this woman had obtained from her business partners several weapons that shouldn't exist in this timeline. Hangzhou had 8 12-pounder long-barrel cannons, 2 on the bow gun deck, 2 at the rear of the lower gun deck, and 4 on the quarterdeck gun deck. These were all wrought iron cannons that Lingao had phased out and sold at high prices to friendly neutral trading partners. If not for Li Huamei's considerable fan following in the Navy, combined with the large quantities of urgently needed goods she transported to Lingao, and the substantial economic and political intelligence she provided on European colonists and local kingdoms at Goa and elsewhere after the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was established, qualifying her as a quite useful collaborator, Planning Commission approval would never have been granted. The sea wind howled, sails snapped. Captain Weishui's Griffin was advancing at full speed. Li Huamei could now clearly see the Griffin figurehead. Based on years of piracy experience, the entire dynamic tactical situation had already crystallized in her mind. "Brothers, light your matches," she drew her sword. "Raise the red flag." The battle was brief but fierce. As Li Huamei expected, her firepower advantage rendered Griffin's speed advantage of little benefit to Captain Trelder Weishui. Successive cannonballs destroyed Griffin's guns and rigging, killing most of the sailors on deck. When Li Huamei led her men in a boarding assault onto Griffin's deck, cutting through the Danes like autumn wind scattering leaves, Captain Weishui finally realized what an unsuitable target he'd chosen. The instant the gleaming Barton sword thrust toward him, he immediately made the most appropriate choice. He threw his sword onto the deck and raised both hands. "I surrender," he shouted in German. In those days, German was a semi-universal language at sea. The Barton sword's point stopped just in time, 0.001 centimeters from Captain Weishui's throat. "Very well, I accept your surrender," the woman said arrogantly. "Now you, your ship, and your cargo all belong to me." "At your service," Weishui said dejectedly, with a touch of dark humor. These days, the fate of a failed pirate at sea was grim. Ordinary sailors might switch allegiances, but he himself would very likely soon be swinging from the mast. By Li Huamei's former temperament, pirates like Weishui who dared attack her ship would be made to walk the plank or swing from the yardarm after capture, at minimum keel-hauled. In any case, a bad death. But somehow her heart had softened lately. The Li sisters, as a small pirate gang with only 2 ships and fewer than 300 people, had survived this long in the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, proof enough of their capabilities. What's more, Li Huamei now personally had a bit of goodwill from the Transmigration Collective backing her. Small as that goodwill was, over these past few years Li Huamei had increasingly discovered the formidable power it represented. She was becoming more and more dependent on the Senate. "If not for the young miss and elder sister, I might as well just throw in with the Australians, Liujin thought darkly. Remembering she was actually going undercover, she felt quite dispirited. She held her curved sword and kicked open the captain's cabin door, beginning to search for spoils. On any ship, the most valuable things were always in the captain's cabin, unless it was a Spanish treasure ship loaded with tons of gold and silver. The search was quickly complete. The captain's cabin yielded a bag of gold coins and some gold jewelry, not particularly much. Locked in the powder magazine were 2 small wine barrels. Pried open, they contained silver coins, about 3,000 or 4,000 silver thalers. In this timeline, European ships traveling to the east sailed empty outbound and full returning. They usually carried large amounts of cash. Additional scattered gold and silver coins were found on the prisoners. The ship's cargo included some furs and weapons. Furs had no market in India and were mainly for transshipment. The weapons were probably for the Tranquebar colony's own use, or for sale to the local natives. Besides that, the biggest haul was people. First, a European man and several blonde women were brought up from the hold. He introduced himself as Frederick Wells Carlson, a Lutheran pastor. Of the women, one was his wife. The others were war widows, orphans sheltered by his church, and liberated Catholic nuns from the fighting in Germany. Originally there had been over a dozen, but half had died en route, leaving 6. Since Protestantism had no nuns, and these Catholic nuns, widows and orphans had no other means of livelihood and would eventually end up as prostitutes, Pastor Carlson's congregation in Copenhagen had decided to send him to the colonies to preach, bringing these women along to make lives there, meaning marriage to single European colonists. According to other prisoners on the ship, Captain Trelder Weishui had been willing to take these women, thinking he'd sell them at the colony for a tidy profit. Whether they became servants to the governor or concubines for some prince wasn't his concern. Being merchandise, these women had been locked in the hold the entire voyage and surprisingly hadn't been molested. Next were slaves Weishui had captured from an Arab ship he'd robbed off Oman, also locked in the hold, of both genders and races, over 20 in total. The women had basically been violated to the point they could barely crawl. The men weren't much better off. Liujin knew the Australians had a special interest in white women. She could probably sell them for a good price. Only 3 or 4 of the Arab slaves would likely survive to reach Lingao. The rest would have to be sold in Ceylon. Besides, both ships needed repairs. After thorough disarmament and basic treatment, the 2 ships slowly made their way toward Galle harbor on Ceylon's southern coast. The damaged Griffin was much slower. They didn't reach the vicinity of Galle until dawn the next day. The sea was dotted with fishing boats. Seagulls called as they swooped among the sails. A large flock of fruit bats returning to their roosts flew silently past Hangzhou and Griffin. Galle was a Portuguese trading colony on Ceylon's southwest coast, about 100 kilometers south of Colombo in the old timeline, right on the Indian Ocean shoreline. Galle's old town and its fort were built on a rocky peninsula. This peninsula formed a natural harbor, but the numerous coral reefs made the harbor entrance extremely complex. By the 14th century, Galle was already one of the most active ports on Ceylon. In 1505, the Portuguese began settling on the island. In 1507, they built a trading post at Galle and constructed the small fortress of Santa Cruz. Both Liujin and Li Xia had been here countless times, but because of some trouble with locals the previous year, she'd originally planned to avoid the port. Now that clearly wasn't possible. Last time's incident hadn't caused any deaths. Just spending some money would surely smooth things over. Ship repairs cost money too. Besides the captured gold and silver, some prisoners had status and could be sold to the governor. His Excellency would be quite happy to extort ransoms from his Danish counterparts at Tranquebar. It would just take some time. This governor did almost nothing in this small colony. The Portuguese excelled at claiming colonies but not at developing them. Hot weather was certainly one factor, but Iberian Peninsula inhabitants seemed naturally indolent as well. Ceylon's complete conquest and development would be accomplished under Dutch and English rule. The Portuguese left little trace. The Galle fort that would later become a UNESCO World Heritage Site was built by the Dutch after they captured Ceylon. It covered 350,000 square meters. Currently, Galle's fortifications consisted only of a wall built on the north side of the peninsula near the isthmus, plus 3 bastions added in 1625 after Dutch threats. But these 3 bastions could only withstand maritime attacks at that era's technological level. Even before Hangzhou's firepower, they wouldn't last long. After 120-plus years of Portuguese presence here, they had little to show for it. End of chapter. Chapter 12:26. Disposing of the spoils. Galle was an important commercial port on Ceylon, a waypoint on the route to trade with India. Ceylon itself also produced considerable quantities of spices and gemstones, so many ships called here to replenish water, repair their vessels, and trade goods. The shipyard scale was quite impressive. However, when Liujin towed the Griffin into the shipyard, the estimate came to a steep 3,000 Spanish pesos. The 12-pounder cannon's power had been too devastating. The hull had numerous holes shot through it, and the Lingao-exclusive Grapeshot had completely wrecked the rigging. All masts needed replacing, with 3 requiring complete renewal. The deck also had extensive damage requiring repairs. Besides money, 3 months of work would be needed. Liujin hesitated. She'd originally planned to repair the Griffin and use it as her flagship. Since she was officially joining the Australians, her capital needed to be more substantial. The Griffin's tonnage and design both suited her well, but the cost and timeline were both unacceptable. While she hesitated, a Spanish gentleman wearing an eye patch appeared and offered to purchase the Griffin for 9,000 Spanish pesos, including all cannons, gunpowder, and weapons in the cargo hold, several hundred matchlocks, some swords, and several small cannons. The proposal immediately appealed to her. True, the Griffin was a fine ship, but firstly she couldn't afford the delay, and secondly she didn't want to spend too much money on it. Besides, once she officially joined the Transmigrators, she'd likely be able to obtain an even better ship from them. So the deal was struck after haggling at 10,000 pesos. The Spanish gentleman readily produced a check drawn on an Indian Brahmin merchant, cashable in Goa and Macau. Her only request was to remove the Griffin figurehead from the bow. This cost her nearly 500 pesos, but Liujin thought it well worth it. She finally had something even the Australians didn't possess. With the badly damaged Griffin sold, repairs to Hangzhou proceeded quickly. Liujin supervised the shipwork while disposing of spoils. The main spoils were prisoners. Due to the minor unpleasantness between the Li sisters and the Portuguese colonial authorities here last time, she had to half sell, half gift these Danes to the governor as a demonstration of goodwill, allowing His Excellency to make a small fortune. Those who could fetch ransoms were all officers and senior crewmen. No one would pay ransoms for ordinary sailors. Moreover, there weren't many actual Danes among them. Liujin simply gathered the rest and offered them 2 choices: either follow her or rot in the governor's dungeon awaiting interrogation by the governor and bishop. If lucky, they'd be hanged for secular piracy. If unlucky, they'd be processed as religious heretics. The repentant would serve as galley slaves. Those who held to their faith would be burned directly. Everyone immediately switched allegiances. The lightly wounded received simple treatment. The severely wounded didn't need tending. They'd already died at sea. The violated and sickly Arab slaves were sold right there on the docks. Those who still looked passable were given some salted fish to recuperate and transported to Lingao along with the European women. This leg would be quite safe. By Mistress Li Sia's standing rule, there was absolutely no messing with women on board. Off the ship, anything goes. From among the prisoners, Liujin kept a 10-year-old Aksumite girl as a servant. Ethiopian slaves were a regional specialty. These East Africans were tall and powerful with beautiful lines, highly prized in Middle Eastern slave markets. Properly trained, she'd definitely become capable. To commemorate this victory, she named the girl Li Ying, Eagle Li. As for Pastor Carlson, the moment he heard they'd reached Portuguese territory, he hid below deck, terrified of being caught and saved by the Portuguese. In this era, heretics were often at more risk than heathens. Muslim prisoners might at least become slaves or sailors. Unrepentant heretics would taste the Inquisition's stake. As the price for protection, Carlson would work as a sailor until they reached Lingao. His wife and the other women would be locked in the hold together to prevent accidents. Liujian vaguely recalled there seemed to be one or two Protestants among the Australians, but she wasn't sure and couldn't be bothered to figure out whether they were Luther heretics or Calvin heretics. She herself believed in nothing. To humor the crew, she pretended to believe in both Mazu and the Virgin Mary. They didn't reach Lingao again until late August. She delivered the urgent orders on time and proposed to the Colonial and Trade Department that she had a batch of goods for sale. She could give the Colonial and Trade Department first right of refusal. This time, Liujian recaptured some of her glory from her first visit to Lingao. Although Quark had already delivered a shipload of Western mares, the market was far from saturated. A dozen more was quite welcome, especially since this batch of slave women included rare Nordic varieties. Skade had been gloomy lately. Several radical transmigrators kept publishing pseudonymous articles in the newspaper attacking right-wing capitulationism and turtle conservatism. Skade was suffering in silence. The Colonial Department had long had a full slate of expansion and trade plans. The long-submitted proposal for distant expeditions to Hokkaido to find coking coal deposits, and the proposal to establish seasonal trading posts and permanent bases in the Ushiri and Amur River estuary regions for reindeer hide and lichen dye trade with plans for further inland penetration, had all sunk without a trace. He'd heard someone had criticized him for left-wing adventurist recklessness. Mother of this is capitulationism, that's adventurism. Am I a mouse in a bellows or what? Skade fumed in his third-floor office overlooking the great sand table. Seems like being on the executive committee is lonely at the top. Those without a power base can't hold on. Counting on his fingers. Among the current 7 executive committee members plus the non-voting government office director, aside from himself, everyone either had their own power base or was connected to other committee members. He, by comparison, not only had little interaction with other committee members, but had no reliable allies in the Senate. Within the Colonial Trade Department, the powerful Guangle faction was a self-contained system. Though they supported his work, they weren't close. On matters of major principle, they might not be dependable. In the midst of his gloom, hearing news of Liujian's return didn't particularly excite him. He'd long known about Liujian's application to join. But that wasn't his jurisdiction. Naturalization was the Civil Affairs People's Committee's business, with the Political Security Bureau handling the actual vetting. He wasn't some fan of the Age of Sail. The name and the woman meant nothing special to him. Liujian was just a very useful merchant. The urgent order arrangement had been made per the Planning Commission's requirements. Just follow normal procedures. Skade waved his hand. Chief, she's also brought a shipment of Government Office Special Use. Skade perked up. Government Office Special Use was a euphemism for female slaves specifically for transmigrators. His spirits immediately lifted. Send them for purification first. Tell the dock and quarantine camp. I'll be there shortly. The moment Skade saw the merchandise's quality, his heart bloomed with joy. He immediately sent for Xiamens to come inspect the goods. The government office director appeared at once. Skade was beaming as he held forth to the inspecting Xiamens on the finer points of Western mares. Western mares actually come in many different breeds. From my experience traveling in Europe, Nordic women have a reputation as flat-chested goddesses. Their breasts are relatively small. Look, these here are typical Nordic mares, he said, pointing. Beak up at most, But don't underestimate them just because they're generally flat-chested. Their frames and jawlines aren't as wide as German mares, nor as narrow as English women's. Their legs are very long and slender, which better matches transmigrator aesthetics. Xiamens nodded repeatedly. Also, Nordic Aryans evolved in cold climates for millennia, weathered by high-fat diets. They don't put on weight as easily as Eastern European women, nor age as quickly as Southern Europeans. Besides, Nordics currently still mainly eat fish and meat, so even small-chested, they're still better than Ming or Japanese women. Xiamens was quite impressed by his theory and nodded. Too bad there are so few. This batch of slave women, excluding the Arabs, had only 7 from Northern Europe, 1 Swedish wife, 3 Danish widows, 1 Danish lowly, and 2 German women. But the German women came from the Holstein-Schleswig region, so they could roughly qualify as Nordic mares. No worries, we can develop supply channels slowly. Skade patted his chest. Didn't this trip also bring in some Swedish pastor or whatnot, plus several Danes? We can open up channels through them. Skade wasn't too worried about northwestern European mare sources. The 30 Years' War was an extremely brutal conflict that had plunged all of Central Europe into blood and fire. Displaced populations were common. Men without homes could become mercenaries. Women had no choice but to follow armies as prostitutes. As long as they were willing to spend money, they could definitely buy women. The journey was just terribly long, even more troublesome than going to Basra. One round trip would take 3 or 4 years. Thinking of this, he couldn't help sighing again. It could only be a long-term plan. Just then, in Hangzhou's captain's cabin, Liujian was calculating this voyage's gains and expenses in her ledger. Though Li Xia and Liujian lived lavishly, spending money like water with the air of noble young ladies and maritime heroines, in truth, the sisters maintained very tight control over their finances. Besides a large house and 2 ships, Li Xia had no fixed assets. Though maritime trading, piracy, and selling intelligence and contraband were highly profitable, expenses were also large. Maintaining their Macau facade, protection fees, and their intelligence network across various locations alone cost a considerable fortune. Without careful budgeting, they'd soon be stretched thin. End of chapter. Chapter 12:27. Naturalization. Over the years, Li Xia had been the brains of their operation while Liujian served as its strong arm. Together, they'd carved a formidable reputation across the southern seas, reaping rich harvests and accumulating considerable surplus with each passing voyage. Yet with an eye toward the future, prudence demanded they save more. From each expedition's profits, Liujian would deposit a portion in a Jewish bank in Macau under Li Xia's name, while delivering the remainder directly to the young miss. Li Xia granted her 5% of each voyage's net profit, a generosity remarkable by the standards of the age. After all, Lichun was ultimately just a household slave. Running errands and generating income for one's master was simply duty. Any extra coin given was already gracious, and sharing profits was extraordinary favor. Despite this dividend, aside from keeping some ready cash, most of it remained in the Macau bank, also managed by her milk sister. Liujian had never cared much about money, always feeling that with the young miss handling finances, following her lead would never steer her wrong. But lately her mindset had undergone a subtle shift. She had always felt she and her milk sister were family, inseparable. Now, as she grew older, especially in those quiet moments when she secretly mourned passing youth, she realized with sudden clarity that she actually had nothing. Even Hangzhou belonged to her sister. She needed to think about herself. The young miss wouldn't be conducting this Macau business forever. When she eventually departed, what would Liujian do? Keep following her like a shadow? Such questions had troubled Lichun lately. She'd even considered using this opportunity to join the transmigrators for real, completely severing herself from her milk sister's control. Before, everyone around her had been Li family people. The ship had belonged to the Lis. But now blind Danes had delivered a windfall of money and sailors straight into her hands. The spoils from the ship robbery, after deducting all expenses and outlays, totaled roughly 12,000 pesos. The proceeds from shipping goods for the Australians weren't included. That portion couldn't count as piracy income. By the customary rules, spoils from the Griffin capture were distributed 50% to the captain, 20% to the officers, with the rest split among the crew. She alone received 6,000 pesos. Beyond that sum, she'd also obtained Captain Waishui's private stash from the Griffin's captain's cabin, a bag of gold coins, a small pouch brimming with Ceylonese rubies, emeralds, and crystals. Miss Chun, who'd always prided herself on being upright and honorable, this time unhesitatingly pocketed everything. With such capital, acquiring a new ship wouldn't be difficult, though every time she entertained the thought, she silently cursed herself for being cold and faithless. Yet the idea grew more stubborn with each passing day. Whatever the future held, for now she'd settle down here. I suppose I've officially joined the transmigrators now, Li Huamei thought. The matter of Li Huamei's formal application to join had been sitting on the Civil Affairs People's Committee's desk for quite some time. The reason they'd quoted 3 months was primarily that Liu Muzhu currently found the Executive Committee and Senate's naturalized citizen policies rather unclear. This was a matter of national policy. Without a clear directive, he felt he shouldn't make the decision himself. To date, the Executive Committee hadn't established clear norms for how to define and manage naturalization. Generally speaking, anyone who came to settle in Lingao was considered an immigrant. Whether through organized immigration or spontaneous arrival, newcomers had to enter the quarantine camp for purification, then be assigned to various locations. These people were all registered, then uniformly distributed to various communes. Combined with populations from villages across Hainan's counties that had already been incorporated into communes, their village consolidations and household divisions completed, basic grassroots organizations established, this formed the directly managed population under Planning Commission control. A considerable proportion were indentured servants. The so-called naturalized citizens referred to this directly managed population. The Senate recruited soldiers from their ranks, hired workers and students, and selected cadres. Naturalized citizens lived under very strict control. The Civil Affairs People's Committee, Police Headquarters, and Political Security Bureau had jointly established a rigorous household registration system, prohibiting free migration. Any movement of permanent residents required accompanying household transfer procedures. Detailed tables tracked every naturalized citizen's specific whereabouts and movements. Other villages and towns not incorporated into communes had populations that paid taxes to the Senate and provided labor, but weren't statistically counted as naturalized citizens. Currently, the Civil Affairs People's Committee had only completed preliminary population surveys and land surveys for them, issuing new land deeds and household certificates. Beyond that, effective grassroots governance hadn't yet been established. The old rural self-governance patterns basically continued, with gentry and clans still enjoying considerable prestige and power. However, due to the establishment of the national army system and severe crackdowns during the pacification campaigns, particularly the purging of many gentry and clan members under charges of colluding with bandits, these traditional rural forces had been considerably weakened. The reason they weren't currently counted as naturalized citizens was purely due to insufficient cadres. Moreover, Hainan's territory was vast. Completing this work couldn't happen overnight. The Civil Affairs People's Committee's current main energy was focused on immigrant settlement. Completing the naturalization of all Han, Miao, and acculturated Li populations across Hainan would still require 2 or 3 more years. But becoming a naturalized citizen wasn't particularly difficult. Anyone who voluntarily joined the military became a worker or employee at a Senate-affiliated industrial, commercial, or agricultural enterprise, or attended a national school was classified as a naturalized citizen. In essence, naturalized citizen was a status anyone could attain if they wished, provided they could firmly serve the Senate and the people. No questions about background, gender, or age. Though theoretically simple in practice, determining who could be counted as naturalized citizens had always sparked debate in the Senate. For example, could landlords become naturalized citizens? According to the Senate's current rural work philosophy, entrepreneurial landlords developing intensive farming were encouraged and supported. Since they were encouraged, classifying them as naturalized citizens posed no obvious problem. But whether tenancy-based landlords could become naturalized citizens sparked major controversy. Tenancy landlords were targets for elimination, yet many currently supported the Senate actively, with many having sent their children to national schools and factories. In Lingao alone, over a dozen such landlord families existed, particularly Zun Suji's father-in-law, the Liu family. Though they joined the Tiande and started intensive farming, they still owned considerable rental land with many tenants. Such detailed complications made naturalized citizen status difficult to determine operationally. Currently, Ma Jia was heading the drafting of a legal document on this subject, intended to thoroughly regularize the matter. People like Li Huame, possessing both property and professional skills, who wished to naturalize, would generally be approved, but the Political Security Bureau hadn't given her a high political rating. Though clear evidence of her relationship with Li Xia hadn't been obtained, various signs suggested it wasn't unfounded. According to the Political Security Bureau's assessment, she had historical issues and complex social connections. So the matter had been left hanging, but there were quite a few Li Huame fans among the Navy's young Turks. Hearing that she wanted to defect to freedom, they kept badgering Liu Muzhu to do something about it. Harassed beyond endurance, Liu Muzhu decided after much deliberation to report directly to the executive committee and let them decide. After all, Li Huame was a name everyone on the executive committee had heard of. Li Huame didn't know the Australians were hotly debating her disposition internally. After distributing the loot, she went to the trading house to check for mail. Mail forwarding was one of the trading house's services, and of course the Political Security Bureau wouldn't pass up the opportunity to inspect letters. The letter was from the young miss. Naturally, the letterhead bore a Macau merchant firm's name, and the contents merely reported on traded commodities. Back in her bedroom, she held the envelope's inner lining over a gas lamp flame. Soon, several lines of writing appeared. Li Xia wanted her to gather intelligence on the Australian Navy's recent movements. Beyond that, she wanted detailed intelligence on the black-smoking three-masted fast ship, including how many guns it carried, what size shells it fired, and what secret methods it employed for propulsion besides sails. Li Huame lit the letter with the gas lamp and watched it crumble to ash. She knew her sister had given her another difficult task. Of course, her sister had sent her to join the transmigrators essentially to gather Australian intelligence. The black-smoking three-masted ship, the Lichun, she'd seen a few times in Bapu, but this time she'd returned to find that the Lichun was nowhere to be seen. Based on intelligence she'd previously gathered in Bapu, the Lichun was most likely now at Kaohsiung in Taiwan, a new port the Australians had built there. Still, even without the ship here, she could extract useful information from her fans. Besides, there were smaller, smoke-belching ships in Bapu. With luck, she might even get to tour one. She'd once even boarded the holy ship, after all. If she could find an acquaintance, she'd be 7 or 8 parts confident. Additionally, she wanted to use this opportunity to search for her elder sister's whereabouts. Since the young miss said her sister was with the Australians, she was most likely in Lingao, the Australians' base. Quite possibly in Baron City, not far from here. To avoid complications, she hadn't told the Australians about searching for her sister. Li Mo she'd find her first and assess the situation. Since the servant girl Li Ying was the only African in Lingao, far too conspicuous, she was left at home. Actually, a 165-centimeter woman like herself was already eye-catching enough. Only because the Australians had recently brought in many northerners was she less noticeable. Li Huamei changed into an old female naturalized worker's uniform, donned a straw hat and straw sandals, hung her temporary resident permit around her neck, and shouldered a bamboo water bottle. She could barely pass for a newly arrived Shandong lass. End of chapter. Chapter 1228. Southeast Asia Company member gathering information on the black-smoking three-masted ship proved no easy task. The vessel wasn't currently at Bapu, and the Navy sailors who usually thronged Bapu streets were now far fewer in number. She had no choice but to wander the harbor district, hoping to spot an acquaintance from the Navy she could pump for information. Yet not a single transmigrator she recognized was anywhere to be seen. She spent 2 or 3 days drifting aimlessly around Bapu with nothing to show for it. She visited Li Qianji again, but Li Qianji didn't know where her chiefs were either. All she knew was that Li Haping had still been in Kaohsiung when she was sent back, nothing after that. Though she'd come up empty-handed, she dared not leave this place, afraid of missing the Australians' response to her naturalization application. Only with naturalized citizen status could she move freely in Australian territory. And though faint stirrings of disloyalty had begun in her heart, the young Mrs. lingering authority remained potent. She still didn't dare disobey or neglect her orders. At most she was laying some groundwork for herself in advance. At that same moment, in the executive committee's office, someone delivered the final word on her application. Since she claims to be willing to fight for our cause, and the Political Security Bureau considers her unreliable, then let her take her Hangzhou to the front lines. The cannons will prove whether she's genuinely devoted to us or not. And so Li Huamei's naturalization was approved. Skade soon received 2 sealed official documents. The first approved her formal naturalization as a citizen with a complete set of related documents attached. The second was a political evaluation from the Political Security Bureau, Class Roman 4C, unreliable, exploitable, requires further observation, the lowest tier. Director Skade knew that at this level, Li Huamei had been placed on the Political Security Bureau's watch list. Anyone rated Class IV was a priority target for informants' close attention. This rating was worse than a fresh refugee in the quarantine camp, roughly on par with refugees bearing minor sect leader backgrounds. Such people could be hauled off to the Sanya mines the moment someone reported them for antisocial speech. Looks like her future won't be too rosy, Skade sighed with some regret. He then issued an order placing Li Huamei's registration under the Southeast Asia Trading Company, a subordinate of the Colonial and Trade Department. This was per the phone call just received from the government office. According to that call, Li Huamei's Hangzhou was to be transferred to Taiwan. The day after receiving notification that her naturalization was approved, Li Huamei began her lengthy naturalization journey. To ensure she properly followed each step, the Colonial and Trade Department assigned a naturalized employee to accompany her throughout. First came the household registration booklet and identity card. Since Li Huamei currently had no fixed address, the trading house was only temporary lodging. Her household registration was put on hold. She received only a temporary identity card. The clerk indicated she'd best find permanent housing within 3 months, purchased or rented. Either would do. Li Huamei carefully pressed her thumbprint onto the stiff cardstock, then left all 10 fingerprints in the relevant registration book. This is your identity card. Carry it with you at all times. It's very useful as a naturalized citizen, the clerk said. Li Huamei took the folding cardstock into her hands and examined it carefully. The card was very stiff and rigid, folded. It was only half a palm in size. 3 black song typeface characters graced the cover, temporary identity card. Below in smaller characters, Great Song Australian Provisional Government Police Headquarters, valid for 3 months from date of issue. Opening it revealed her name and date of birth in detail, the top line in their commonly used Arabic numerals using the Common Era calendar, below it in Ming Dynasty Rainier format. Place of birth, Macau. Address showed, no fixed residence. Occupation, ship captain. Education level, non-illiterate. Finally, household type, non-agricultural. At the bottom of the form was a row of 12 Arabic numerals. The identity card bore a bright red seal, Lingao County Police Bureau. Below was the issue date, 163293. After leaving the Bapu police station with her identity card, Liujin was immediately taken to a room on the first floor of the customs building. An unassuming wooden sign at the door indicated this was the Southeast Asia Company's location. The Southeast Asia Company clerk promptly produced a stack of documents for her to sign, including a share agreement for her Hangzhou. The clerk explained that she was joining the Southeast Asia Company as the ship's owner, effectively buying shares in the company. The company would grant her a certain number of dividend shares based on her ship's valuation, with dividends paid at year-end based on profits. Additionally, she could enjoy the company's wages and related benefits. Your Hangzhou, according to the Cheka's appraisal, is valued at 15,000 Spanish pesos, including all cannons and miscellaneous equipment. That's the amount we're listing as your share contribution. Do you have any objections? No. You don't currently have a captain's certification, but based on your consistent sailing performance, we believe you can easily apply for a Class B captain's certificate. Best to apply within a week. According to Senate law, all captains of ships under Senate jurisdiction must be licensed. Fine, I'll definitely apply. Also your education credentials. I understand, I'll definitely go take the exam right away. Liujin nodded repeatedly. Any other questions? None. Liujin felt dizzy from the lengthy explanations. She reasoned that since she was here undercover anyway, if she got cheated the young miss would have to bail her out. Without further ado, she signed everything and pressed her thumbprint to every document. This is your Southeast Asia Company work ID. Please carry it with you at all times. The clerk handed her another similar folding card, more thumbprinting and registration, of course. By order of the Senate and the Military Affairs Directorate, all Southeast Asia Company captains are to be granted the rank of Naval Reserve Ensign, the clerk continued. Here's the paperwork. You'll need to visit the Fortress Command in the Port Authority building. They'll process it for you. All right, Liujin's head was spinning. Leaving the customs building, she was taken to the DeLong Bank Bapu office to open a savings passbook for wages, dividends, and social insurance deductions. You now have social insurance provided by the Senate, the clerk recited from memory with a smile. What? Insurance? Liujin was dumbfounded. According to the results of the latest financial work conference, social insurance was now being rolled out to all fiscally supported personnel, cadres, employees, workers, and soldiers. 3 funds were established: pension, workplace injury, and medical, with contributions shared between the Treasury and individuals based on a base amount. Though the Southeast Asia Company had commercial shares, it was also state-owned, so it enjoyed this system. Liujin knew a little about insurance. Marine insurance systems had long existed in Europe. In China, escort agencies bore similar guarantee responsibilities, but concepts like pensions were completely foreign. After much explanation, she finally understood that she had to pay money each month, and later when she got sick or was too old to work, she could collect money from the bank. Who are they trying to fool, Liujin thought. Relying on a bank instead of children and grandchildren in old age, that'll never work. Even children and grandchildren aren't reliable. Only real gold and silver in your own pocket is solid and dependable. This so-called pension insurance was surely just another way for these transmigrator bandits to extract taxes under a different name. Speaking of taxes, the clerk hadn't overlooked that either, informing her that based on her wages and expected dividends, Her projected income had already reached the individual income tax threshold. She'd have to pay income tax monthly, automatically deducted from her passbook. After being tormented by bureaucratic paperwork all afternoon, Liujin finally emerged from the fortress command. She completed the last procedure and officially registered as a Naval Reserve ensign. Of course, she still needed to pass 2 certification exams to prove her abilities. No matter how skilled you were, in the Senate's eyes you had to have credentials. Congratulations, you're one of us now. Hearing that she'd officially naturalized, Smita expressed heartfelt congratulations. Pa, who's one of you? Liujin's face reddened. After getting her documents, she'd come to Smita's place wanting to learn more about the Southeast Asia company she'd joined. She'd seen several Southeast Asia Company merchant ships flying the Morning Star flag around Hainan before, but rarely spotted them in the South Seas. She just visited the company's office and hadn't gotten the impression they did much business. She found it rather strange. She hadn't expected to be teased the moment she walked in. Don't be shy. Smita had become chatty due to pregnancy. At least now you count as one of the chief's people. You're different from us, a heroine with your own ship and crew. The chiefs all like you, especially those Navy ones. You might even get to be a proper wife. Those useless things. Whenever these fans were mentioned, Liujin always recalled how each one trembled and couldn't even climb a mast. She simply couldn't respect them. Smita wore an expression of disapproval. In her view, Liujin was now one of the chief's subordinates. Such disrespect was practically treasonous. Liujin didn't get much information about the Southeast Asia Company from Smita. Not only did Skade never discuss work with her, but Skade himself knew little about this Southeast Asia Company. Since its founding, the company hadn't conducted any long-distance trade. Under Navy control, it had handled cargo transport at most, never venturing farther than Vietnam. Only after Peng Qiasheng opened up Siamese trade had the Southeast Asia Company made a few runs to Siam. End of chapter. Chapter 1229. The road to finding family. Having learned nothing from Smita, Liujin drifted aimlessly toward the dock. Since she couldn't gather any information for the time being, she might as well return to the ship and inspect it thoroughly, see what modifications could be made. She'd long been curious about the Australian ship modification technology. Many old broken-down vessels, once they fell into Australian hands, would emerge looking beautiful when put back into service, with greatly improved handling and speed. But these magic modifications were reserved for their own ships. Outsiders, no matter how much they offered, couldn't obtain such upgrades. Now that she'd joined up, she was technically one of them. Whatever the Southeast Asia Company actually did, requesting ship modifications shouldn't be a problem, especially since she was willing to pay out of pocket. For someone like her who made her living on the sea, a ship wasn't merely transport, it was where her life depended. In critical moments, a ship's condition often decided everything. So she was never stingy about money when it came to maintenance and outfitting. In her mind she calculated, first, install a ship's wheel. This device that could change course with a light turn was far more convenient than a tiller. Then the sail system. The Australians seemed to use a hybrid rigging different from both Europeans and Chinese, achieving much higher wind efficiency than ordinary ships. Most crucially, she needed more Australian cannons. She'd long had her eye on those short, thick carronades. The 48-pound shells they fired could deliver devastating blows to enemy ships. Though not as good as the Australians' best cannons, equipping Hangzhou with these would make her invincible at sea, against anyone but the Australians themselves. Additionally, she wanted to outfit her sailors with a batch of Nanyang-style rifles. The firing rate and accuracy of these weapons were enviable, especially in boarding actions. Her men with such rifles would hold overwhelming advantages over enemies armed with matchlocks or even superior flintlocks. She didn't dare hope for the rifles used by the Fubo army, but upon inquiring at the shipyard, she was told they simply had no time to take her business, even as a Southeast Asia Company ship. If her modifications were urgently needed, the company would have to submit a report on her behalf to get Hangzhou added to the shipyard's production schedule. Liume had always believed there was nothing money couldn't accomplish, as long as you brought silver coins. Defeated for the first time by the planned economy, she felt quite unaccustomed. Having no choice, she ran back to the Southeast Asia Company's office for help. "You're here just in time," the female clerk said happily. "We were looking for you too. No need to modify Hangzhou for now. Here's your orders. In 3 days you'll command Hangzhou to transport cargo to Kaohsiung." "What?" Liume was still thinking about ship modifications when suddenly work was dumped on her. "Kaohsiung." "Yes, Kaohsiung." The clerk produced a document pouch. "Here's the voyage assignment book and charts. Take good care of them. They must be returned after the mission is complete." Liume knew Kaohsiung. She'd visited Taiyuan multiple times before and knew Kaohsiung was on the coast not far from the Dutch port, in a place originally called Takao. "Understood. I'll set out first thing tomorrow." Since the Australians had worked for her, she'd better show some enthusiasm. "No, no," the female clerk quickly stopped her. "Ship departures have voyage assignments. You must sail according to the time specified in your assignment book. No unauthorized departures. That would be a serious violation. When doing work for the chiefs, you must follow the rules. No acting on your own." Liume was lectured by the female clerk before finally slipping out. The feeling was absolutely terrible. She'd once been so free, and now it was as if she'd crashed into a net. Every step was hemmed in by countless restrictions. Everywhere they asked for credentials, everywhere they wanted forms filled out. Rules, rules everywhere, even less freedom than under the young miss. Liume couldn't help sighing. Eat someone's food, put up with their rules. The Australian seafood porridge wasn't that easy to swallow, too many rules. If not for searching for her sister's whereabouts, she really wouldn't have wanted to come here undercover. Recalling how, years ago in a Macau tavern, the Navy, Young Turks, had tried to recruit her as captain, practically laying out all their assets. Compared to that, the Australians had truly turned the world upside down in these few years. They were already beginning to show the manner of South China Sea overlords. She probably meant nothing to them anymore. If she'd accepted their conditions and become their captain back then, perhaps she'd be a famous figure here by now. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling wistful. Since she now had a specific mission and ship modifications weren't possible at the moment, she might as well use these 3 days to look for her sister. After all, she now had an identity card and could go anywhere in Australian territory without obstruction. While she was at it, she'd find herself somewhere to live. She didn't want to stay at her family's trading house anymore. She'd been to Dongmen Market a few times before, but always with someone hosting and accompanying her. Going alone and at leisure was a first. However, she felt somewhat uncomfortable in this naturalized citizen uniform. Although for convenience in sea battles, she'd always worn shorter skirts, walking around the street in trousers like a traveling entertainer still felt a bit humiliating. Whether in Ming China or among Macau's Portuguese, no respectable woman dressed like this. So from time to time she would unconsciously tug at the uniform's hem, as if trying futilely to make it serve some skirt-like function. The road to Dongmen Market had been widened. The slow ox carts once commonly seen were now fewer. The road was mostly filled with various horse-drawn vehicles, two-wheeled, four-wheeled, passenger, freight. Everywhere you could hear the jingling bells from horses' necks. Though the horses' quality wasn't great, their sheer numbers amazed Liume. In all of South China, horses were rarely seen. The Bapu transit station had public horse carriages to Dongmen Market. Ox carts had all been discontinued due to their slow speed. But she'd long wanted to try the steam-powered cars that belched black smoke and could pull carriages on their own. Come to think of it, the Australians' vehicles and ships all belched black smoke, moved on their own without oxen or horses, and possessed immense power. Liume boarded the Lingao city rail from Bapu to Dongmen Market. She knew Dongmen Market was the most bustling and lively place in Lingao. If her sister was working for the Australians, she'd surely appear there. The city rail tickets were very cheap, so the carriages were packed with farmers and peddlers carrying vegetables, chickens, ducks, and various goods. Liume bought a second-class ticket, though still an open car, because tickets cost half again as much as third class. The car was much emptier and positioned farther from the smoke-belching locomotive. Those in second class wore naturalized citizen uniforms like hers, workers and employees, with the occasional four-pocketed official. They were the higher-income group in Lingao. The small train ran briskly along the wrought iron tracks. Liume sat in the back seat. Not only could she enjoy the scenery, but she could stay farther from the intermittent black smoke. Looking around, all was lush green, dotted with many red and white brick houses. The route from Bapu to Dongmen Market had previously been mostly barren wilderness. Now many new residential areas and farms had been built along the road. The flat terrain on both banks of the Wenlin River made for convenient irrigation and was particularly suitable for rice cultivation. Since ancient times, it had been Lingao's main agricultural region. But constrained by lack of water infrastructure and scarce labor, most land had remained undeveloped. In recent years, under the Agricultural Committee's continuous development, much land had been converted to standardized farmland. Multiple intensive state-owned farms had been established, worked by immigrants from the mainland settled in standard villages, no longer ordinary freeholders or tenant farmers, but agricultural workers under the Agricultural Committee. Many entrepreneurially spirited people skilled at farming, whether landlords or refugees, had received Tiande support to operate private farms of varying sizes. All these farms had been modified to some degree according to Agricultural Committee standardized farmland specifications: channels, roads, sluice gates, granaries, stables, groves, all neat and uniform, embodying a uniquely modern aesthetic. The little train puffed black smoke and white steam as it raced through this beautiful countryside. A sea breeze blew past, dissipating the coal smoke smell. The fresh wind brushed her cheeks, leaving her spirits refreshed. This picturesque scenery was the work of Australian genius, just as they'd built fast ships capable of sailing the four seas on what had been Bapu's barren beach. Utterly incredible. What kind of magic had they mastered that could transform the mundane into the marvelous, turning stone to gold wherever they went? Liume had once been merely curious about the Australians. Now she was filled with reverence, so much so that her undercover mission was becoming less disagreeable. She got off at Dongmen Market Station. Dongmen Market had expanded into a sizable town. In scale and population, it now far exceeded the original county seat at Lin Town, and it continued spreading south along both banks of the Wenlin River. It looked like it wouldn't be long before the entire county seat was absorbed. Liume stood on the bustling, crowded streets of Dongmen Market, feeling utterly lost. Where was she supposed to find her sister amid these crowds? She couldn't even think of what to ask or whom. Everyone here seemed to be hurrying somewhere. Where on earth could her sister be? End of chapter. Chapter 12:30. A fateful encounter. Dense buildings like a forest, large glass display windows, dazzling merchandise. Amid all this, she almost lost her bearings. Liume spent a futile day wandering around Dongmen Market and the county town, asking everywhere, but there was no lead at all. Though she knew her sister probably wouldn't be using her original name anymore, when describing her sister's appearance, she was far off the mark. After so many years apart, her mental image had completely diverged from reality. She still habitually thought of her sister as fair-cheeked with a spring breeze smile, standing a full head taller than herself. If there really were such a tall woman, she wouldn't need to search. It would already be the talk of the town. Most crucially, Limo had always kept a low profile, living essentially a two-point existence between the South Sea Farm dormitory, which natives couldn't enter without permission, and the General Hospital's General Affairs Department, which was off-limits to the public. Her daughter Li Quan boarded at school and only came home once a week around dusk. For the vast majority of naturalized citizens and natives, these two people might as well not exist. The search in Dongmen Market yielded nothing. It seemed that without the young Mrs. Intelligence, she still couldn't manage. The young Mrs. Chain still invisibly bound her. She couldn't help feeling discouraged. And faintly she sensed that the young miss seemed to be hiding something from her. Besides looking for her sister, Li Huamei also wanted to find a house. She'd been the first maritime merchant to trade with the Australians and rent space to establish a trading house. But all the staff at the Li family trading house were Li Sia's trusted people. Whether she eventually found her sister to live with or needed to escape her milk sister's surveillance, she would need her own house. This place was different from Macau. No matter how capable the young Mrs. people were, they certainly couldn't cause any trouble on Australian territory. For many years she'd made the ship her home. Even the Macau mansion, she rarely stayed there more than a few days a year. If not for the young Mrs. presence, she wouldn't have wanted to spend a single minute in that empty, cold mansion. Once a woman started longing for a home, she'd turn into a miser overnight. Li Huamei was no different. From this voyage's profits, after necessary expenses, she'd remitted the rest to the trading house to be sent back to Macau. That could count as compensation for the guilt of planning to go solo. But the gold coins, gems, and jewelry she'd scavenged from under Waishui's bunk, she kept without qualms. Lingao's housing prices had risen considerably compared to 2 years ago. The flood of immigrants had made building land extremely tight. Even more unplanned, spontaneous immigrants, beyond the Planning Commission's purview, had driven up both housing and land prices. Not only were there now plenty of local natives living off their walls as landlords, but many were speculating on land. So buying a house would cost Li Huamei more than expected. Fortunately, she had a heavy pouch of gold coins, mostly Portuguese, along with quite a few Indian and Persian gold coins. A tidy little fortune. Li Huamei had her eye on a small courtyard compound between Bapu and Lingao. This area hadn't yet seen large-scale development, so prices were relatively cheap. The seller was a local farmer who couldn't stomach the Australian government's myriad taxes and had decided to sell his land to a state farm and move to a newly built standard village. She liked this place mainly because it was secluded but not completely desolate, convenient for hiding gold and silver treasure. Moreover, there was a tributary of the Wenlin River right beside it. With a small boat ready, she could escape at the first sign of trouble. This was a habit from years of piracy. Once ashore, always scout the escape route first. Having decided, she moved to purchase immediately, but the seller wanted payment in silver. Although Lingao was promoting circulation notes and prohibiting direct silver circulation, farmers from old habits still trusted real gold and silver more. Private silver transactions were still quite common. Since using silver was illegal, large transactions in silver typically got considerable discounts, over 10% cheaper than circulation note prices. Li Huamei only had gold coins, but gold was cheap in East Asia. The Ming-Qing gold-silver ratio fluctuated between 1:5 and 1:8. Gold-producing Japan had even hit 1:3. In Europe, the ratio usually stood at 1:10 or 1:15, which was why Europeans always used silver rather than gold to buy Chinese goods. Europeans also profitably bought Japanese and Chinese gold with silver to sell in Europe. In Lingao, gold had no monetary status and couldn't circulate. It could only be exchanged for silver or circulation notes at the Delong Bank. But in Li Huamei's view, the exchange rate wasn't very favorable. The best deal was with the Italian at the Dutch trading house. Labe Trini had long noticed that Asia's gold-silver ratio was much lower than Europe's. He hadn't dared touch this company-monopolized trade in Batavia, but in Lingao he had no such qualms. Merchants here often had odd amounts of gold, and Trini would buy it at 1:8 or 1:9. Van der Lantlong also got a cut of this little business. The Senate turned a blind eye. After all, San Francisco was right there, Siberia was right there, Brazil, South Africa, and Australia were right there. In a few years, all the world's gold would belong to the Senate. What the Senate really needed to worry about was that if that gold wasn't in the hands of Eurasian and African natives, there'd be no purchasing power for Australian-made goods. The Dutch trading house wasn't far from her own trading house. To avoid being noticed, Liujian didn't take the little train but walked a circuitous route to the trading house district. The district now looked like a massive construction site, with a dozen or so European-style brick and wood buildings going up, interspersed with Chinese, Japanese, and even Islamic-style architecture, quite beautiful, set amid green trees in an irregular layout. But most of the buildings were still empty. The trading house district was a new revenue-generating project, for renting to trade delegations and major merchants visiting Lingao or future diplomatic missions. For example, Quark's trading house was a mock Tudor building, not only taller than the Dutch temporary wooden house, but its foundation was higher than the Dutch trading house under construction, making it look considerably more imposing. Because of this, Batavia had recently sent Trini new instructions to modify the Dutch trading house the Australians were building, adding a third story above the original two. In the old timeline, the Anglo-Dutch rivalry wouldn't fully unfold for another 20 years, for now they were still allies. But silent competition had already begun. Liujian was dressed ambiguously, almost like a foreman at a glance, so walking through these construction sites at midday attracted no attention. She knocked on the Dutch trading house door. The Dutch servant looked at her oddly and went to announce her. If Liujian hadn't spoken a few words of Portuguese, she'd probably have been taken for someone asking directions or begging for water. Before long, Trini came out to greet her with a beaming smile. They'd met at various receptions and briefings hosted by the Colonial Trade Department. Though they were in different camps, both were fellow strangers in a foreign land, and both bore undercover missions. They'd naturally become able to talk together. Trini had made multiple attempts to seduce her, including offering to paint her portrait and make her some jewelry. But Liujian had no particular interest in Italian men. The body odor of foreign men, large or small, was headache-inducing. Without perfume it was bad enough. With perfume, sleeping with one was worse than sleeping next to a barrel of dried herring. Still, Liujian could tell Trini's smile was quite forced, his eyes full of worries. What was troubling this Italian? Trini's studio workshop had about a dozen people sitting around drawing from a plaster cast. Seeing a guest arrive, they all rose to bow. Liujian vaguely remembered Trini's naturalized students. She'd seen them a few times at Bapu Dock when they went out sketching. But among those rising was one who startled her. This person was a full head taller than her, with a buzz cut, and from the skin and expression, clearly a true transmigrator. "This is Miss Liujian, I presume. Pleasure to meet you. My surname is Chi Feng, as in Mountain Peak. I'm with the General Construction Company. Your chief. Greetings, Chief." Liujian wasn't yet used to this naturalized citizen mode of address. Liujian was used to speaking loudly and roughly. She didn't even know what came over her. Suddenly she sounded like what the Australians called a cilantro accent. Thanks to the largest urbanization process in human history, during the early 21st century of the old timeline, there were several transmigrators in city planning and urban development, from Ma Qianju and Jai Runjai down to the currently rather marginal Chi Feng. But according to Commissioner Ma's words, the old timeline's urban planning profession was purely misleading students and cursing localities. In the commissioner's mind, now evolved into a mechanical function calculator, all work in the world could be broken down into n-element n-order equations or matrices. Urban planning was simply a four-element matrix consisting of industrial support radius, resource supply radius, local support capacity, and investment scale. The old timeline urban planning profession only taught architecture students how to draw streets and sewers. Chi Feng was precisely the kind of ruined urban planning graduate the commissioner had in mind. But Chi Feng's view was the complete opposite. Born in the narrow alleys of Hangzhou's old city, as a child he'd seen a foreign scenery calendar and his heart, repressed by cramped living conditions, had suddenly found release. From then on, he taught himself architectural drawing, frantically reading everything related to Eastern and Western architecture. By high school, his hometown had entered its era of massive demolition and construction. He couldn't bear to see the narrow, old, but at least uniquely historical, alleys replaced by clumsily designed concrete jungles. The concept of aesthetic beauty drove him into a famous university's urban planning program, supported him in becoming a part-time architectural artist, then supported him through several jobs drawing grids on the ground, and finally supported him in resolutely traveling back to antiquity, all to leave behind beautiful, characterful cities in the New World. End of chapter. Chapter 12, 31. The man, this ultra-idealistic transmigrator, had been living an almost Puritan existence. Besides completing his various tasks for the General Construction Company, he spent time in his dormitory every day sketching and practicing his art skills. Since oil paints couldn't yet be produced domestically and contemporary oil paints and brushes were hard to obtain even in Macau, he could only use charcoal sticks to constantly practice sketching and quick drawing. Every historical building in and around Lingao town had been drawn by him. In the town and countryside, one could often see Elder Qi standing in wild weeds or atop ruins, sketchbook in hand, rendering some dilapidated structure. His figure could also be spotted clambering over crumbling old buildings. Thus Qi Feng had earned a nickname in the Senate, the Liang Sicheng of Lingao. He'd always rather regretted not having a Lin Huiyan for company. Though what he drew was all Chinese classical architecture, Florence and Venice were the places he longed for most, and of course Vienna, Paris, Edinburgh, Nuremberg, and Kyoto as well. Only the future empire cities would be more perfect, more distinctive. He was never seen at Transmigrators' various political salons. Like Jai Runjai, he frequently sketched drafts of future imperial cities, from a single doorframe or eave detail to an entire city skyline. He wanted to draw it all himself. But the General Construction Company had never given him a chance to realize his dreams. After Jai Runjai went to Sanya, he'd been drafted as a stand-in planner, but his actual work remained drawing grids and roads, worse than when he'd been a structural engineer. Trini's arrival had most changed his work focus, because he knew both Italian and had an art background. Serving as Trini's interpreter while training the next generation of artists had become his main task. As a fervent believer in Western art Catholicism, Italy was his Jerusalem. He'd chosen Italian as his second foreign language back in the day, hoping someday to make a pilgrimage. Now an authentic Italian painter had arrived, so Qi Feng became Trini's best buddy, discussing art together almost every day. He'd even learned contemporary oil painting materials preparation and many traditional techniques from this Italian. Qi Feng discovered that Trini's oil painting technique was far superior to the arrogant university professors of his student days. No wonder the art world spoke of traditional European oil painting with such reverence. Even this nobody's skill left him in the dust, let alone painters who'd earned the title of master. Of course, Qi Feng also had many new concepts to share with the Italian. Their friendship had deepened, and Qi Feng had gradually reformed many of the Italian's bad habits, like the hygiene practices of bathing and keeping short hair. Mei Wan was quite happy to kick this planner, who never compromised on anything involving aesthetics, out to the seaside to discuss art with his best buddy, while incidentally designing and supervising the trading house development zone construction. Qi Feng himself was even happier, of course. In his view, Lingao's Bauhaus school had reached the point of obsession in applying their artistic philosophy. Qi Feng was very tall with handsome features. After several years on construction sites, his skin was dark and his muscles firm. His entire silhouette looked very rugged, imposing when serious, but when he smiled, it was like a spring breeze. Li Huamei felt her heart inexplicably beat faster. After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats. Trini rarely had female visitors, so he had his students put away their equipment and leave. He personally brewed red tea and served as company. This Italian now thoroughly disliked that filthy, Bath-averse Dutch servant. If not for knowing the fellow had been sent by the company to monitor him, he'd have fired and kicked the Dutchman out long ago. Through the colonial and trade department in Lingao, he could hire cleaner, more capable servants. Trini had been looking gloomy for some time, ever since he'd been sweet-talked by Mendoza into displaying gentlemanly chivalry, and taken on a 66% annual interest loan to ransom a noble Spanish gentlewoman. Most aggravating was that in the end, this honor had been stolen by some Count Lando who'd appeared from nowhere, also supposedly an Italian. But the transmigrators who'd lent him money had refused his request to repay immediately without interest. Borrowed money had to accrue interest. Even immediate repayment required a full year's interest. Result: all of Trini's savings were wiped out. He'd spent all his savings and got nothing for it. This depressed him greatly. Fortunately, the Senate still valued his skills. Commissions kept flowing in, so he had no choice but to work even harder serving the Senate. Qi Feng deeply sympathized with Trini. To further ease his burden and help him earn more money, he'd pulled Trini into the newly established Trading House Development Zone project, responsible for rendering effect drawings and exterior designs, plus many interior and exterior decorative works. Poor Mr. Trini worked day and night, at least 14 hours daily, rivaling many transmigrators in workload. Fortunately, he had a pile of students to exploit. To maximize exploitation, he naturally had to teach them everything he knew. His studio had expanded. The useless reception room had been demolished. These modular wood-framed houses designed by Zhang Xingpei were very convenient for interior modification. The enlarged studio was fitted with more workbenches, easels, sculpture stands, and other equipment. The naturalized students following him now numbered over 40. The corner where they sat chatting was Qi Feng's arrangement, a special area for receiving guests and discussing art, deliberately raised slightly above floor level, with bamboo railings, modular rattan sofas, floor-to-ceiling bay windows facing a green little courtyard, scattered greenery and planters at varying heights on all sides, and 2 watercolors on the walls. The whole effect was very artsy. Qi Feng and Trini often held forth on art here. Mr. Trini was quite puzzled by Qi Feng's comprehensive knowledge of Italian art history. Even he, an actual Italian, didn't know as much. The schools, lineages, works, and characteristics of Italian artists since the Renaissance. Qi Feng knew them all like the back of his hand. Many of these artists whose works even Trini had never seen, yet this Australian knew everything about them. Simply astonishing. Elder Qi is building the trading house district now. He will show you his outstanding works today. Trini's Mandarin, though oddly accented and grammatically strange, had at least reached the point of being understandable. Please offer your critiques, Qi Feng said. Most transmigrators were quite modest in everyday dealings, even someone like Skade, who treated human life like grass. Miss Li, please offer your critique too. What would I know? They're really, really beautiful, all those buildings outside. You drew them yourself, Chief. You're so amazing. The rest went on in her head. Oh no, why am I dressed in these rags? I want to die. No face to show. Virgin Mary above, Mazu above, just strike me with lightning. Please don't call me Chief, too formal. Qi Feng smiled. Just call me by my name. Qi Feng. Li Huamei felt calling him that way was quite embarrassing. Li Huamei's maiden heart had finally stirred. Ever since her sister had run off with a man who supposedly looked like an anglerfish, she'd had no good impression of men. At 17, while accompanying the young miss to socialize with Macau's municipal councilors, one attendant had gotten handsy with her while tipsy. He'd ended up with 2 front teeth knocked out. If Li Xia hadn't appeared in time, his manhood probably wouldn't still be attached. That incident had cost Li Xia a small fortune, and Li Huamei, feeling guilty, had only grown more averse to men. Li Huamei wasn't a muscular Amazon. She actually looked rather slender, but she'd been raised since childhood as the young Mrs. Bodyguard, with strict training in both Eastern and Western martial arts. This woman moved quick as lightning, whether with curved sword, straight sword, or staff. Few of the Li family pirates could get close. The result was that men who knew her kept their distance, and Li Xia, for selfish reasons, hadn't been willing to marry off this milk sister. Now she'd become an old maid. Over the years, braving storms and surviving several narrow escapes from death, she'd become increasingly indifferent to matters of the heart. But her fully matured body kept sending her brain the most primal instinctive signals. This is the finest red tea from South Sea Farms Assam Tea Garden. It's a special supply for transmigrators. You can't buy it outside. Try some. Qi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. The smile was like a ray of early summer sunshine, piercing into her maiden heart, warm, bringing a wave of heated emotion. Liujian felt her throat go slightly dry. She unconsciously tugged at her skirt hem. She picked up the teacup. The cup was exquisite colored floral bone china, crystal clear. Liujian had seen them in Macau and knew they were the finest porcelain the Australians made, comparable to the best Ming porcelain. She took a small sip of the bitter, fragrant tea. The aroma was quite peculiar, hard to get used to, yet she couldn't help saying, "Excellent tea." As she spoke, she stole another glance at him from behind her bangs. Qi Feng, for his part, was oblivious like every male lead in a shoujo manga. He only found this legendary, storm-commanding female pirate who'd driven the Navy Young Turks wild quite interesting. Especially seeing her in that ill-fitting, baggy, short, faded naturalized worker's uniform, sitting there all fidgety, he couldn't help being secretly amused. After some casual chat, Qi Feng suddenly remembered he should ask the female pirate to make a shipping run for him. The destination wasn't far, just a day's voyage to the Jiazi coal mine's dedicated dock. He wanted to visit the Jiazi coal mine. End of chapter. Chapter 12, 32. Maritime Patrol by Rights. Qi Feng had absolutely no interest in coal mines. His passion was traditional classicism, and he cared little for depicting the labor aesthetics of the working class or the grandeur of industrialization. His reason for wanting to visit the coal mine was that a Mediterranean-style district he was currently building lacked suitable materials. In Qi's vision, this cluster of houses formed a unified whole, walls painted white easy enough, gravel foundations and walls also easy, blue and yellow doors and windows in clever combination, even easier. The only problem was that the rosy red roof tiles he envisioned couldn't be found anywhere in Lingao. The red fired in Lingao always wasn't quite right, completely out of sync with his memory. It always looked grayish. He'd specifically gone to brick kilns and ceramics factories to have several test firings, but couldn't achieve the hue he wanted. Without bright red tiles, how would they look against the blue sea, beneath azure skies and green trees? But importing roof tiles was impossible. After scratching his head for ages, Qi Feng went to the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory, a large facility specializing in chemical analysis for heavy industry enterprises, and asked them to analyze the composition of the various raw materials for firing bricks and tiles. After laboratory analysis, the conclusion was clear. This area around Lingao was marine sedimentary strata, lacking the high iron quartz clay he needed. The abundant calcium and magnesium ions in the clay layers would coat all fired products with a pallid gray color, making red bricks less attractive. However, similar clay was available at the Jiazi coal mine. Thanks to Tang Minglong's efforts at the Jiazi Mining Bureau, the original Jiazi mining district had been deeply developed to find more lignite suitable for coking. Hainan's lignite was generally poor quality, high ash, high gangue, low calorific value. Changcheng coal mine had a theoretical deposit of 67.21 million tons, but only about 9 million tons qualified as true lignite. The remaining 85% was low calorific fuel, that is, high gangue coal and high coal gangue. Originally, to save shipping capacity, A coal washing plant had been set up at Jiazi mine. The large amounts of coal gangue left from washing had accumulated in the mining district, forming several small hillocks over time. This pileup had become a major nuisance, taking up space, prone to spontaneous combustion, and polluting water sources. Mine Director Tang had petitioned the Planning Commission multiple times about the problem, pushing for comprehensive utilization. Finally, the Planning Commission approved a brick factory at the site. Both the Changcheng and Changpo districts where Jiazi coal mine was located had deposits of various grades of mining clay, first, second, and third grade. Combined with the large amounts of coal gangue that could serve as both fuel and raw material, comprehensive utilization could produce everything from ordinary bricks and tiles and pottery to high-performance refractory bricks and high-temperature crucibles. Although Lingao's construction had huge demand for bricks and tiles, transportation constraints meant the amount shipped from Jiazi coal mine to Lingao wasn't large. Aside from some refractory bricks and special refractory ceramic components for industry, it mainly supplied the Qiangshan and Wencheng areas. Liu Xiang's farmland water conservancy construction work in Qiangshan was the main consumer. Director Tang had also fired many vessels and crafts of various sizes and sent them to Lingao to market to the construction, industrial, and foreign trade departments. The Grand Library had quite a few Tang brand flower pots. Elder Qi had a native worker bring some over, wash them clean with water, and examine them. Good, this was exactly what he needed. So he placed an order. The drawings were delivered, the goods were produced. All that remained was waiting for a ship. But returning ships from Jiazi coal mine were all loaded with coal, with a small amount of tonnage for cement-grade gangue. What remained had to carry grade I refractory clay and refractory bricks. If he waited his turn for his grade III clay products according to schedule, it would be at least the second half of the year. So Qi Feng shyly presented his needs to the female pirate. At the end, he unconsciously stared at her with big innocent eyes gazing into the female pirate's pupils. This cute act was too much. The female pirate was already all thumbs and feet. One word from this handsome gentleman and she'd charge through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Qi Feng kept explaining he didn't have budget for high shipping fees and so forth, while Li Huamei just kept pledging her loyalty. "Oh, I've been wanting to see Qiangshan Prefecture too. My crew needs training. They don't know how to sail in shallow waters, need practice. So grateful that Chief Qi thinks highly of me." She was practically singing, "Lady Du Xianyang has 100 treasure chest." She hadn't even considered that her Hangzhou simply couldn't sail up the Nandu River, but really it was just moving some tiles, with a crew of sturdy white and yellow foreign devils strong as donkeys. At worst she'd make multiple trips with small boats. But that's getting ahead of the story. When Qi Feng mentioned the word Navy, she suddenly remembered she had an assignment tomorrow, transporting cargo to Kaohsiung. Li Huamei now felt utterly reluctant to leave. In the old days, she'd have pushed this matter back without a second thought, but remembering her weighty undercover mission and her sister's whereabouts, her eager desire to haul bricks for Qi Feng immediately cooled. "No, Lord, no, Chief, taking you there is no problem, but afterward I have to go to Kaohsiung, perhaps. You could wait in Qiangshan for my ship to return." "Oh, you're going to Kaohsiung? Then don't trouble yourself, I mainly wanted to bring back more tiles. What a pity." Qi Feng rubbed his hands somewhat regretfully. "As soon as I get back from Kaohsiung, I'll take you." What was said after that she couldn't remember. The unexpected encounter had set her heart racing. Li Huamei hadn't even exchanged her gold coins. She'd have to come back for that. All the way back, she cursed herself for being useless. She couldn't even string a coherent sentence together anymore. A single-masted patrol boat was sailing at full canvas in the waters of Lingding Bay near Hong Kong. This nimble single-masted triangular-sailed vessel, though not large in tonnage, was fast and maneuverable. With a powerful, long-range cannon on deck, plus 2 typewriters, it could swagger anywhere along the South China coast, especially since it flew the Morning Star flag, the symbol of the current South China Sea hegemon. Zhao Zhulong, official name Zhao Zhulong, was standing behind the helm, scanning the sea with a telescope. His boat belonged to the Hong Kong-based Coast Guard, responsible for round-the-clock patrols of Hong Kong's surrounding waters, suppressing all piracy, and protecting shipping lanes and fisheries. It was a boring assignment, basically patrolling along set routes, checking suspicious vessels, especially those not flying Senate sailing permits or fishing flags. But for Zhao Zhulong, this kind of sailing was relaxed. His legs had some issues and couldn't handle year-round sailing. This job, out during the day, sleeping peacefully at night, suited him well. Zhao Zhulong preferred people call him Big Zhao, adding brother was fine, master was best, uncle would do, old was acceptable. He particularly disliked being called by his official name. That lousy name was his father's doing. Zhao Zhulong's father had said, "A pig cage takes in water and fills with gold. We fishermen, where else would we take in water?" Zhao Zhulong's father was named Zhao Jinhai. He died when Zhao Zhulong was 15. In an unexpected storm, man and boat never returned. Zhao Zhulong's mother had always said his father's name was wrong. Jinhai, Jinhai, that meant entering the sea. Once you entered the sea, how could you get out? Zhao Zhulong lost his father at 15. At 16, he went to sea with his second uncle. At 18, he joined Jin Daxing's pirate gang. A year later, Jin Daxing took a musket ball in a raid on a Fujian ship and died on the spot. His gang scattered. Zhao Zhulong and some close brothers joined Zhu Kailao's big gang. After over a decade roaming the seas, surviving life-and-death situations, he'd finally worked his way up to having his own small boat and a comfortable living. Then Zhu Kailao suffered a disastrous defeat and the big gang collapsed. Zhao Zhulong followed his bosses, who followed Shishisi in throwing in with the Australians at Lingao. Like his bosses, Zhao Zhulong had his hair cut, changed his clothes, and entered the study classes. After half a year of political study, he'd somehow passed the Type C diploma exam. His old boss teased him. "Zhao Zhulong, who knew you had the makings of a scholar?" Zhao Zhulong just smiled without answering. Years of drifting at sea had given him rheumatism in one leg, a bit of a limp. Studying was because he wanted to stay ashore. Hadn't boss lady Hu Jiume washed her feet and come ashore, but he still couldn't get ashore. Seeing his bad leg, the Australians didn't put him in the Navy but assigned him to cargo ships. Zhao Zhulong changed his name to Zhao Zhulong, was assigned a small boat for freight runs, and naturally became a Naval Reserve ensign. He'd started running the Lingao-Guangzhou line for 2 years, then joined Great Wave Company as captain, continuing the coastal scheduled freight routes. Later, when Operation Engine began, escort and guard forces needed massive expansion. Experienced sailors were too few. For a time, they couldn't even muster enough qualified captains. Zhao Zhulong had been both captain and had combat experience, so he was recalled to active duty. Due to his leg problem, unsuitable for long-term field service, he was assigned to the relatively relaxed Hong Kong Coast Guard as accommodation. Zhao Zhulong took some time to adjust to vessels with this kind of rigging, but after a month's training could basically handle it. The principles of reading wind for sailing had commonalities. Today was his usual patrol shift. A typhoon had just passed through Hong Kong a few days ago. Now the sea was calm, waves barely over a meter. The patrol boat sailed lightly and smoothly, hardly any swells at all. Zhao Zhulong watched the sea for a while, then sat down. His rheumatic leg felt heavier and heavier. Though the general hospital had prescribed some plasters a few times, they helped when applied, this couldn't go on. He needed to find a way ashore. But once ashore, what would he do? He'd been making his living at sea since childhood. Sure, those medically discharged would be assigned jobs, but the income would be far less than before. And he didn't have a wife yet. Just as he was thinking, the lookout called out, "Port Bow, suspicious vessel." End of chapter. Chapter 12:33. The hijacking. The so-called suspicious vessel was a large fishing boat common to the area, roughly 80 or 90 tons displacement by Australian calculation. It wasn't flying a fishing permit flag. Obviously, this was an unlicensed poaching boat that hadn't paid the fishing tax. The boat was anchored beside a sandbar in the middle of the sea, apparently hauling up some kind of seafood. Zhao Zhulong ordered the patrol boat to approach for inspection and seizure. This was a common occurrence on patrol. They encountered one or two such situations every outing. Boats that refused to pay the fishing tax were routinely captured and escorted to Hong Kong for processing. Standard procedure called for confiscation of all catch. If caught a second time, even the boat would be confiscated. Though fishermen had always been an oppressed, exploited, and despised class, that didn't mean they were docile believers or lambs for the slaughter. In the offshore world beyond government reach, knives and fists did the talking. Defiant fishermen naturally wouldn't meekly hand over 1/5 of their hard-won catch, so the Coast Guard's initial enforcement of fishing taxes in the Pearl River estuary had met considerable resistance. Almost every patrol led to small-scale clashes, with deaths and sinkings occurring regularly. There had even been collective armed resistance by fishermen, though all were unsurprisingly suppressed. After Hong Kong authorities applied both carrot and stick, establishing fish markets with fair buying and selling, providing low-interest microloans, and organizing fishing associations, they gradually won over the local fishermen. Now the fishing tax system was fully established. Though tax-evading poaching hadn't been eliminated, such incidents were becoming increasingly rare. As for armed resistance, under the Australians' fearsome reputation, it hadn't happened in a long time. So Zhao Zhulong didn't order the ship to full alert status as regulations required. "Prepare for inspection," he shouted. The patrol boat began lowering its sails. A loud-voiced soldier picked up a tin megaphone and broadcast in Cantonese, Hakka, and Hokkien in rotation. Several sailors began preparing grappling hooks. One sailor climbed up to the firing position behind the helm and trained the typewriter on the fishing boat. On the fishing boat's deck were only a few ragged fishermen. Seeing this display, they all panicked, some running about, some moving to raise the anchor stone. Hearing "hands on head, squat down," plus that black, boxy, square cannon aimed at them, they all squatted down at once, hands on heads. For Zhao Zhulong and the patrol boat sailors, this was routine. Even without firearms, in one-on-one blade combat, fishermen were no match for systematically trained sailors. The grappling hooks caught the fishing boat. The two vessels came alongside but didn't press tight together. The boarding party crossed on dedicated boarding planks to the fishing boat's deck. Zhao Zhulong had no interest in watching further. The following scene was routine business. The boat boss would come out pleading. There'd be the usual back and forth, probably including righteously refusing bribes. Zhao Zhulong had once envied those red envelopes. A few of those would supplement his savings. But he knew the chiefs had eyes everywhere. Nothing escaped them. Every 6 months, part of the crew would be rotated out, replaced with new recruits. He as captain might be transferred to another ship. There was never any way to build a corps of trusted men, let alone win over the whole crew. Zhao Zhulong watched the boringly repetitive drama with weary eyes, the boat boss bowing and scraping, the inspection sailors blustering. Then suddenly 7 or 8 people of all ages and genders came pouring up from below deck, kneeling, crying, grabbing the inspection sailors' legs, some weeping, some wailing, some kowtowing. A chaotic mess. These boat people just won't pay their taxes honestly. Zhao Zhulong took out a snuff bottle and took a sniff. Though he was also a fisherman, he wasn't boat people by birth, and thus looked down on the boat people as low-born. In the Navy, because so many officers and men were from boat people families, discrimination against them was strictly prohibited, with extensive propaganda and education efforts. But such attitudes hadn't been truly eliminated among non-boat people naval personnel. They just no longer showed it openly. Just as the sailors' attention was completely drawn to the inspection on the port side, several wooden barrels quietly surfaced from the sea on the starboard side. The starboard lookout stared wide-eyed with curiosity, not knowing what these things were. In that instant, short crossbow bolts shot from the barrels simultaneously. With several screams, the lookouts were struck and fell into the sea. The sailor leaning on the starboard typewriter to watch was also shot down. Almost simultaneously, the fishermen who'd been prostrate at the sailor's feet begging all moved together. In an instant the boarding party was dragged down and dispatched with rising knives. Zhao Zhulong reacted fairly quickly. He drew his pistol and had just shouted a 10 when the fishing boat's stern castle side planking crashed down. Instantly white smoke billowed out, followed by a thunderous cannon blast across sea and sky. Countless iron nails and shot swept across the patrol boat's deck in an instant. Screams rang out across the deck. Zhao Zhulong's helm was hit first. Several shots smashed his head into a ruined watermelon. The sailors around him didn't escape either. The helm ran with blood. Even the typewriter had been shot through with 7 or 8 holes. Go! With a roar, several dozen pirates surged up from below deck, instantly swarming onto the patrol boat's deck, now bereft of typewriter cover. Men who'd been under the barrel's surface too, hands and feet working to climb up from the starboard side. The battle was brief and brutal. Most of the deck crew were dead or wounded from the first cannon blast. The patrol boat had completely lost its combat capability. The patrol boat crew was small, relying entirely on firepower to suppress enemies and potential enemies. Now this sudden cannon blast had instantly destroyed its firepower advantage. In less than 10 minutes, the patrol boat had fallen into pirate hands. The sailors aboard were either killed on the spot or captured and immediately finished off. Though the pirates were indistinguishable in appearance and dress from Pearl River estuary fishermen, their movements were clean and coordinated, nothing like the disorderly manner of fisher pirates. After the fighting completely subsided, a burly man emerged from the fishing boat's below deck. His dress was identical to the knife and gun-wielding, still panting pirates. Yet the pirate crew hurried to clear a path for him. He strode casually across the deck, stepping on corpses and blood, slowly walking to the stern. Then, climbing the blood-drenched ladder to the helm, he glanced at the shot-damaged typewriter, turned it by hand, studied this black iron contraption for a moment, then removed the drum magazine and examined it carefully. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The pirate chief said nothing, commanding everything with hand gestures alone. The pirates quickly weighted the bodies with cannonballs and tossed them into the sea. Some repaired the severed rigging. Others cleaned the deck. Within 15 minutes, the patrol boat had been restored to normal operational condition. The fishing boat was scuttled. The pirates boarded the patrol boat. Hong Kong Coast Guard 64 raised full sail and, catching the wind, swiftly headed for the open sea. 4 hours later, news of Hong Kong Coast Guard 64's disappearance reached the Navy Department in Lingao. A single-masted patrol boat had vanished during routine patrol in the Pearl River estuary. There'd been no storms in that sea area at the time of disappearance. Patrol boats dispatched for search had found no trace of the missing vessel, making it impossible to determine whether the ship had sunk due to reef collision. Leland now suspected the ship had either defected or been hijacked. The search area had been expanded, but so far no results. The Navy Department immediately went into high gear. Losing a patrol boat wasn't a first. Accidents and combat losses had occurred before, but to vanish so completely without a trace was unprecedented. Chen Haiyang ordered all ships in Hong Kong and all vessels bound for Hong Kong to raise their alert levels, while warning all locations and ships. A single-masted patrol boat's current whereabouts were unknown. Too bad Hong Kong doesn't have 8154. If we sent it to search, we'd definitely find them. Chen Haiyang felt the ship was unlikely to have sunk, more likely defection or hijacking. As for the motive, that was hard to say. But even if the crew had defected, it couldn't have been spontaneous. It was likely induced by someone. If it was induced, then this incident was quite unusual. Chen Haiyang couldn't imagine who had the ability to seduce the crew under their tight internal security system. After all, the patrol boat had over 20 people. It was impossible to be airtight. Immediately retrieve Hong Kong Coast Guard 64's weekly internal reports. Chen Haiyang called the General Staff Political Department. The weekly 10-man team surveillance reports from the Political Security Bureau were sent there. He then ordered the personnel roster for all crew members of Hong Kong Coast Guard 64, requesting their files per the roster. Also call the Political Security Bureau. Tell them we're sending a list and ask them to check whether these people have any other records or reports in their files. Chen Haiyang hung up and paced his office, an ominous feeling in his heart. This matter probably wasn't as simple as crew mutiny. But for hijacking, he simply couldn't imagine anyone capable of hijacking a well-trained, sea-experienced, armed-to-the-teeth patrol boat. Those 3 typewriters alone were enough to abort any boarding attempt. If someone really could do it, then he was the most dangerous enemy they'd ever faced. Thinking of this, Chen Haiyang picked up the phone again and cranked it several times. This is Chen Haiyang. Don't go to the Political Security Bureau. I'm going personally. Prepare the materials immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 12, 34, Lamay Island. Chen Haiyang personally visited the Political Security Bureau, and Wu Mu came out in person to receive him. Chen Haiyang got straight to the point, requesting access to all secret materials on file regarding the ship's crew. No problem, I'll take you to the archives right away. Wu Mu readily agreed. Director Zhao has already given me instructions. I understand, Chen Haiyang said briefly. I've already had a preliminary look at the 10-man team reports. No suspicious points. I can only see if you have more valuable materials here. This is your entry pass to the archives. Wu Mu handed him a special pass. Besides the standard name and position entries, there was a line of small print, single use only, valid only on date of issue. Wu Mu led Chen Haiyang into a courtyard with guards posted. Inside stood several tall brick buildings like warehouses, built on high foundations. Unlike the greening-obsessed other departments, this courtyard had no landscaping at all. The ground was paved with hardened stone slabs. The walls were very high, topped with densely packed broken glass. A stone staircase led to the basement archives entrance. Inside the doorway was a guard post. 2 guards with blue-collar tabs carefully examined Wu Mu and Chen Haiyang's credentials, then logged entry and exit times in a register. The archives were dimly lit. For a moment Chen Haiyang could barely see anything. His vision only recovered after a moment. The room smelled of paper and dust. In the light streaming through high clear-story windows, he could see rows of shelves and cabinets. Everywhere were piles, stacks, and bundles of materials and files. Not far from the entrance sat a uniformed female archivist. Wu Mu said a few words to her. The archivist immediately disappeared among the masses of shelves and cabinets. She's gone to check the index cards, Wu Mu explained. Let's sit for a bit. It won't be quick. About 15 minutes later, the archivist brought a cardboard box. It's all here, Chief. Go about your business. We'll take our time, Wu Mu said. He opened the box. Inside were thin paper file folders, secret files from the Political Security Bureau for all 23 people aboard Hong Kong Coast Guard 64, from Zhao Zhulong down to the lowest third-class deckhand, were all here. Their personnel files were at the Navy Department. Hong Kong Coast Guard 64's 10-man team reports were at the General Staff Political Department. Here were the Political Security Bureau's original political evaluation reports, quarantine camp performance reports, and similar materials. Wu Mu looked at the material list and shook his head. Nothing juicy, all the most ordinary materials. Chen Haiyang was somewhat disappointed, yet also somewhat relieved. He reviewed these simple materials one by one. These people's backgrounds and experiences were largely similar: Cantonese, Fujianese, boat people, Hakka, fishermen, sailors, farmers. Most had been pirates at some point, some in the big gangs, some with independents. They all had minor blemishes, but from these alone nothing major could be identified. As for complex social connections, that was almost unavoidable in the Navy. Many naturalized naval personnel, due to their backgrounds, had countless old connections to pirates. Someone was acquainted with Zhang Zhilong's men. Someone's relative worked under Liu Xiang, all utterly common. Such leads were as good as none. Chen Haiyang had hoped the Political Security Bureau held some secret investigation materials. Quite possible, since the Political Security Bureau had the authority to independently investigate any naturalized citizen deemed suspicious, without needing the host department's consent. "What's your take on this situation?" Chen Haiyang asked Wu Mu. "We can't reach conclusions until we have all the materials," Wu Mu said cautiously. "But based on what we have, I don't think mutiny is likely. More probably it was hijacked." Anti-defection was a priority focus of the Political Security Bureau's work, especially in the Navy. Naturalized personnel operated all kinds of Senate vessels. There were even naturalized sailors on old timeline ships like 8154. Any defection would cause serious equipment losses with grave consequences. Chen Haiyang didn't know exactly how the Political Security Bureau conducted its monitoring, but presumably they had their methods. Just from the 10-man team reports, there were no suspicious points. To launch a mutiny, you'd need to suborn at least half the crew to have decent odds. Someone would have had to been actively making contacts beforehand. Neither of the two 10-man team members' reports mentioned such activity. Chen Haiyang nodded. If it was hijacking, there were fewer suspects, basically Liu Xiang and Zhang Zhilong. The Dutch and Spanish weren't impossible, but highly unlikely. Now they needed to find Hong Kong Coast Guard 64's whereabouts. That would reveal who did it and their intentions. Chen Haiyang left the Political Security Bureau, got into his carriage and told the driver, "To the Foreign Intelligence Bureau." That evening, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau telegraphed the Liuzhin, Guangzhou, and Taiwan stations, ordering them to immediately notify all coastal intelligence operatives to watch for a single-masted patrol boat having recently docked or passed nearby. Any sighting was to be reported to Lingao immediately. Just as Lingao's various departments were springing into action to track the ship's whereabouts, Hong Kong Coast Guard 64 was cutting through waves, heading for Taiwan. The vessel had veered not only from the sea lanes commonly used by Chinese ships, but far from routes commonly used by European ships as well. On the vast sea, there was only this solitary vessel. The seas were rough, with large waves constantly washing over the patrol boat's deck. All flags on mast and stern had been furled. Cannons and typewriters were wrapped in canvas covers. Aside from essential crew, not a soul was visible on deck. The ship made a wide arc at sea, approaching Kaohsiung from the southwest, but its destination wasn't this Australian-controlled port. Instead, it headed for Lamay Island, a coral island 18 nautical miles from Kaohsiung. That evening, before the sun had fully set, the sunset glowed red on the horizon. Twilight was gathering, with less than half an hour till dark. Hong Kong Coast Guard 64 appeared in the waters off Lamay Island. With unprecedented agility, it sailed at full canvas past the white-foamed waves toward the bay entrance. Any sailor who'd navigated here knew the danger of this maneuver. Lamay was a coral island, its edges dense with coral reefs and shoals, extremely prone to grounding. A shipwreck here meant doom for sailors. The Lamay Islanders were notoriously savage. Falling into their hands meant certain death. So though European mariners and Fujian fishermen had long known of this place, it had nothing to interest Europeans, wasn't a good harbor, and with its savage natives, despite being close to both Kaohsiung and Taiyuan, ships rarely ventured into these waters. Yet the ship showed no sign of slowing. The wheel had already been turned windward. The small ship, catching the wind, threaded through the winding channel, proceeding with incredible stability, as if thoroughly familiar with these waters and unconcerned about the lurking dangers. On the helm, the captain was wrapped head to foot in a raw wool waterproof cloak, hood pulled over his head. In a low, calm voice, he occasionally gave commands to adjust the sail's angle to the wind. From time to time he raised his spyglass as if searching for something. Just then, in the depths of the bay, a fire blazed up, blinking on and off in a certain rhythm. Clearly, the captain had been waiting for this signal. He immediately gave the order, spun the wheel, skirting shoal and reef, and shot toward the fire like an arrow. Thus Hong Kong Coast Guard 64 avoided the reefs, evaded the shallows, and slipped lightly into a secluded, desolate bay. All around were green jungles. In an instant, all her braces were slacked, the anchor dropped into the sea, and with a final shudder from the cable, the ship came to anchor. Almost simultaneously, an indigenous canoe suddenly appeared in the bay, rushing toward the patrol boat. The canoe came alongside the single-masted vessel at midship on the port side. Several fully armed, burly men climbed from the canoe onto the deck. The captain swept back his hood with one hand, his face fully revealed in the helm's lantern light. It was the burly man who'd commanded the hijacking. The men who'd climbed aboard bowed respectfully in unison. 10 minutes later, the canoe left the sailing ship, carrying the burly man to a temporary wooden pier at the bay's edge. The pier was concealed by green vines, invisible unless you came close. He was of medium build, wearing a thick felt round cap. Under the cloak, he wore a European-style fitted jacket, but made of cotton. A leather sword belt crossed diagonally over his broad chest, bearing an Arabian curved sword. 2 leather pistol holsters hung from his waist. He wore loose linen trousers suitable for shipboard activity, the legs tucked into high boots. The man had typical East Asian features. In his stern eyes shone a determined gaze. No beard, broad shoulders, strong, powerful limbs, black curly hair spilling over both shoulders. He appeared about 35 to 40, a man in his prime. His face was darkened by sun, with deep wrinkles already on his forehead, clearly a man weathered by life's storms. End of chapter. Chapter 12:35, business. The moment he landed, several people came to greet him, their manner very respectful. But no one spoke. The burly man also maintained his silence. Only when someone came forward with bowed head and said a few words did he nod. With someone leading the way, the burly man and his entourage walked along a path cut through the dense jungle. After about half a li, he stopped. Before him was a crude stockade, no different from those of indigenous peoples living in similar environments worldwide. What set this stockade apart were the many wooden poles planted along its perimeter, each topped with a dried human head. The burly man was unfazed by the gruesome sight. At the stockade gate, many fully armed men stood guard. Though ragged in appearance, their solid builds and fine weapons showed they were no ordinary fishermen. The party was led into the stockade. The ground inside was stained with blood. Clearly, the indigenous residents had already been cleared out, leaving the place for its new masters. In the open space before a large thatched hut, a fire burned in a fire pit. A young man sat in a folding chair, holding a skewer of roasted fish and eating heartily. Seeing the burly man arrive, he smiled and pointed to another folding chair by the fire pit, indicating "Have a seat." "Hello, Mr. Paul," the young man said in Japanese, with the casual air of being in his own home. He leaned back in his chair. "It seems you had fair winds all the way." "Everything went smoothly," the burly man answered in a low voice, also in Japanese. "When will my payment be honored?" "Hey," the young man exclaimed in mock surprise. "You really are a cold person, no feelings, only business. You're also a devout Christian. Can't we be like brothers before our common faith?" "Devout Christians don't both attend Mass and make offerings and burn incense to idols," the man called Mr. Paul said disdainfully. "I've done everything you asked of me. Now you need to give me my agreed payment." "You're a straightforward fellow, say what you mean without fuss." The young man concealed his displeasure. "Let's talk business. Besides payment, I have several important matters to discuss with you. Give me my payment first." Mr. Paul was unequivocal. His eyes were nearly gray, cold, and steady. The young man signaled to an attendant. Someone immediately brought a chest. It was packed full of Spanish pesos. "This is the agreed payment." Paul reached into the chest, scooped out a few coins from the bottom, examined them carefully, then tossed them back and nodded. Someone immediately came forward, closed the lid, and took the chest away. "The ship I'll hand over to you. As for sailors to man it and how to use the guns on board, I'll train the men you select." The young man said, "Now let's discuss the second matter. You said you can manufacture cannons no less than the Australians." "Yes," Paul nodded, "as long as you can pay and have patience to wait. I have money, but patience is in short supply." "Then you'll need more money. You really are a fine merchant, not at all like a pirate." The young man laughed. "Being a pirate is also a business, and a good business at that. Put it this way, Mr. Feng, as long as the price is right, anything is negotiable. You're quite a character." The one called Mr. Feng was none other than Zhang Zhilong's brother, Zhang Zhaifeng. After the failed operation to set the Dutch and Australians against each other, they'd lost not only a large sum of money, but their relationship with the Dutch had noticeably deteriorated. The Dutch seemed convinced they were the masterminds. The Zhang brothers had racked their brains but couldn't understand what magic the Australians had used to convince the Dutch they were the true perpetrators. Deducing they'd used trickery wasn't hard. What was difficult was understanding how they'd found leads and evidence in what seemed seamless, ironclad conditions. However, both Australians and Dutch seemed unwilling to publicize the matter. Trade relations among the three parties continued as before. Dutch and Australian ships still entered and left Zhongzuo according to trade agreements. The Zhang brothers could easily figure out that the Australian silence was certainly not meekness. They must be secretly plotting revenge against the Zhang family. Now the Zhangs were competing with Liujin for control of Fujian's coastal foreign trade. To simultaneously prepare for war against an enemy even more fierce and dangerous than Liujin was more than they could bear. The rise of the Australians in the Taiwan Strait these past few years had been plain for all to see. Their huge sailing ships, those black fast ships belching smoke and able to sail against wind and current, all weighed on them like stones. Though the Australians had temporarily shown no ambition for overseas trade, content to trade with Europeans along the coast, maintaining such a vast fleet surely couldn't be just for showing off in the Taiwan Strait. The day would come when they'd fight the Australians to the death for maritime hegemony. Zhang Zhilong never doubted this. The longer they waited, the worse for them. Australian power grew every moment. Guo Huyi's reports mentioned the town they'd built at Takao, the refugees they'd sent there. The results exceeded everything they'd achieved in years of colonization since the Yansiki era. Though his fleet had numerical advantage, the intelligence compiled from various sources, especially from Li Xia, gave Zhang Zhilong a quite sober assessment of Australian power. In a head-to-head fight, his vast fleet would be crushed. Back when a few Dutch armed merchantmen had suppressed his superior fleet in naval combat. If not for the Dutch being outnumbered, and his later success in launching fire attacks in an advantageous bay, he wouldn't have beaten the Dutch. Zhang Zhilong understood better than anyone the superiority of European naval power along China's coast, let alone the Australians, who had faster ships and more powerful cannons than the Dutch or Spanish. To win, he'd have to catch them by surprise, launch a surprise attack, trap the Australian fleet in the harbor, and attack with fire ships as they'd once done to the Dutch. But the Australians' advantage in ships and guns was too great. This remained the Zhang brothers' constant nightmare. Fortunately, at this time, ships returning from Manila brought news. A Japanese Courishitan had arrived in Manila, seemingly mastering many magical arts and producing many novel firearms. The Spanish, equipped with weapons he'd designed and manufactured, had won many victories over the natives. This Courishitan had thereby gained the governor's trust. This news and the firearms he'd created made Zhang Zhilong keenly sense something. He immediately dispatched Zhang Zhaifeng to Manila to find this Courishitan. The Zhang family's relationship with the Spanish wasn't particularly warm, but wasn't hostile either. The Spanish colonial government was highly dependent on the southern seas routes controlled by the Zhangs, so Zhang Zhaifeng's request was quickly granted. He met this legendary Courishitan, Paul Takyama. In subsequent secret talks, the two sides reached their first cooperation agreement. During these talks, Zhang Zhaifeng sensed that Mr. Paul had an intense interest in the Australians and knew far more about them than the Zhangs did. But he seemed to be hiding something, his evasive eyes unwilling to speak the full truth. Mr. Paul readily agreed to help them deal with the Australians. As long as Mr. Feng pays the price, anything is negotiable. The Zhangs certainly had money. But as for specifically how to effectively counter the Australians, none of the Zhang brothers had a clear plan. It was Mr. Paul who proposed that since they so feared Australian ships and guns, why not first capture an Australian vessel, to most directly understand their ships and cannons. Thus the operation to seize Hong Kong Coast Guard 64 was born. This hijacking operation from start to finish was planned by Mr. Paul. The men and weapons were brought by him from Manila. Even establishing a secret camp on Lamay Island was his suggestion. The Zhangs provided ships and intelligence support. Seeing his counterpart capture so cleanly and efficiently a fast ship from the reputedly invincible Australians, Zhang Zhaifeng was thoroughly convinced Mr. Paul really wasn't just talk. Not only could he make firearms, he was a skilled fighter. An eagerness to recruit him arose in his heart. "Can you manufacture the Australians' repeating rifle for us?" Zhang Zhaifeng asked. "The kind on the ship you captured?" "Yes," Paul nodded without hesitation. "That's not difficult." Seeing him dismiss manufacturing the legendary Australian repeating rifle, that divine weapon, so lightly, Zhang Zhaifeng drew a sharp breath. Was this bragging or genuine expertise? "Is that really true?" "Of course it is," Mr. Paul said. "But let me first make one thing clear. What I make won't be as light and handy as theirs, and probably can't fire continuously for extended periods. But making a weapon with the same effect is no problem at all. As long as you can make it, that's enough." Zhang Zhaifeng couldn't contain his excitement. In his view, the Australian repeating rifle was practically a divine weapon, a key factor in Australian dominance over land and sea. If their side could also obtain this divine weapon, combined with the other cannons Paul had promised to manufacture, they'd already have 2 of the 4 characters in strong ships, powerful guns. As for strong ships, they'd already acquired several European sailing ships through various channels and were building large sailing ships themselves. These ships were Chinese style, but in size and tonnage were no smaller than European ships. Once equipped with enough Western or Australian cannons, they could match any foe. End of chapter. Chapter 1236. The Specter of the Lichun. His gaze hadn't escaped the cunning Paul's notice. He thought, good. When can I take delivery of the goods I ordered? Depends on how urgent your need is, the Counterattack said slyly. You really are a devil consumed by greed, Zhang Zhaifeng laughed heartily. I'll add 50% as a rush fee. By the Spanish calendar, November 1st, I want all my orders delivered, including the ammunition. If you double the payment, I can guarantee on-time delivery. Paul smiled like the best salesman, a beguiling grin. Deal, Zhang Zhaifeng nodded. But only if your goods satisfy me will I pay, just like today. The Counterattack laughed coldly. My word is good any time. He raised a wine glass already prepared by the fire pit. To our business. The 2 drained their glasses. Zhang Zhaifeng set his down and said, You're very bold. I never do business with fools, Paul said. Thank you for the wine, excellent flavor, genuine rum. It's Australian, Zhang Zhaifeng said. Though one mountain can't hold 2 tigers, I don't dislike them at all, a capable and clever bunch. If you'll pardon my asking, are you planning to attack Takao this November and go to war with the Australians? Zhang Zhaifeng was silent for a moment. You really want to know? I don't care at all whom you fight, but as thanks for your patronage, let me give you a small piece of advice. As long as that Lichun exists, no matter what you plan, you're doomed to defeat. Even using the cannons you provide. That's right. Even equipped with my cannons in open waters, that ship can seize any position at will. No matter how many ships you have, it won't matter. Do you have any ship that can sail freely against wind and current? Zhang Zhaifeng's face went pale. These words were absolutely true. The Zhang family had been planning to attack Kaohsiung for a long time, but they'd never found a good way to deal with that black giant ship. After much deliberation, the only feasible plan was a surprise attack, catching the Lichun while anchored in port, deploying masses of ships to block the harbor, then attacking with fire ships. I'd guess your plan is definitely to use human wave tactics, blockade the harbor, then fire attack, just like you did to the Dutch in Zhangzhou Bay. It sounds like you have a better method, Zhang Zhaifeng countered. All right, let's discuss another deal. Mr. Paul began selling like the best salesman. Do you know how many smoke-belching black ships the Australians have that can sail without wind? There are 4 or 5 Attackow. Besides the Lichun, the others are smaller. Well, frankly, your spies should be hanged. Let me tell you, besides Lichun, there are at least 8 more. Zhang Zhaifeng's hand trembled slightly. 9 black ships. This was truly shocking, but he didn't doubt the others' words. The Counterattack before him was a formidable, extraordinarily capable figure. Among the Spanish in Manila, he'd heard many rumors about him. Perhaps some were exaggerated, but Paul's ability to gather and assess intelligence was universally acknowledged. If the Australians really had 9 black ships, even if they could burn the Lichun and several others with fire ships, the Australians could quickly launch retaliation. Once they retaliated, the Zhang fleet couldn't possibly hold. Tell me about your deal. Zhang Zhaifeng immediately sensed this man had something to sell. All right. Suppose, and I'm only saying suppose, the Lichun were yours. Zhang Zhaifeng said nothing, but for an instant his face flashed with disbelief. Clearly he found the idea absurd. But thinking of what possessing such an overwhelmingly powerful giant ship would mean, greed flickered in his expression. If the Lichun were yours with its size and firepower, it could at least counter those surviving smaller black ships. Then you'd have a chance to win. Wouldn't you? Zhang Zhaifeng shook his head. They say the Australians control the arts of water and fire. That's why these smoke-belching black ships can move freely at sea. But that's their secret. Even if we captured it, we couldn't use it. We'd still need sails, so what's the point? There's plenty of point. First, the Australians would lose their navy's main force. Second, even with sails, how many ships at sea could stand against its size and firepower? Zhang Zhaifeng was non-committal but seemed moved. Third, your concern over the water-fire arts is entirely unnecessary. A mysterious smile appeared on Paul's face. You know this technique? He asked in astonishment. The cunning Counterattack evaded. They aren't the only ones who can use the water-fire arts. If you have a way to capture it and can teach us how to operate it, I'd be glad to discuss this deal. Good, then let's discuss the specific terms. The Counterattack began laying out his demands and conditions. Obviously, some conditions exceeded Zhang Zhaifeng's authority. Finally, he said, I can't decide some of these. My eldest brother will have to decide. Of course. Your eldest brother is the boss. The Counterattack smiled and used a word Zhang Zhaifeng didn't understand. I believe with his vision he'll understand the terms I'm offering are very fair. Of course, you'll also need to honor the conditions you previously promised. A Zhang's word is as good as gold. Of that I have no doubt. Paul stood up. Please contact me as soon as you have news. You know how to reach me. May God bless you. The meeting ended quickly. Everyone inside left without a trace. All evidence was erased. Only an empty, lifeless native village remained. Liujian stood on deck, gazing at Takao, Kaohsiung. The scene was one of bustling activity. Ships from Lingao, Hong Kong, and Jeju Island crowded the harbor. Countless goods and people were being loaded and unloaded. She didn't know and couldn't understand what the Australians were doing, but she was very uncomfortable with her first voyage as a Naval Reserve ensign. The voyage had been in formation, all ships following the flagship. All captains had to constantly act according to the flagship's flag signals. For this purpose, a signalman from the Navy had been assigned to her ship. When the fleet was at sail, the sight of 20 ships of various sizes racing with full canvas was magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. The voyage had been uneventful. They'd arrived safely at Kaohsiung. However, to this point, she and her crew hadn't received permission to go ashore. Everyone had to stay aboard awaiting notice. From Hangzhou she could see vessels of all sizes in the harbor. Kaohsiung's port area was limited and the water not deep enough. Some larger ships could only anchor in the outer roadstead. From deck, she had a clear view of Lichun, that legendary black giant ship. If this warship were under my command, I could die happy. Liuomei sighed. Thinking that her first task was to somehow obtain detailed intelligence on Lichun, she couldn't help feeling dispirited. From the look of things, who knew how long it would take to gain the Australians' trust? She just arrived at Lingao only to be sent off to Taiwan. Both her undercover work and the search for her sister were indefinitely postponed. She didn't even know when she could return to Lingao. Thinking of this, she couldn't help thinking of Elder Qi, his gentle fingers and his silly smile. Her face flushed hot. She instinctively pressed her hand to her cheeks. In the midst of her wandering thoughts, a sailor called out, "Captain, a messenger's come from the dock." The messenger brought written orders from Ming Qian, all crew to immediately disembark and undergo purification. Since Hangzhou hadn't undergone systematic reorganization in Lingao, and still had many Europeans Liuomei had recruited, after arriving at Kaohsiung there'd be catch-up. The entire crew went into the quarantine camp. Hangzhou would also undergo necessary inspection. Liuomei at least was spared purification, but being taken to the infirmary for a physical and the naval base women's bathhouse to bathe was unavoidable. She didn't object to bathing, but being watched by another woman while bathing still felt deeply humiliating. However humiliating, she could only endure. Liuomei viewed this as the Australians testing her. After the bath, her long hair that had once hung to her waist was cut short to shoulder length. "You look much more spirited this way," said the female soldier who brought her new uniform. "Really?" Liuomei looked uncertainly at herself in the full-length mirror. She'd changed into a brand-new cotton linen blend year 32 blue naval officer's uniform. Compared to the naturalized citizen uniform she'd put together herself, this uniform was both crisp and well-fitting. Wearing it made her look tall and slender. As a female military uniform, it came with a detachable long skirt, white naval web belt, and handsome naval short sword. Of course, she could hang personal weapons as well. Only the brimless soft cap they issued felt superfluous. It couldn't shade the sun, and unlike a headscarf couldn't protect against dust and seawater. Probably one of the Australians' many quirks. She curiously examined and fingered the uniform's little details. Collar tabs, soft shoulder boards, arm patches, the Southeast Asia Company insignia. She knew the patterns and stripes on her shoulder boards indicated her rank in the Australian military. Reserve ensign, in Ming terms, roughly a bazong. You're a reserve ensign now. In half a year you might be a lieutenant. There are many missions now, promotions come easily, the female soldier said as she adjusted her uniform, occasionally snipping off a loose thread. "Oh, no need for all this fuss, I have a servant. Call Li Ying over to do this," Liuomei said casually. "You mean that black foreign devil? She'll be in the quarantine camp for a month," the soldier said. "I'm your orderly." End of chapter. Chapter 12, 37, new weapon. In that instant, Liuomei knew she had become a commander without a single soldier to command. Li Ying had not been with her long, hardly enough to call her a trusted confidant, but she was at least someone Liuomei had personally cultivated. Now in her place stood this new female orderly, all smiles and watchful eyes. The message was unmistakable. The Australians were keeping tabs on her. Her thoughts drifted to the crew members consigned to the quarantine camp. Given the Australians' talent for winning hearts and minds, would they still be loyal to her when they emerged? She recalled that terrible sensation from moments ago, being watched while she bathed, naked and exposed with nowhere to hide. There was nothing to be done about it now. She consoled herself with the thought that trust always came at a price. She was assigned a double room in the single officer's dormitory at Zhuiying Naval Base. Being the only female officer, she had the room entirely to herself, a small mercy. Yet her freedom extended no further than these 8 square meters. Through the window she could see sentries patrolling the base and a forest of masts crowding the harbor. Technically, she could move about freely within most of the compound, but leaving Zhuiying required a leave pass, and the approval process involved so many bureaucratic hurdles that she abandoned the idea entirely. No different from prison, she thought grimly. Still, amid this helplessness came unexpected good news. The modification plan for the Hangzhou, the very same proposal Lingao had dismissed, was approved here in Kaohsiung. The improvements to her ship's handling and firepower were relatively straightforward. Apart from the somewhat complex installation of a ship's wheel, the Kaohsiung shipyard could manage the work without difficulty. Then there was a second piece of news. On her third day in camp, ostensibly to relieve her boredom, she received orders to attend surface vessel officer training. The training took place within Zhuiying Base. All students were naturalized naval officers of the First Fleet. At first, Liujian sneered at the notion. She had spent years adrift on the sea, encountering every sort of person and situation imaginable. Never once had she heard of naval battles won by men sitting at desks, pushing model ships around sand tables, and lectures on navigation theory. Were there any Australians who could truly claim to sail better than she could? But it was an excellent opportunity to probe their secrets. For that reason alone, she threw herself into participation. She was the first to arrive at the classroom each day. Before long, something captured her attention, a picture album. Beautifully bound, it rested on a dedicated reading stand, and one had to wear gloves to handle it. The paper was thick and heavy in her arms. Within its pages were renderings of every type of vessel, ships she had seen, ships she had heard of, and ships she had never imagined could exist. Each was meticulously labeled with nationality, tonnage, sail configuration, speed, armament, and crew complement. The dense annotations were methodically organized. What stunned her most were the sprawling three-view diagrams and cross-sectional drawings, which laid bare the structural and internal workings of each vessel type with uncanny precision. Liujian could scarcely believe the Australians could depict a ship so intuitively on paper. She knew Europeans kept detailed shipbuilding plans, but those were secrets jealously guarded by shipwrights and owners. Ordinary folk never glimpsed them. Since the album could not leave the conference room, she would arrive early on class days just to pore over its pages. She studied the ships with something close to rapture, secretly hoping that one day she might claim a vessel from those pages as her own. As the courses progressed, the album proved to be only the beginning. From the podium, an Australian lecturer wielded dense terminology, diagrams chalked on a blackboard, and a handful of simple models to guide her into a realm she had never known existed. She could not have guessed that what she learned in that classroom would soon draw an entirely different trajectory for her life. During lectures, the rumble of distant cannon fire drifted in intermittently. No one paid it much mind. Kaohsiung had become a hub for warships, with vessels constantly entering and leaving port. Nevertheless, the Lichun and several steam-powered gunboats had not sortied again. They ventured out only occasionally for live-fire exercises in nearby waters, returning by the following day at latest. But on this particular day, the instructor made an announcement. All trainees would observe an amphibious landing exercise conducted by the Marines. The exercise took place on a beach outside Zhuiying Base. Several warships of the First Fleet participated, along with a flotilla of Daihatsu, Chuhatsu, and Shohatsu landing craft. It was a textbook beach assault. Special reconnaissance teams marked targets and landing zones ashore while destroying the command center. Ships approached to bombard the beach, troops transferred to landing craft, stormed the sand, secured the port, and unloaded artillery. Every phase connected seamlessly, dazzling in its precision. For Liujian, who had come with the intent of gathering intelligence, the gulf in knowledge rendered her sensitivity to such things frustratingly low. She could only watch for spectacle. Though she witnessed many gadgets and tactics she would never have encountered otherwise, novel things that shocked and fascinated her, she gleaned no deeper clues from them. Yet observing the exercise allowed her to reach one clear conclusion: the Australians would soon launch a landing operation. The target was almost certainly Zhang Zhilong. The intelligence was valuable, but she had no means of passing it to her sister. Besides, the Zhang family's survival mattered little to her. Watching the earth-swallowing momentum of the Australian Army and Navy, the outcome was hardly in suspense. Even the young miss would not wager on a force destined for ruin. She remembered what the young miss had said a few months ago: Liu Xiang is finished. Sooner or later he'll be destroyed by Zhang Zhilong and the Australians. We don't need to do business with him anymore. Now she could say much the same. The Zhang family is finished. Sooner or later they'll be destroyed by the Australians. We don't need to do business with them anymore. For the Senate members in Kaohsiung, the landing exercise signaled that full-scale war against the Zhang family was imminent. The two special reconnaissance teams transferred before summer had been gathering preliminary intelligence. The Marines arriving now from Hong Kong represented formal combat troops taking their positions. Hijacking arrived in Kaohsiung quietly, bringing with him a newly formed Marine unit from Hong Kong. Publicly designated the Shi Detachment, it was officially the first expeditionary force of the Marines. The organization was new, and so were its weapons. The entire Marine Corps had been re-equipped. Gone were the Fubo Army's standard Mini-A rifles. In their place was a brand new, more powerful firearm, the Hall breech-loading rifle. The Hall was an early breech-loader featuring a hinged breech block that could be lifted open. To load, one placed a paper cartridge hole into the breech, closed the block, and positioned a percussion cap on the nipple. In effect, the breech itself functioned as a fixed metal cartridge case. The breech-loader's rate of fire far exceeded that of any muzzle loader. The drawback was gas leakage at the breech, which reduced range and power compared to the theoretically inferior muzzle-loading rifle. Before the invention of the metallic cartridge, all breech-loaders shared this flaw. Against 17th-century enemies who lacked effective long-range projectile weapons, however, it was hardly a crippling disadvantage. Moreover, the machinery department indicated that machining precision improvements, brass wedge-shaped mating surfaces, and curved locking mechanisms could mitigate the problem. After all, endlessly producing uniform Mini-A rifles had grown tedious. Every craftsman harbored some urge to create more advanced equipment. The prospect of enjoying a breech-loader's speed without metallic cartridges was deeply tempting. Although the Mini-A ball had solved loading difficulties, the actual procedure for a muzzle loader remained unchanged. Tear open the bottom of the paper cartridge, pour powder from the muzzle, ram the bullet down with a ramrod, cock the hammer, place a cap on the nipple, aim, and fire. The 2 to 3 rounds per minute typical of muzzle loaders referred to this method. In emergencies, one could ram the entire paper cartridge into the bore and fire directly, but since the powder remained wrapped in paper, this increased the likelihood of hangfires or misfires, occurrences common in both training and combat. By contrast, the Hall using paper cartridges could achieve 7 to 10 rounds per minute. With higher quality granulated black powder, it could even fire over 30 consecutive rounds without cleaning the chamber, a clear advantage over the Mini-A rifle. Perhaps most importantly, the Mini-A rifles already in widespread service could be converted to Hall rifles simply by modifying the rear of the receiver, without major adjustments to the production line. Aside from a few parts requiring slightly higher machining precision, the basic manufacturing process remained nearly identical. Though the Hall represented only a modest technological leap, a single small step in military-industrial development, the cost of that step was low, while its combat power could be multiplied. This aligned perfectly with the Executive Committee's philosophy of low-cost improvement. After relentless lobbying by Lichun, this incremental upgrade was finally implemented before Operation Engine. A batch of rifles was converted on a limited scale and issued exclusively to the Marines. Hijacking's proposal to establish an experimental Marine unit with independent amphibious strike capability, built around the Hong Kong detachment, dovetailed neatly with Lin Shen's plan to create a test unit for the new standard model. End of chapter. Chapter 12. 38. Operation Overlord equipping the Marines with Hall rifles would inevitably reshape their tactical doctrine. The Army had invested considerable effort in establishing its current system. Organization, logistics, and training were all built around the Mini-A rifle. A large-scale transition to the Hall would carry significant risk. The Marines, by contrast, were ideal candidates for the experiment. Small in scale, frequently executing small-unit combat missions, and emphasizing skirmisher tactics, they were naturally suited to serve as a testing ground. Moreover, the Hall's faster rate of fire complemented their tactical mode of skirmishing and precision shooting. The two proposals aligned perfectly. Hijacky's plan for new organization and new equipment was approved, with a small-scale experimental unit put forward to test the weapons. Drawing personnel from the original Hong Kong detachment, a first expeditionary force of 3 companies was reorganized as the test unit. In the command room of Zhuiying Mission, a sprawling sand table model of Waidu Bay had been constructed. Anping, Xiamen Island, Liujin, and Greater and Lesser Kinmen all rendered in miniature. How best to wage war against the Zhengs had sparked considerable debate, but ultimately the General Staff adopted the strategy of striking directly at the heart. The main force would deliver a devastating blow to Zhang Zhilong's lair at Anping town, sweeping away the Zhang family's power across the region in a single stroke. If opportunity permitted, they would capture or kill the Zhang leadership and eradicate their threat once and for all. Years earlier, the Qing army's surprise raid on Xiamen had failed to destroy Zhang Chenggong's military power outright, yet it had plundered the grain and silver the Zhang family had amassed over many years. The blow to Zhang Chenggong's economic foundation was severe, and his strength was greatly sapped. Now, during the Zhang family's founding phase, their wealth was far less than in Zhang Chenggong's era. A powerful joint amphibious strike that plundered their savings and destroyed their fleet, even without capturing the principal leaders, would be enough to cripple Zhang Zhilong. The plan had been approved before summer, and troop deployments proceeded accordingly. Based on integrated intelligence, the General Staff and Navy designated late September as the optimal window. By then, typhoon season would largely be over, and the Strait's calm waters would be ideal for troop transport. Additionally, Zhang family ships sailing to Japan typically departed in June and returned around September. Striking at this time maximized the chance of catching their main Japan trade vessels, dealing a crippling blow to their maritime power. The Intelligence Bureau, however, reminded both the General Staff and the Navy that Zhang Zhilong's maritime power recovered with extraordinary speed. Large trading ships could be built remarkably quickly along the Fujian coast. A large sea vessel might launch in as few as 7 or 8 months. Though the quality was poor, these ships could still sail to Japan or the Nanyang without trouble. Throughout history, Zhang Zhilong had suffered multiple defeats and heavy ship losses, yet each time he rebuilt his fleet with astonishing speed, a testament to Xing Wenquan's support and Zhang's deep roots in the Jiangsu and Quanzhou regions. But Xing Wenquan had since been transferred to Guangdong. The new governor, Zhu Weilian, relied somewhat on Zhang Zhilong for coastal defense, but trusted him far less than his predecessor had. Zhang's power was growing. He acted independently in many matters and no longer fully obeyed the governor's dispatch. The relationship between them was far less harmonious than in the Xing Wenquan era. The Intelligence Bureau's analysis was clear: to shake the Zhang family's prestige in the Jiangquan region, while simultaneously sowing doubt in Governor Zhu Weilian's mind about Zhang's capabilities. Many Fujian officials already viewed their reliance on Zhang Zhilong with resignation, believing him useful but untrustworthy. They needed to implement a devastating strike. Anping, Xiamen, Liujin, and Greater and Lesser Kinmen must be systematically destroyed. Killing the main leaders would be better still. The General Staff's final operational plan called for a joint Army-Navy landing operation on September 20th. The First Fleet's main force would break into Waidu Bay and destroy all ships anchored there in a single stroke, while Marines and Army units landed to occupy Anping, Xiamen Island, Liujin, and the Kinmen Islands. After occupation, they would conduct a comprehensive mop-up of all forts, stockades, and walled settlements on the islands, destroying them one by one. Population, grain, and wealth would be entirely plundered. Walled cities would be burned. Waidu Bay would become scorched earth, stripped of any capacity for foreign trade. Both the Grand Library and the Intelligence Bureau believed it impossible to completely eliminate the Zheng family in a single campaign. They must first destroy its economic and material foundation to the greatest extent possible, then coordinate subsequent trade blockades and military strikes to finally bring them down. Crucially, the Army and Navy would only conduct destruction operations against Anping, Xiamen Island, Liujin, and the Kinmen region, not occupy them. The General Staff reasoned that direct occupation would inevitably require large-scale troop dispersal for garrison duty. For Fujian officialdom, moreover, occupation of Xiamen and Kinmen would represent a direct threat to the Zhangquan region, provoking a major backlash. Fujian's bureaucrats would desperately support Zheng Zhilong's counterattack. Conversely, if they merely struck the Zheng family hard, those same bureaucrats and gentry, who already harbored distaste for the Zheng clan, might instead rise against him. From a trade perspective, the Fujian coast was not indispensable. Colonial and trade department ships could depart from Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Kaohsiung to reach any trading destination. And when it came to acquiring Ming trade goods, Fujian's commodities were not irreplaceable either. The plan was named Overlord by Dongmen Qiuyu, in characteristically poor taste. Once the campaign succeeded, the Senate would truly become overlord of the entire East Asian seas. The anticipated troop strength comprised the entire First Fleet of the Navy, several squadrons of Coast Guard patrol boats transferred from Lingao, multiple naval fire support squadrons, the Marine Corps 1st Expeditionary Force, the Army's 1st Infantry Battalion in full, 2 artillery batteries, 1 heavy artillery battery, and 2 special reconnaissance detachments. In the command room of Zhuiying Mission, Dongmen Qiuyu stood pointing at the sand table with a baton, explaining the operation. The first objective of this offensive is Kinmen Island. He tapped the model. Kinmen is the throat of Xiamen, positioned at the junction of Xiamen Bay and Waidu Bay. It guards not only Xiamen but also screens the Jiulong River estuary, playing a vital role in Jiangsu's maritime security. For Zheng Zhilong specifically, Kinmen is an essential maritime shield for Anping. If Kinmen falls, Anping becomes indefensible. This is a strategic position he must hold. Kinmen's land was barren, lacking surface runoff, a water-scarce region with a harsh natural environment. It could not support a large population. Yet the Kinmen Islands boasted numerous harbor ports, with over 30 piers capable of berthing ships, 17 on Greater Kinmen, 6 on Lesser Kinmen. It was an excellent place to anchor a fleet, and Kinmen had long served as one of the Zheng family's principal anchorages. Zheng Chenggong's invasion of Taiwan itself would later launch from these shores. The second objective was Xiamen Island, situated 18 nautical miles from Kinmen. If Anping was the Zheng family's lair, then Xiamen was the grand trading post for their commercial operations. Countless goods and wealth were stockpiled here, in constant turnover. The Zheng brothers would later build lavish mansions on the island and relocate there entirely. When Qing General Ma Degong successfully raided Xiamen, it was said he plundered 900,000 taels of silver and 100,000 she of grain in a single stroke. Considering that Ma Degong fled before establishing a solid foothold, conducted no thorough search, and inevitably pocketed a share for himself, even Zheng Zhilong likely did not know exactly how much his family had stockpiled on Xiamen Island. Now I will announce the campaign schedule. September 20th would be D-Day. D3. The fleet would set sail and assemble at Penghu, establishing a forward base on Magang Island where they would stockpile food and water. D2. Special reconnaissance teams would land first on Anping, Greater Kinmen, and Xiamen Island to establish guidance points at predetermined beaches. D1. Early morning. The fleet would depart for Kinmen Island. Kinmen lay roughly 80 nautical miles from Penghu. Steamships at 8 knots would require approximately 10 hours. To accommodate the majority of sailing vessels, however, the fleet's average speed could only be maintained at 3 to 4 knots, stretching the crossing to over 25 hours. Departure was thus set for 400 hours. This way, the fleet would arrive on the morning of D-Day, breaking into Liaoluo Bay on the rising tide. According to reports from special recon teams and reconnaissance ships, part of Zhang Zhilong's fleet is anchored in Liaoluo Bay, part at Guilingyu. Some are also anchored at Anping. Dam and Chuyu pointed to the ship models arrayed on the sand table. Anchored in Liaoluo Bay was the Zhang fleet. The larger vessels, including several European-type ships, most equipped with red barbarian cannons allocated by Xing Wenkan from Guangdong. Though Liaoluo Bay faced the open sea with larger waves, its steep beaches and deep waters with sandy bottoms made it an ideal anchorage for large, deep-draft vessels. It also offered a convenient position for intercepting enemy fleets attempting to attack Xiamen Bay or Waidu Bay. At Anping and Guilingyu, ordinary trading ships predominated, though a significant portion were also armed. Near Guilingyu in particular, Zhang Zhilong maintained a number of fire ships. Clearly, the enemy understood that fire ships achieved maximum effectiveness in narrow waters. According to the plan, the fleet would first attack all ships anchored in Liaoluo Bay, then concentrate fire to bombard Kinmen and destroy its defenses. The Marines would subsequently land to execute attack-occupy-destroy operations. The Zhang family maintained several forts and stockades on Kinmen, garrisoned by several thousand men. Multiple artillery batteries were also in place. Yet compared to the Human Pearl River defenses the Navy had breached years earlier, Kinmen's fortifications were far inferior. The Zhang family's defense of Kinmen still relied fundamentally on their maritime fleet rather than shore batteries. After occupying Greater and Lesser Kinmen, command posts and transfer stations would be established on the island. Attacks would then be launched against Xiamen Island and Anping respectively. The plan called for large numbers of Daihatsu, Chuhatsu, and Shohatsu landing craft to ferry assault troops within the bay, overcoming the disadvantage that the First Fleet's many large, deep-draft vessels were ill-suited for amphibious landings. End of chapter. Chapter 12, 39. Penghu. Though Kinmen lay between Anping and Xiamen, it remained 12 nautical miles from Anping. Crossing that distance by sailboat took far too long, and success depended entirely on the fickle conditions within the bay. Achieving a surprise attack under such constraints was virtually impossible. Motorized transport craft averaging 8 knots held a decisive advantage. "The crossing time is simply too long," Ming Qian said, frowning at the operational plan. "If the enemy reacts quickly enough, they can reinforce from the landward side." Though he lacked experience commanding amphibious operations, he understood they demanded speed above all else. A fleet dominated by sailing ships could not deliver that. Worse, both Kinmen and Xiamen were sizable islands. Deploying troops to attack and search them would require considerable time. The operational plan also called for systematic destruction of the locality and abduction of the population, a process that could take 3 or 4 days to complete. If the Zhang family's central command was not immediately crushed and rendered incapable of response, Zhang Zhilong could quite possibly transfer reinforcements from Jinjiang and other locations by the second day. His army was a private force, not some exhausted government detachment that marched a mere dozen li per day. They could likely reach Anping to counterattack within half a day. Based on historical records of Zheng Zhilong's multiple land campaigns, the Intelligence Bureau and Grand Library estimated his mobile land force during this period at roughly 2,000 men. Adding whatever personnel could be mustered from those remaining behind, he might dispatch 3,000 troops to Anping at most. We needn't concern ourselves with Zheng Zhilong's reaction speed. Dongmen Chuyu's voice brimmed with confidence. The Zheng family army, whether in Zheng Zhilong's era or that of Koxinga, performed dismally against any opponent with real combat capability. Their fighting ability and will to fight are both questionable. According to our war games, a single infantry company equipped with machine guns and light artillery is sufficient to rout any reinforcement force. He cited an example, Qing General Ma Degong's surprise attack on Xiamen, where a mere few dozen mounted scouts landed and caused the entire island's defense to collapse. With minimal naval support and no superiority in total troop strength, Ma Degong had seized Xiamen, the Zheng family's core base, with ease. So Zheng Zhilong's subordinates are truly that incompetent in battle. The Intelligence Bureau's assessment is that even by 17th century standards, the Zheng family force, whether navy or army, is not a strong one. Dongmen Chuyu spoke with certainty. The scale of troops we've mobilized is more than sufficient to complete all campaign objectives. From that moment, Zhuiying Base was raised to the highest alert level. All leave and outings were cancelled. At 500 hours on September 27th, Ming Qiu received a telegram from the Navy Department in Lingao. Commence operation. He summoned all captains of the First Fleet present at the base and addressed them. The Senate has decided to declare war on Zheng Zhilong. This fleet will proceed immediately to Kinmen to strike the Zheng fleet and provide cover for army units landing in the Kinmen-Xiamen area. When he finished, he distributed mission orders to each squadron commander and captain. The main force of the First Fleet consisted of the cruiser Lichun and 4 hybrid-powered first-class gunboats, supplemented by 5 squadrons of sail-powered special service boats. Total warship tonnage exceeded 8,000 tons, mounting 200 cannons of various calibers. The hybrid-powered vessels were all equipped with rifled guns. Though these comprised only a fraction of the total armament, their range and power were beyond anything the smoothbore guns on the special service boats could match. Given the limited distance of this operation, no colliers accompanied the fleet. Army, Marine, and logistics detachments, along with supplies, were transported by the 35 large transport ships of the 2nd Transport Group. The H-800s were too deep-drafted to operate in ports lacking proper infrastructure. Another 4 squadrons of patrol boats coordinated the operation, undertaking miscellaneous supporting tasks. During the crossing, every warship in the fleet seized the opportunity for targeted training. Squadron commanders and captains hurried to familiarize themselves with the hydrological data of Xiamen Bay and Waidu Bay, and with the intelligence on Zheng family defenses that had been issued just before departure. That evening, the fleet arrived at Penghu. The sea had remained calm throughout the crossing. All fishing boats encountered en route were detained and escorted to the islands. The fleet dropped anchor. Joint logistics personnel established a temporary base on Magang Island, setting up supply dumps and aid stations. Army personnel went ashore for a brief rest. Though the Navy issued no formal orders for rest, the number of personnel on watch per shift was reduced by half. Everyone rested in rotation, building strength for the attack 2 days hence. Liujian stood on the deck of the Lichun. The sun had set. With the First Fleet under blackout conditions, only a handful of necessary signal lights remained lit. All others were extinguished. The camp on shore lay equally dark and silent, yet the moon was full. Even without artificial light, the anchored ships scattered among the islands and the continuous rows of tents on Magang Island were visible beneath its glow. Though men and ships were many, no clamor rose from any quarter. Ships lay at anchor in perfect order. No one wandered about on island or deck. The scene radiated solemn discipline. Signal lights on ships and within the camp blinked in sequence. transmitting messages in a code she did not yet understand. Faintly, the sound of passwords carried on the sea breeze reached her ears. All of this filled Liujin, participating in a large-scale Australian operation for the first time, with secret awe. Herself, the young miss, the Ming court, Chinese and foreign maritime merchants alike, all seemed impossibly tiny and insignificant in the shadow of such power. She was on watch. Since the Hangzhou was undergoing modification and had not joined this operation, she had boarded the cruiser Lichun as a probationary officer, inadvertently achieving the primary objective the young miss had assigned her. This was the first time in many years she had served on a ship as crew rather than captain. Based on her expertise, Liujin had been assigned to the sail and rigging department as a probationer. Boarding the black giant ship had excited her beyond measure, that same feeling from when she first set foot on the holy ship, perhaps even stronger. The holy ship, after all, had been motionless, too far beyond her understanding to fully grasp. The Lichun, though incredible in many ways, remained within her scope of comprehension. During her years at sea, she had seen European heavy ships of similar size, some even larger. Those three towering masts, the cloud-like sails, the intricate rigging, they had once been her basis for mocking the Senate Navy. Assigned now to the sail and rigging department, she had expected to demonstrate her skills before the crew. Senators aside, even the naval officers and sailors they had recruited, though mostly from maritime backgrounds, were laymen when it came to climbing masts and handling sails. But she was soon disappointed. The furling and unfurling of Lichun's sails was accomplished by a method she could not quite fathom. The sailor in charge pulled a lever beneath the mast, and a nearby rope winch would whir and rotate of its own accord, raising or lowering the sails in an instant. Compared to the Hangzhou, where raising sails required sailors to line up chanting shanties while hauling ropes and turning capstans, the difference was night and day. Were it a competition, the Hangzhou's sailors would not have finished assembling before the work here was already done. Such mysterious automation could be found throughout the Lichun, weighing anchor, rotating cannons. Wherever labor-intensive work existed on the ship, some lever or wheel, once moved, caused the object to move of its own accord. Liujin understood vaguely that this was the same mysterious power of water and fire that drove the steam carts and enormous iron cranes the Australians operated ashore. The massive black funnel rising between the three masts, belching thick smoke and white steam, was the embodiment of that power. She developed a keen interest in this water-fire power, but the engine department controlled it, and it had nothing to do with her. The sail and rigging department worked exclusively on deck. Apart from encountering those pitch-black figures when returning below to rest, she never saw the engine crew. If only I could sneak into the engine department sometime, she thought. The idea brought with it a realization of how ridiculous her original ambition had been, to acquire an Australian fast ship. She and her Chinese and foreign sailors could never crew such a vessel. To command this kind of ship, the Australians would have to train the entire crew. Relying on herself and the young miss alone was nothing more than wishful thinking. She sighed. Now, even an Australian pure-sailing fast ship, something like the Haitian, would satisfy her. She wondered what the Hangzhou would become after its modifications. And thinking of that, she found herself thinking of the young miss, of her sister, of herself, and of Elder Qi. She had always felt subject to forces beyond her control, pushed step by step to this very point. Here she stood on the deck of the Australian black ship, wearing their uniform, yet still harboring disloyalty. What would become of her? The thought felt unlucky, yet she could not keep her mind from wandering. Liujin stood alone in the darkness for a long time, until the relief watch arrived. She handed over her shift and descended to the cabin below deck. As a probationary reserve officer, she was not entitled to an officer's cabin. She slept in the petty officer's large berthing compartment, all hammocks. Sleeping in a common compartment with a group of men made her deeply uncomfortable. Though everyone knew she was a famous pirate and no one dared try anything, Simply watching these men undress for sleep each night unnerved her. The men, for their part, expressed that the arrangement was equally stimulating and awkward. In the end, ship's administration partitioned off a small corner of the berthing compartment with wooden boards, creating a makeshift private space for her. Liuomei returned to her private room, removed her coat, and climbed into the hammock. Loud snoring already filled the outer compartment. Still unaccustomed to such an environment, she could only close her eyes and rest her mind. In one more day, the fleet would set sail for Anping. End of chapter. Chapter 12. 40 March under the moonlight in the early morning hours of September 19th. The various flotillas weighed anchor and set sail in sequence beneath the pale dawn light, beginning a voyage that would last 24 hours. After departing Penghu, the probability of encountering other vessels increased dramatically. Ming Qian ordered the patrol boat squadron to disperse, forming a security perimeter roughly 5 nautical miles around the formation. Any vessels encountered by the patrol boats were to be detained and scuttled without exception. That evening, the fleet arrived in waters approximately 40 nautical miles southwest of Kinmen Island. Before long, Ming Qian ordered all warships to battle stations. Boilers on every steam warship were fired up, thick black smoke pouring from every funnel. Anti-projectile nets were raised one by one. Fire hoses stood ready on deck. Ammunition hoists were checked. All wooden railings and non-essential components were dismantled and stowed below. This was to prevent injury from flying splinters upon shell impact, and to deprive enemy incendiary weapons of fuel. According to Special Recon Intelligence, the Zhang family widely equipped their ships and shore positions with various incendiary rockets. Excess sails and rigging were taken down. Masts were bound tight with thin steel cables. Sandbags filled with sand were lashed around the bridge and gun positions. Everything was prepared according to 19th century standards for a fleet entering combat. Once all preparations were complete, Ming Qian ordered the ship's radio room to contact the special recon detachments that had landed at the various sites the previous day. He wanted confirmation of current conditions at Kinmen, Xiamens, Anping, and regarding the Zhang fleet. The special recon report was brief. No abnormalities around targets. Seas around Kinmen are calm. A slight smile crossed Ming Qian's face. Though he knew his side was a tiger pouncing on a sheep, coordinating over 100 ships was still a severe test of the Senate Navy's training. Still, their technical superiority meant that minor errors or losses would not affect the outcome. What he worried about most was bad weather. While the probability of typhoons in late September was low, a major storm could easily scatter the fleet. If that happened, he would have no choice but to withdraw to Kaohsiung and revise their plans. Moreover, rough seas in the combat zone would severely restrict both bombardment and landing operations. Sailing fleets were too dependent on nature. Now, the special recon report set his mind at ease. He need only execute the plan step by step. At this time, the main force of the Zhang fleet was anchored in Liaoluo Bay. The Zhangs were fundamentally maritime merchants, and their ships reflected this. Most were merchant warships combined. Trading vessels doubled as fighting vessels, with no strict distinction between them. Merchant ships were universally equipped with cannons, differing only in number according to need. The Zhang fleet had not yet reached its maximum historical scale. Nevertheless, after crushing and absorbing the major maritime gangs along the Fujian-Guangdong coast one after another, Zhang Zhilong's power had expanded to unprecedented levels. Ships sailing to the Nanyang and Japan all flew his command flag. With a single order, he could mobilize thousands of vessels of all sizes, the largest fleet in East Asian waters, but most of these ships were unsuitable for naval warfare. What truly allowed him to contend for maritime dominance were the largest sea vessels under his command. When Li Qiuqi rebelled and departed, he had taken most of the warships with him. Xing Wenken then provided money and cannons to support Zhang Zhilong, enabling the family to construct a new batch of large Fujian-style warships. These ships dwarfed the government's standard 400 Liao war junks in size, and they were larger than most European merchant vessels operating in the Far East. His largest capital ships were Fujian-style three-masted gunships. According to special recon and intelligence surveying, photography, and calculations, this ship type measured approximately 61 meters in overall length, 53 meters at the waterline, with a beam of 13.8 meters, 13 meters at waterline, a hold depth of 4.89 meters, and a draft of 3.9 meters, displacing roughly 1,200 tons. Each ship mounted 8 to 10 red barbarian cannons. Since Fujian ships rarely employed ribs and lacked molded depth, they could not install a through-deck gun deck below the main deck. All cannons had to be mounted on the weather deck. This resulted in a high center of gravity. To avoid instability, the number and weight of equipped cannons were strictly limited. Thus, though Zhang Zhilong's warships rivaled European ships in size and tonnage, their cannon count fell far below the average 24 guns of European merchant ships, to say nothing of the 32-gun warships specifically designed for naval combat. In terms of gun numbers and projectile weight per volley, Zhang Zhilong's main 8-gun warships required at least 4 vessels to match a single European ship. Little wonder he had relied on fire ships to win the Battle of Liaoluo Bay against the Dutch. Of course, these ships served dual purposes. Besides defending Zheng family maritime hegemony, they functioned primarily as ocean-going merchant vessels. After all, danger from Chinese and foreign pirates was ever present on overseas trade routes. Powerful armament was essential to ensure safety. According to special recon surveillance, 14 three-masted gunships were currently anchored in the waters of Anping, Xiamens, and Kinmen. Liaoluo Bay held the greatest concentration, 7 ships. Anping had 4. Xiamens and Guilingyu together had 3. Additionally, Special Recon reported sighting 3 European-style vessels at the above locations, with displacements ranging from 400 to 1,200 tons. The largest, a yacht flying the Dutch East India Company flag, likely belonged to the Dutch factor in Fujian. The other 2 flew Zhang Zhilong's banner, possibly European ships he had imitated or purchased. Grand Library records indicated Zhang Zhilong had attempted to copy European-style ships. Besides these 3-masted gunships, the Zhang fleet included over 100 2-masted Fujian and Guangdong ships equipped with additional cannons. However, according to Special Recon, the number of red barbarian cannons on these secondary warships was even smaller, only 2 to 4, with personnel-killing weapons like phalange breechloaders predominating. These ships were anchored primarily in the waters around Kinmen and Xiamen Islands. As for armament on other vessels, quality varied wildly. Not only did they lack red barbarian cannons, but even phalange guns were rare. Various crude, privately cast iron cannons and iron guns filled the decks, even including ancient bowl-mouthed guns. These weapons possessed almost no lethality against enemy ships and could function only at near boarding ranges. Zhang Zhilong and his commanders understood perfectly that winning a head-to-head naval engagement against the Australians was unlikely. So they planned to resort to their old method, fire ships, the same tactic that had worked against the Dutch. To this end, over 200 old ships packed with dry firewood had been assembled in the Kinmen-Xiamen area. Various incendiary weapons scavenged from Ming arsenals, fire rockets, fire crows, and the like, had been distributed among the vessels. Even so, Zhang Zhilong was under no illusion about the disparity in strength between himself and the Australians. On one hand, he sought external aid and collected European-style ships and guns. On the other, he strove to strengthen defenses at Anping and Xiamen. He sent men to purchase a dozen of the largest and heaviest red barbarian cannons from Guangdong, building batteries to reinforce Kinmen and Anping. Iron chains and wooden booms were set at the entrance of Anping Harbor to prevent Australian ships from intruding. Besides recruiting local braves in Fujian, he also brought in blacks and Japanese familiar with firearms from Macau and elsewhere, and purchased large quantities of matchlock muskets. Inside Lichun's radio room, the ticking of the telegraph never ceased. The special recon team was transmitting updated positions of the Zheng fleet. New coordinates were marked one by one on the chart in the command room. By midnight, the locations of all major Zheng warships had been replotted. At 400 hours on September 20th, Ming Qian ordered all personnel to take their last pre-battle breakfast. 1 hour later, the First Fleet advanced in a single column. Leading were 4 sail-powered special service boats, followed by 5 steam-powered warships with Lichun at the head. The remaining special service boat squadrons followed 1 nautical mile behind. All ships maintained strict blackout. Only navigation signal lights flashed their faint glows. Ming Qian worried that the overly bright moonlight might expose the fleet prematurely. But as they neared Kinmen, cloud cover thickened, and the moon appeared and disappeared among the clouds. The silent silhouettes of the First Fleet warships were reflected on the sea surface only when the moon emerged from its veil. Relying on precise charts and navigation positioning, by 5:30 hours Kinmen Island was faintly visible. Through telescopes, the forest of masts in Liaoluo Bay could just be made out. The enemy clearly had no fear of surprise attack and knew nothing of light discipline. Scattered lights on ships and shore served as beacons for the First Fleet. Ming Qian ordered the entire fleet to battle stations. Magazines were opened. Every gun stood ready to fire. The main force of the First Fleet had entered Liaoluo Bay, sailing at 4 knots with port broadsides facing the anchorage. Since the sailing ship's cannons lacked the necessary range, the plan called for the 5 steam warships equipped with rifled guns to fire first and disrupt the enemy before the special service boats closed for bombardment. Ning Liujin slept on the deck, covered by a mass of tattered fibers, perhaps part of a fishnet, perhaps sail or rope. It was dirty, smelly, and wet, but none of this disturbed him. He slept soundly. The waves were small, the weather fair, and there was no rain. Even if it rained, Ning Liujin could only stay in this spot and try to sleep anyway. He was not qualified to bed down in the stern castle or below deck. Ning Liujin was an apprentice. The boat's owner was a distant relative who had a ship in the Zheng fleet. Fujian had too many mouths and too little land. Ning Liujin had no fields to farm, and work as a tenant or laborer was hard to find. His relative's ship happened to need a few extra hands, so Ning Liujin went. At least it meant meals. If he was lucky enough to survive a few more years, perhaps he might even earn some silver. End of chapter. Chapter 12. 41 Enemy in Liaoluo Bay. The boat belonging to Ning Liujin's relative was not large, 200 liao at most, just one among the countless vessels making up the numbers in the Zheng fleet. The hull was old but still seaworthy. 2 privately cast cannons sat on deck, short and thick, their surfaces mottled with yellow-red rust. When fired, they leapt 3 feet into the air. Though lashed down with ropes, a careless gunner could still be crushed. At Ning Liujin's feet lay several large baskets filled with scrap iron, small stones, and broken porcelain, crude shot for the guns. Several jars of gunpowder rested at the foot of the mast, covered haphazardly with straw mats. Besides the boat owner, the most important man aboard was the pilot, who could recite compass headings, read the needle, and back-recite the tide songs without error. He ranked as second in command alongside the helmsman. Below them were the common hands, men selling their lives for wages. Those who could work the cannons barely counted as third tier, though the danger was immense. In the half-year since Ning Liujin had come aboard, the gunner's position had turned over twice. One man had died vomiting blood on the spot when a cannon jumped and struck him. Another had his face seared when powder sprayed from the touch-hole while lighting the fuse. Still screaming and rolling on the ground, he was thrown into the sea by the owner's order. Ning Liujin had been terrified out of his wits and vowed never to become a gunner. Apprentices like Ning Liujin were not considered human on this ship. No one took his status as the owner's relative seriously. Every sort of chore and blow was thrown his way. Not long after boarding, He had been sodomized by a crewman one night and subsequently violated multiple times. Such things were commonplace in pirate gangs, and no one cared. He swallowed his pride and endured. At least he could eat. Perhaps if he survived a few more years, he might rise above the others, maybe even claim a second-in-command position. Warfare was common at sea these days, and owners and pilots died quickly. Some hands managed to climb into the owner's chair after a few battles, even taking over the owner's wife and children. This time, they had gathered at Kinmen supposedly to fight the short-haired bandits. One night, after a few too many drinks, the owner had spat as he explained that this was the imperial court's decree. General Zheng was leading them to punish the bandits, and everyone would be rewarded after beating them. Ning Liujin had no concept of what short-haired bandits were. He only knew they had huge, fast ships, reportedly more powerful than General Zheng himself, though of course ordinary folk did not dare say such things openly. In truth, he had no concept of Liu Xiang either, or how powerful he had been, despite having once fought against him. In his view, fighting was simply for rations. Who to fight was for the bosses to decide. Ning Liujin cared only about not losing his life. At 500 hours on September 20th, the outline of Kinmen Island emerged faintly on the horizon. A lookout spotted the silhouettes of numerous ships 3 nautical miles north of the fleet. The duty officer in the fire control center immediately trained an infrared telescope on Liaoluo Bay. Along the shore, he could see many vessels anchored in 3 or 4 rows deep, all small to medium-sized craft. Further west, 7,000-ton class 3-masted gunships lay at anchor. Lichun quickly raised signal flags and simultaneously notified all flotillas and squadrons by light signal to prepare for combat in single column. At 5:10, the order issued from Lichun: advance, enemy in Liaoluo Bay. At 5:12, Lichun's 130 main gun fired the first shot from 3 nautical miles away. Then Chedian, Yufeng, Qingling, and Yangbo fired in sequence. The muzzle flashes of the 130 cannons painted the bay crimson. Ning Liujin was dozing fitfully when a thunderous boom rolled across the sky like distant thunder. Thinking a storm was coming, he opened his eyes in alarm. But the moon was bright and the stars were few. While he puzzled over this, a ball of fire rose from the fleet's perimeter, then quickly faded. The sleeping crew on deck all woke, suspicion and fear written across their faces. "Quick! Load the guns! Someone's raiding the camp!" The owner's urgent voice rang out. The crew scrambled to load powder into cannons and matchlocks. Gunpowder jars were opened and tilted directly into the bores. Ning Liujin had no firearm duties. He grabbed his steel trident and stood by the gunwale, staring out at the pitch-black sea. From his angle he could see almost nothing. His ship was crowded among the mass of medium and small vessels in Liaoluo Bay. Looking outward, he saw only hulls and masts. But from the far horizon where clouds touched the sea, red lights flickered, followed by rolling thunder. Dull explosions came one after another. The crewmen stood wide-eyed, not knowing what they were about to face. "Quick! Raise sails! Weigh anchor!" Owners on every ship were shouting. Whatever they faced, staying put was clearly suicide. Ning Liujin was driven to the anchor cable. The wet rope rubbed his hands raw, but everyone was engulfed in fear, heaving desperately without thought. Suddenly a brilliant light split sky and sea, a burning segment of air, it seemed, rotating over the water. The source of the light was faintly a huge black ship, masts towering, advancing with impossible speed against the wind. Liujin thought he must be hallucinating. No ship could sail in that direction. The wind was dead against them. The beam found a sailing ship and stopped rotating. Orange flashes appeared on that phantom-like vessel, and then the ship caught in the light became a ball of fire. Sails curled skyward like burning mats. Fragments tumbled through the firelight, vanishing into the unknowable night. The light vanished. Everyone stared dumbfounded as the burning ship broke rapidly in two and sank. The flames floating on the water dimmed and extinguished. "Your mother! Raise the sails!" The owner was the first to snap out of it, kicking and beating the crewmen. "Sail! Sail! Full sail!" he screamed. After the first volley on the Liaoluo Bay ship cluster, Lichun led the 4 gunboats in a pause to correct firing data. Their targets were the 7 main gunships further away. The opening salvo had merely designated targets for the following special service boat squadrons. The special service boats trailed behind but possessed much shorter cannon range, so they maintained fire silence as they continued into Liaoluo Bay. Shells were loaded, friction primers installed. Gunners stood ready to fire at any moment. Scattered cannon fire came from the Zheng fleet in Liaoluo Bay, but the best guns in those ships could not reach 1 nautical mile. For the Senate sailors, it was little more than an unimpressive fireworks display. The squadrons approached the enemy fleet in neat formation under their commander's direction. Lichun advanced another nautical mile. When the distance to the 7 3-masted gunships closed to 2.5 nautical miles, Ming Qian checked his watch and issued the order from the bridge. Turn on searchlights. Full squadron volley. Captain Li Zipping had been correcting firing data repeatedly in the Fire Direction Center, waiting for precisely this. The moment Ming Qian spoke, Lichun fired its first volley. The shells struck true, covering one of the 3-masted gunships. Towering water columns instantly swallowed the enemy vessel. After Lichun fired, the main and broadside guns of each ship opened up successively under searchlight guidance. Dozens of shells traced red arcs through the darkness, raising countless water columns in the anchorage. Li Zipping observed the rising and falling geysers through binoculars. Suddenly, a ball of red flame flashed amid the spray, followed by a dull explosion. "One hit," the lookout shouted immediately. "Continue firing. Maintain speed," Li Zipping ordered from the bridge. On the main gun deck forward of the bridge, gunners were reloading, swabbing the bore, loading silk-wrapped powder bags in their distinctive chestnut color, pushing shells into the barrel, then firing. With each shot, Lichun shuddered. Smoke and muzzle flash swept the deck. Vibration, heat, and acrid fumes transformed the foredeck into an inferno. But the gun crews roared in exhilaration, some stripping to the waist, faces and bodies blackened with smoke and grease. "Damn, feels just like clouds above the hill." Li Zipping tasted the acrid smoke on the sea breeze, choking him breathless. The deck vibrated beneath his feet. The hiss of boilers, the roar of steam engines, the bellow of cannons, all blending into a powerful war symphony of the steam and cannon age. As the distance closed and the sky grew brighter, searchlights became unnecessary. Gunners constantly corrected their aim based on splash points. Accuracy improved with each salvo. Amid rising columns of spray, balls of red-yellow flame burst again and again. Though a few of the 7 gunships had managed to weigh anchor, they had virtually no ability to fight back against the first squadron's dense and accurate fire. Wooden hulls struck by shells suffered catastrophic structural damage. Shrapnel mingled with flying splinters turned decks into slaughterhouses of rent flesh and shattered bone. Flammables on deck, left unattended, ignited into massive infernos upon impact. One gunship took a direct hit to the stern magazine and exploded in 2. From start to finish, though a handful of gunships managed to return fire, their guns were too few and their range too short to threaten the first squadron. Only when the squadron closed to about 1 nautical mile did a few enemy shells fall within the column, and none found their mark. By then, most of the gunships had been hit, either sinking or reduced to burning hulks. The last 2 3-masted gunships lost all capacity to resist after another volley and sank one by one under subsequent fire. End of chapter. Chapter 1242. Divide and Conquer. While the first squadron was hammering the 3-masted gunships, the special service boat squadrons entered Liaoluo Bay in a single column parallel to the coast. As they closed to within 1,000 meters, the lead squadron turned to sail parallel to the shoreline. Using the burning hulks set ablaze by the first squadron's earlier fire as reference points, each ship fired at will. The orders were simple: maximum rate of fire. Guided by the flames dancing on the water and signal rockets occasionally launched by special recon teams on shore, The squadrons unleashed their cannons and carronades in alternating waves. The cannon squadrons fired from a distance to suppress. The carronade squadrons closed in for the kill. Their large-caliber shells possessed greater destructive power at close range. Following pre-battle instructions, they employed explosive shells and red-hot incendiary rounds in abundance to maximize the devastation wrought upon wooden ships. The 5 special service boat squadrons sailed onward, spewing thick smoke and fierce fire from their broadsides, raining shells down upon the Zheng fleet. Along the coast of Liaoluo Bay, artillery howled, smoke darkened the sky, and explosions mingled with surging flames. Smoke and fire from stricken vessels rose straight to the clouds, obscuring even the rising sun. Shouts of firing commands, the screams of the wounded, enraged roars and desperate curses echoed amid the ceaseless thunder of guns. The massive fleet gathered in Liaoluo Bay melted like an iceberg under a scorching sun. Ships caught fire one after another. The conflagration spreading from struck vessels ignited many ships anchored near the shore that had not yet faced a single Australian cannon. All of Liaoluo Bay was ablaze. The red barbarian cannon batteries the Zheng family had positioned along the bay's coast finally opened fire in retaliation. But amid the chaos on the water, even observing targets was nearly impossible, let alone achieving effective hits. Scattered shells flew without aim, most splashed harmlessly into the sea, and a few struck their own ships. The instant the first round of shells flew overhead, Ning Liujin let out a scream and threw himself into the water. He could not explain why he did it. Some primal terror in his chest commanded him, "Run." His escape was timely. When Ning Liujin, soaked and exhausted, finally dragged himself onto the beach of Liaoluo Bay, behind him lay a sea of fire. Powder magazines exploded one after another. The heat radiating from the burning ships made him feel scorched even as he lay gasping on the sand. The beach was already crowded with panting sailors, mouths agape, desperate for air. Swimming through water choked with burning wreckage had been no easy feat. Burning embers danced through the air like countless fireflies, occasionally blown onto the beach. Several Zheng soldiers pushed a wheelbarrow bearing a rectangular box down to the water's edge and hurriedly lit the fuse. Ning Liujin barely saw a blur before a dozen rockets shrieked out. It looked magnificent, but the rockets trailed smoke only briefly before plunging one by one into the bay. Some even set their own ships alight. Bastards! "What the hell are you shooting at?" someone cursed nearby, still panting for breath. Ning Liujin had not yet caught his wind when a cannonball suddenly screamed in from the sea, struck the beach, and exploded with a thunderous boom. Several gasping men were instantly blasted into bloody pulp. Ning Liujin no longer cared about breathing. He scrambled on hands and knees toward the island's interior. He ran just in time. At 5:40, the fire support squadron arrived at its station under tow by Daihatsu landing craft, trailing the special service boat squadrons into the bay. 30 rocket boats launched a volley of hail rockets at the remaining ships, each boat firing 30 rockets. In an instant, it was as if countless meteorites descended from the sky simultaneously. The spectacle alone was enough to shatter the courage of the Zheng sailors and soldiers who remained. The shore batteries fell utterly silent. The fire in Liaoluo Bay burned fiercer still. At 6:30, the lead squadron rounded the southern tip of Russian and began its return leg, firing on the remnants of the Zheng fleet with guns on the opposite beam. By now, fewer than 1 in 10 of the Zheng ships in Liaoluo Bay still floated. Most of those originally anchored on the inner perimeter had also been set ablaze. Thick smoke rolled across the water, making observation difficult. Moreover, special recon teams lurking at Russian and elsewhere had sent telegrams confirming that the bombardment effect was superb and further fire was unnecessary. Ming Qian, observing the enemy's situation from the Lichun, judged that the first phase operational objective had been achieved. There was no sense wasting more shells on wreckage. He signaled the special service boat squadrons to withdraw, reload, and prepare to cover the Army's landing. "Notify all ships to watch closely for fire ships," Ming Qiu ordered. Fire ships remained the only weapon that could threaten them now. Zhang Zhilong had once used them to drive the Dutch from the Xiamen region and force them to accept his trade terms. Though outnumbered, the Dutch had possessed a significant edge in naval technology at the time. Zhang Zhilong's victory over them demonstrated that his navy had considerable experience with fire ship tactics, and likely a unique tactical approach. Rowboats and motorboats ferried boatload after boatload of Marines and Army soldiers onto the beach. The fires along the Liaoluo Bay coast burned too hot for an immediate landing there, so the landing site was chosen at the beach beneath Haohu Mountain. A stockade had once stood on the heights, but its defenders had rooted under Navy rocket bombardment. Old Dai led his first expeditionary force ashore without encountering resistance. As expected, the Zheng family troops on Kinmen Island put up little fight. Most abandoned their stockades and fled. Many made for the island's northern shore to take boats across to the mainland. Most threw away swords, spears, and armor, vanishing into the mountainous interior. By around 700, Kinmen Island had officially changed hands. On the high ground that would one day mark success in another timeline, the Morning Star flag rose slowly. Ming Qiu immediately appointed Old Dai as Kinmen garrison commander, charged with clearing the entire island. He allocated several patrol boats and motorboats, ordering him to take lesser Kinmen before noon and clear the enemy there while securing the waters around both greater and lesser Kinmen. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Old Dai's face flushed red with joy as he roared and saluted. He had been stuck as a miserable Marine Company commander for years. A year ago he had finally managed to become a battalion-level commander, and now at last he was a commander. "I leave matters here to you. We're moving immediately to attack Xiamen and Anping," Ming Qiu instructed. "Contact us at once if anything develops." After issuing these orders, Ming Qiu split his forces. The first squadron would proceed to Xiamen Island to clear the Zheng fleet in Xiamen Bay and cover the troops landing on the island. The Special Service Boat Squadron and Motorboat Group would attack Anping. Though Anping was Zhang Zhilong's lair, Ming Qiu judged the approach too risky for his largest ships. Anping lay at the mouth of the Hijacking River, 6 or 7 kilometers from Waidu Bay. Typically, attacking it required the fleet to enter the river and push upstream. Special Recon had surveyed the Hijacking hydrology. Theoretically, Lichun could reach Anping directly. But the river there was only about 2 kilometers wide, riddled with hidden sandbanks, and the channel twisted and turned. It would be difficult for steam gunboats to maneuver, exactly the conditions where enemy fire ships could unleash their full effectiveness. So Ming Qiu decided not to commit the first squadron to that area. Special service boats and motorboats would go instead. When wind and tide ran against them, motorboats would tow the sailing vessels into battle. The Army and Navy forces attacking Anping would be under the overall command of Hijacking, with First Fleet Chief of Staff Li Dai commanding the naval vessels. He had already transferred his Commodore's flag to a larger special service boat. Now the three commanders parted ways, each proceeding to execute their assigned missions. Liujian stood at her battle station on the Lichun, gazing at the rolling black smoke that rushed up to swallow the clouds. The battle just concluded had been like a grand fireworks display. She had never witnessed war so magnificent and so cruel. The Australians had freely chosen the moment to kill and destroy. The Zheng fleet had possessed no power to resist. The phrase, "an eagle against a rabbit," was wholly inadequate to express the terrifying disparity. She knew, by European standards, that Zhang Zhilong's fleet, apart from its sheer scale, was not worth much. Setting aside Spanish galleons, even an ordinary 20-gun Dutch merchant ship could face 2 or 3 of Zheng's 8-gun 3-masted vessels without falling behind. But that was merely some advantage, nowhere near the crushing momentum of the first squadron led by Lichun. What she had just witnessed was a one-sided massacre. The outcome had been decided the moment they broke into Liaoluo Bay. No, one could even say that from the moment the decision to wage war on Zhang Zhilong had been made, the fire in Liaoluo Bay was a foregone conclusion. If that was so, hadn't they already become invincible in the world long ago? In the midst of her shock, she could not help but wonder. A mere sea lord like Zhang Zhilong was nothing. Landing on the mainland, destroying the Ming, and changing the dynasty would not be difficult either. Why then did they hide in a barbaric southern frontier land like Hainan, toiling at labor of every kind? Taking the realm, sitting on the dragon throne, wasn't "I can replace him" the highest aspiration of every hero under heaven? Lichun changed heading. Liuomei noticed the black smoke-belching ships of the first squadron turning toward Daden and Erden Islands. She understood immediately. They were going to attack Xiamen. Around Xiamen and Guilingyu lay many merchant ships. It was a critical port for Zhang family trade. Sending the main force straight there was obviously intended to strike at his foundation. As Li Huamei observed the Australian fleet's movements, she discovered a large group of ships heading toward Anping. Her heart gave a jolt. They intend to wipe them all out before breakfast. I didn't expect the Australians to be so ruthless. A wave of anxiety washed over her. If the Australians ever discovered her secret dealings with the Spanish, the Dutch, and Zhang Zhilong, she and the young miss would die without a burial place. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out across her back. End of chapter. Chapter 12:43. Beneath Anping City 2 hours before the first fleet broke into Liaoluo Bay, Zhu Ziliang and his detachment were making their way quietly up the Hijacking River. It was 400 hours, the darkest stretch before dawn, but Zhu Ziliang dared not let his guard down. The moon was far too bright. Were it not for the heavy cloud cover tonight, he would never have risked traveling so openly on the water. The motorboat's engine vibrated faintly beneath its muffler. This craft was originally a lifeboat from the Fengcheng, with capacity for up to 24 men plus necessary rations and water. Limited gasoline supplies had forced these lifeboats into extended mothballing after the initial landing period. They had been specially unsealed for this operation, and the machinery department had manufactured matching mufflers. The previous night, they had taken this motorboat into Liaoluo Bay. Towing gasoline in goatskin bladders behind the speedboat, they had reached Baisha village at the mouth of the Hijacking River and hidden themselves there. Baisha village lay only 6 kilometers from Anping. Even traveling at economical speed, they would arrive in under an hour. The propeller churned the water, sending up a low spray. Perhaps because they were some distance from shore, everything remained quiet, not a sound carried from land. Zhu Ziliang glanced at his luminous watch. Just past 4:15. They would reach Anping soon. From here on, every step had to be as careful as possible. Around this time, some early risers would begin to stir. Of course, even if someone spotted their strange little boat now, it would not necessarily pose a threat. Common carriers would at most treat it as a strange tale or interesting gossip. They were unlikely to run enthusiastically to Anping to report it. And even if they tried, the motorboat's speed far outpaced any local vessel. The moon dimmed and brightened as clouds drifted past, keeping Zhu Ziliang habitually on edge. He preferred executing combat missions on pitch-black, cloudy nights. A silhouette exposed under moonlight often invited fatal bullets. Fortunately, in this time and place, no one else could fire a threatening round from 300 meters away, nor would they encounter sudden strafing from machine guns or automatic rifles. The team members sat silent in the small boat, armed to the teeth. Beyond their locally made uniforms and BDUs, which were somewhat rustic, they were no different from the force recon unit he had once commanded. Their faces were blackened with camouflage paint. They carried the FAL automatic rifle in its short-barreled, folding-stock carbine configuration, supplemented by 1 machine gun and 2 shotguns. In the center of the deck, something lay wrapped in canvas and rope. On this broad and unobstructed river, the team remained silent, only glancing around anxiously from time to time, listening intently. The wide surface was devoid of activity. Only a few lonely fishing lights flickered in the distance. The river lapped gently against the hull. When the luminous dial on Zhu Ziliang's wrist reached 4:30, the engine fell silent. The hull glided forward, slowing, and finally stopped. Zhu Ziliang studied the prearranged rendezvous point on the river. He signaled the shore with a tactical flashlight, once, twice, then a third time. A responding light blinked from the darkness on land, the 2-foot mobile pathfinders he had sent out the night before, responsible for guiding them ashore. Zhu Ziliang gave a soft whistle that cut through the dark, signaling the team that the landing point was reached. The men seated along both gunwales took up paddles and began rowing carefully. Zhu Ziliang held the engine handle with his right hand to adjust speed. His left gripped the compass, held as level as possible before his eyes to maintain an accurate bearing with the navigation beacon on shore. 10 minutes later, the lookout at the bow whispered, "We're here." Zhu Ziliang looked up. They were very close to land, less than 50 meters. Clouds had obscured the moon. He could just make out a black earthen embankment ahead, lined with trees. The air carried a stench of rotting water weeds. Driven by inertia, the motorboat drifted toward the beachhead. Before long came a slight scraping sound as the hull ran aground on sand. A black figure appeared before them. Phosphorescent recognition strips glowed on his chest and back. It was the team member coming to meet them. He gestured, guiding them to the landing spot. Zhu Ziliang tiptoed around the piled weapons and equipment, making his way to the bow. He extended one leg over the gunwale to test the riverbank, gripping a cable to prevent his foot from sinking into mud. According to prior reconnaissance, the beach here was a sand-gravel mix, but he still proceeded with extreme caution. Over the next 5 minutes, Zhu Ziliang observed the direction of Anping through infrared binoculars. The city lay 500 meters away, separated from them by low sand dunes and brush. At this hour, all was silent there. Their arrival had not aroused any alarm. A road extended from Anping, passing roughly 100 meters from the dunes. The team members carefully unloaded their equipment piece by piece, then dragged the empty motorboat behind the sand dunes and concealed it. Sharp iron stakes and cables fixed it in place to prevent it from drifting away with the tide. Zhu Ziliang climbed the dune and trained his infrared binoculars on Anping. The town, once a modest coastal settlement, had been rebuilt by Zheng Zhilong into something far grander. Sturdy bluestone walls encircled it. A towering water gate loomed over the river. The famous Anping Bridge, a stone slab spanned 2.5 kilometers long, stretched across the water, linking Jinjiang and Nanning counties. Around the bridge, ships of all sizes lay at anchor. Among them were several of the 3-masted gunships the Intelligence Bureau had flagged. But these vessels were not their target. That was the Navy's task. Their primary mission was to decapitate the Zheng family leadership, to kill as many key figures as possible. With only a handful of men, storming Anping was obviously out of the question. But the town had only a few exits. Control a handful of access roads, and they could effectively snipe enemy leaders when they fled. Even if they could not catch them all, they could still inflict heavy casualties. He checked his watch. According to the plan, the detachments covering the other 2 roads should have arrived by now. But so far, they had not transmitted the prescribed radio signal, a fact that made him anxious. He turned and ran back down the dune, whispering orders to prepare weapons. The canvas-wrapped object was untied, revealing a small cannon in disassembled sections. The metal parts had been wrapped beforehand in gunny sacks to prevent noise in the event of collision. Under his command, the team carried the cannon components up the dune, followed by ammo boxes. Yingyu opened the toolbox and began assembly. He worked swiftly and silently. The position on this dune had been selected based on multiple on-site reconnaissances. First, it offered effective control of the road from Anping to Nanning. Second, the distance from here to the center of Zheng Zhilong's residence within Anping town was only 704 meters. The prospect of shelling the enemy's nerve center directly was deeply tempting. Though the Navy fleet's arrival would bring a far fiercer baptism of artillery fire to Anping, None of those guns could strike the enemy's vitals so precisely. "It's up to you now," Zhu Ziliang said. "Don't worry," Ying Yu replied. "Worry about Lin Shen and the machinery factory crew's craftsmanship instead." He measured the bearing with the compass in his hand, then set the artillery position precisely on the azimuth Zhu Ziliang indicated. The muzzle pointed straight at Zhang Zhilong's residence. Carefully, he rotated the elevation screw, striving to hit the center of the residence with the first shot. A few shells landing in the heart of that compound would generate shock enough to strip the enemy of all will to fight. After all, storming Anping's reinforced walls would require effort. Inducing the enemy to flee without a fight was the ideal outcome. The weapon they were using was the so-called Trial Year 32 Battalion gun, designed by Lin Shen. Its intent was to provide lightweight artillery support at the battalion level, replacing the 12-pounder mountain howitzers currently fulfilling that role. Accordingly, weight had to be minimized for mobility, logistical dependence kept low, high-angle fire capability ensured, and a certain degree of accuracy and lethality maintained. The Trial Year 32 Battalion gun was a multi-purpose field gun designed to meet these requirements. It employed a 70 caliber rifled breechloader. Though not a true recoil-operated gun, it featured a friction-type recoil absorption device. Because the gun body was light, recoil absorption efficiency was relatively high, and rate of fire was greatly improved. To reduce weight, the barrel had been appropriately shortened. Ammunition consisted primarily of low-chamber pressure high-explosive shells and shrapnel. Shells used separate loading metal cartridge cases to mate with the vertical sliding wedge breech block. This block design facilitated rapid loading at high elevation angles and balanced productivity under current industrial constraints with weapon performance. Wedge blocks were simpler in structure than screw breech blocks, simpler and faster to operate, and safer. Because of its rifled construction, the loss in accuracy and muzzle velocity from the shortened barrel could be compensated. But since pointed cylindrical shells fired by rifled guns could not ricochet, solid shot was no longer issued. While reducing overall weight, the gun's maximum elevation angle increased significantly, up to 80 degrees, granting it a measure of curved fire capability. Roughly speaking, it was a knockoff of the Japanese Type 92 Battalion gun. Limited by materials and craftsmanship, however, its dimensions and weight exceeded those of the original. End of chapter. Chapter 1244. Adjusting fire. Ying Yu raised his binoculars and scanned Anping once more. There were no decent vantage points here, which was regrettable. The sand dune rose only 6 or 7 meters, barely higher than Anping's city wall. From this position, he could just glimpse the streets within the town. A clear view of Zhang Zhilong's residence was impossible. He shook his head. As captain of the Army Artillery Instruction Team, he had rarely shown his face in public these past few years, devoting all his energy to artillery firing and training. Though the smoothbore guns widely equipped by the Army and Navy bore no resemblance to the 130 cannons he had once operated. This rudimentary howitzer felt almost like a toy. Yet it was already the crystallization of the highest technology in the Senate's industrial system. From the trial production of new muzzle-loading and breech-loading rifled guns to their troop trials, he had spent nearly 6 months groping his way forward, ultimately mastering the ballistic performance and firing essentials of each weapon. He had been chosen to direct the artillery surprise attack for this decapitation mission at Anping for 2 reasons: his familiarity with artillery, and because he was one of the very few senators capable of conducting beyond visual range bombardment. Naturalized citizens were out of the question. Until now, virtually all artillery employed by the Fubo Army and Navy had been fired within visual range, high-angle guns included. Given the Trial Year 32 Battalion guns range, all of Anping town lay within effective fire coverage. But accurately striking Zhang Zhilong's residence without direct observation was an exceedingly difficult proposition. Originally, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had spent over half a year mapping Anping town and Zhang Zhilong's compound. Drawing that map had been no simple matter. Infiltrating Anping was easy enough, and even slipping into the residence was not impossibly difficult. But asking these men, trained for a few months, nearly illiterate, to use pacing to survey a map suitable for artillery fire direction was asking far too much. Ying Yu therefore placed little confidence in conducting precision bombardment with that map alone. Fortunately, they also had large model airplanes. A few months prior, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had organized a flyover mission to photograph Anping from the air, capturing overhead images of the entire town. Referencing on-site surveying by field personnel, they had produced a large-scale, precise grid coordinate map. The model plane's brief appearance over Anping had caused considerable commotion in the surrounding area. Opinions varied wildly. Temples in Xinjiang and Nanhai, explicitly or implicitly, indicated that this miracle was related to their particular deities, sparking a boom in incense burning. Doomsayers prophesied an imminent great disaster. Some even declared outright that the Zhang family was finished. Though the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had harbored no specific propaganda intent, this effect proved a pleasant surprise. With the map in hand, Ying Yu felt confident about conducting beyond visual range fire. But without observation of the shell impacts, he could not correct his aim. Given the limited elevation of the high ground outside the city, observing impact points with precision was difficult, making accurate target identification problematic. Using model planes had high requirements for data transmission implementation, and the aircraft were too precious for routine use. After weighing the options repeatedly, they settled on a crude solution. Once shelling began, they would erect a 9-meter aluminum alloy folding ladder atop the dune, secured with guy ropes. An observer would climb to the top and call down corrections. Ying Yu directed the team members to dig a pit and set up the gun. After carefully verifying calibration, he marked the position with stakes. The movement amplitude of a carriage recoil gun was too great. Its position shifted significantly after each shot, complicating precise parameter correction. Although the trial year 32 battalion gun featured a friction plate recoil system, it was not a true recoil-operated weapon. The gun body still shifted slightly after firing. Ying Yu had experimented repeatedly before adopting this crude staking method to solve the problem. Once the gun position was settled, he rechecked its placement, angle, and direction against the map and compass bearings. Several team members puffed and labored to haul ammo boxes to his side, opening them one by one. Ying Yu took out a high-explosive shell, installed the detonating fuse, loaded it into the breech, and inserted the brass cartridge case that served as a gas seal. He closed the breech block and inserted the friction primer. Only when he was satisfied that everything was in order did he make an "okay" gesture. Team members pulled camouflage netting over the gun and fortification. Water was sprinkled in front of the muzzle. Zhu Ziliang squinted at the gradually brightening sky, calculating the optimal moment to commence shelling. 40 shells had been prepared for the Zhang residence, half high explosive, half shrapnel. The plan was to bombard the compound first with He, blowing the occupants into panic and flight, then blanket the fleeing crowds with shrapnel for indiscriminate killing. Casualties would inevitably be mostly servants, but there was no doubt several important Zhang family figures could be slain. Once the residence descended into chaos, the Navy would open its bombardment on Anping, forcing the Zhang leadership to open the gates and flee. At that point, sniper teams positioned along the main roads could begin their massacre. Zhu Ziliang checked his watch. 4:50. The radio man reported that all teams had transmitted the in-position signal. His spirits lifted. He began checking the defenses around the sand dune. The propellant was not smokeless. White smoke would quickly betray the gun position, so preparations for a counterattack from the city had to be made. At 5:12, the dull report of distant cannons rolled across the sky, no louder than faraway thunder. Zhu Ziliang and Ying Yu looked instinctively toward Waidu Bay. It has finally begun. The cannon fire grew denser. Black smoke began to rise on the horizon. Though Zhu Ziliang did not know the specific situation, fragments of radio traffic from headquarters indicated the battle was proceeding very smoothly, not that this was surprising. In his view, it was simply bullying. Through his binoculars, commotion stirred atop Anping city wall. Reports from the teams confirmed that all 4 gates remained tightly shut. No one was entering or leaving. From this moment, Zhu Ziliang ordered into the walkie-talkie, closely monitor every entrance and exit at Anping. Shoot any individuals entering or leaving on site. Report abnormalities immediately. Though he could not see clearly what was happening inside the city, bells and drums soon began to sound in unison, rallying personnel, it seemed. Then came the woo-woo of horns. Soldiers on the walls ran about like headless flies. Before long, defenders manned the entire rampart. The fleet beneath Anping City also came alive. Zhu Ziliang noted the sudden bustle aboard the anchored ships. Medieval armies, he knew, rarely risked night marches. Even if Anping wanted to reinforce Waidu, they would have to wait until dawn, meaning no fleet reinforcements before 5:30 at the earliest. Land forces would be later still. Medieval mobilization was chronically slow. Commanders receiving no prior warning would hesitate, unable to judge the situation. Cutting communications between Anping and the other locations, leaving Zheng commanders unable to confirm the frontline situation, was the most effective way to delay and disrupt their tactical deployments. Put up the ladder. At Zhu Ziliang's command, several team members immediately erected the aluminum alloy folding ladder. Fully extended, it stood 9 meters tall. They secured it with 4 guy ropes. An observer, binoculars and walkie-talkie hanging from his neck, scrambled up with hands and feet, straddling the very top regardless of the ladder's swaying. He raised the binoculars to observe the situation inside Anping town. Though chaos reigned within, there were no signs of large-scale troop concentration. Obviously, the Zheng family had not yet assessed the situation well enough to commit to action. Zhu Ziliang judged the timing perfect. He waved his hand. "Commence action." Ying Yu knelt on one knee and pulled the lanyard. The 70 gun bucked back violently. The friction plate recoil system did its work. The recoil amplitude was minimal. The shell roared into the sky, accompanied by thick white smoke. Those tracking its trajectory saw the arcing flight carry it high over Anping's wall, falling toward the Zheng residence. "Reset," he shouted. 2 team members pushed the gun's wheels, eyes fixed on the position markers, heaving it back to its original spot. Ying Yu opened the breech block. The scorching brass cartridge case ejected from the chamber. He took the next shell from a team member, swiftly completing the second loading. Then he waited for the observer to report the first shell's point of impact. He planned to use 4 shells to calibrate, estimating each would explode after roughly 15 seconds of flight. Once he had dialed in the impact point, he would conduct rapid fire at a rate of 1 round every 10 seconds. If only it were a mortar, he thought with a twinge of regret. 2 seconds per round would be no problem with a mortar. Though mortars were an infantry support specialty and unrelated to his artillery background, at least their ballistics were relevant. The first calibration round struck the street in front of the Zheng residence. The explosion raised a ball of fire. Bricks and stones flew, killing several pedestrians on the spot. Tiles on nearby houses shook loose and shattered. Based on the observer's report, Ying Yu rotated the elevation adjustment handle, raising the muzzle slightly, and fired the second shell. The second round struck the roof of the sedan hall directly, blowing a large hole and sending tiles flying from the eaves in all directions. Sweat beaded on Ying Yu's forehead. He glanced at the map coordinates, hands working both elevation and azimuth handles together. The third shell thundered out of the bore. The observer relayed the third hit over the walkie-talkie. The shell had landed on the designated target. A water column rose from the pond in the backyard of Dunrin Pavilion. the building Zhang Zhilong used for official business. Several ornamental waterfowl were hurled skyward by the blast. Ying Yu studied the map once more and knew he had roughly bracketed the target. He made slight adjustments to the handles. The fourth shell struck directly beneath the veranda of Dunrin Pavilion's front courtyard, killing several attendants and personal guards on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 12. 45. Xiamens counterattacked. The crowd gathered before Dunrin Pavilion disintegrated into panic. Wailing and howling filled the air. The solemn atmosphere of subordinates holding their breath and awaiting orders vanished in an instant. People desperate for survival stumbled and scattered, fleeing in every direction to escape this sudden death. Ying Yu fired one shot after another at a fixed rhythm, landing a shell every 10 seconds. The dense rounds rained into the courtyard. Deafening explosions cracked against flagstone ground and rooftops, sending plumes of flame and black smoke roaring toward the sky. Gravel, tiles, bricks, and shattered wood flew in all directions. Within moments, the courtyard was heaped with corpses. He knew his gun could not be perfectly precise. Blanketing the area centered on Dunrin Pavilion was enough. As the impacts accumulated, smoke and dust grew denser, making accurate positioning by the observer increasingly difficult. Continuing meant many stray rounds, but that was trivial now. After 20 high-explosive shells, no one would remain willing to stay in the Zhang residence. He steadied himself. 20 seconds after the last HE round, he switched to shrapnel. No more calibration. This was fire for effect, covering the entire compound to inflict maximum casualties on fleeing personnel. Black puffs of explosion smoke burst one after another in the sky, spraying iron balls downward. People pushing and shoving through courtyards and corridors, desperate to escape, had their lives harvested by wave after wave of iron hail. A single shell detonating at the courtyard gate mowed down 25 people like grass. Those fleeing did not understand what they had encountered. Some primal instinct told them only that they could not stay. They ran in a frenzy toward every exit of the residence, mouths emitting meaningless screams and roars, shoving and trampling one another. Women, children, and the elderly were ruthlessly pushed down and crushed underfoot. Many were trampled to death. Walkways and doorways became heaped with corpses and groaning wounded. Zhang Zhilong was not in the residence. For days now, he had been on Xiamen Island, establishing an arms workshop on Guilingyu. The connection Zhang Zhaifeng had arranged, and the extravagant promises of the other party, along with the firearm samples provided, had greatly piqued his interest. For over a year, he had felt keenly the gap in technical level between himself and the Australians. Without strong ships and powerful guns, the maritime trade hegemony he had striven so hard to build would be snatched away. This mysterious Carishitan had expressed willingness to establish a weapons workshop for them, manufacturing new red barbarian cannons in no way inferior to Dutch or Portuguese pieces. He could even provide cannons identical to those used by the Australians, though naturally the latter came at exorbitant cost. But to Zhang Zhilong, who felt increasingly desperate, this offer brought great hope. Were it not for such urgency, he would never have agreed so readily to Zhang Zhaifeng's proposal to cooperate with the Carishitan called Paul. For the rearmament plan now being formulated, he was sending men to Macau to recruit black barbarians as mercenaries, dispatching others to Japan to hire Ronin he knew well, and purchasing copper for casting cannons. The first wave of cannon fire from Anping had woken him. But he knew nothing of what was happening at Kinmen. Only that rumbling guns and fire filling the sky indicated someone was attacking greater and lesser Kinmen Islands. He could not determine who the enemy was or the strength of their forces. It was dozens of li by sea to Kinmen. A small sailboat took nearly half a day for a one-way trip. Even if Kinmen dispatched a messenger immediately, they would not reach Guilingyu until noon. He could only trust the general guarding Kinmen, his brother Zhang Jihu, whose bond with him was most unusual. Zhang Jihu had followed him wandering in Macau and braved death alongside him as a pirate in Japan. Their bond ran deepest, and he trusted few men more. Moreover, Zhihu was brave and decisive, a formidable fighter who had established repeated war merits sweeping the seas. At that time the saying went, "Long's wisdom, whose courage?" So Zheng Zhilong had placed his brother to guard Kinmen, the key to both Xiamen Bay and Waidu Bay. Now he stood atop Sunlight Rock on Guilingyu, gazing at the smoke and fire in Kinmen's direction. Whoever they were, the attackers must have come with many men and ships. A bitter fight was surely unfolding. "Has Second Master Mang sent a message?" he asked the guard beside him again. He and Zheng Zhihu had agreed that if urgent news came and there was no time to dispatch a ship, a man would be sent by fast horse. Reporting to the general, "Not yet." Zheng Zhilong watched the gradually whitening sky. The smoke and fire grew. The heavens above Kinmen Island were almost entirely shrouded in black. He felt a cold foreboding. The battle on Zhihu's side was clearly not going well. There was no time to wait. "Beat the drums and raise the standard immediately." He waved his sleeve. "Prepare the boat, we return to Zhongzuo City." The signal cannon sounded, followed by the dense rhythm of drums and the woo-woo of horns. Zheng family generals who had been hesitating hurriedly armored themselves and flocked to the Central Army tent inside Zhongzuo City. Half an hour later, the first batch of fire ships set sail under the cover of other warships. The commander was Zheng Lion, stationed on Xiamen. The ships anchored in Xiamen Bay turned out in full force, all except for a few useless small boats. Half the fire ships were held in reserve, since fire ships were more effective in the narrow waters between Guilingyu and Xiamen Island than in the open bay. If Zheng Zhihu and the reinforcement fleet could not hold the enemy would storm Xiamen with their momentum. As long as Zheng Zhilong retained fire ships, he still had a chance for a final fight. Simultaneously, he sent 2 teams of personal guards, one by sea, one by land, riding at full gallop toward Anping. The city's defender was his clan cousin Zheng Zhiguan, a man of limited ability but honest and steady. With Anping protected by the Kinmen Islands, its defender did not require great skill, only the maturity to maintain order in the city and the safety of the Zheng family. Yet if the enemy truly pressed up to Anping's walls, Zheng Zhilong was not confident that Zheng Zhiguan had the ability to hold the city and protect the family, especially his wife, Lady Dong, and their son Fusong, brought from Japan, who were now within those walls. He felt Zheng Zhihu might not be defeated at Kinmen, and even if Kinmen fell, the enemy might not dare to penetrate deep into unfamiliar waters and lay siege to the heavily guarded fortress of Anping. Still, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Temporarily transferring family members to Jinjiang County City was the prudent course. Zheng Lion was on his flagship. It was not a 3-masted gunship, but a large 3-masted vessel recently purchased at great expense from the Portuguese, an old merchant ship mounting 24 bronze cannons, the largest firing 24-pound balls. To operate this European ship, he had specially recruited foreign sailors from Macau and Manila. It was currently the most comprehensively powerful vessel in the Zheng fleet. That Zheng Zhilong had entrusted it to him as flagship showed how highly he was valued. Zheng Lion hoped to perform well at this critical juncture. He and his brother Zheng Kai were not of the Shijing Zheng clan, but of the Gayapu Zheng clan, not typically considered Zheng Zhilong's kinsmen or adopted sons. The brothers had joined Zheng early and quickly risen to become backbone subordinates. Zheng Kai became a guerrilla general stationed on Xiamen Island in 1640, only 1 or 2 ranks below Zheng Zhilong himself. Zheng Kai had been stationed in Xiamen for years, managing foreign trade at the mouth of the Jiulong River. Before Zheng Zhilong surrendered to the Qing, the brothers had formed a powerful faction within the Zheng group. After Zheng Zhilong was taken to Beijing, Zheng Kai controlled the family's main foreign trade, once almost able to contest Zheng Chenggong for leadership. Zheng Chenggong's later decision to move first against Zheng Kai and Zheng Lion in Xiamen to reorganize the group was not without reason. The main force led by Zhang Lian comprised three three-masted gunships, two European-style sailing ships, and dozens of Fujian and Guangdong vessels. Over 100 fire ships packed with dry wood sailed in a mass on the opposite flank. Every vessel was equipped with iron hooks and chains to ensure fire ships could latch tightly to their targets. With the wind in their favor, Zhang Lian led the fleet under full sail toward Kinmen. Though unclear on the battlefield situation, he understood a bitter fight awaited. The only forces daring to intrude into Waidu Bay were the Dutch, Old Liu Xiang, and the Australians. The Dutch and Old Liu Xiang had long colluded. When Liu Xiang had recently attacked Minnan, Dutch-style sailing ships had appeared in his fleet. But Liu Xiang had suffered a defeat at Minnan with heavy losses. He could not possibly have recovered so quickly. If it were the Dutch, their factor's ship at Xiamen had shown no abnormalities. 9 times out of 10, this sudden attack on Kinmen was the work of the Australians. The thought made Zhang Lian secretly uneasy. He had heard that Australian ships were sturdy and their guns sharp, formidable beyond measure. Even the leader himself dared not confront them head-on. If the Australians were indeed behind this, he would have to proceed with extreme caution. While the Zheng reinforcement fleet sailed with the wind, the first squadron's 5 steam warships were also bearing toward Xiamen at 8 knots. Because the first squadron was fast, the transport ships and motorboats carrying landing troops could not keep pace. So the landing troops, 4 infantry companies and their attached light artillery, had been loaded aboard the 5 warships for short-distance transport. Shohatsu landing craft were stowed on deck. By 19th century standards, the first squadron was entering battle in an extremely dangerous state, decks packed with soldiers, ammunition stowed below, small boats lashed above. A single enemy shell finding its mark would be enough to cause severe casualties and damage. But their advantage in firepower and mobility allowed the senator officers to disregard this risk, as long as efficiency was maximized. End of chapter. Chapter 1246, Naval Battle Part 1. At this time, the first squadron used Lichun as the lead ship. It had the fastest speed, the tallest masts, and the largest effective observation range. Equipped with high-power binoculars from the optical factory, the Navy held an incomparable advantage in search. At 7:50, Lichun received the following telegram. Enemy fleet has departed Xiamen Island. Main force comprises 3 three-masted gunships and 2 European-style sailing ships, 14 other sailing ships, 9,100 fire ships, heading toward Kinmen Island. The message came from scouts of the Special Recon Team ambushing on Xiamen Island. Reading it, Ming Qian understood that the enemy's decisive battle fleet was approaching. Fire ships, Zhang Zhilong's final killer move. The opponent was coming with the intention of a fight to the death. He studied the current and wind direction. The enemy was coming with wind and tide at their backs. Their speed might reach 5 or 6 knots. At that rate, the 2 fleets would meet in less than 2 hours. The enemy could easily discover them. The rolling black smoke pouring from the funnels served as the most obvious marker imaginable. The enemy had come prepared and would doubtless strive to intercept the first squadron at sea for a decisive engagement. At 800 sharp, urgent battle drums sounded. Sailors who had relaxed somewhat tensed up again. Everyone began re-executing pre-battle preparations, clearing battle stations, checking gun bores. Cannons slowly rotated and elevated. Gunners imagined enemies appearing on the horizon and began simulation drills. Marines crowded below deck were ordered to rest. Lacking space to lie down, they dozed leaning against one another. They knew that after their exciting early morning, they would likely not be able to lie down until final victory. At 9:17, Qingdian threw up an unusually thick column of black smoke due to engine overheating, catching the attention of sailors in the crow's nest of Zheng Lian's flagship to the northwest. Zheng Lian had been searching for an opportunity. The longer the sea transit lasted, the more disadvantageous for him. Sailing a large formation of sailing ships was difficult work, even in an inland sea like Xiamen Bay, where the Zheng family had relatively more experience in formation sailing. Requiring over 100 decrepit fire ships to maintain stable course and speed in coordination with the covering fleet was simply too much to ask. Now that his lookouts had spotted the smoke column, he realized the Australian fleet was right before him. He gauged wind and tide, both favored his side. Confidence surging, he immediately ordered the helmsman to put over the rudder and steer toward the smoke. At 9:19, the lookout on Lichun reported 100 enemy ships bearing northwest by west, 2.5 nautical miles closing. News of contact with the enemy was communicated by flag and light signals to the 4 gunboats trailing behind. Lichun maintained course, continuing forward, guns all pointing toward the incoming enemy ships. Ming Qian was not concerned about the Zheng family's 19 warships. They were destined to become cannon fodder. The only threat was the fire ships. A single successful hit from a fire ship could spell disaster. Zheng Zhilong had used fire ship tactics multiple times, inflicting heavy damage on Dutch warships. He possessed proven combat experience. The threat had to be taken seriously. To counter the fire ship tactics prevalent in the South China Sea, Lichun and the other 4 gunboats each mounted a 5-barrel Hotchkiss manual rotary cannon. These rapid-fire weapons, supplementing the typewriters, possessed devastating lethality against small vessels, ideal sharp weapons for defeating ship swarm tactics like fire ships. Of course, even without these, the Senate Navy was not afraid of fire ships. In 1840, the British, lacking either typewriters or Hotchkiss rotary cannons, had destroyed every Manchu-Qing fire attack using nothing more than rowboats and steam paddle-wheelers. The Senate's emphasis here was merely a reaction born of caution plus crushing advantage. With only 5 warships, Ming Qian made no complex tactical deployments. He ordered the signal, "Follow me closely." Then he increased boiler pressure and steamed toward the enemy fleet at 12 knots. At 9:30, the lookout atop the mast of Zheng Lian's flagship spotted large patches of smoke columns on the southeast horizon. Moments later, towering masts began to emerge Lichun's foremast. Distance between the 2 fleets, 5,500 meters. The woo-woo of conch shells sounded in succession across the decks of Zheng Lian's fleet. Zheng Lian watched the fire ship fleet to starboard from his stern castle. Over 100 fire ships stretched in a column several nautical miles long, magnificent to behold, but the extended sailing had strung their formation out badly. He felt a pang of anxiety. In this state, the fire ships would struggle to swarm into action. They could be too easily evaded or sunk piecemeal by enemy ships. "Lower topsails," he ordered. "Let the fire ships catch up." Ming Qian had been observing enemy movements through binoculars. Noticing Zheng Lian's fleet beginning to shorten sail, he realized the enemy was waiting for the fire ships to close up. The vessels varied wildly in size and type. Coordinating their speed was impossible, so some inevitably raced ahead while others lagged. To ensure fire ships could form overwhelming numerical superiority in a short span, the enemy had to slow down for the stragglers. This was precisely the moment to defeat them in detail. "Left rudder 15 degrees, he ordered. "Full speed ahead." 15 degrees left, the helmsman repeated the order with drawn-out intonation. The engine room telegraph rang. Lichun's funnel disgorged massive clouds of black smoke. Below deck, machinery and boilers roared. The deck vibrated in sympathy. The 4 gunboats closed behind adjusted course one after another, seizing the T-crossing position. Liujian stood at her post on deck, eating dry rations for breakfast. Besides rock-hard Navy biscuits, everyone received a cup of sugared black tea, refreshing and quick to replenish energy. Liujian felt she had contributed little during the early morning shelling. She had merely stood at her station watching for abnormalities, waiting for orders that never came. Yet the intense excitement and nervous tension had consumed massive calories, transforming the dry, tasteless rations into something delicious. Suddenly, whistles blew across the deck. "Prepare for battle." She stuffed the remaining biscuits into her mouth in 2 or 3 bites, drained the tea in a single gulp, and rose to gaze into the distance. Had the Zhang fleet come out, if the morning's strike had been a surprise attack, somewhat unfair, then this time both sides could be considered arrayed in formal battle lines, fighting face to face. Liume knew that for the Zhang family to dare sortie after their main force had been annihilated, they would certainly resort to their time-tested killer move: fire ships. In terms of cannon power and range, the Zhang fleet was absolutely outmatched, but fire ships remained their only chip to snatch victory from defeat. Liume was intensely curious to see how the Australians would deal with this sea of flames, knowing that even the Dutch had feared such tactics. Zheng Lion raised the telescope purchased from the Dutch and slowly extended its tube. The sea surface lay smooth as a mirror. The Australian warships began to emerge as blurry silhouettes, and then one loomed enormous, towering masts, black smoke billowing. Behind it, 4 more black warships formed a column, cleaving waves toward him. Each loomed like a mountain, immovable as the earth, rolling black smoke like fire sweeping across the sea. Zheng Lion's hand trembled involuntarily. He knew he could not wait for the fire ships to catch up. He had to engage immediately to stall the enemy. "Light matches," he shouted. Lighting matches was the order for imminent combat. As the command was relayed, gunners stripped off their shirts and lit slow matches. Powder jars were opened. Every man held his breath, focused, waiting only for the command to fire. At this moment, Zheng Lion's warships sailed in 3 columns. The 2 European-style ships and 3 three-masted gunships formed one column. On the opposite side, 14 large Guangdong and Fujian vessels sailed in double column. Further north of both columns, the fire ship fleet, formless and stretching several nautical miles, struggled to keep pace. The first squadron now bore south by west of Zheng Lion's main column, forming an oblique T-head with the enemy fleet. The geometry was not perfect, but it sufficed for the first squadron to unleash its broadside firepower. The fleets closed. Distance: 4,500 meters. First squadron gunners rubbed their hands. Sailors pushed ramrods. He shells were loaded into bores. Guns traversed, barrels elevated, ready to fire at any moment. The warships of both sides drew nearer and nearer, sizing each other up at close range. The 2 greatest maritime powers in the East Asian seas were about to fight to the death: the Senate, seeking to rule the ocean, the Zhang family, seeking to monopolize trade. Neither would yield an inch. Hulls rose and fell on the waves, the distance closing heavy and slow. Li Zipping was in the fire control tower. He did not entirely trust the gunnery of naturalized naval officers, so he had come to supervise personally, instructing every phase of firing. "Be bold but careful, don't panic." As he spoke, he lit the cigar in his mouth, staring at the gradually approaching Zheng warships in the distance. Distance: 2,800 meters. This was approximately the extreme effective range of the few 24-pound bronze cannons on Zheng Lion's flagship. He knew that, although the gun could reach that far, firing at this distance was little more than noise. Zheng Lion was no ignorant pirate. He had frequent contact with European seamen and ships, and understood that when Dutch and Spanish fought at sea, they typically closed to within 100 or 200 Zhang before opening fire. He held back the order, but Ming Qian intended to fully exploit his advantage. Though hit rates were not high at this range, their rifled guns and primitive fire control technology gave them a considerable edge. End of chapter. Chapter 12:47. Naval Battle II. Tension aboard the Chedian mounted with every passing second. At the fire control station, Meng held the director locked onto the lead European-style vessel, his hand poised above the firing mechanism as he awaited the signal from the bridge. The range closed to 2,500 meters. A thunderous roar from ahead. The Lichun had opened fire. The flag signal for starboard engagement snapped up the halyard, and Meng bellowed, "High explosive fire." The guns, already primed and loaded, erupted in sequence. Shells screamed from their barrels as the trailing warships opened up in a rippling broadside. Black smoke and multicolored water columns erupted amidst Zhang Lian's fleet. The battle had begun in earnest. The Zhang warships returned fire immediately. Every red barbarian cannon aboard belched flame without regard for effective range. Red-hot cannonballs trailing black smoke tumbled through the air toward the first squadron, but most splashed into the sea far short of their targets. The few that reached the fleet's vicinity threw up waterspouts so distant that not a single drop touched the squadron's decks. "Not even close," Liujin murmured from the Yufeng's bridge. He held American naval binoculars to his chest, his white replica U.S. Navy summer uniform immaculate as he observed the distant shells. A smile of quiet satisfaction played across his lips. He remembered those early days patrolling on rickety fishing boats, and his heart swelled with emotion at how far they had come. Aboard the Lichun, Gunnery Chief Yuan Xiao hunched intently over the angle dial sight at the bow, targeting the water column thrown up by the first shell's impact. One hand gripped the massive Zhang-style stopwatch hanging at his chest, as large as an alarm clock, to calculate range. After 3 months of intensive training, he had just been promoted to this position. Though he was no longer a ship captain, being a department head on one of these great black steamships was far superior to commanding a patrol craft. Everyone in the Navy knew that officers and petty officers selected to serve aboard the steam-powered warships, even ordinary sailors, had brilliant futures ahead. Since optical rangefinders were quite high-tech and usable products couldn't yet be produced, the warships relied on artillery rangefinders using a direction dial system. Angle dials with sighting devices were installed at both bow and stern. By aiming both sights at the target and comparing the displayed angles, the difference could be used to triangulate the distance between ship and target. The gunnery officer would fire 3 rounds in quick succession, the first at a distance slightly above the calculated reading, the second at the reading itself, and the third slightly below. The equal range intervals between the 3 shots allowed rapid ballistic correction based on points of impact. Though this ranging method was primitive and the data error-prone compared to the general standard of this era, where range estimation was essentially guesswork, it was already alien technology. 2,350 meters, Yuan Xiao shouted. The fire control room began calculating firing solutions and adjusting gun elevations. Simultaneously, the firing parameters were transmitted to each ship via light signals. The 4 gunboats trailing the Lichun opened fire in sequence, their shells converging almost entirely on the European-style ship leading Zhang Lian's fleet. The 700-ton 3-masted vessel vanished almost immediately behind walls of spray. Then, amid the white water, a flash of fire, a 130 high-explosive shell struck the hull, tearing through the sturdy planking like paper. Hull fragments flew in all directions, shearing off the heads and limbs of 7 or 8 sailors on deck. Fire erupted instantly. What followed was increasingly accurate fire from the first squadron. Within 4 minutes of that first hit, the ship took 2 more 130 shells. Her masts and rigging were reduced to splinters, the entire vessel engulfed in flames, drifting paralyzed on the sea like a massive torch. In that instant, Zhang Lian understood he stood no chance in an artillery duel. He bellowed an order for the fire ships to ignite and charge. But the next devastating blow arrived before his words died. A 130 high-explosive shell detonated against the flagship's outer hull. It tore through several inches of oak, ripping open a gaping wound. A massive section of hull plating was hurled into the air, only to crash down onto the deck and kill several sailors where they stood. The exposed powder charges on the gun deck ignited in sympathetic detonation, killing nearly 80 sailors who had been loading and firing in a single horrific instant. Flames roared up through the deck gratings. "Hard to port," Zhang Lian shouted from the stern castle. That single shell had shocked him fully awake. Forget victory, survival was all that mattered now. But escaping under the first squadron's fire was no simple matter. Though the 130 guns had a slow rate of fire and limited hits, the 75 shells struck hull and deck one after another. Shrapnel flew everywhere, flames roared unchecked. The helmsman spun the wheel desperately, the ship lurching 180 degrees to port. The wind, now blowing across the broadside deck, fed the white-hot flames spreading everywhere with fresh air. The opened powder kegs on deck began exploding one after another. Seeing the magazine detonation inevitable, Zheng Lion abandoned the towering stern castle and leaped into the sea. In the instant of his jump, flames roared into the magazine. Bright red fire erupted from the deck, followed by a deep, thunderous explosion. Charred debris spiraled through the air. Then the entire ship exploded violently. The deck tore upward, masts twisted and collapsed inward. Canvas was instantly devoured by serpents of flame. Towering smoke and fire engulfed the 1,000-ton vessel, black smoke lingering long afterward like a funeral pyre. The flagship's fiery death shattered what remained of the fleet's fighting spirit. Three-masted gunships and other Fuchuan and Guang vessels came about hastily, attempting to flee. But they had arrived with wind and current at their backs. Reversing course now was extraordinarily difficult. Compared to the first squadron, running entirely on steam power, they were dancing naked before the enemy. The warship seized every opportunity to close distance while pouring fire on the fleeing vessels. Engines roared at maximum power. Boilers emitted terrifying rumbles. White spray at the bows was sliced apart and crushed beneath the hulls. The blue and white Morning Star flag stood rigid on the masts. Every gun on every warship fired at maximum rate, exploiting this brief advantageous position to pour maximum ordnance onto the enemy. Shells trailing red streaks rained down on Zheng Lion's shattered fleet, periodically raising black-red fireballs as scorching fragments whirled through the air. The 130 and 75 high-explosive shells demonstrated their terrible power against wooden hulls. Planking several inches thick, hardwood that could withstand solid shot was shredded under explosive attack, torn and burned like paper. Though many shells failed to detonate due to fuse problems, the high initial velocity of the conical projectiles fired from rifled guns easily penetrated bow and hull, causing considerable damage. Dense smoke from gun discharges periodically shrouded the decks. Sea breezes swept the smoke away in waves. Lookouts continuously reported hit status to the bridges. The battle had become a one-sided demonstration of slaughter. After 5 major combatants were successively crippled or sunk, the Zheng fleet had effectively lost all combat effectiveness. The remaining vessels were simply trying to escape, but their tactically suicidal turns before the enemy made them perfect targets. Gunners exerted every effort to demonstrate their skills, hitting, setting ablaze, and sinking one ship after another. Observations noted that over 14 vessels had been hit, 10 of which were ablaze, with another 5 having vanished from the sea, either sunk or withdrawn from battle. More than 20 fire ships entered the battlefield, lit their fires and began their assault in unison. They had wind and current in their favor, highly advantageous, but they were positioned farthest from the first squadron. When they launched their hasty attack, they were still nearly 3,000 meters away. Even moving at 6 knots, they were easily evaded by the squadron's steam-powered maneuvers. Damn it all! A headman watched the barbarian ships somehow racing fast against the wind, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of fight was this? Their own ships couldn't even turn properly, let alone give chase. Ramming was utterly out of the question. Once evaded, pursuing steam warships moving against wind and current was an impossible task for fire ships that relied on wind power for their ramming speed. Under the strong sea wind, not only could the sailors barely control their ships' turns, but the already ignited fires were blown ever larger. The scorching air made survival impossible, forcing the crews to abandon ship one after another. The unmanned fire ships drifted aimlessly, blazing fiercely, pushed along by the wind like wandering funeral pyres. At 10:40, Ming Qian ordered the first squadron to cease fire and begin turning. Some of Zheng family fleet's ships were drifting ablaze on the water, others had sunk beneath the waves. Except for a few Fuchuan and Guang vessels at the rear that saw the situation early and turned to flee, Zheng Lian's fleet had been reduced to a fraction of its original strength. The trailing fire ships, unaware of the battle's outcome ahead, entered the battlefield in succession only to find smoke billowing skyward, burning wreckage scattered across the water, and dense gunpowder smoke from cannon fire darkening the entire sea. The fire ship crews were utterly bewildered. They had received orders to attack according to flag signals from the flagship, but now the flagship was nowhere to be found, and the enemy's position remained unclear. While they hesitated, a sea breeze swept away some of the smoke shrouding the water. The fire ship crews suddenly beheld a terrifying sight. The Zheng family's largest warships were burning on the sea, Zheng Lian's flagship already reduced to little more than a charred waterline. In the distance, 5 black ships belching columns of dark smoke were executing a great turn, waves churning white at their bows as if sea monsters were coiling to spring, preparing to rush in for the kill. No hesitation was needed. The moment a 130 shell screamed overhead and splashed into the water nearby, every ship came about and scattered in flight. These sailors had come aboard fire ships for wages and bounties, not to throw away their lives for nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 1248. Meeting the attack, the fire ship squadron's route slowed the first squadron's tempo. Ming Qian ordered speed reduced to 3 knots, heading west to avoid the battlefield smoke. The ships also needed rest, particularly the engineering departments. The frequent acceleration since morning had strained the boilers beyond capacity. Many pipes and valves were already leaking. Coal slag was piling up faster than it could be cleared, and malfunctions were becoming disturbingly frequent. The guns, too, needed their barrels cleaned after a morning of combat. Ming Qian signaled for all ship captains to convene aboard the Lichun to check ammunition reserves and redistribute shells among the vessels based on status, ensuring sufficient firepower for the next phase, the attack on Xiamens. At 10:30, Ming Qian ordered all ships to take an early lunch. 15 minutes later, the first squadron closed on Xiamens Island. Xiamens Island was already in chaos. From the island's heights, observers could barely make out the battle in Xiamens Bay, but thick smoke soon obscured the scene, and the distance made details unclear. Not until a fire ship fleeing from the sea reached Xiamens Island did full-blown panic erupt. The fire ship carried Zheng Lian himself, who had jumped into the water and escaped just in time. He was soaked through, the back of his clothes scorched by flames, utterly disheveled. Zheng Lian ignored his wretched appearance. The moment he stepped ashore, he demanded a fast horse, leaped into the saddle, whipped it savagely, and galloped straight for Zhongzuo garrison. Those left on shore watched fire ships straggle back from the sea in 2s and 3s, their crews utterly demoralized. Some didn't even approach Xiamens Island, sailing directly toward the mainland to flee. While the crowd was still processing this confusion, a Fuchuan came lurching up to the pier, shell hole in its hull, one mast collapsed, half its sails burned. The deck was a scene of carnage. The crowd gathered at the dock seemed to awaken simultaneously and scattered in every direction. Even the soldiers stationed at the pier fled without exception. Xiamens Island was the Zheng family's primary foreign trade port. Originally, Zheng Zhilong had repeatedly attacked Moon Harbor, burned its neighborhoods, and captured its ships, all to force sea merchants to relocate their trade to Xiamens. Though the island was not particularly large, the blessing of prosperous foreign commerce had made its economy quite flourishing. A substantial commercial district had developed outside Zhongzuo garrison. The Zheng family's piers and warehouses lined the waterfront, goods piled high as mountains. Many trading vessels were still moored at the docks, some belonging to the Zheng fleet, others to merchants who had merely come to trade. Hearing that the barbarians were attacking in force, merchants and sailors alike lost their wits. Some, seeing their ships and cargo doomed, beat their chests and stamped their feet, wailing in anguish. The entire pier resounded with weeping and lamentation. At this moment, Zhongzuo garrison was also in turmoil. The atmosphere of terror carried by Zheng Lian's single galloping horse had infected the entire city. Within the garrison, prosperous families were supporting their elderly, leading their young, bundling their possessions, and fleeing to hide in the mountains. Meanwhile, the poor folk outside the walls were surging into the city, hoping to shelter behind its walls from the barbarians. For a time, the garrison gates were jammed with crowds, those leaving and those entering pushing and shoving with all their might. The old, the weak, women and children were knocked down, trampled, even crushed to death. The Zheng soldiers guarding the gates were at a loss, their shouted commands having no effect whatsoever. In the former 1,000 household headquarters at the center of the garrison, now Zheng Zhilong's council hall, though Zheng Zhilong had already attained the rank of 5 tigers roaming general and put on official airs, he still couldn't shake his sea lord's outlaw habits. Formalities weren't strictly observed. In the courtyard below the great hall steps, the Zheng family's main commanders gathered in clusters of 3 and 5. Most of the 18 Zhai, the backbone of the Zheng syndicate, were inside the council hall, their faces all bearing expressions of impending doom. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Even when Li Qiuqi had taken most of Zheng Zhilong's subordinates, leaving him with barely 300 soldiers, the 18 Zhai members had believed their elder brother could turn the tide and rebuild. But now they had lost that confidence. The news brought by the gasping Zheng Lion made everyone realize just how terrifying their opponent truly was. Zheng Lion was no green recruit. He was a sworn brother from the original 18 Zhai Fellowship, absolutely not the sort of coward who would exaggerate the enemy's strength after a defeat. If he said the barbarians were invincible, then invincible they truly were. Everyone, stop looking like your parents just died. Zheng Zhilong broke the hall's silence. The barbarians are right out there on the water, barely a breeze away from Xiamen. Let's hear some ideas. Xiamen is the key to Quanzhou. Zheng Zhaifeng observed the inclination toward abandonment among those present and coughed before speaking. If we abandon the defense here, Quanzhou and Jiangzhou will be in dire peril. We'll have no way to explain ourselves to the governor. Jinmen has already sent word, total annihilation. Second brother Mang's fate is unknown. Someone raised an objection. Brother Lion just suffered defeat and lost his ships. How can we fight the barbarians again? In my humble opinion, we should dispatch envoys while the barbarians haven't yet landed and negotiate a withdrawal. After all, we're forces of the court. Our brothers all hold official ranks. Surely they wouldn't dare act rashly. Withdraw? Zhang Zhibao sneered. The barbarians have deployed such a massive force. Do you think a few words from you will scare them off? If the barbarians feared officials, would they have fought their way to Guangzhou? Perhaps if we offer them benefits. Zheng Zhaifeng shook his head firmly. You're thinking of ceding territory and paying indemnities. A few coins would be a small matter, but what the barbarians want isn't our money. It's Xiamen Island itself. Even if we wanted to cede territory, we have nowhere to cede. He stood up and addressed the assembly. We brothers have been together since the 5th year of Tianqi. Following our elder brother, we carved out this domain. Now any one of us can be called richer than a kingdom. But aside from these few islands, where on the mainland do we have a foothold? The barbarians are going for our roots. This Xiamen Island is our foundation. If we lose our roots, we brothers will have nowhere left to stand. What talk then of commanding the 4 seas? Zheng Zhilong nodded inwardly. Zheng Zhaifeng's words made sense. Xiamen Island was the foundation from which he had risen. How much effort and scheming had he invested to make this island his own? How could he simply hand it over to the barbarians? Another voice supported Zheng Zhaifeng. We can't run. The silver, grain, and merchandise on this island can't be moved in time. Are we just going to leave it all here for the barbarians? If we do that, our brotherhood will be stripped down to our undergarments. A burst of raucous laughter erupted from the assembly, and the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. A faint smile touched Zheng Zhilong's lips. Zhaifeng is right. This is our base of operations, more important even than Anping. How can we give it to the barbarians? However formidable their ships, they can't sail onto dry land. Exactly, elder brother. Zheng Zhaifeng, encouraged by his support, grew more animated. He was the one who had been engineering operations against the barbarians behind the scenes. They were his mortal enemies. Jinmen is lost. If Xiamen falls too, we have nowhere left to stand. On this island we still have 10,000 men, over a dozen red barbarian cannons. If we offer generous rewards, our brothers will fight to the death. The barbarians have come from afar. How many men can they have brought? Once they're ashore, we'll trade 10 of ours for one of theirs. Even if we have to exchange lives, we'll bleed them dry. The claim of 10,000 men on the island was an exaggeration. In reality, besides the forces guarding the various stockades, the available land troops numbered only about 4,000. However, each commander's personal retainers and household guards added up to perhaps 1,000 more, especially Zhang Zhilong's own Black Guard and Japanese Guard, the latter including several Portuguese officers. All were career soldiers, well-equipped, well-trained, and elite by the standards of the time. Beyond the land troops, the sailors from Zheng vessels ashore could serve as makeshift infantry, adding several thousand more. But these men had no land combat training and were unfamiliar with formations, only useful in a rout. Zheng Zhaifeng was simply inflating the numbers to bolster morale. Still, the barbarian land forces brought on 5 ships amounted to perhaps 1,000 at most. Though bragging about 10 to 1 was an exaggeration, 4 or 5 to 1 was still manageable. Everyone had heard that the Australians' navy was formidable, and now they had witnessed it firsthand. But they had little concrete understanding of how strong the Australian army was. The rumors of He Rubin's defeat on Hainan had always been vague and uncertain. The 18 Zhai members, following their habitual thinking, assumed the Australians were merely somewhat stronger than imperial troops, and defeating imperial forces wasn't exactly rare these days. The Zheng family had repeatedly beaten government forces, and the government sometimes had to ask the Zheng family for assistance in campaigns. Moreover, Xiamen Island was their home turf. Besides Zhongzuo garrison, the Zheng consortium had built multiple fortified camps here, stockpiling vast quantities of gunpowder and provisions, enough to sustain operations for 10 years or more. Even if they lost the land battle, as long as they retreated to the garrison and camps, the Australians' isolated expeditionary force wouldn't dare linger. Hold the fortifications for half a month, and they would have to withdraw. The decision was made. Defend Xiamen to the death. Mounted scouts were dispatched along the coast. Xiamen Island's shores had several camps and beacon towers, but Zheng Zhilong wasn't reassured. He sent additional scouts to patrol the coastline, guarding against barbarian surprise landings. Second, the main force was concentrated at Zhongzuo. Land troops plus the various commanders' retainers and guards plus his personal bodyguards, totaling 4,000 men. Once the barbarians' landing was detected, they would meet them in battle outside Zhongzuo garrison. Everyone knew the barbarian ships were sturdy and their guns fierce, so Zheng Zhilong decided not to engage on the beach to avoid casualties from enemy naval gunnery, but rather to fight further inland. Since the barbarians were landing on Xiamen Island, they would certainly make Zhongzuo garrison their primary objective. His forces would intercept them below the city walls, waiting at ease for the exhausted enemy. End of chapter. Chapter 1249, Generous Rewards After Brief Adjustments and Rest. The first squadron began sailing along Xiamen Island's southwestern coast at 1:00 p.m., bearing down on Zhongzuo garrison. Zhongzuo garrison sat on Xiamen Island's southwestern coast, backed by Wulao Mountain and facing Guilingyu across the water, roughly where Xiamen University stands today. East of the garrison lay the famous Liujin battery, a place many transmigrators had visited in pilgrimage. The 280 Krupp cannon there was a sacred relic in many military enthusiasts' hearts. because this location commanded the vital waterway between Guilingyu and Xiamen Island, known as the Gateway to Fujian, key to the southern skies. Its position was strategically critical. Consequently, Zhang Zhilong had also constructed a battery on Liujin, mounting several 24-pounder naval guns purchased from the Portuguese. By contemporary standards, this Liujin battery's defenses were not unsophisticated. Though it had only 3 or 4 guns and fewer than 100 garrison troops, the contemporary Tiger Gate fortress's defenses were equally rudimentary. Compared to the Guangdong bureaucrats, Zhang Zhilong possessed considerably more insight into coastal defense and had invested substantially in Xiamen Island's fortifications. Though the battery's range was limited, unable to threaten the first squadron ships sailing at sea, it remained a nuisance, particularly since the Liujin battery's guns could reach the beach where the first expeditionary force planned to land. The battery had to be destroyed before launching the amphibious assault. The first squadron sailed past Huixin Rock, designated the target, and commenced bombardment. The precise coordinates of Liujin battery had already been surveyed and marked by the Special Reconnaissance Team. Thus, the 130 guns needed only a few trial shots before bracketing the target. The guns pounded slowly and rhythmically to conserve ammunition. The supply ships hadn't yet arrived, and each ship's main battery shells were down to 1/3 of their basic load. Smoke and flames engulfed Liujin. Through binoculars, one could see the battery gradually collapsing amid the dust and debris, rubble and stone fragments flying with each impact. After each shot, the Special Reconnaissance Team's observer reported the point of impact over radio, and the Lichun relayed the information to the other ships via signal flag and lamp. After several salvos, the banners and camps on Liujin had been obliterated in fire and smoke. According to the Special Reconnaissance Team's report, besides the Liujin battery, the entire island had multiple other batteries, but none posed a threat to their operations. With Liujin destroyed, Zhongzuo garrison on the shore was completely exposed, allowing free maneuver. The first squadron passed the Liujin battery safely, whereupon each ship dropped anchor. Ming Qian gave the order, "Commence landing." The landing zone was selected on the beach before Liujin battery, about 2 kilometers from Zhongzuo garrison. This location was chosen to avoid the anchorage near Zhongzuo, where many vessels were currently moored, with warehouses and trading posts lining the docks. The conditions for a fire attack were ideal there. Should the Zhang family set fire to the docks and anchorage, the entire Zhongzuo waterfront would become an inferno, and both naval and land forces would have no choice but to flee. Bosun's whistles shrilled across the decks. Sailors opened the deck gratings, and the shouts of Marine NCOs drifted up from below. The Marines, cooped up below decks for most of the day, began climbing up the ladders in orderly fashion. They crowded up through the hatches, milled about for a minute getting organized, then formed up to await the order to board boats. The deck was cluttered everywhere with small boats and supplies, making movement difficult. They could only shuffle slowly along. The davit cranes, powered by steam engines, began creaking and lowering boats into the water. Rope ladders were hung over both sides of the hull. Whistles urged the Marines on. A voice kept calling from the deck, "Number 15 boat board. Number 3 boat board." With each call, a platoon of soldiers nervously climbed over the gunwale and scrambled down the rope ladders on either side. Each man carried a heavy pack, steel helmet, and new model rifle. The assault engineers carried even more. No one wanted to share a boat with them, because they always had demolition charges strapped to their backs. Liujin stood by the gunwale helping maintain order. The Marines passing before her always stole curious glances at this rare female officer. Women soldiers were scarce in the Babajan. Neither the Army nor the Navy had its own medical corps, so the military hospitals that absorbed the most women soldiers didn't exist. As for the other major concentration of women soldiers, the communications troops, the Babajan's communications still relied on human messengers, creating little demand for women. Only in Army and Navy headquarters were there relatively more female military personnel. A female officer like Liujin serving aboard ship was virtually unique. Fortunately, she had been sailing and commanding crews of men since girlhood and had plenty of experience. She was hardly the sort of girl who blushed at a man's glance. Such situations were old hat to her. Otherwise, a more thin-skinned woman might have wanted to jump overboard. She kept a stern face, occasionally barking, "Watch your footing. Be careful," never allowing the slightest familiarity. With so many landing craft on the ship, each loaded and lowered at different times and speeds, some already filled with troops were circling the mothership waiting, men waving at the big ship. Their shallow black hulls cut through the blue-gray water. From the nearby Yangbo, another landing craft was being lowered, davit pulleys creaking. Soldiers covered the hull like ants swarming the gunnels, embarking for the transfer. Liujin turned her gaze northward toward Zhongzuo garrison, feeling somewhat uneasy. The garrison was very close. All the ships had dropped anchor and were busy transferring troops. The sea and decks were chaos. She glanced up at the wind vane. The wind was still contrary. If the Zhang family seized this opportunity to launch a fire ship attack, their side might face a bitter fight. She started suddenly. She had actually thought of the barbarians as our side. This reminded her she was still in her undercover role. Her heart grew uneasy. At this moment, Zhang Zhilong observed from the gatehouse of Zhongzuo garrison and lowered his Dutch telescope. His brow relaxed slightly, like a master player catching his opponent in a fatal blunder. The barbarians were actually dropping anchor and lowering boats before Lichun, obviously preparing to land. But this location was less than 4 li by sea from the anchorage where he had positioned his fire ships. With the dozens of fire ships still moored there, they could ride the favorable wind and reach the enemy. Surely the barbarians couldn't weigh anchor and escape that quickly. At the very least, they could destroy half the enemy's boats already lowered, crippling the enemy land forces. Even if they couldn't rout the barbarians immediately, they could buy half a day or a day's time. He looked up at the great Zhang banner flying from the gatehouse and asked in a low voice, "What's the wind direction?" By now, the commanders clustered around him understood his intention. But after Zhang Lian's disastrous defeat, leading fire ships into the attack had become an extremely risky assignment. Win or lose, the odds were against survival. After a brief silence, someone stepped forward and bowed. "The wind is favorable. Your humble servant requests permission to lead a fire ship squadron to destroy the enemy." Everyone looked. The volunteer was Zhang Zhaipeng, Zhang Zhilong's clan cousin, one of the original 18 Zhai sworn brothers, the innermost circle of loyalists. At this moment of the Zhang family's existential crisis, only one of their own stepping forward could command the troops' respect and Zhang Zhilong's trust. "Very well, it's yours." Zhang Zhilong nodded, his eyes showing appreciation. "I'm giving you all the fire ships. I'll send someone to follow with ships to support you. Take care of yourself. I would walk through fire and water for elder brother. 10,000 deaths would not deter me," Zhang Zhaipeng declared boldly, backing up several steps before turning and hurrying down from the tower. "Order the commissary to immediately send 50,000 taels of silver to the docks for General Peng to reward the fire ship crews," Zhang Zhilong commanded. 20 taels per man up front. Anyone who rams an enemy ship gets another 50 taels upon return." The commanders were stunned. 20 taels per man. This wasn't just generous, it was unheard of. Normally, even after a victory, a reward of 4 or 5 taels was standard. Only those with proven merit or wounds received 10 taels or more. And that was already exceptionally generous by the standards of late Ming military forces, never mind the beggarly imperial troops. Now these fire ship sailors were getting 20 taels before even setting out. Inconceivable. "Yes, sir. Also have the commissary bring 300,000 taels to the gatehouse and display it. I'm going to lavishly reward the army. Troops going out to attack get 10 taels each. Garrison troops get 5. If we drive off the barbarians, every man gets another 50 taels. Those who die in battle receive their reward on top of the death benefit. Another stir among the commanders. Zhang Zhilong's fourth brother, Zhang Zhibao, couldn't help but step forward to remonstrate. Elder brother, isn't it too much? Once we set this precedent, if future campaigns don't offer such rewards, the troops won't fight hard. Right now is the time we need everyone to give their lives. Is 70 taels of silver worth a life? I think it's very much worth it, Zhang Zhilong said. If we lose this battle and lose Zhongzuo, the silver in this city will go to the barbarians anyway. Better to scatter the treasure to win hearts and stake everything on one desperate gamble. Perhaps there was still a chance. Better that than to be defeated pathetically, handing all the wealth and goods of the city to the barbarians for nothing. While the green hills last, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as our brotherhood holds Xiamen Island, even if we lose every man and every ship, we can come back, Zhang Zhilong declared. 1,000 pieces of gold scattered will return again. We brothers are men doing great things. We need to show some spirit. Stirred by these words, the commander's blood ran hot. If their elder brother could treat wealth like grass, why should they be timid? As long as they fought off the barbarians, there would be plenty of chances to recoup their losses and come out ahead. After all, Li Qiuqi had once pushed them to the brink and they had still come back. The commanders bowed together. We will follow the general's lead. Note: I couldn't find detailed location data for Zhongzuo garrison. It appears to have been roughly where Xiamen University's Siming district campus is now. End of chapter. Chapter 1250, Grapeshot. Zhang Zhipeng galloped to the dock surrounded by his guards. The commissary had already delivered chest after chest of silver. With time pressing, there was no weighing silver. They had sent Spanish dollars instead. Chest after chest lay open, the gleaming white coins dazzling under the afternoon sun. By the general's order, each man receives 20 taels, an additional 50 taels for those who achieve results. Zhang Zhipeng announced loudly. The sailors immediately began stirring. Wealth moves hearts. Originally they had been assembled and told they were going into battle, already showing signs of wavering morale. But now the commissary had delivered all this gleaming silver, and they'd heard of such generous rewards. One by one their eyes lit with desire. Pay them. His subordinates immediately began distributing handfuls of silver coins to the sailors. 20 shining Spanish dollars, heavy in the hand. The sailors broke into smiles. Such generous compensation was unprecedented. Greed emboldens men. The previously flagging morale, ignited by this silver, surged back up. They howled like wolves. Losing your head just leaves a bowl-sized scar. As if the Australian gunfire that had terrified them moments ago was nothing special after all. There were still some 60 fire ships between those left at Guilingyu and those that had fled back. Given the current situation, there was a fair chance of success. Zhang Zhipeng immediately ordered the entire squadron to sortie, raising full sail and charging straight toward Liujin. After setting out, the squadron immediately spread into a wide front, bearing down on the beach below Liujin. The sailors, their eyes reddened by silver, howled and rowed furiously, trying to make their boats go faster. The fire ship squadron sortie was immediately spotted by observers aboard the Lichun. Ming Qiu ordered the decks cleared and cargo unloading temporarily suspended. All main guns, load Grapeshot. The elevator rumbled, raising 130 Grapeshot from the magazine. Grapeshot was structurally similar to shrapnel shells, but the projectiles were much larger, generally used only by navies, specifically designed to engage light vessels and destroy enemy deck installations. The fire ships, propelled by sails and oars together, advanced at an average speed of 7 knots, quickly closing to within 1 cable's length of the anchorage. Commence fire. The Lichun's 2 130 main guns roared, long tongues of flame propelling the shells from the barrels. The shells spun through over 1,000 meters before bursting in the air above the densely packed fire ship squadron. The explosive charge scattered more than a dozen ping-pong ball-sized pellets from each shell, spraying down onto the squadron from above. The grapeshot pellets tore through human bodies instantly. They punched through the firewood piled on the decks and finally through the hull planking. Seawater immediately flooded the holds. The first salvo put 3 fire ships underwater and sinking. More were hit, losing control, some with shattered masts, others with dead crews. The crippled fire ships drifted broadside and the entire formation fell into chaos. The lead boats blocked those behind. Helmsmen desperately worked the rudders. The crowded ships collided with one another. Sailors cursed each other, pushing off with bamboo poles. All batteries fire. Following the Lichun's lead, the main guns of the other 4 warships bellowed simultaneously. Grapeshot continued to burst over the fire ship squadron, puffs of black smoke exploding in the air, pellets raining down on the boats. Scorching pellets struck the dry firewood and sails, igniting flames wherever they fell. The sailors, whose courage had just been stoked by silver, now wailed for their parents under this aerial hail of iron. They watched comrades beside them have their skulls blown apart, their limbs torn off, or be torn clean in half, their spirits shattered utterly. There was nowhere to hide on these boats, every pellet punched straight through to the keel. After 3 main gun salvos, the ship's Hotchkiss revolving cannons and typewriters opened up. At just over 1,000 meters, this was their optimal effective range. The 13 and 30 lead bullets flew at the fire ships like driving rain. Geysers of water erupted everywhere. The lead boats were instantly perforated like honeycomb, listing straight down beneath the waves. Though Zhang Zhaipeng's boat was in the rear, he saw the grapeshot's airburst carnage clearly through his telescope. Watching the barbarians deploy yet another unexpected sorcery, his heart felt pierced by 10,000 arrows. What kind of fighting was this when you couldn't even close to contact? Seeing the fire ships ahead jammed together, some already ablaze, some half sunk, this fire attack, which had cost tens of thousands in Spanish dollars, was already failing. Furious and anguished, not caring whether the sailors could hear him, he stood upright on the deck and roared, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Charge together. 100 taels for ramming an enemy ship." The words were barely out of his mouth when another salvo of grapeshot burst overhead. A pellet screamed down, punching clean through Zhang Zhaipeng's chest and leaving a bowl-sized hole before drilling through the deck behind him. Zhang Zhaipeng staggered 1 step, seemingly unable to believe there was such a large cavity where his heart should be. His eyes went wide, and he collapsed on the deck. Zhang Zhaipeng's death caused no ripples. Even if he hadn't fallen, the fire attack had already failed. Under the combined assault of grapeshot and rapid-fire guns, not a single fire ship made it within 1,000 meters of the transfer anchorage. The ships hit by grapeshot and set ablaze burned as they drifted on the water, sinking before reaching the anchorage. The few that got close were towed aside by small boats and left to burn themselves out. The sea surface was choked with smoke and flames. Many fire ships were burning, but not one had threatened the barbarian warships, let alone rammed one. The barbarians' boats continued ferrying troops to the beach as if nothing had happened. The Zheng commanders gathered on the gatehouse gazed out over the water, their faces showing dejection. Some had already backed away several steps. If not for the tower being full of Zheng Zhilong's guards, they might have fled already. Zheng Zhilong forced himself to appear calm. So the fire attack failed, so what? The barbarians have sturdy ships and fierce guns. We brothers can't compete at sea. Wait until they're ashore, then we'll fight them with everything we have. Everyone, organize your troops and prepare for battle." The commanders chorused acknowledgement and dispersed. Zheng Zhilong, with his guards and close advisors, descended from the tower. He saw the crowd jostling at the gate as soldiers collected their reward silver. Observing his troops, their formations somewhat disordered, but every man fully equipped with armor and weapons, far superior to government forces, he felt somewhat consoled. Though the land forces weren't the Zheng family's core strength, he hadn't skimped on investment over the years. Equipment and pay had always been generous, and they had won him several victories, including a punitive campaign against the Yao people in Guangdong. Now his only hope was that his land forces could hold against the barbarians. By the look of it, the barbarian landing force wasn't large, 500 at most. This was somewhat reassuring. He instructed his guards, summon Matthias and To Taro. Matthias and To Kumo headed his Black Guard and Japanese Guard respectively. Zheng Zhilong's Black Guard had been recruited through the Portuguese, mostly escaped slaves. According to records, Macau at the time had 850 Portuguese householders. On average, each has 6 armed slaves. The largest and finest of these are the Kaffirs plus other peoples. The Portuguese and these men, the Japanese, have excellent matchlocks, spears, and other weapons. Few Portuguese lack 6 or 12 firelocks or flintlocks. Kaffirs were black slaves from East Africa. Most had military training and were accustomed to Portuguese matchlocks. They fought bravely and posed no risk of betrayal, so Zheng Zhilong trusted them greatly, maintaining a force of about 300. As for the Japanese Guard, given his connections with various Hirado domains and his former status as a Catholic, he could readily recruit several hundred Christian Japanese soldiers. Though Matthias and To Taro weren't part of the Zheng Consortium's inner circle, they were Zheng Zhilong's private soldiers, the truly elite troops who answered only to him. Most importantly, he didn't have to worry about either man betraying him. Matthias and To Taro appeared before him, both dressed in Portuguese style. Apart from the twin swords at To Taro's waist, they looked like European soldiers. Both guard units were armed and trained in the European military manner, with particular emphasis on matchlock shooting. Whether in accuracy or rate of fire, they were top-notch. Zheng Zhilong's confidence that he could still fight was largely due to having these 2 units at his disposal. "The barbarians are about to attack here," Zheng Zhilong said. "You two assemble your troops and stand by at my side." "Aren't we going out to engage, General?" Matthias asked. Having spent years in China after his time under the Portuguese, he spoke excellent Chinese. "Of course we will, but you are my cutting edge. I'll use you at the critical moment. Are the cannons and gunners ready?" "Ready." "I've assigned the best gunners to man the guns on the walls, all Portuguese veterans. But the gunners haven't had proper training on those 2 big guns. I'm afraid there might be accidents," Matthias said. "That Carishadan taught you how to use them, just use them. The barbarians' cannons are extremely formidable, our current guns are no match for them. We have no choice but to take risks." "Yes, General." Matthias raised no further objections. Zheng Zhilong had someone bring silver and ordered 20 silver dollars distributed to each guard soldier. Matthias and To Taro each received 100 silver dollars, plus generous bonuses for the Portuguese gunners, $100 apiece. With the arrangements complete, he detailed 2,000 men to defend inside Zhongzuo garrison using the wall-mounted cannons, while the main force and guards sallied from the city to form up in the relatively deeper terrain northwest of the garrison, ready to meet the enemy. End of chapter. Chapter 1251. Bamboo Bundle shields the first expeditionary force completed assembly on the beach. 3 marine companies were numerically thin, but the firepower they possessed was the strongest in this time and space. Hall rifles, typewriters, and trial year 32 battalion guns with friction recoil absorption devices. Although only 3 guns, their range far exceeded the 12-pound mountain howitzers commonly equipped in the past. They possessed ultra-long range and a rate of fire unbearable for all armies in this era. According to staff estimates, most armies of this time couldn't withstand more than a few shots before fleeing in panic. Hijacking was high-spirited. The term First Expeditionary Force sounded much grander than Marine 1st Battalion and much more American. The Marines' uniforms had been recently changed, completely breaking away from the Fubo armies past Type 65 style. They now wore a knockoff version of the USMC combat utility uniform. Of course, the Lingao version MCCUU had no camouflage nor special fabrics, just the common cotton or cotton linen blend of Lingao uniforms, dyed the most rustic dark blue with indigo. The cap was also the iconic octagonal cap. Lingao couldn't equip Marines with modern combat boots, so they still used integrated canvas gaiters, equipped with Army general-purpose webbing. Hijacking jumped down from the small boat. Clenching a pipe in his teeth, a saber at his waist, and a leather riding crop in hand, he looked every inch the commanding officer. Glancing at the assembled Marine detachment, each man spirited back straight, quite in the style of Imperial Marines, he couldn't help but swell with ambition. He waved the riding crop, blew a few smoke rings, and shouted, "Lads, fuck 'em." "Yes, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel," all Marines shouted back. "Fuck 'em, serve the Senate and the people." He waved his riding crop downward. "All units move out." 3 companies advanced in 3 columns, the fire support detachment composed of cannons and typewriters following behind. According to plan, the 1st Expeditionary Force was to wait for heavy artillery to land before advancing. But the fleet transporting artillery had failed to arrive in time. Speed is precious in war. To prevent Zhang Zhilong and his treasure from escaping, and also to prevent the enemy from setting fire to the city in despair, Hijacking decided to advance on the walled city immediately, striving to rout the enemy in one decisive blow. Zhongzuo garrison's walls rose less than 6 meters, built of traditional Chinese brick-encased stone. Being only a Weisuo city, the walls weren't thick. Not only was its anti-artillery capability weak, but defensive works like towers on the walls were also few. Hijacking felt he could take it even without relying on heavy artillery. Besides, he still had 3 battalion guns and a platoon of assault engineers available. Just deliver explosives directly to blow open the gate. Hijacking didn't believe Zhang Zhilong's pirate troops were willing to fight him bayonet to bayonet in the city. Probably only the Japanese guard with severe Chunibyo flare-ups would be willing to send themselves to their deaths. However, Su Qi, responsible for collecting and analyzing Zhang Consortium intelligence, thought this possibility unlikely. The Japanese Guard and Black Guard were bluntly Zhang Zhilong's foreign house guards, death warriors fed full with silver, Zhang Zhilong's last capital. Once the walled city fell, the general trend would be irreversible. Zhang Zhilong still had to rely on his guards to cover his escape. How could he bear to leave them in the city for street fighting with Marines, burning jade and stone together? Marine Songbook page 2, Song of Marine Warriors. Sing in unison, sergeants ordered loudly. The Marines' iron hobnailed canvas leather-soled combat boots trampled Xiamens beach, kicking up clouds of dust. The soldiers sang loudly in unison. "I am the Marine Corps, I am a killing weapon between flashes of red light letting your blood splash, don't doubt, this is my turf. When you rush in I am smiling because victory belongs to me, I am a first-class killer bringing death. Fire of tempering long ignited, shoulder to shoulder with me, you will never be alone, first to charge, last to leave, warriors go with no return I know. Devouring fear when enemies enter sight, aim with hand, pull trigger with will, kill with cold heart. I am a ghost advancing, I am a warrior singing. Loving war and fighting, turning enemy country to scorched earth, wading through seas of blood, swearing to exterminate all." The lyrics sometimes weren't quite in rhythm, but hundreds of sturdy men opening their throats to sing in unison, accompanied by their heavy footsteps, set the very air vibrating. Hijacking strode with his head held high at the front of 2nd Company. The 1st Expeditionary Force flag fluttered behind him. His personal senator flag banner paraded alongside, embroidered not only with his family crest but also medals he had been awarded and the locations where he had commanded Marines to victory. "What are these Kuns singing?" Zhang Zhilong heard the singing carried vaguely by wind from afar and asked. "Reporting to General, I can't hear clearly. Nothing more than some battle songs. Very vulgar." Zhang Zhilong picked up his binoculars and looked again toward where the singing came from. 3 columns of blue-clad soldiers were advancing on the beach toward his position. Flags were few, soldiers ranked strictly orderly, steps uniform, obviously an elite army. But looking at the scale of the troops, at most 500 men. No dust clouds of large troop movements were visible behind them, nor large herds of oxen and horses in their rear train, obviously not towing heavy artillery. Zheng Zhilong felt slightly relieved. If only 500 had come, his forces could still fight them. Kun came from afar. How many troops could they transport? Just eat this group first. Follow-up troops would just be adding oil. Eat one group as they came. Zheng Zhilong's confidence surged. He laughed. Its true hair rebel ships are sturdy and their guns sharp, but pity they don't know the art of war. Daring to attack with so few men, isn't it just sending themselves to death for nothing? The commanders also felt these Kun were too arrogant and felt slightly relieved. The younger ones with hotter blood, initially stunned by hair rebel cannon fire, now recovered their wits. Feeling the enemy's land forces were few and carried no cannons, they rubbed their palms one by one, preparing to give the Kun a good lesson. General, this general is willing to be vanguard. Dampen their sharpness. One person stepped forward from among the commanders. It was Lin Cha. Lin Cha was a great general under Zheng Zhilong, brave and skilled in battle. Zheng Zhilong had once requested merit for him from the imperial court. Your men are too few and infantry. Fall back for now, don't be impatient. Zheng Zhilong shook his head. The opponent was an all-firearm unit. Others might not understand, but he kept 2 all-firearm guard units himself and was very familiar with firearm lethality. Lin Cha had only 300 or 400 men. They would be beaten to slag by Kun before having time to swing swords and spears. General, this general has a tactic that can fight the Kun, Lin Cha pressed, unwilling to give up. Speak. I previously talked with General To, discussing the fierceness of firearms unrivaled. Even brave generals in heavy armor can hardly escape death once hit by iron guns. Fighting against musketeers, one can only advance bravely, fighting with flesh and blood bodies. But General To said that in Japan there is an implement that can overcome iron guns. General To was Taro. He wasn't willing to say his surname. The Chinese naturally took To as his surname. Go on. Zheng Zhilong became interested. Yes, Lin Cha said hurriedly. I heard from General To that this object is called a bamboo bundle shield. By bundling multiple short green bamboos into a bundle, iron gun bullets cannot penetrate. Zheng Zhilong thought for a moment, then shook his head. This bamboo bundled together would be big and heavy. It cannot be held with one hand. How would soldiers hold weapons to fight? We can divide into 3 teams. One team holding bamboo bundle shields in front to block bullets. One team behind, all using bows and arrows. The last team, shield and sword hands. First release a volley of arrows, then the shield and sword hands leap forward while trampling bodies, breaking the enemy with broadsword and rattan shield. Lin Cha had come prepared. He had studied this problem long ago and trained his subordinates on site. Zheng Zhilong turned his gaze to Taro. Is it really feasible? Reporting to my lord, the bamboo bundle shield is indeed feasible. Iron guns cannot shoot through, Taro confirmed. In Japan, whenever attacking castles, many vanguard soldiers carried this kind of bamboo bundle shield to resist iron gun bullets. Zheng Zhilong was moved. But in such haste, where would we find these bamboos? And organizing teams to coordinate drill is not a matter of one morning or evening. Reporting to General, this humble officer has already prepared 1,000 bamboo bundle shields. My subordinate soldiers have also practiced the formation. I only request that the general let me fight. Good, Zheng Zhilong nodded. Rare that you have the heart. Since so, you will lead the vanguard. Saying this, he shouted, Bring wine, I drink to send General Lin off. After drinking the send-off wine, Zheng Zhilong ordered his men to reward Lin Cha's subordinates $5 silver each as encouragement for the vanguard. Lin Cha took his men to reorganize troops. His subordinates numbered only 400. Zheng Zhilong, fearing insufficient strength, ordered a subordinate general named Lin Sheng to take his own 300 men to coordinate in battle. Hijacking was leading troops forward when scouts ahead returned to report that a team of 700 or 800 men had come out to meet them. First company, second company deploy into double column line. Third company as reserve. Marine companies no longer had drummers and fifers, only buglers. Following Shijiki's command, the bugler's horn sounded. First and second companies deployed while marching, spreading into a double-column line. First company on the left, second company on the right. Halt! Dress ranks! Shijiki led the direct-controlled squad at the junction of the two companies. Behind him were the cannons already beginning to unlimber and the third company acting as reserve. In terms of marine weapons, they could totally have adopted skirmish line combat mode. But the change over time had been short. Corresponding tactical training hadn't kept up. Thus they continued using line infantry tactics. Shijiki felt that against enemies of this era, line infantry tactics worked well enough. They could fully unleash firepower. Shijiki raised his binoculars to look and felt strangely puzzled. These 700 or 800 men, everyone in the front rank held up a gigantic firewood bundle. On second thought, he understood. These were meant to block bullets. "Damn, this is too funny," Shijiki muttered, putting down his binoculars. He drew his command saber. "All units prepare for battle." Bugles blew rapidly. Note: bamboo bundle shields were indeed used in Japan's warring states period. They are said to have been invented by Take the Shinjin. End of chapter. Chapter 1252. The bombardment of Zhongzuo. The Hall rifle's first volley came at 300 meters. Because the Marines adhered to the spirit of economy through revolution, their Hall rifles were simply converted Mini-A rifles, with no change in caliber. Authentic Hall rifles had a gas leakage problem, so their muzzle energy and range were inferior to muzzle-loading rifled muskets. Despite the great advantage in rate of fire, they had been replaced by muzzle-loading rifles before the American Civil War due to range issues. The Lingao manufactured version had been somewhat improved. The breech tube was changed to a hinged design, with a brass tapered locking device at the junction. When pressed down and pushed forward, it locked into the rear of the barrel. When the propellant charge exploded, the tapered locking device expanded, sealing off the gas leaking from the breech. Therefore, the Lingao Hall rifle achieved a muzzle energy of 250 joules with an effective range of 500 meters, power only slightly reduced from the muzzle-loading Mini-A rifle, while maintaining rate of fire. The 13 lead bullets spun along the rifling and screamed 300 meters downrange, instantly shredding the bamboo bundles. These bamboo bundle shields could effectively stop arrows and smoothbore matchlock balls, but they were utterly useless against Mini-A balls fired from rifled muskets. As the bullets tore through one bamboo pole after another, the fibers split along their length into countless bamboo splinters, spraying outward like shrapnel from a fragmentation grenade. The soldiers behind the bamboo bundle shields, even if not hit directly by bullets, were pierced all over by these splinter fragments. One after another screamed and collapsed, rolling and wailing on the ground. The Hall rifle's rate of fire was impressive. An average soldier could fire 6 rounds per minute, and since the 1st Expeditionary Force was an experimental unit that spared no ammunition in training, the standard was more than 10 rounds per minute. Though Shijiki deliberately used the double-rank formation with alternating fire to control the rate and conserve ammunition, 2 companies still poured out 1,500 rounds in a single minute. Bullets fell like rain. 1 minute of sustained fire felled nearly half of Lin Cha's force. The formation collapsed completely. The front rank's bamboo bundle shields had been shattered to fragments, their bearers dead or wounded, the wounded especially ghastly, almost all victims of secondary splinter injuries. Some were covered from head to toe in wounds, drenched in blood, yet not immediately dying, rolling and screaming on the ground in agony. The follow-on archers had long since scattered and fled. The rattan-shield swordsmen at the rear, however, were remarkably brave, known for prizing righteousness over life, and were Lin Cha's and Lin Sheng's personal sons and brothers, trained troops. Now their waists were stuffed with silver, their courage at its peak. They didn't immediately collapse under the hail of fire. The 2 Lins ran back and forth with their guards, shouting encouragement and promising rewards to urge their men forward. The rattan-shield soldiers kept their heads down, crouching behind their shields, charging forward recklessly, extremely fierce and bold. In another timeline, the rattan-shield troops earned the name Mad Dogs from the Dutch in their battles on Taiwan Island for their fearless bravery. But the Hall rifle's fire density was nothing like the Dutch matchlocks. The rattan-shield troops held out for perhaps 30 seconds. The charging soldiers fell one after another, and shattered shields and sabers littered the ground. Not one man managed to advance more than 50 meters. The surviving soldiers couldn't endure such punishment. Heedless of the promised silver, they broke and fled, throwing down their swords. With the two Lins unable to hold them, they could only retreat with their guards. Defeated just like that, the watching Zheng commander's heart sank. They hadn't held great expectations for Lin Cha's bamboo bundle shields, but for the barbarians to rout their silver-stuffed 700 brothers with barely a dozen volleys, this was absurd. Worst of all, the enemy's muskets were far more lethal than rumored. At a range of over 100 Zhang, they took lives as easily as reaching into a pocket. Not only far and accurate, but repeating guns. How could anyone fight that? Zheng Zhilong's two guard units were equipped with Portuguese matchlocks purchased from Macau, considered first-rate firearms even by European standards, but their range was barely 100 paces at best. Their rate of fire was pathetically slow, nothing compared to the barbarian rifles. At this rate, the enemy only needed to advance steadily, firing volley after volley, to wear down his entire force. Thinking this, he immediately summoned a messenger. Order General Ma to open fire. General Ma was Matthias. At this moment, the Black Guard officer was on the walls of Zhongzuo, directing gunners as they aimed the cannons. On the hastily constructed gun emplacement atop the gatehouse stood two naval cannons removed from Gang High Patrol 64. The Carishidan Paul had won the Zhang Consortium's heart precisely through the action that captured this patrol boat and its two guns, and of course, through several novelties he had brought with him. Beside the guns were stacked the shells unloaded from the ship. The spherical projectiles looked unremarkable at first glance, but each ball was firmly fixed by iron straps to a wooden sabot, with a silk powder bag tied behind the sabot. The sabots were painted in different colors to distinguish solid shot from explosive shell. Most were solid shot. At Matthias's command, a dozen-odd Portuguese and black gunners bustled about. The position was more than 3 li from the beach where the Marines were advancing. Not long ago, the Carishitan responsible for dismounting these two guns had demonstrated how to operate them right here. The Carishitan had seemed very familiar with the procedure. He demonstrated the firing technique to the gunners and conducted test firings. The range of these two guns could not only cover the beach but could reach out to sea as well. To Matthias, there was nothing particularly special about these two guns. They were simply cast with exceptional precision. But their ammunition was indeed unique, especially the explosive shells. He had never seen the small copper discs that could be mounted on the projectile bodies. Supposedly, once this device was installed, fired explosive shells had a detonation rate of over 90%. In this timeline, though explosive shells existed, they were mostly fired from mortars. They were seldom fired from cannon, let alone with 90% reliability. Contemporary shells had no reliable fuses, relying entirely on burning fuses for detonation. Either they failed to explode after firing, or they burst in the barrel before firing. Thus explosive shells were considered unreliable ammunition with mediocre power, just a few fragments flying. Artillerists preferred the safe, reliable solid shot in canister. Had the Carishidan not personally demonstrated the use and repeatedly fired the guns, Matthias would have been highly skeptical of these explosive shells. But after witnessing the demonstration, he was completely convinced. Not only was the detonation reliable, but the explosive power exceeded any shell he had ever seen. The barbarians were formidable indeed, and this Carishitan artillerist was hardly inferior. Matthias had heard rumors about how formidable the Australians' cannons were. that they could fire large quantities of immensely powerful explosive shells. It appeared this Carishidan possessed the same technology, and he had even claimed he could build even more powerful, longer-ranged, more accurate cannons. Whether the Carishidan could actually build such guns remained to be seen. But clearly, today the only thing that could show the barbarians what were the guns and ammunition they themselves had manufactured. Through his telescope, he could see the barbarian battle line steadily advancing toward the garrison. They were about to enter what the Carishidan had described as effective range. The Carishidan had given them data. At 5 degrees elevation, these 2 guns could fire shells to half a league, 2,000 meters, and a mere 5 degrees of elevation meant shooting accuracy far better than other cannon. Combined with workable explosive shells, they could cause significant casualties to infantry on the march. The Australians marched beautifully. Matthias watched through his telescope the Marines advancing in precise battle line under their regimental colors. He couldn't help but admire. This formation was the equal of Spanish veterans. He lowered the telescope and gave the order to prepare to fire. The gunners methodically ranged, aimed, swabbed the bore, and prepared the ammunition. One gunner punched a hole in the copper disc according to range, then screwed it onto the shell. The shell was carefully loaded into the bore. Another gunner pierced the silk powder bag with an iron awl and poured priming powder from a horn into the touch hole. Fire! A gunner touched a match to the priming powder in the touch hole. The touch hole flashed, then the gun belched a thick gout of flame and white smoke. The heavy cannon recoiled backward, its carriage's 4 wheels creaking. The dense smoke and flame from the wall immediately caught Hijacking's attention. He knew they were still 2 kilometers from Zhongzuo. No matter who the enemy was, no one would fire at this range. Seconds later, the boom of the cannon reached them through the air. The first shell fired from Zhongzuo's wall landed on the beach 100 meters ahead of the line, exploding with a tremendous blast. Sand and iron fragments sprayed in all directions. A palm-sized piece of scalding iron thudded into the sand less than 5 meters from the battle line, smoking faintly. Artillery! The terrifying thought flashed through Hijacking's mind. Fear gripped his heart in an instant. The enemy had suddenly opened fire at a range that should have been completely beyond their reach, and with explosive shells. Before he could gather his wits, the second shell was already screaming in. This one flew over the line's heads and landed on the beach behind them, raising a mixed column of water and sand. A soldier at the very edge of the line grunted, swayed, and fell. Hijacking went pale. The 30 seconds between those 2 shells stretched like a century. He was completely unprepared for being subjected to artillery fire. With difficulty, he squeezed out words from his parched throat. Maintain formation. Battalion guns open fire. Target. Zhongzuo garrison. Suppress enemy artillery now. End of chapter. Chapter 1253. Human wall. Hijacking struggled to bring his nerves under control. As a former auxiliary police officer, he was accustomed to handling crises. Although this was far beyond any situation he had ever encountered before, his training and instincts took over. He forced his breathing steady and began issuing orders. The 3 trial year 32 battalion guns immediately returned fire at the garrison walls. Their 75 shells screamed toward the gatehouse. Though these guns were designed primarily for infantry support with limited range and power, against targets at this distance they remained effective. 2 shells slammed into the wall below the gatehouse, blasting chunks of brick and stone into the air. The third struck the gatehouse itself, not an explosive shell, but a solid shot that punched through the wooden structure, taking out 2 Portuguese gunners before burying itself in the far wall. Up on the wall, Matthias cursed. He had expected the Australian guns to be formidable, but he hadn't anticipated counter-battery fire coming so quickly or so accurately. He shouted for his men to take cover and continue firing. The duel between the 2 captured naval guns and the 3 battalion guns continued. Shells flew back and forth across the battlefield. The Australians held the advantage in rate of fire. The battalion guns could fire several rounds per minute, while the naval guns, even with their trained Portuguese crews, could manage only one round every 2 minutes. But the naval guns had range and power. Their 24-pounder shells, when they hit, caused far more damage than the lighter battalion gun projectiles, and their explosive shells, with those miraculous copper disc fuses, detonated reliably, showering the Marines with shrapnel. The 1st Expeditionary Force pressed forward under fire. The Marines maintained their formation with iron discipline, stepping over fallen comrades, closing ranks where gaps appeared. The sergeants kept up a steady stream of commands. Steady, maintain formation, keep moving. Hijacking, despite his fear, felt a surge of pride. These were his men, and they were performing magnificently. The weeks of drilling, the endless exercises, the harsh discipline, all of it was paying off now. The battalion guns continued their counter-battery fire. One shell finally found its mark, striking the sandbag emplacement around one of the naval guns. The explosion killed 2 gunners and wounded 3 more, temporarily silencing the weapon. But the other gun kept firing. Another explosive shell burst over the Marine line, and Hijacking saw a dozen men go down. Some struggled back to their feet, others lay still. "Keep moving," he shouted, his voice cracking. "Close up, keep moving." The distance closed. At 500 meters, Hijacking ordered the line to halt. "Front rank volley fire, ready, aim, fire." 100 Hall rifles barked as one. The volley swept the wall, and Hijacking saw figures tumble from the battlements. "Rear rank volley fire." Another 100 rifles crashed out. More figures fell. "Advance!" The line surged forward again. The enemy fire slackened. The defenders were keeping their heads down now. The remaining naval gun fell silent as its crew scrambled for cover. At 300 meters, Zhang Zhilong made his move. A horn sounded from the garrison, and the gates swung open. Out poured the main Zheng force, 2,000 men in loose formation, their weapons glinting in the afternoon sun. They charged straight at the Marine line. Hijacking's heart hammered against his ribs. This was it, the moment of truth. He raised his sword. "Halt!" "Front rank volley fire." The Hall rifles spoke again. The charging Zheng soldiers fell in windrows, but more kept coming. They were brave men, driven by silver and desperation, and they didn't falter. "Rear rank fire." More men fell, still they came. "Typewriters engage." The 2 typewriter machine gun sections opened up. The stuttering roar of the Hotchkiss revolving cannons joined the crack of rifles. The effect was devastating. The charging mass of men melted under the combined fire like snow in a furnace, but still they came. Zheng Zhilong had committed everything, his guards, his best troops, even his Black Guard and Japanese Guard. The silver had done its work. These men were fighting not just for pay, but for their lives and their future. The distance closed to 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. "Fix bayonets." The Marines slammed their bayonets onto their rifles. The clicking of steel on steel ran down the line like a wave. At 80 meters, the charge finally broke. The survivors, perhaps a third of those who had charged, turned and fled back toward the garrison. The Hotchkiss guns followed them, cutting down the fleeing soldiers mercilessly. The Marines let out a ragged cheer, but Hijacking raised his sword again. "Reform, maintain formation, we're not done yet." He looked toward the garrison. The walls still bristled with defenders. The remaining naval gun was being recrewed, and somewhere in there was Zheng Zhilong himself. "Forward," Hijacking commanded. "To the walls." The battered but unbroken Marine line resumed its advance. End of chapter. Chapter 1254. Breaking the city, the assault on Zhongzuo garrison's walls began in earnest. The battalion guns pounded the gatehouse, while the Marines advanced in skirmish order, using what cover they could find. Smoke hung thick in the air, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling every breath. Liu Ziyang led the assault engineers forward. These men carried not just rifles but demolition charges, packages of gunpowder wrapped in oilcloth, with friction-ignited fuses. Their mission was simple: blow open the gates. The surviving defenders on the walls kept up a sporadic fire, but the Marines covering volleys made it dangerous to show themselves. The typewriters swept the battlements whenever a head appeared, keeping the defenders pinned down and cowering behind the stone parapets. At the base of the wall, Liu Ziyang's team set to work. 2 engineers braced a ladder against the wall while others covered them with their rifles. A 3rd engineer scrambled up with a demolition charge, wedging it into the gap between the gate and the wall. Fire in the hole! The engineer lit the fuse and slid down the ladder. The team sprinted back to a safe distance, throwing themselves flat. The explosion shattered the afternoon air. Stone and wood fragments flew in all directions. When the smoke cleared, a gap had appeared beside the gate, not large, but enough for determined men to squeeze through. "First squad with me," Liu Ziyang shouted. He dashed forward, haul rifle at the ready. Inside the garrison, chaos reigned. The defenders, demoralized by the failed charge and the relentless artillery fire, were in no shape to mount an organized defense. Some fled toward the rear, hoping to escape over the walls. Others threw down their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Liu Ziyang and his squad fought their way through the narrow streets, taking fire from windows and rooftops. A Marine fell beside him, hit in the throat, dead before he hit the ground. Another went down clutching his stomach, cursing through gritted teeth. But they kept pushing forward, clearing buildings one by one. Behind them, more Marines were pouring through the breach. The battalion guns shifted their fire to the rear of the garrison, preventing reinforcements from reaching the fighting. The typewriters moved up to provide covering fire down the main street, their rotary barrels churning through belt after belt of ammunition. Somewhere ahead, the Zheng commanders were trying to rally their men. Liu Ziyang could hear the shouts, the clashing of weapons, but the heart had gone out of the defense. Too many men had fallen in the charge. Too many more were fleeing. On the walls, Matthias and his Portuguese gunners made their last stand. They had abandoned the naval guns. The counter-battery fire had disabled them both, and were now fighting with muskets and swords. One by one they fell, selling their lives dearly. Tarōs and his Japanese guard fought with the desperate courage of men who knew they were doomed. They formed a human wall across a narrow street, their katanas and Tangashima ready. When the Marines appeared at the end of the street, they charged. It was a massacre. The Hall rifles cut them down before they could close the distance. Tarōs took 3 bullets before he fell, his sword still raised for a blow that would never land. Hijacking entered the garrison at the head of 2nd Company and found the streets littered with bodies. The fighting was still going on. He could hear rifle fire and screams from deeper in the garrison, but it was clearly winding down. "Where's Zheng Zhilong?" he demanded of a captured officer. The man, bleeding from a head wound, shook his head miserably. "Gone. He left through the back gate when the charge failed." "Damn," Hijacking turned to his runner. "Signal the ships Zheng Zhilong has escaped. Begin pursuit." He looked around at the carnage, the bodies sprawled in doorways, the wounded moaning in the gutters, the smoke still rising from burning buildings. The garrison was theirs. The battle, though not the campaign, was over. The 1st Expeditionary Force had taken Zhongzuo garrison in less than 3 hours. Their casualties were heavy, 47 dead, over 100 wounded, but they had utterly destroyed the Zheng land forces. Official estimates put the enemy dead at over 1,000, with hundreds more captured. But the main prize, Zheng Zhilong himself, had slipped through their fingers. "Find him," Hijacking ordered. "He can't have gotten far." The pursuit began. End of chapter. Chapter 1255. Escape. Zheng Zhilong fled through the back gate of Zhongzuo garrison, surrounded by his closest retainers. The sounds of battle still raged behind them, the crack of rifles, the boom of artillery, the screams of dying men. But he knew the fight was lost. He had watched from the gatehouse as his best troops were cut down like wheat before a scythe. He had seen the bamboo bundle shields shattered into splinters, the fire ship attack fail utterly, the coordinated charge dissolve into a bloody rout. Each hope crushed, each stratagem defeated. The Australians fought with weapons from another world. Their rifles fired faster than any musket he had ever seen, faster than seemed possible. Their cannons were more accurate than any gun in any fleet. And their soldiers, those blue-clad devils, stood their ground under fire that would have broken any army he had ever faced. There was nothing more to be done here. Zhongzuo was falling even now. His only chance was to escape, regroup, and fight another day. "To the boats," he ordered. "We make for the mainland." His escort numbered perhaps 30 men, loyal guards who had stayed by him when others fled. They hurried through the narrow streets of the fishermen's quarter, heads down, moving as quickly as they dared without drawing attention. Behind them, the garrison was in chaos. Fleeing soldiers clogged the streets. Some tried to join Zhang Zhilong's group, but his guards pushed them away. Too many men would slow them down, attract attention. They reached the cove. The boats were there, small fishing craft, nothing more but enough to cross to the mainland. Zhang Zhilong was about to board when a shout went up behind them. "The Australians, they're coming!" Zhang Zhilong looked back. A squad of Australian soldiers had spotted them and was running toward the cove, rifles at the ready. "Go!" he shouted, shoving aside a guard and leaping into the nearest boat. "Launch the boats!" His men pushed off from the shore. Oars splashed frantically. The boats began to move, sluggish at first, then gaining speed as the rowers found their rhythm. Rifle fire crackled from the shore. A guard slumped over his oar, shot through the chest, dead instantly. Another cried out, clutching a shattered arm. But the boats kept moving, pulling away from the deadly beach. The Australians reached the waterline and kept firing. Their accuracy was terrifying. At this range, every shot seemed to find a target. But the boats were picking up speed now, the rowers pulling desperately. Zhang Zhilong kept his head down as bullets whipped past. He heard the crack of a rifle, the splash of a bullet in the water mere inches from the hull. His heart hammered against his ribs. The firing slackened as the boats drew out of effective range. Zhang Zhilong risked a look back. The Australian soldiers were standing on the beach watching them go. He could imagine their frustration. He had escaped. But for how long? The boats made for the mainland, bearing the defeated lord toward an uncertain future. Behind them, Xiamen Island burned. Hijacking arrived at the cove minutes later. He stared at the retreating boats, now small specks on the water, growing smaller with each passing second. "Sir, should we signal the ships?" his aide asked. "They might be able to intercept." "No," Hijacking shook his head. "The ships are needed for the Anping operation. Besides," he watched the boats disappearing into the distance. "He won't get far. Send word to the Wasp team. Tell them the target is heading inland. They know what to do." He turned away from the water. There was still work to be done in the garrison, wounded to tend, prisoners to process, supplies to secure. And tomorrow they would finish what they had started. End of chapter. Chapter 1256. Ambush. Qian Shuixi crouched in the underbrush near Penghu Temple, watching the mountain path below. His Wasp team, a special reconnaissance squad drawn from the elite of the expeditionary force, was spread out along the ridge, invisible in the dense vegetation. They had been in position since before dawn, based on intelligence that Zhang Zhilong would attempt to cross the island at this point. The temple marked the beginning of a hidden path over Wulao Mountain, a path known only to locals and smugglers, perfect for a fleeing lord seeking to avoid pursuit. Qian Shuixi checked his weapon again, an M240 medium machine gun, one of only 3 in the entire expeditionary force. The weapon was absurdly overpowered for this timeline, a fully automatic belt-fed machine gun against men armed with swords and matchlocks. But the mission called for absolute certainty. Zhang Zhilong could not be allowed to escape. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist. Qian Shuixi remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the path, ignoring the insects that crawled across his face and the ache in his cramped muscles. Then movement. A column of men appeared around a bend in the path, perhaps 20 in all, moving quickly but warily. At their center, in clothes splashed with mud and blood, walked a man who matched the photographs they had been given. Zhang Zhilong. Qian Shuixi's finger found the trigger. He waited, barely breathing. The column moved into the kill zone. They were spread along perhaps 50 meters of path with no cover on either side. Perfect. Qian Shuixi opened fire. The M240 roared, its muzzle flash strobing in the morning shadows. The first burst cut through the lead men, dropping them instantly. The second swept back along the column, catching men as they tried to scatter. From either side of the ridge, other members of the WASP team opened fire with their M77B1 rifles, the NATO rounds punching through bodies with casual ease. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The path had become a slaughter pen. In less than 30 seconds, it was over. The column lay scattered across the path, bodies twisted in death. A few wounded moaned and stirred, but the team's sharpshooter finished them with carefully placed shots. Qian Shuixi rose from his position and started down the slope, his team following. They moved cautiously, checking each body, making certain the targets were dead. One of the team members called out, "Sir, one of them still alive, looks like he was hit in the chest and leg." "He's not going to make it." Qian Shuixi hurried over. The man lay behind a boulder, bleeding heavily from wounds in his chest and thigh. His clothes were ordinary, the rough homespun of a common soldier, but Qian Shuixi noticed that under the outer garments he wore underclothes of fine silk. "Is this him?" Qian Shuixi demanded. The dying man's eyes flickered open. He looked up at Qian Shuixi with an expression that might have been defiance or resignation. "Like dewdrops in the morning sun," he whispered in accented Chinese, "all things must fade away." His eyes closed, his breathing stopped. Qian Shuixi checked the body, no identification. But the silk undergarments, the bearing of the man even in death, this was no common soldier. "Search him," he ordered, "and check all the others. I want to know exactly who we killed here." The search revealed little. The man had been stripped of all identifying materials, but one of the team members checking behind the boulder made a grim discovery, signs of something being dragged, and evidence that someone had been here after the initial ambush. "Sir, I think someone escaped. Tracks leading into the brush. Looks like they dragged the wounded man here and then cut off his head." "His head? It's gone, sir. The body's headless." Qian Shuixi felt a chill run down his spine. In Japanese tradition, a retainer would take his lord's head rather than let it fall into enemy hands. If this was Zhang Zhilong, "Photograph everything," he ordered. "Mark the grave site. We'll have to verify the identity through other means." He trudged back up the slope, his triumph tempered by uncertainty. They had killed someone important, probably Zhang Zhilong himself, but without the head, without absolute proof. The report he sent to the Lichun was carefully worded. Suspected elimination of target Zhang Zhilong. Positive identification pending. End of chapter. Chapter 1257. Demise on a narrow trail winding beneath the hillside. A 7.62 round from a Mosin Nagant punched through Zhang Zhilong's chest. Before Tarōs and his companions could react, two M77B1 rifles opened up with NATO rounds, cutting down several Japanese mercenaries in an instant. Tarōs survived the first burst only because he had thrown himself flat, reaching for Zhang Zhilong. Ignoring the bullets snapping overhead and the bodies of his comrades crumpling around him, Tarōs grabbed Zhang Zhilong under the arms and dragged him on his knees toward a large boulder behind a screen of bushes. Once they reached cover, he saw the full extent of the damage: a wound to the chest, another to the leg. Blood gushed freely, and crimson foam bubbled at the corner of Zhang Zhilong's mouth. There would be no surviving this. Grief welled up in Tarōs' chest, and tears spilled down his face unbidden. Though mortally wounded, Zhang Zhilong's mind remained sharp. Knowing his end had come, he forced himself to speak. "Life is like morning dew, destined to vanish. Do not grieve too deeply for me. I rose from storm and strife in my youth and built this enterprise before I was 30. It has not been a wasted journey." Blood surged up his throat, sending him into a fit of coughing. Tarōs hurriedly wiped the crimson from his lips. After resting a moment, Zhang Zhilong gathered his strength and continued, "I just cannot let go of Fusong." Tarōs choked back his tears. "I swear on my life to follow the young master and protect him to the death." Zhang Zhilong gave a weak nod. "I trust you. If the situation becomes impossible, try to take him back to Hirado. Find," he whispered several words in a voice too low for anyone else to hear, "I understand, my lord. I am truly unwilling." Zhang Zhilong's gaze drifted, and before he could finish the thought, the light left his eyes. Tears blurred Tarōs' vision, but there was no time for mourning. The surviving bodyguards and mercenaries lay dead or dying around him. The ambushers would charge down at any moment. In this chaos, he could neither bury the corpse nor conceal it, but the general's head must never fall into enemy hands. This creed was inviolable to a samurai. He drew his wakizashi without hesitation, severed Zhang Zhilong's head, wrapped it in cloth, strapped the bundle to his back, and vanished into the tall grass. By the time Qian Shuixi led his men to Observation Post 6, the gunfire had ceased entirely. The team leader who had laid the ambush gave a brief report. When Qian Shuixi heard that the sniper had hit a young man who closely matched the photograph, his heart lurched. Could Zhang Zhilong truly have been here? He scrambled down to the trail at the base of the hill. Beside a large boulder lay a dozen bodies. Their weapons and equipment marked them as elite troops, and several were clearly Japanese, mercenaries found only among Zhang Zhilong's personal guard. This group was undoubtedly his escort. The team members checked them over. A few still drew breath, but they were fading fast and could provide no useful information. Which one resembled Zhang Zhilong? Qian Shuixi asked. The problem was that none of the corpses on the ground matched the photograph. The sniper searched for a long moment but could not identify his target. Then the team members found it behind the boulder, a headless corpse. The wounds on the chest and leg confirmed it had been struck by a Masan Nagant. Qian Shuixi knelt beside it and studied the remains. The head was gone, and the body wore the coarse homespun common to Zhang's soldiers. Yet the very fact that the head had been taken spoke volumes. No one severed the heads of their own fallen comrades without reason, unless that person was a VIP, and his men, unable to bury him in time and unwilling to let the enemy claim the general's head, resorted to this extreme measure. The evidence pointed strongly toward Zhang Zhilong. Qian Shuixi examined the ground nearby and found drag marks in the dirt. Someone had pulled this man behind the boulder after he was hit. With so many others left where they fell, the fact that only this person received such attention indicated a status far above the rest. If not Zhang Zhilong himself, then surely one of the key figures in the Zhang organization, perhaps one of the 18 Kai. Search the bodies. Nearly everyone carried gold and silver valuables, but nothing that could prove identity. The headless corpse was clean, entirely empty, which only deepened suspicion. Then the search yielded another clue. Beneath the rough outer garments, the body wore underclothes of fine silk, wholly inconsistent with the homespun exterior. Qian Shuixi took out his Casio card camera and photographed the entire scene. He ordered the headless corpse buried separately beside the boulder and marked. Since the head had been removed and identification was impossible, there was no point in transporting it back. Though he subsequently reported a suspected killing of Zhang Zhilong to the Lichun, he continued to enforce the blockade toward Wulao Mountain to prevent any other fugitives from slipping through. Matthias's company, harried relentlessly by Hijacking, finally shattered. Matthias and a portion of his men managed to reach the docks, seize 2 boats, and escape. The rest were killed or captured. Those lucky enough to evade pursuit lost all cohesion and scattered into the forests. Follow-up fleets arrived in succession. Heavy artillery units, army regulars, and logistics columns landed one after another. Though no targets of value remained on the island, many Zhang army stragglers still lurked in the forests, and several Zhang family fortresses had yet to be occupied. The reinforcements arrived just in time to begin the mop-up. Guilingyu fell later that day. The first expeditionary force waited for the main force to land before beginning their crossing. They occupied the island without resistance. The garrison had already fled in panic. As an intelligence officer, Su Qi was among the first to set foot on Guilingyu after the fighting ended. This piano island was currently just a desolate speck of land, devoid of any artistic atmosphere save for a few fishing villages. The small island southwest of Xiamen was formed almost entirely of rock, covering barely 4 square kilometers. Suu Kyi climbed to its highest point, Sunlight Rock. The surface of the stone glowed a pale gold. Strangely, the sunlight seemed not to reflect from it but to be absorbed entirely. "No wonder they call it Sunlight Rock," Suu Kyi murmured, gazing up at the slightly angular monolith on the hilltop. Nearby, round boulders clustered densely together. From this vantage, one could see the extent of the Zheng family's investment in the island. They had built not only fortresses but also large-scale weapons workshops and a shipyard. The shipyard itself was unremarkable. It produced large Fu ships and Guang ships using traditional Chinese methods. On the beach lay several unfinished hulls that appeared to displace over 1,000 tons. It seemed even Zhang Zhilong had recognized that small tonnage vessels no longer held any advantage on these seas. "There's not much profit in the shipyard. Those ships aren't complete. But the weapons workshop is a treasure trove," said a naturalized worker from the planning agency's special search team who accompanied him. Excitement crept into his voice. "It's packed with pig iron, copper, and lead, especially copper. I'd estimate over 10,000 caddies. And dozens of iron and bronze cannons." He assumed the chief was also from the planning agency, since Chief Su had been inspecting supply yards and warehouses ever since coming ashore. Suu Kyi smiled faintly. His concerns were different. He cared less about how much wealth could be seized, and more about whether any of these spoils might threaten the Senate's rule. Just now at the Zhongzuo garrison, he had spotted 2 Lingao manufactured 24-pounder cannons. Their carriages were damaged, but the guns were so distinctive that the Marines recognized them immediately as standard Navy naval guns. Suu Kyi subsequently verified the emblems and serial numbers, confirming that both cannons came from the missing patrol boat Hong Kong Customs 64. He ordered the soldiers to collect the shells and accessories. They soon recovered the damaged carriages, auxiliary equipment, unfired shells, and several-time fuses for shrapnel rounds. That these cannons had ended up in Zhang Zhilong's possession clearly indicated that Hong Kong Customs 64 itself had fallen into enemy hands. This was no surprise to Suu Kyi. Few parties possessed both the motive and the audacity for such a deed. What troubled him more was the purpose behind it. Had they seized the ship merely to obtain the cannons? Since the guns were here, where was the machine gun? Suu Kyi pondered for a moment. "Let's take a look at the shipyard first." The shipyard's equipment and materials were conventional, employing traditional Chinese techniques. Yet while inspecting the unfinished Fu ships, Suu Kyi noticed certain anomalies. First, the length-to-beam ratio of these vessels approached 4. Traditional Fu ships rarely exceeded 3. Such proportions sacrificed speed for stability. Second, the ribs followed a European design, and on one nearly completed hull, half of the upper deck had already been laid. An ordinary observer would have missed these changes, but Suu Kyi was a naval intelligence officer with a keen eye for shipbuilding technology. He had once crammed extensively on 16th and 17th century navigation and naval matters. These improvements suggested the Zheng organization had begun experimenting with European ship manufacturing techniques, increasing rib density and strength, adding an upper deck. These appeared to be preparations for mounting more cannons. Traditional Chinese hull types like Fu and Guang ships could not accommodate large batteries due to structural limitations. Still, these were all mature technologies of the era, bearing no trace of borrowing from Hong Kong Customs 64, and the missing patrol boat's whereabouts remained unknown. End of chapter. Chapter 1258. Cannon Factory. Suu Kyi examined the ship's structure in detail and photographed what he found. The clues at the shipyard fascinated him deeply. Beyond gathering intelligence on hostile forces, the Intelligence Bureau was also tasked with discovering, understanding, and assessing potential threats, including emerging adversaries and any technological, cultural, or scientific progress made by non-Senate powers. The inspection confirmed something troubling. The indigenous people of this timeline had recognized the technological gap and were actively working to close it within their means. This phenomenon unsettled Su Qi. However small and feeble such attempts might be, the enterprising spirit behind them was unmistakable. The Senate's very existence had stimulated a hunger for progress among the people of this era, and broadened their horizons in ways they themselves might not fully grasp. Even as the Senate, space-time colonists wielding technological, institutional, and cultural superiority, crushed the indigenous powers, it was simultaneously disseminating new ideas and capabilities. Su Qi's feelings were mixed. The naturalized staff member accompanying him noticed his solemn expression, so different from the beaming delight of other officials, and grew inexplicably cautious. "Let's see the cannon factory." The facility lay less than 2 li from the shipyard. Su Qi declined to take a horse and walked. Several members of the planning agency's special search team and a marine escort were already waiting at the entrance. The cannon factory was crude, little more than a broad expanse of rammed earth punctuated by a few brick-and-tile buildings. Several reservoirs had been dug to supply the casting operations. Su Qi noted that iron-smelting furnaces had already been constructed, with large stockpiles of charcoal and iron material nearby. The equipment, by Ming Dynasty standards, was remarkably advanced. Even with the half-baked 17th-century firearms knowledge Su Qi had acquired through crash courses, he could tell it approached contemporary European levels. The facility possessed various measuring instruments and calipers, as well as animal or human-powered long-bar boring machines for polishing cannon bores. Yet there were no signs of actual production. The smelting furnaces had never been fired. According to captured prisoners, this cannon factory had been completed less than a month ago. Though all equipment was in place and materials were abundant, Zheng Zhilong had strictly withheld the order to begin casting. The reason? They were waiting for foreign cannons. Foreign cannons, Su Qi mused. He had seen plenty of genuine European ordnance along the way, several Portuguese, red barbarian cannons at Huli Mountain alone, and Senate vagabond cannons mounted on the garrison walls. The Zheng organization was hardly so destitute as to lack a model for casting. Even the hired cannon founders found it bizarre. Tons of silver spent, materials assembled, yet no production. He continued his inspection and discovered a peculiar structure. It resembled a square watchtower, its base of blue stone and upper sections of blue brick, all bonded with glutinous rice-lime mortar. It stood roughly 10 meters tall, hollow inside. The interior was divided into 3 levels. The top lacked a proper roof but had a wooden frame of thick timbers covered with reed mats to keep out wind and rain. Clearly unfinished, the building's purpose eluded Su Qi at first glance. Its sturdy construction suggested a blockhouse. He circled the structure and found a large pile of timber nearby, also covered with reed mats. The pieces had been processed into round logs of varying lengths, with mortise and tenon joints already cut. One log measured about 10 meters. Beside the timber lay thinner wooden rods of various sizes and a substantial quantity of split bamboo strips. Unable to guess their intended use, Su Qi recorded everything with his camera and instructed the planning agency staff to chronicle and register these materials in detail. An attached gunpowder workshop stood nearby. The warehouse held large stores of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. However, the specialized bluestone grinders used for milling gunpowder were absent, essential equipment that could not be substituted with random stone. When he questioned a captive, he learned the grinders had been custom-ordered but, due to their size and weight, had not yet been transported. Su Qi thought little of it. He walked through the entire facility and found not only equipment for casting cannons but clear preparations for manufacturing muskets as well. More intriguingly, he discovered crucibles. Though Su Qi had never worked in a factory, he had read enough popular science articles on industrial technology. He knew the only reason for crucibles here was that someone in the Zheng arsenal was attempting to make steel. Large-scale steelmaking remained Lingao's exclusive domain, but small-scale production of what passed for high-quality steel in this era existed in many corners of the world. The question was, what did the Zhang organization need crucible steel for? Even a non-expert like Su Qi understood that such a small quantity could never be used to cast cannons. Besides, he had heard industrial elders say that casting steel was extraordinarily difficult. Even in the 21st century, a small workshop couldn't pull it off. The mysteries here multiplied. Su Qi increasingly sensed that this cannon factory harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. Chief, the planning agency staff had been waiting for him to finish before beginning their inventory. Seeing him return to the factory gate, they hurried forward for instructions. Everything here must be carefully recorded, drawn, and photographed before being moved, including their exact positions within the facility. My people will handle the documentation. You may begin processing each item only after they complete their work. Understood? Understood, Chief. Provide them a copy of the catalog and figures you tally. I have a use for them. With that, Su Qi hurried back to the dock to catch a launch to Xiamen Island, where more work awaited. With a crunch, a miraculously preserved Xuand red vase disintegrated to powder beneath Zhu Ziliang's combat boot. Zhu Ziliang stood in a courtyard of the Zhang estate, leisurely lighting a limited edition First Clear Corona cigar. An FAL short-barreled assault rifle hung from his shoulder. His sleeves were rolled up to reveal thick biceps, and a boonie hat shaded his face. Sunlight glinted off his knockoff Ray-Bans, making him look every inch the textbook American GI from old movies. Only 4 hours had passed since the barrage began, yet Anping had already changed hands, faster than Zhu Ziliang or any staff officer in Lingao had predicted. The bombardment had plunged the city into chaos. Hours after the shelling stopped, the defenders finally assembled a force of 100 men to search toward the artillery positions. Continuous precision rifle fire sent them reeling, leaving a dozen corpses behind before the survivors withdrew. Shortly afterward, the Navy's Special Service Boat Squadron arrived and annihilated all Zhang ships anchored in the river in a one-sided engagement. Before the Marines even began their assault, the city had descended into anarchy. Fires broke out everywhere. Special reconnaissance team squads lying in ambush reported that every gate stood open, with people flooding out in all directions. The tide of fleeing humanity was so vast and chaotic that sniper teams couldn't intercept them effectively. They concentrated fire on anyone well-dressed or mounted on horses and sedan chairs. They killed quite a few, but far more escaped. Now the roads leading from Anping's gates were strewn with abandoned chests, wrecked sedan chairs, dead horses, and corpses. All manner of valuables lay scattered on the ground. The Marines swiftly secured all 4 gates and began extinguishing fires and restoring order. Zhu Ziliang led the special reconnaissance team into the city. His primary objective was to secure Zhang Zhilong's residence. He drew on his cigar to mask the sharp stench of blood. The courtyard had been thoroughly churned by artillery shells. Rubble and shrapnel lay everywhere. Bloody corpses filled the courtyard and corridors, and a few of the dying still groaned in agony. A knot of servants, men and women alike, appeared to have been struck by shrapnel while crowding the gate in their rush to escape. Their torn bodies blocked the doorway in grotesque postures. This was the main passage leading to the Dunran Pavilion, where Zhang Zhilong conducted his business. Zhu Ziliang ordered the 4 team members behind him to clear the rooms in the courtyard quickly. He knew there was no need for lengthy instructions. These veterans understood their work. They spread out, breathing hard, eyes sweeping the area, ready to move. Zhu Ziliang picked his way carefully across the passage. Though the residence was a shambles, this was still Zhang Zhilong's mansion. If organized resistance existed anywhere in Anping, it would be here. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, a man clutching a Japanese sword burst from his left with a shriek, lunging toward him. Perhaps a terrified household guard trying to fight his way out, Zhu Ziliang had no time to speculate. He sidestepped, and his rifle barked a 3-round burst. The man stumbled and collapsed, filthy blood spewing from his mouth. Zhu Ziliang kicked the corpse aside and advanced cautiously. There was no organized resistance, but people in their death throes could emerge at any moment. He led 2 team members in a covering formation into the Dunrin Pavilion courtyard. Even more bodies lay here. Stewards, bosses, and attendants had gathered for a meeting when the bombardment struck. Blood and viscera were everywhere. Sensing faint footsteps inside the main hall, Zhu Ziliang raised his rifle, maintained a firing posture, and approached slowly. He kicked open the door. The outer room was empty, but he could tell someone hid behind the curtains. "Come out, we won't kill you," a naturalized soldier of southern Fujian origin called out in the local dialect. End of chapter. Chapter 1259. The fall of Anping. The sounds from behind the curtain grew louder. Zhu Ziliang could hear labored breathing. He pressed the rifle stock firmly against his shoulder. There were no VIPs here requiring capture alive. When facing a potential threat, he preferred to ask questions with bullets. The Minnan translator shouted again, adding, "If you don't come out, we'll shoot." At last, a woman's trembling voice emerged. "Don't shoot." She stepped from behind the curtain, about 30 years old, dressed like a servant. She must have been cowering in the room, paralyzed by the sound of gunfire. The moment she saw Zhu Ziliang's group, she dropped to her knees and began begging piteously. Zhu Ziliang couldn't understand her, but the translator exchanged a few words before turning to him. "She says she's a servant who was hiding. She's begging the soldiers not to kill her." "Take her out and hand her over to the prisoner team," Zhu Ziliang said. But as the woman was led away, he caught a sidelong glance from her that didn't sit right. He signaled the team to search further. A member pulled back the curtain. Behind it stood a couch empty, but when they lifted the bed frame, they found a child huddled underneath. "There's a boy." Zhu Ziliang examined the child brought before him. About 6 or 7 years old, with delicate features and expensive clothing. Despite the sudden catastrophe, he maintained a composure remarkable for his age. No tears, no fussing. Clearly not an ordinary family's child. Zhu Ziliang studied him for a moment, then called out in Japanese, "Fu Song." The boy flinched. His eyes widened, and he answered before he could stop himself. "Report to headquarters immediately." "I've captured Zheng Sen as a banana," a westernized Chinese. Zhu Ziliang knew nothing of the historical significance this boy held in the old timeline's late Ming Dynasty. But he was well aware of the Senate's emphasis on Zheng Sen. The identification manual for key Zheng organization figures distributed before the operation included data on this child, though the photograph was missing. "Send a few men to escort him to the ship. Guard him well." Zhu Ziliang understood that this was Zheng Zhilong's eldest son. His importance went without saying. Pointing to the woman from earlier, he added, "Send her along too." Soon, reports arrived from every quarter. The entire residence had been cleared. Squad leaders came to deliver their findings. The mansion had sustained moderate damage, destruction in many places, but much remained intact. They had also located the estate's account room and silver vault, now sealed. A large granary held enormous stocks of grain, wine, oil, salt, and preserved meat and fish, enough to feed several hundred people for a year. An armory housed an impressive arsenal ranging from traditional swords to Japanese arquebuses and European muskets, including several rare specimens. "We found this at the entrance." A corporal handed over a peculiar pistol. It resembled a revolver but was ornately decorated and exquisitely crafted. Zhu Ziliang knew enough about antique weapons to recognize it as a European-made Wheelock revolver, a high-technology marvel of its day, requiring skilled artisans and considerable time to manufacture. "I didn't expect Zheng Zhilong to hide such fine pieces." Zhu Ziliang aimed the weapon, dry-fired it once, and found it hard to put down. But he handed the pistol back to the corporal. "Return it to the storeroom and wait for the planning agency to receive it." Ying Yu entered the residence. He had come to assess the bombardment's effectiveness. Seeing Zhu Ziliang smoking a cigar and lost in thought, he asked, "Old Zhu, security is in place. I've dispatched units toward Nan'an and Jinjiang. I don't expect the Ming troops on either side to react. Anything else we need to do?" Now we wait. Wait for what? For the planning agency people to arrive, Zhu Ziliang said. We need to set up a command post, Ying Yu said. This place isn't suitable. Zhu Ziliang agreed. The layout was too deep, making entry and exit inconvenient. Besides, clearing the residence was the business of the planning agency and the intelligence bureau. There was no point lingering. He led his men to the city gate tower to establish their command post. Under Intelligence Bureau direction, Army and Navy soldiers conducted a comprehensive search of the Zhang Manor. Every corpse in the residence was identified and registered by captives led by Intelligence Bureau personnel in the open square. Important figures were photographed and fingerprinted. All prisoners were dispatched to Kinmen Island for detention. A temporary camp had been established there. The planning agency's special search team and Intelligence Bureau action team led soldiers through the city, searching and sealing the homes of key Zhang organization personnel one by one. A grim atmosphere hung over the city. Soldiers with fixed bayonets guarded all 4 gates. Machine guns were mounted on the gate towers, with strict orders forbidding all movement in or out. The only people on the streets besides soldiers were laborers conscripted through the Bayagia system to fight fires, clear debris, and haul away corpses and wounded. Squads from the White Horse Unit and Taishan Tai, speaking incomprehensible languages and wielding thick clubs and Japanese swords, ran through the streets at naturalized officers' commands, conducting raids and arrests. For ordinary Anping residents, though they had lived in terror since the morning's shelling, most families had escaped unscathed, save for a few unlucky souls killed by stray rounds. The Australians did not slaughter indiscriminately or loot freely. They focused exclusively on raiding and arresting the wealthy households. The bold ones peeked through window cracks and door gaps, watching. The grands familles connected to the Zhang clan, the city's powerful local tyrants, the upper class, the nouveau riches, relatives of so-and-so who strutted about in luxury, were now being dragged away one by one. The dead were thrown onto carts and hauled to an open square to be exposed. The living were bound by the neck with ropes and led away like rats by the vagabond bandits. Precious wives and concubines, young masters and young ladies, walked barefoot and disheveled through the streets like common servants. Anyone moving too slowly received a club to the face from the escorting soldiers. Such a gratifying spectacle was something the common people, long accustomed to servility, had never witnessed. Those who had been slapped by the powerful, whose wives and daughters had been bullied, whose wages had been exploited or property seized, they wept and laughed in their hearts, thinking, "At last your day has come." Then there were those who had lived off the scraps of the mighty, who had bullied others by invoking their masters' names, who took pride in being a retainer of so-and-so or a slave of who, and who habitually sneered, "Are you worthy of the surname Zhang?" They were now sick with grief and terror, fearful that the vagabonds would uproot the Zhang family entirely and leave them without scraps to eat, and equally fearful that the vagabonds would settle accounts for their own petty abuses. Their hearts fried in oil. Zhu Ziliang and Ying Yu remained oblivious to the citizens' thoughts. They were more concerned with how much plunder could be extracted. After all, that was the campaign's primary objective. The elder dispatched by the planning agency to oversee operations had brought a massive special search team. Each squad was equipped with 2 Minnan-speaking translators familiar with Anping's layout. Some were naturalized citizens, others were guides, recent defectors who, as soon as order was restored, volunteered to lead the way to wealthy households, seeking revenge or fortune. The special search team worked from maps and rosters, the product of more than half a year's effort by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. The guides merely accelerated and refined the process. However, the search team had strict orders: arrest and confiscate only according to the list and map. They were not permitted to act on guides' accusations alone. All such claims had to be compiled into reports and reviewed by the elder before any action could be taken. The results were impressive. Anping held many residences belonging to middle and upper-level Zhang figures. Though most of the principals had fled, their families were captured in one sweep. Zhang Zhiwen, the Anping defender who should have protected them, had escaped alone. The moment the shelling ceased, he loaded his family, servants, and treasure onto carts and fled the city under his personal guard's escort, running straight to Jinjiang County seat. The families of generals, shopkeepers, and stewards were nearly all captured, their property falling into Senate hands. Zhang Zhilong's own residence was stripped clean. Not only were all assets seized, but his wife Lady Yan, eldest son Zhang Sen's birth mother Lady Tagawa, and other family members in Anping were all taken prisoner. These captives were sent to the POW camp for screening. Informers and vengeful guides were everywhere. Attempts to conceal identity rarely succeeded. Many tried to pass as servants or commoners, only to be swiftly exposed. Public and private property from large households and warehouses piled up like mountains, counted item by item, packed and shipped out. Preliminary tallies: over 800,000 taels of silver and more than 10,000 taels of gold were seized in Anping City alone. The Zhang Manor yielded over 400,000 taels of silver, and this without digging 3 feet into the ground. By traditional Chinese treasure-hiding practices, the great households almost certainly concealed even more gold, silver, and valuables underground or within double walls. As operational commanders in the Anping sector, Zhu Ziliang and Ying Yu bore no responsibility for the specific looting. Their mission in Operation Overlord was straightforward: occupy Anping and hold it until headquarters issued the withdrawal order. To that end, they dispatched multiple alert detachments toward Jinjiang and Nanning counties and sent an army reconnaissance platoon to harass the outskirts of both county seats, testing the Ming garrison's response. The result: both county gates remained tightly shut, their garrisons immobile. The 2 groups of personal guards sent from Xiamens to evacuate families were both defeated in brief firefights. End of chapter. Chapter 12, 60 Dutch congratulations. With the occupation of Xiamen and Guilingyu complete, Ming Qiu ordered the forward command relocated to Xiamen Island. The pacification campaign was not entirely over. No organized Zhang forces remained, and their fortresses had all fallen, but stragglers still lurked in the forests. Hijacking mobilized the Peace Preservation Corps to conduct search operations. Each team was assigned a few prisoners, with the promise of a silver dollar for every former comrade they caught. The prisoners threw themselves into the work with enthusiasm, leading the Corps over mountains and ridges to hunt down fugitives. Progress on Xiamen Island, Guilingyu, and Kinmen Island was swift. 2/3 of the mission was now complete. What remained was largely defensive, preventing enemy counterattacks and overseeing what official documents euphemistically termed civil purge work in Anping, Xiamen, and Kinmen. In practice, this meant large-scale looting and arrests. The purge would take 1 to 2 weeks to finish. Until then, Ming Qiu had to ensure these occupied areas remained in Senate hands, so the planning agency and intelligence bureau could carry out their tasks undisturbed. Anping was the most likely point of counterattack. The Zhang family held vast lands and manors in Nanning and Jinjiang, with numerous private soldiers and local militia. Unlike the Ming official troops, who remained immobile while friendly forces were crushed, these men could muster considerable combat power if someone provided leadership and silver. Ming Qiu therefore concentrated his defenses around Anping, deploying the main army forces there and monitoring both counties at all times. The raids on Anping and elsewhere had killed or captured many of the Zhang organization's upper echelon. Yet some had slipped through. In Kinmen and Xiamen especially, quick-witted individuals crossed the strait and fled to the mainland before the Navy could seal the blockade. Exactly how many members of the 18 Kai had escaped remained unclear. Preliminary interrogations indicated that key figures such as Zhang Zhaifeng, Zhang Zhibao, Zhang Lion, and Zhang Kai had gotten away. These men all wielded significant prestige and power. Any of them could conceivably organize a large-scale counterattack. As for Zhang Zhilong himself, the WASP team reported only a suspected kill. Though there was no conclusive evidence, the Intelligence Bureau analyzed Qian Shuixi's photographs and the collected materials and concluded that the headless corpse was very likely Zhang Zhilong. Confessions from several Japanese and Black Guard prisoners captured on Xiamen Island corroborated his escape route. However, the two groups attempting to slip through the blockade had been wiped out, leaving no survivors to provide strong testimony. Ming Qiu had ordered the body exhumed and sent a telegram to Gaoxiong requesting specialists for an autopsy. In the forward command office at the Zhongzuo garrison, Ming Qiu, who had not slept for days, received a special guest. This visitor had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a tall frame. It was Trudenius, the senior merchant of the Dutch East India Company stationed in Jiangsu Bay, that is, stationed with the Zhang organization. He had been appointed by Hans Putmans, the governor of the East India Company in Taiwan, specifically to handle trade with the Zhang group. On D-Day of Operation Overlord, Trudenius's ship had been anchored at Guilingyu, and he was resting aboard. When word reached him that someone was attacking Jiangsu Bay, he ordered the anchor raised immediately. But it was still before dawn, and he dared not act rashly. Besides, the Zhang organization's power in Jiangsu Bay was formidable. External enemies might not necessarily breach the Xiamen Island area. After daybreak, Trudenius grasped the severity of the situation. Thick black smoke rolled across the bay. The Zhang fleet appeared to be in serious trouble. Yet by then, he had received definite news. The raiders were Australian. He decided not to risk flight. Fleeing during a firefight could easily be interpreted as hostile by the Australians and invite attack. Trudenius had visited Gaoxiong and witnessed Australian naval power firsthand. He understood that if they targeted his yacht, both ship and crew would certainly be destroyed. The Australians had always honored their word and never killed indiscriminately. The company had a trade agreement with them. So far, neither side had engaged in hostilities. Their fleet would likely spare his vessel. He immediately ordered the sailors to seal all cannon touch holes and hoist the East India Company flag and the Prince's flag. He hung these banners on both sides of the hull to make his identity unmistakable. The measures worked. The Australian fleet sailing from Kinmen did not fire a single shell at his ship. Trudenius stood on the poop deck and observed what he could only describe as a naval battle performance. Yes, a performance. No other term would suffice. The Zhang fleet was less an opponent than a supporting player dancing with the protagonist on stage. The Australian formation was flawless, their gunnery devastating, and they branded terror permanently into the Dutch merchant's heart. Zhang Zhilong is finished, he thought. Liu Xiang too. God bless the East India Company. Trudenius removed his plumed hat and bowed. My respects to you, Admiral. Ming Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. Trudenius continued, my masters and I offer our sincerest congratulations on your brilliant victory. He bowed again. Thank you for your congratulations. Ming Qiu was weary. He was over 60 after all. Days and nights of work had sapped his energy and strength. Now a Dutchman had materialized. Couldn't he have simply stayed aboard his ship? Why come here? Yet as Supreme Commander, he was obligated to handle diplomatic matters. I trust your victory in Jiangsu Bay will not affect our cooperation. Very well. What is it you want? Ming Qiu cut in, unable to mask his impatience. It is like this. Trudenius explained his request. He had recently concluded a trade agreement with Zhang Zhilong to purchase a large consignment of sugar and silk. His ship had come to Xiamen to take on this cargo. Part of the goods were already loaded, but the remainder sat in the Dutch warehouse in Xiamen, miraculously unburned. Trudenius requested permission to complete the loading and transport the stored cargo. He had warehouse receipts to prove the goods had been paid for. Ming Qiu considered the matter. The question was sudden and somewhat delicate. He was not trained in law and could not immediately determine how such cases should be handled. Logically, Ownership belonged to the Dutch, and since the Dutchman had ample documentation, his request seemed reasonable. Yet the issue was sensitive, and Ming Qiu did not know the relevant statutes formulated by the tribunal. Making a unilateral decision felt imprudent. "I cannot promise you anything at this moment," he said after some thought. "However, since you can provide evidence, I can order my subordinates to temporarily seal this consignment and refrain from registering it as war booty for the time being. You may send someone to the Maritime Court in Lingao to file the appropriate lawsuit." Though Trudenius expressed disappointment, this solution left room for negotiation, so he accepted immediately. He then probed cautiously about the Senate's future plans for Zhangzhou Bay, whether they intended to replace Zheng Zhilong and monopolize Fujian's foreign trade. Specifically, did the Australians intend to occupy Anping and Xiamens permanently? Ming Qiu had to brush aside the questions with no comment. After some inconsequential small talk, he sent Trudenius on his way. As the door closed, he thought, the Dutch truly are first-class merchants of this era. No wonder a small nation with only a few million people became the sea coachman. The morning sun rose as usual. Great Kinmen Island, once home to little more than fishing villages and the Zhang organization's camps and docks, now swarmed with activity. This was the material transfer station for Operation Overlord. Supplies transshipped from Taiwan were unloaded here, while plunder and prisoners scavenged from Xiamen and Anping were consolidated for registration before shipment. Goods, gold, silver, and weapons piled up like mountains. Planning agency staff counted items and called out figures to be registered by designated personnel before categorization and packing. The staff worked in 3-hour shifts with 1 hour of rest to prevent errors from fatigue. Everyone understood the Senate had struck it rich again. Ning Liujin wore a new life suit, the prison uniform with a small wooden plaque hanging from his neck. He pushed a wheelbarrow back and forth, hauling war booty. He had been captured on Kinmen Island. After fleeing ashore, he hid in the woods, hungry and parched, until the Peace Preservation Corps, aided by their big wolfhounds, flushed him out and forced his surrender. Everyone said that although the vagabonds killed freely, they never killed indiscriminately and treated prisoners decently. For Ning Liujin, however bad things got, at least he wouldn't be beheaded. Sure enough, shortly after surrendering, he was assigned to the labor team. The vagabond captain in charge saw his ragged clothes and even found him a new set, though the garments were admittedly strange. That evening he ate his fill, a thick gruel cooked in a massive pot, salty with the taste of meat. Some kind of dried vegetable leaves floated inside. He didn't know what it was made of, but it was grain, and one could eat as much as one wanted. For Ning Liujin, who had spent his life filling his belly with sweet potatoes, this was nothing short of a feast. Sweet potatoes never truly staved off hunger. Working for the vagabond seemed agreeable, at least better than serving that damned distant relative of his. He was full, and no one was interested in his backside. These thoughts drifted through his mind as he drained his 6th bowl of hot gruel. End of chapter. Chapter 1261. Ning Liujin was a hard worker from the lowest rungs of society, precisely the sort who could be won over and relied upon. Before long, he caught the attention of the vagabond overseer and was transferred to clean latrines and haul slop at prisoner Camp Alpha. The work was far easier than hauling cargo on the docks, and he could eat at the camp kitchen, where the food was better than what the dock laborers received. Prisoner Camp Alpha held the identified core members of the Zhang organization and their families, mostly captured in Anping. Men, women, old and young lived in makeshift straw sheds and tents. Accustomed to luxury, they now cut sorry figures. Still, the vagabonds treated them relatively well. No forced labor, better rations than ordinary prisoners, prompt medical care for the sick. Each person was even issued replacement clothes. Ning Liujin worked in Camp Alpha for several days and grew familiar with its inhabitants. He was a local, and the Zhang organization drew most of its personnel from Zhangzhou and Quanzhou in southern Fujian. In the old order, the gulf between them was vast. To the people in Camp Alpha, Someone like Ning Liujin was less than an ant, not even worth acknowledging as human. But now that he could move freely and the vagabonds seemed to trust him, Ning Liujin had acquired a certain status. Many called him Officer Liu. Back when anyone bothering to call him Liujin would have been showing exceptional courtesy. He went in and out of the prisoner camp by day and slept in the labor camp outside at night. That camp was full of locals and newly defected prisoners. They provided all manner of services for the Australians, everything from coolie labor to Minnan dialect translation and guide work. Because of his good performance, Ning Liujin gradually moved away from dirty, heavy work and into better assignments, transporting supplies for the kitchen and laundry. He worked happily, ate his fill, and was neither beaten nor scolded. This life, he decided, was not bad at all. The guide labor camp had been hastily established, and its systems remained incomplete. Various departments constantly requisitioned personnel for tasks, so security was lax and movement casual. Anyone wearing a small wooden plaque could pass freely. The guards were from the White Horse Unit. They didn't speak the language and only maintained basic order. In a camp where foreign faces blurred into one another, clever men found considerable freedom of action. One day, after delivering ingredients to Camp Alpha, Ning Liujin took up his carrying pole and wandered toward the seaside, hoping to take advantage of low tide for some beachcombing. There were several large reefs where shellfish accumulated when the tide receded. With luck, he might find stranded fish or shrimp. As he picked his way among the rocks, a sharp pain exploded at the back of his skull and everything went black. After an unknown span of time, Ning Liujin regained consciousness. Darkness surrounded him, broken only by faint, diffused light filtering from above. He struggled to prop himself up. It appeared to be a cave. The walls were dark, rough stone, wet and dripping. A thin glow seeped through a gap somewhere overhead. He reached out and felt around. The ground beneath him was sand. He stilled himself and listened. Faintly, he could hear the rhythm of ocean waves, a cave in the seaside reefs. Ning Liujin had grown up by the sea and knew such caves well. He rose slowly to his feet and, groping with hands and feet in the weak light, quickly determined that the space was not large. He soon located the entrance, but it was blocked tight with stones. Why knock me out and lock me in a cave? He couldn't recall holding a grudge against anyone. In the Zhang organization, he wasn't even small fry, just a mote of dust. If the Australians wanted him dead or imprisoned, a single word from them would suffice. Why this elaborate secrecy? As if in answer to his confusion, a beam of white light suddenly fell upon the dark sand. The stones at the entrance were being pulled away. Only then did he realize the entrance stood over a man's height. 3 or 4 men burst in. They were stripped to their shorts, their faces wrapped in towels. In the dim light he couldn't make out their features and had no time to look closely. "What is your name?" the leader demanded in Minnan dialect. "Ning Liujin." "Whom did you serve?" Ning Liujin gave the name of his distant relative, but the man obviously didn't recognize it. He had to admit that he himself didn't know his superior, only that the ship owner always addressed someone with the surname Zhang. There were many people named Zhang in the Zhang organization. This was as good as saying nothing. "Dishonest bastard, beat him," the men surged forward. "Don't hit me, I'm telling the truth." Ning Liujin shouted, curling into a ball and hugging his head with both hands. Years of experience with beatings had made him an expert at minimizing damage. "Forget it, don't hit him," the leader said. "He's probably just a ship hand. Even his ship owner is an ant." He continued, "Listen, kid, answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I leave you in this cave. The tide rises in half an hour." In a cave like this, being submerged by the tide meant drowning alive. "I'll tell you everything, everything," Ning Liujin gasped. "You serve the vagabonds in prisoner camp Alpha?" "Why, yes." A wave of dread washed over him. Judging by the tone, these men were from the Zhang faction. He had been working hard for the Australians. Were they going to make an example of him? Terror surged, and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. "Master, have mercy. I only worked for the vagabonds because I had no choice. Refuse and I'd lose my head. I was afraid to die and I craved a few full meals. I was wrong to serve them, but I've never done anything against the Zheng family. Working for the vagabonds is crime enough." The leader's voice turned vicious. "You deserve to be weighted with stones and thrown into the sea. Spare me, spare me." Ning Liujin was so terrified he nearly lost control of his bladder, kowtowing repeatedly. Just as he was certain death had come for him, something clattered to the ground before his eyes. Ning Liujin looked. More than 20 silver dollars. He had seen silver dollars before. The ship owner sometimes paid the sailors with those shiny silver discs. Of course, Ning Liujin had only been allowed to look. Even a second-tier boss on the ship earned just 8 a month. Now here lay 20-some right in front of him. He looked up at the leader in confusion. $25, the man said. "Complete a few small tasks for me, and not only will your crimes be forgiven, these coins are yours." This lowly one dares not. Ning Liujin's fear hadn't abated, but he understood clearly that whatever the Zheng men wanted was unlikely to be small. It would most likely get him killed. Still, the situation allowed no bargaining. "I await master's orders. In Camp Alpha, have you seen a boy about 8 or 9 years old? There are many children of that age among the master's families. Which one does master mean?" "His nickname is Fusong. Some call him Zheng Sen." "Oh, you mean young Master Fusong?" Ning Liujin nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, there's a maid attending him." "How do the vagabonds treat him?" "Very well." The answer felt wrong the moment it left his lips. He hastened to add, "They gave him a separate tent, him and the maid. The food they cook for him every day is quite good. The kitchen prepares it specially." "Did anyone tell you who he is?" "No. I didn't dare ask too many questions." "Later, you will bring one of our men into Camp Alpha to find Fusong." Ning Liujin's legs went weak. He stammered, "This Camp Alpha is heavily guarded. No one without a badge can enter. I'm afraid I would only endanger your people." "Perhaps." With a metallic sheeting, someone drew a gleaming short blade. Ning Liujin swallowed the rest of his words. "Don't worry," the leader said with a wolfish grin. "We know everything about Camp Alpha and the labor camp. We know exactly what you do, running in and out for the vagabonds. Don't think that wooden plaque around your neck makes you some kind of official. If you die, the vagabonds will treat it no differently than the death of an ant or a bug. There are 5,000 to 10,000 ants like you on Kinmen Island. We've killed several blind fools these past few days. Do you think the vagabonds even noticed? A stone around your neck, into the sea you go, feeding the Dragon King." "Yes, yes, I'm just a bug, an ant." Sweat poured down Ning Liujin's face as he kowtowed again and again. "I'll find a way immediately." The men pulled a straw sack over his head and torso, then shoved him along. He felt the sea breeze on his skin, heard the cries of gulls, sensed soft sand beneath his feet. He was probably out on the beach. After being driven a considerable distance, the sack was finally removed. He blinked. This was the very stretch where he had come beachcombing. "When will you go to Camp Alpha?" the leader asked. Ning Liujin had no choice but to answer. "Tonight, to deliver rice." "Good, come here before you make that delivery." The man's voice hardened. "Don't try anything clever, we know everything." End of chapter. Chapter 1262, Tarōs plot. "I wouldn't dare," Ning Liujin said, nodding vigorously. "Here's $25 for now," the man said. "After the job is done, you'll receive another 100. He dropped a money pouch, then led his men away, leaving Ning Liujin standing alone among the reefs in a daze. The leader of this group was none other than Tarōs. After narrowly surviving the ambush, he had found a secluded spot to bury Zheng Zhilong's head and marked the location carefully. He discarded his tattered garments, changing into clothes stripped from a roadside corpse. Hiding his weapons, he slipped back toward the Zhongzuo garrison, where he ran headlong into a White Horse unit security patrol. Having lived in China for many years, he spoke decent Minnan dialect and had long worn his hair in a Chinese-style bun. During the prisoner interrogation, he claimed to be a scattered Zheng soldier and was duly dispatched to prisoner camp Beta, the camp for ordinary members of the Zheng organization. He had always stood at Zheng Zhilong's side. So many middle and high-ranking figures knew him on sight. but low-level soldiers and sailors rarely recognized him. He had worn European military uniforms, carrying himself as a spirited Japanese samurai. Now, dressed in rags with disheveled hair and a haggard face, he managed to bluff his way through. In the camp, he discovered several former Japanese unit members who had likewise concealed their identities. Tarōs was rigorous in managing his subordinates, and since they were kinsmen of the same race, their internal cohesion far surpassed that of ordinary prisoners. He quickly took command and began operating in secret. Gathering these men was not merely about escape. Shortly after his capture, he learned from other prisoners that Zhang Zhilong's eldest son, Zhang Sen, had also fallen into vagabond hands. The important prisoners were detained in Camp Alpha, 2 li distant. Prisoner Camp Beta held the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the low-level drudges, who were frequently dispatched in teams to perform odd jobs. Any prisoner who worked hard, showed willing, and demonstrated an eagerness to move closer to the Senate could eventually obtain a small wooden plaque, transfer to the labor camp, and gain greater freedom of movement. Tarō's group worked diligently and soon earned their plaques. Once they had freedom of movement, they began quietly gathering intelligence. On one work detail, they encountered an acquaintance, a young page boy from Zhang Zhilong's residence. The boy told Tarō that he had seen Fusong taken by the vagabonds and sent to the VIP prisoner camp. Recently, they had even brought in servants who once attended him. This vital news filled Tarō with a mixture of excitement and alarm. To protect his secret, he lured the page boy to the seaside, killed him quietly, and threw the body into the sea. Tarō then used his work outings to dig up the wakizashi and valuables he had hidden, which would facilitate his operations. He knew Xiamen Island well and understood that a particular seaside reef cave was exceptionally secluded. He made it his base. Though they now knew Fusong was in Camp Alpha, they could not enter. A direct assault was fantasy. Since they couldn't fight their way in, they would have to find a way to pull him out. Thus Tarō set his sights on the handful of laborers permitted access to Camp Alpha. Ning Liujin was young, and Tarō judged he would be easier to persuade. Moreover, youth would be less likely to arouse the vagabond's suspicion. The persuasion of Ning Liujin went smoothly. Tarō doubted the man would inform on them, but as a precaution, he sent a subordinate to shadow him. Sure enough, Ning Liujin returned to the labor camp and continued working. He appeared somewhat distraught, but the tale observed no indication that he had reported anything. By evening, Ning Liujin went to the administration office to collect military ration tickets. As their prized prisoner, Zhang Sen, along with Zhang Zhilong's wife Lady Dong and other especially important captives, received special provisions. They did not subsist on relief rations or fish gruel. They were supplied with rice, fresh vegetables, fish and shrimp, and a daily allowance of tea leaves, treatment nearly on par with high-ranking officers of the Voight-Kampf army. Ning Liujin collected rice, tea, salt, and other items at the supply depot and loaded them onto a purple lightning handcart. Halfway to Camp Alpha, a short man materialized beside him, one of the men from the cave. "My name is Wang Dachui," the man introduced himself briefly. "I'm going with you." Ning Liujin didn't dare refuse. He instructed the man to pull the cart from the front while he pushed from behind. The pair brought the cart to Camp Alpha's gate. The sentry recognized Ning Liujin but still checked his wooden plaque according to regulations. Then he jutted his chin at the newcomer. "Who's this?" "He's helping me push. The cart's heavy today, one person can't manage it." Ning Liujin spoke carefully. "He has a plaque. Wang Dachui, show the soldier your plaque." The man called Wang Dachui hurried to comply, plastering on a servile smile. He removed the plaque from his neck and handed it over with much bowing and scraping. Though only Ning Liujin held an entry permit, the sentry apparently saw nothing amiss about a laborer helping push a cart. He said nothing further, only inspecting the goods carefully, checking that nothing had been stolen, swapped, or poisoned en route. The supplies were transported in special boxes sealed with wax. "Go in." The sentry waved them through. Ning Liujin's heart had been lodged in his throat. Seeing the sentry pass over the extra man without challenge, he hastily expressed thanks and wheeled the cart inside. Wang Dachui was in fact a Japanese mercenary under Tarōs who spoke excellent Minnan dialect and possessed sharp wits. Upon entering Camp Alpha, he quietly surveyed his surroundings. The perimeter was formidable, barbed wire, watchtowers, and sentries. Inside, however, the atmosphere was relaxed. Tents and straw shelters lined both sides of the path. The captured families lived by household. Though everyone looked worried, their complexions were healthy rather than haggard. Their clothes were clean and tidy. Clearly, the vagabonds treated them well. Most reassuring of all, no vagabond soldiers patrolled inside the camp. The two delivered the goods to the main kitchen and received a receipt. Ning Liujin was anxious to leave and started pushing the cart toward the exit with Wang Dachui, but the other man shook his head slightly. "Take me to Fusong." Ning Liujin's legs threatened to buckle. "Master, this is too risky. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll turn myself in and say you plotted with me to kidnap Fusong." Wang Dachui grinned. "I'm not afraid to die. Are you?" Ning Liujin felt the blood drain from his face. He understood now that he had stepped onto a pirate ship he could never leave. He cursed himself for not reporting them earlier. Now that he had brought the man inside, he could no longer clear his name. If exposed, the vagabonds would show no mercy. He had no choice but to agree. Fusong's tent stood apart in a corner of the camp. Though young, his status warranted a separate shelter where he lived with the servants and page boys attending him. Ning Liujin brought Wang Dachui to the tent. He didn't dare enter. He stood guard outside, listening to Wang Dachui speak to Fusong in a language he couldn't understand. Terror gnawed at him. The conversation inside seemed to drag on forever. Every sound on the path convinced him that Australian sentries were coming to arrest him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After waiting in agony, Wang Dachui finally emerged. Ning Liujin exhaled in relief and hurried to lead him out of the camp. Wang Dachui returned quietly to the labor camp. Though entry and exit were unrestricted during daylight hours, roll call was held at the first watch. Afterward, the camp gates closed, and anyone missing was treated as an escapee. The punishment was severe. Surprise roll calls occurred at night as well, so Tarōs' group dared not stay out after dark. Once the gates closed, however, the camp became the laborers' own domain. The guards and administrators didn't interfere with daily life inside. Small stalls operated by camp follower merchants sold daily necessities, cigarettes, and wine. The wine was weak fruit wine. Snacks were available too. Clams and razor clams gathered from the sea, boiled in salt water, accompanied by boiled edamame and the like. For a little extra money, one could buy freshly grilled fish, shrimp, and oysters, sprinkled with something that smelled incredibly fragrant. Though the laborers in the camp were essentially forced labor, the vagabonds issued a small amount of paper currency called circulation coupons each day. Those who worked hard and performed well received more. Thus the stalls did brisk business. Tarōs and his men rarely frequented the stalls. The proprietors and staff were under vagabond control, but drinking was an excellent pretext for meetings. They sent someone to buy wine and snacks, then gathered on the ground outside their straw shelter, ostensibly sharing drinks while quietly conferring. "Did you see Fusong?" "I saw him," Wang Dachui said. His surname was Honda, though he refused to reveal his full name. The Chinese called him Old Ben. The mercenaries vaguely understood that he had once served as a domain retainer. 9 times out of 10, such men ended up overseas because of their Catholic faith, but Honda never prayed nor wore a cross. He was no believer. "Young Master Fusong is in good health," Honda said. "I told him about our plan to rescue him." "What did he say?" "Only that he awaits good news, worthy of being the young lord." Tarōs nodded with satisfaction. He took a sip of wine. "What manner of man do you think the young lord is?" "What manner of man?" Honda considered the question. "Very decisive and of a stubborn disposition." End of chapter. Chapter 1263. The Intelligence Bureau's plot indeed. "The blood of a samurai flows in his veins," someone whispered admiringly. Tarōs took a sip of wine. Now that it was confirmed Fusong was safely detained in Camp Alpha, the next step was to work out how to extract him. The first hurdle was getting him out of the camp, an immense difficulty. Sneaking in for a conversation was one thing. Smuggling a boy past the sentries was another matter entirely. The vagabond guards inspected incoming and outgoing goods with exacting care. Any cargo packaging large enough to conceal an 8-year-old was sealed with wax or lead. No tricks could be played there. Assuming they found a way to extract him, the second step was escaping to the mainland overnight. Kinmen Island lay close to the coast. Tarōs and his men could swim across without flotation aids, but an 8-year-old could not. They would need a boat, yet every boat on the island was now in vagabond hands. No one could obtain one, and even if they did, Australian patrol boats circled the waters day and night. Those vessels belched smoke and fire and moved with terrifying speed. Discovery meant certain death. Neither problem admitted an easy solution. Tarōs reflected that his group could escape readily enough on their own. The difficulty lay in bringing the child. "We can find a way to rescue him," Tarōs said, "but crossing the strait requires a boat. We have no boat, and even if we did, we couldn't get across." "I can swim with Fusong on my back," one of his mercenaries offered. "My hometown is an island. I used to swim between islands with my little brother on my back. The distance here is greater, though, and my brother was only 3 or 4 at the time." "Tie bamboo tubes to your body, that will conserve strength," someone suggested. The plan felt unreliable, but no better alternative presented itself. Still, the method for extracting Fusong remained elusive. Camp Alpha on Kinmen appeared lax, yet its external defenses were formidable. They devised several schemes but found no way to get Fusong out. With Ning Liujin's access they could enter, they could not bring anyone out. "It's a pity Fusong isn't a teenager. I could swap places with him," a young mercenary remarked. "Swapping is a good idea, but where would we find a boy of the same age and build as the young lord?" "We could find one if we looked," Tarōs said. "But such a child wouldn't have the resolve to die for the young master. He'd be exposed in moments." Silence fell over the group. Until now, every action they had taken had been precise, safe, and effective. They had accomplished everything they set out to do, breeding in these shrewd and daring mercenaries the illusion of omnipotence. Yet at the decisive moment, they discovered themselves utterly helpless at the most crucial juncture. The mesh of the net was wide enough for minnows to slip through easily, but the big fish could not pass. "That is the situation, Chief," the Political Security Bureau officer responsible for Kinmen's internal security reported. "Very good, you may go." Suki set down the document in his hands. "Instruct the operatives to continue monitoring their movements. Do not alert the targets." "Yes, Chief." Suki watched the naturalized cadre's back vanish through the doorway. Zheng Zhilong's subordinates still possess some loyalty, he thought. Through informants planted in the prisoner camp by the Political Security Bureau, Suki had tracked the entire sequence of Tarōs' activities on the island. Initially, their purpose was unclear. Their behavior appeared more deliberate than a simple escape, so he had opted to observe. Only when reports indicated they were asking about a boy named Fusong did he grasp their true objective. That someone would secretly attempt to rescue Fusong was somewhat unexpected. By his reckoning, with the Zheng family in chaos and Zheng Zhilong's fate uncertain, none of his subordinates should have been thinking of the boy. Some speculated that this clandestine rescue effort was proof Zheng Zhilong had survived. Suki disagreed. He believed the activity actually suggested Zheng Zhilong was dead. If he had escaped alive to the mainland, rescuing Fusong would hardly be his priority. Fusong was not that important to him. Zheng Zhilong was only 30, and producing heirs posed no difficulty. Fusong was merely a child, one who had not yet demonstrated any extraordinary virtues. After the crushing defeat, with the organization's very foundations shaken, a surviving leader would focus on reorganizing his forces and managing the crisis, not diverting energy to rescue a son. Only if Zheng Zhilong was already dead would his former subordinates desperately try to recover Fusong. either to stabilize the group or to advance themselves by controlling the young master. Capturing Zhang Sen was undoubtedly a great victory. Yet this prisoner was also a hot potato. Word of his capture had sparked fierce controversy among the senators the moment it reached Lingao. The controversy centered on how to handle this future Koxinga of the old timeline. The question was sensitive and troublesome enough that senators participating in Operation Overlord half-wished Ying Yu's shells had been more accurate. A glorious death in battle would have spared everyone considerable difficulty and psychological burden. People of this timeline could never comprehend the Senate's complex feelings toward Zhang Sen. His status as a national hero in the old timeline was universally acknowledged among the elders. Though these events had not yet occurred in this timeline, and now never would, disposing of him felt utterly unacceptable to many. The Huaxia Society had even put out word that they wished to reform him, to mold him into a new man under Senate rule. Others proposed various rehabilitation schemes. Yet a large contingent of senators, Su Qi among them, had no patience for this reformation theory. If Zhang Sen were still an infant or very young, reform might have been possible, but he was already aware of the world, and his composure upon capture had been striking. Moreover, the elders knew that Zhang Sen already held the status of heir within the Zhang organization. Then there was the attack on Xiamens. Whether or not it had truly killed his father, it had certainly killed many members of the Zhang clan. The entire organization had suffered a devastating blow at Senate hands. Nor was this the end. In the future, the Senate would publicly brand his father and other pirate lords with the crime of hindering the development of productive forces. They would organize the masses to recall past bitterness and appreciate present sweetness, recounting Zhang family evils and expressing gratitude for Senate benevolence. Operation Overlord was another outstanding military victory. From common soldiers to elder officers, everyone would take pride in their participation. Countless veterans would recount it as conversational fodder. How could anyone expect little Zhang, growing up in such social conditions, to be won over? Senators who shared Su Qi's views were numerous, and some elders had privately demanded Zhang Sen's execution. Some wanted him finished off in secret. Others preferred a public execution. Still others proposed entrapment. Yet killing a captured 8-year-old child solely because of blood ties was a psychological barrier many found insurmountable. Amid this controversy, the executive committee and the heads of the major enforcement departments had refrained from expressing specific opinions. In truth, there was already a concrete plan for handling Zhang Sen. This plan had been proposed at the meeting by Jiang Shan, director of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Naturally, it was the product of joint deliberation by the Bureau and the Great Library think tank. In essence, the Senate did not need this hot potato. They could simply let Zhang Sen go. Zhang Sen was not a decisive figure, Jiang Shan had argued. He was merely an 8-year-old child. His life or death had negligible impact on the Zhang organization's strength. Furthermore, if Zhang Zhilong had survived, then Zhang Sen would inevitably remain an insignificant heir. If Zhang Zhilong was dead, then Zhang Sen's return would introduce additional variables into the already precarious organization. Theoretically, Zhang Sen was Zhang Zhilong's eldest son, the unquestionable heir. In practice, whether the power brokers within the organization saw it that way was another matter entirely. In the other timeline, after the Qing army coerced Zhang Zhilong into leaving Fujian and he lost control of the group, Zhang Sen, though already an adult and nominally the heir, received no support whatsoever from the organization's power figures. The moment Zhang Zhilong was taken away, the entire organization fragmented into leaderlessness. The Zhang Lion brothers seized Xiamens, controlling most of the overseas trade and main military forces, while Zhang Zhaifeng occupied Kinmen. Each consolidated his own power base. After these two major blocks carved up Zhang Zhilong's assets, not a single person invited Zhang Sen to assume his role as heir. When Zhang Sen raised his standard in Anping, he commanded a mere 90 men and had no foothold at all. Were it not for the death of the Nanhais defender Liujin, whose territory sent envoys requesting a replacement general, Zhang Sen would never have absorbed those few thousand troops to serve as his starting force. The true attitude of the organization's power brokers was unmistakable. Currently, the Zhang organization's situation had not yet developed to the heights it reached before Zhang Zhilong's abduction, let alone having absorbed such a devastating blow. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau estimated that if Zhang Zhilong was indeed dead, the organization would splinter even more severely than in the old timeline. The surviving members of the 18 Kai would inevitably fight over Zhang Zhilong's legacy, incompatible as fire and water. The Intelligence Bureau's analysis was unambiguous. Zhang Sen's return would not add cohesion to the Zhang organization. On the contrary, it would furnish fresh pretexts for the already fracturing faction to quarrel. Every power bloc would vie to control Fusong in order to claim righteousness and orthodox status. The already fragmented Zhang organization would face even greater storms with the introduction of this chess piece. End of chapter. Chapter 1264, The Push. Once Zhang Sen returns to them, he'll have no strength of his own, but he'll be a banner around which others can rally. Moreover, he's a child, easily manipulated. Ambitious men will certainly flock to support him. At that point, the Zhang organization won't simply become a romance of the three kingdoms confined to Jiangsu Bay. It will devolve into something more akin to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Zhang Shan laid out his reasoning. Is all this complication really necessary for an 8-year-old? When Daisy voiced his objection at the meeting, must we be sentimental toward the indigenous people? Zhang Shan replied in a tone both respectful and resolute. Releasing Zhang Sen disrupts the enemy. Keeping him in our hands disrupts ourselves. Quite a few people with Madonna complex around here, General Wen remarked, but he ceased to object. The directive permitting Zhang Sen's release had just reached Kinmen Island. As the officer responsible for intelligence and political security on the front line, Su Qi welcomed the decision with both hands. Like many elders, he felt that killing an 8-year-old child was simply unjustifiable. However, he believed the release should not be straightforward. Otherwise, the Zhang organization, the Ming Dynasty, and various coastal powers would interpret it as weakness, as if the Senate feared the Zhang family. The release needed conditions attached, such as demanding ransom. That was how they planned to handle the other captured family members. Now, however, someone was willing to risk their life to rescue him. Even better, it saved the trouble of negotiating a ransom. Why not go with the flow and let them succeed? Su Qi decided to lend them subtle assistance. Whether they ultimately escaped would depend on their luck and skill. If the attempt failed, the trouble would resolve itself naturally, and no one could object. As he pondered this, an orderly brought in a summary of the deaths, injuries, and captures among the Zhang organization's middle and upper ranks over the past several days. The general staff currently required solid evidence for death records of important enemy figures, preferably a corpse or head for positive identification, or at minimum cross-referenced oral testimony from multiple sources. Under this policy, they had compiled a roster of Zhang organization leaders killed in Operation Overlord. At the top of the long list was Zhang Zhilong's brother, Zhang Zhihu. This foremost warrior of the Zhang army, famed for dragon's wisdom and tiger's courage, had defended his position to the last in the assault on Kinmen Island. Even after his personal guards and servants were killed or fled, and he himself was wounded by gunfire, he refused to retreat. He was finally bayoneted to death by swarming Marines. Below Zhang Zhihu was Zhang Zhaipeng, a clan cousin of Zhang Zhilong killed in the fireship battle. Several lesser-known members of the 18 Kai also appeared on the list. Following them came a batch of Zhang army generals' names. Su Qi recognized many. In the old timeline, some had later surrendered to the Manchus and fought against their former comrades. Others had followed Koxinga north to Nanjing, west to conquer Taiwan, and either perished in battle or died with regrets. Behind every name was a story that historians could fill volumes with. Now all of it would cease to exist. They had become nothing more than cold strings of characters on a battle report. Suu Kyi could not help but sigh. As for Zhang Zhilong himself, there was still no conclusive proof of life or death. However, Zhang Tumu, who had arrived from Kaohsiung yesterday, had exhumed the headless corpse and taken fingerprints. Suu Kyi had also sent men to Zhang Zhilong's residences in Anping and the Zhongzuo garrison to lift fingerprints from personal items in his private chambers for comparison. Before long, the identity of the mysterious headless corpse would be confirmed. Suu Kyi was 99% certain it was Zhang Zhilong. He consulted the schedule on his desk. Exactly 1 week had passed since D-Day. The special search, operations in Anping, Greater and Lesser Kinmen, Xiamen Island and surrounding areas were drawing to a close. The seized gold, silver and valuables had all been shipped out. Through prisoner interrogation and informant rewards, the planning agency's special search team had unearthed dozens of hidden hoards in Anping and elsewhere, yielding an additional 170,000 taels of gold and silver and 100,000 strings of cash. A few days earlier, an engineering unit equipped with metal detectors had been dispatched from Lingao specifically to conduct surveys at the residences and government offices of key Zhang figures in Anping and other locations, searching for any remaining secret caches. The search operation had now shifted to bulk goods. Fueled by the principle that nothing in the world should be wasted, the planning agency began a comprehensive sweep of less valuable commodities. Even dilapidated hulks abandoned in the harbor were not spared. They were patched up and towed away by tugboat teams. These vessels would all be taken to Hong Kong, dismantled for timber, and used in new construction. Starting next week, Operation Overlord's expeditionary force would begin a phased withdrawal. Within a week, everyone, prisoners and local civilians alike, would be transported to Kaohsiung for resettlement. Before then, Zhang Sen's escape had to be arranged. Suu Kyi thought for a moment, rang for the orderly, and summoned the naturalized cadre in charge of both the regular prisoner camp and the labor camp informants to receive a new assignment. "Young Lord, call me Fusong." Zhang Sen stopped To Taro from using the title, whispering, "Speak quickly." "Yes." To Taro nodded with excitement. He had caught wind that the vagabonds were preparing to withdraw and would take all prisoners with them. Time was of the essence. The rescue had to proceed immediately. Originally, they had intended to use the substituting a plum for a peach method, but they had given it up when no reliable boy could be found on short notice. After much deliberation, the Japanese mercenaries concluded that delay spelled doom. They would launch an inside-outside coordinated breakout. They had already surveyed the perimeter of Camp Alpha. The camp was protected by 2 barriers, an outer bamboo fence of sharpened poles and an inner barbed wire fence. The bamboo fence could be destroyed easily enough. They had hidden blades, and Honda was a master swordsman. Cutting through posed no problem. The barbed wire, however, bristled with iron barbs and had bells strung along it that would jangle violently at the slightest disturbance. Still, they devised a countermeasure. Wang Datui proposed digging a trench beneath the wire with shovels and crawling under. Yet this ostensibly simple scheme encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Sentries patrolled the corridor between the 2 fences. Pairs of guards walked the path continuously. No matter where they began digging, they would lack the time to excavate the trench, extract the person, and refill it before the sentries completed their circuit. Leave the hole open, and it would be discovered instantly, and then escape would be impossible. They also considered killing the sentries, but several watchtowers ringed Camp Alpha. Though rudimentary, the elevated guards had clear sightlines over everything below. Concealing such an act would be extremely difficult. No matter how the men planned, they could not be confident of extracting Fusong silently. Just as they were on the verge of despair, something changed. Ning Liujin, whom they had coerced into the operation, said he had found a suitable boy in the labor camp, one willing to serve as the young master's double and enter Camp Alpha to swap places. His only demand was 50 taels of silver for his parents. What do his parents do? Just civilians on the island. His father is sick and can't work, Ning Liujin stammered, trembling so badly he could barely speak. The family recently had another baby, too many mouths to feed, so the boy came to the labor camp to earn money. I noticed him looking miserable all the time and working hard. Probably desperate for cash. He mentioned the boy's name, but Tarōs' group had no recollection. There were many people in the labor camp from diverse sources. Some were not even transfers from the prisoner camp, but island civilians who had answered the recruitment call to earn wages. This is a beheading offense. He's willing. Wang Dachui toyed with the wakizashi in his hand. Are you trying to screw us, kid? I wouldn't dare. Ning Liujin's face went white. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Tell me, Tarōs said, halting Wang Dachui. Why is he willing? Master, this is exchanging a life for 50 taels of silver. Ning Liujin forced a bitter smile. Why wouldn't he be willing? His death could save his whole family. Besides, he won't necessarily die. Tarōs was silent for a moment. Then, without warning, he drew his wakizashi and thrust it at Ning Liujin's ribs. Ning Liujin screamed and a foul stench arose. He had lost control of his bowels. But the blade's tip did not pierce flesh. It only pierced his clothing, grazing the skin as it passed through. Though missing by a hair's breadth, Ning Liujin had not lost so much as a single strand of hair. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, unable to utter a word. Did you inform the vagabonds? No, I wouldn't dare. Ning Liujin kowtowed frantically. Bring the boy tonight, Tarōs said. I will question him personally. That night, Ning Liujin did indeed bring the boy. Tarōs saw that his height and build were similar to Fusong's, though his skin was dark and rough, clearly a peasant background. Fortunately, the swap would occur at night. The differences should be enough to fool the sentries. Asked his age, the boy turned out to be considerably older than Fusong, already 11. But he spoke fluent local dialect. Tarōs half believed Ning Liujin's story. He interrogated the boy repeatedly, alternating threats and tricks, but the boy's account remained consistent with what Ning Liujin had told them. Tarōs remained skeptical. He called Honda over to discuss whether this might be a trap. Honda's answer was simple. If Ning Liujin had informed on us, we and young Master Fusong would already be finished. Since we are not finished, we might as well gamble. End of chapter. Chapter 1265. Curtain fall, and so the plan proceeded, regardless of consequence. Had they been Chinese, they probably would not have attempted something so reckless and uncertain. But the desperate gambling spirit of Tarō's band rivaled that of the imperial elites from the other timeline. Once again, Tarōs slipped into Camp Alpha alongside Ning Liujin, using the cover of helping deliver supplies. He found Fusong as intended. We plan to rescue the young master tonight. Please prepare yourself, he whispered in Japanese. To steady the boy's nerves, he added, we have made thorough preparations and will bring you off this island even at the cost of our lives. A look of calm resolve, incongruous with his age, settled over Fusong's face. Do it. That night the moon hung dim and the stars were sparse, but the wind and waves remained subdued. On a small hill near Guningtou Beach, the point on the island closest to the mainland, Suki crouched inside a camouflaged observation post, scanning the shoreline through binoculars. According to his estimate, after Tarō's group used the plum for a peachy strategy to extract Zheng Sen from Camp Alpha, they would come here to make their crossing. Whether attempting the strait by small boat or by swimming, they would need to take the shortest route. Guningtou lay closest to the mainland. The probability of them entering the water here was extremely high. Clicking sounds came through his walkie-talkie, the signal from the SRT members tailing the fugitives. The escapees were heading toward Guningtou, exactly as predicted. Suki immediately raised his infrared binoculars and swept the beach. Sure enough, 7 or 8 figures were sprinting across the sand under cover of darkness. One of them appeared to be carrying something on his back. He adjusted the focus and saw clearly. A child. They really came. He nodded to himself. Though he had not merely turned a blind eye to this operation but had actively given it a push, the boldness and daring of this group were genuinely admirable. The final crossing was on them. If fortune abandoned them and they all drowned in the strait, they had only themselves to blame. Unaware that they were being observed, Tarōs' group arrived at the beach. They retrieved the bamboo tubes and ropes hidden among the reefs earlier and clumsily lashed them to their bodies. Tarō tied the tubes around Fusong and whispered, "Young master, don't be afraid, we will push you across." "I'm not afraid, I can swim." "Good, let's go." Tarō beckoned to Honda. "Honda, you have the best swimming skills, you take the young master." "Yes, I will protect him with my life." "Listen, all of you, we must deliver the young master to the mainland even if we die trying. If Honda can't hold on, the rest of you take turns." "Asu, keep it down, idiots." Tarō turned and noticed Ning Liujin had not tied on any bamboo tubes. "You too, you're coming with us." Ning Liujin's face went ashen. I can't swim." With a soft sound, Tarō drew his wakizashi and drove it home. Ning Liujin collapsed onto the sand without even time to scream. The group stepped into the water and began swimming toward the opposite shore. Days earlier, Tarō had already sent someone ahead to secretly escape back to the mainland. At this moment, that man lit 3 torches on the far side. Swimmers in the strait could gauge any deviation in their heading as long as they kept the 3 lights before them. Suki watched them bobbing in the waves, gradually receding into the darkness. He lowered his binoculars. "Tell the SRT to fire. Give them a proper send-off." Only Ning Liujin's corpse remained on the beach. Soldiers closed his eyes, still wide with agony, and his mouth, which gaped as if straining to voice an unwilling cry. A pity, the lad had promise. With some training, he might have made a seed for intelligence work. Suki watched the soldiers carry the body away and allowed himself a moment of regret. List him in the Intelligence Bureau's external collaborator martyr scroll and find a sunny spot in the cemetery to bury him. Zhang Sen's escape caused barely a ripple. The news of his father's confirmed death, however, proved far more disruptive. Zhang Tumu and Su Qi had conducted a painstaking fingerprint comparison, matching dozens of prints lifted from locations Zhang Zhilong frequented and objects he commonly used. They identified a set of prints that appeared consistently across all sites. Comparing this set against those taken from the headless corpse yielded a definitive match. Next, several of Zhang Zhilong's concubines and personal page boys were brought from the prisoner camp to identify physical characteristics of the corpse. The confirmation was complete. This was Zhang Zhilong. The news was transmitted back to Lingao. The Senate ordered an 11-gun salute from every fort in Lingao, Kaohsiung, and Hong Kong. The propaganda department subsequently issued a Rebel Zhang beheaded extra edition. This special was distributed not only within Senate-ruled territories, but also as leaflets across the coastal regions of Guangdong and Fujian through the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's covert channels. A few days later, early on the morning of October 10th, engineers simultaneously set fires across Anping, Greater and Lesser Kinmen, Xiamens, and Guilingyu, detonating vast quantities of explosives that had been placed inside buildings beforehand. The captured Zhang army gunpowder was of low quality and unsafe to transport. They had simply used it on the spot to demolish the sturdier structures. Explosions from tens of thousands of catties of gunpowder erupted one after another. Black smoke wrapped in raging flames shot into the sky. Burning villages and forts dotted the length of Zhangzhou Bay. At various assembly points, engineers held roll calls, then marched in formation across streets already beginning to burn, escorted by Marines and guided by the rhythm of drums. They boarded Daihatsu landing craft waiting in the bay batch by batch. The first fleet, the last to depart Zhangzhou Bay, weighed anchor and set sail through the rolling black smoke, leaving behind a bay reduced nearly to ruins. Operation Overlord thus came to a close. Zhangzhou Bay, once bustling with ships, a forest of masts, and a gathering of merchants, was left in dead silence. Public and private property on the coastal islands and within Anping city had been stripped clean. The entire population had been taken. By Su Qi's estimate, even with sufficient funds, the Zheng family would need at least a year or more to regroup here. That was time enough for the Senate's trade war to exert its full effect. Ming Qiu stood on the bridge, gazing upon the scene of rolling black smoke with profoundly mixed feelings. As a naval officer who had spent his entire career in peacetime, arriving in this new timeline by accident and commanding such a complete victory, joint amphibious campaign in his twilight years, he had already inscribed his name into the naval history of this new world. Yet the deeds performed in Zhangzhou Bay by this navy of the Senate and people under his command could only be described as three alls: kill all, burn all, loot all. True, the Voigtkampf army had not massacred civilians or killed indiscriminately, but such vast destruction of buildings throughout an entire region, military and civilian alike, and the wholesale deportation of the populace, these weighed on his conscience. Especially the sight of thousands of civilians supporting the elderly and carrying the young, clutching their meager possessions, boarding ships at bayonet point, leaving their homes forever. Throughout the process, inevitably, many perished on the streets. Families were shattered. The morning sun cast its light across the deck. The rising sun of a new empire had appeared on the horizon, but Ming Qiu knew he would not live to see this regime reach its zenith. Whether that was fortune or misfortune, he could not say. I am old, he thought. I lived in peace and prosperity for too long. He gripped the railing, watching the warships prow slice through the sea, driven by the roaring steam engine. Waves churned in its wake. The first rays of golden morning light crossed the wide-open window, pierced the thin gauze curtains, and fell straight onto the floor, extending slowly and steadily until they reached the far end of the room. They climbed onto the vermilion rosewood Nanjing Babu canopy bed, illuminating the intricate floral relief carvings on its frame. The mechanical clock on the desk ticked rhythmically. Ding, 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 ding. The clock hands pointed precisely to 6:30. The room's stillness shattered as the alarm struck, shaking itself left and right, announcing the arrival of a new day. A hand appeared, grasped the restless clock, and pressed gently. Silence returned. Chuking rewound the spring and placed the clock back on the desk. She walked past the chicken wing wood surface, retrieved clothes from the shelf, approached the bedside, lifted the curtain, stepped onto the canopy bed, and set clean garments on the stool. She parted the inner quilt curtain and said softly, "Husband, your clothes." Wu Nanhai stretched. He had actually awakened before the alarm rang. In 17th century Lingao, a place without internet and virtually without nightlife, rising on time came far more easily than in the old timeline. Ample sleep and a regular routine left him brimming with energy each morning. Wu Nanhai dressed calmly while Chuking attended him. Unlike other senators who clung to old timeline clothing habits, he preferred Ming-style long robes. The designs had been refined by several female senators and tailors from the cooperative, moving closer to the Changshan of the Republic of China era, broadly speaking, still within the category of Hanfu from another timeline. But compared to modern dress, it remained slightly complex and required assistance to don properly. This was Wu Nanhai's home. Though the general office had built apartments specifically for senators in Bern City, and Wu Nanhai could have claimed one through the lottery, he preferred not to leave his cozy nest at the farm. Besides, living on-site made it convenient to work at any hour. He had submitted a report to the general office, requesting that an agricultural committee dormitory area be established in Nanhai Farm, forfeiting his apartment allocation in Bern New City. Zhao Zhishan could hardly oppose such an above-board demonstration of dedication. He canceled Wu Nanhai's lottery eligibility for Bern New City and approved the construction of an agricultural committee senator dormitory area within Nanhai Farm, accommodating Wu Nanhai and a contingent of like-minded senators who wished to live where they worked. End of chapter. Chapter 1266, Aftermath. Nanhai Experimental Farm contained a small residential area built for Naturalized Agricultural Committee employees. These were standard dormitories constructed by the General Construction Company, tube-shaped apartment blocks reminiscent of older designs. Wu Nanhai and several fellow senators working in the committee had carved out a patch of land on one side of this area and erected the Agricultural Committee Senator dormitories. The apartment buildings resembled residential structures from the 1980s, though only 2 stories tall. Their layout approximated townhouses, 8 units per row, 2 floors per unit, with a small courtyard attached. Usable area ranged from 80 to 120 square meters. Wu Nanhai had applied for a large unit and drawn Unit 404 in Building 4. The entire villa featured 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen, 120 square meters of usable space. The interior had simple whitewashed walls. Living room and bedrooms were floored with bamboo, while bathroom and kitchen featured tile. Wu Nanhai had chosen the sanitary ware himself, a blue and white porcelain set. The kitchen had a multi-burner stove. All were unified renovations by the general office. Furniture and decor were configured by the senators according to personal taste. For safety, these apartments, like those in Bern New City, were supplied with electricity and equipped with electric lights and power outlets. Wu Nanhai's home was decorated in an entirely traditional style. A large south-facing room on the 2nd floor served as the master bedroom. A rosewood canopy bed with hanging flower pillars occupied the room's deepest recess. Beside it stood 3 layers of 5 stacked large official chests. A huanghuali shelf held hanging clothes. A Chinese-style dressing table rested against one wall, inlaid with a large glass mirror produced in Lingao. A flat-top desk occupied the room's center, upon which sat a mechanical alarm clock purchased from Taobao. Adding 2 round stools, this was the sum of the master bedroom's furnishings. Wu Nanhai had bought most of these pieces from the planning agency's loot warehouse, trophies from past campaigns. The canopy bed, for example, was said to have been confiscated from a wealthy household in Sanliang City, Guangdong, during the Pearl River Estuary campaign. The official chests and shelves had been seized during the Hainan pacification campaign. When distributing apartment units this time, the planning agency had specially sorted through a batch of furniture from the warehouse to auction to the senators. Because rumors circulated that the former owners of this furniture had been killed, few people wanted to buy. Moreover, many senators preferred modern furnishings simply out of habit, but ordering modern furniture required booking at least 6 months in advance, and actual delivery dates remained indefinite due to priority production for the engine plan. Wu Nanhai's religious beliefs left him unbothered by the rumors, and he genuinely liked this retro aesthetic. He bought the lot cheaply and used it to outfit his apartment. After washing up in the bathroom, Wu Nanhai settled into a folding chair in the living room and picked up the clear tea on the 8 Immortals table for a sip. The publications to which every senator was automatically subscribed by the propaganda department lay arranged on the table. Usually this meant only the Lingao Times, but today being Monday, the weekly internal publications accompanied it, Weekly Trends and Morning Star. These were the most important 2 journals and 1 newspaper of the Lingao propaganda apparatus. Among them, Morning Star, a theoretical journal, was restricted to senators and classified as confidential material, not to be circulated externally. Weekly Trends was open to high-ranking naturalized citizens. Wu Nanhai opened Weekly Trends. In addition to the Senate's current proposals and topics, the Executive Committee's work plans, projects, and execution progress, the journal contained a compilation of important recent events from the Senate-ruled territories, the Ming Dynasty, and Greater East Asia. He skipped the ongoing series of reports on Operation Overlord. The final episode was published today. Military affairs held little interest for him. His gaze fell instead on the appendix, the latest tally of captured booty compiled by the planning agency. In Operation Overlord, a total of 340,000 she of grain was seized, along with 1.1 million taels of silver and silver products of various purities, and 20,000 taels of gold and gold products. Jewelry and soft goods filled 40 standard 50-liter transport boxes. 10,000 bolts of silk, 5,000 pickles of raw silk, and 3,000 pickles of old raw silk were recovered. 10,000 pickles of various spices, 55,000 pieces of porcelain, 30,000 bolts of cotton cloth, and 2,000 bolts of woolens were seized. Miscellaneous goods are countless. Specific categories and quantities remain under tally. 280,000 caddies of firearms, cannonballs, incendiaries, swords, and spears were recovered, along with 150,000 caddies of various metal materials including copper, iron, and lead. The planning agency has made a windfall this time, Wu Nanhai reflected. Had the newspaper not reported that the Zhongzuo garrison docks burned down, the haul would likely be even larger. The chronic shortages of money and material that had plagued operations since the engine plan's launch should now be considerably relieved. The requisition for large agricultural machinery he had submitted long ago might finally be approved. More importantly, at least a large population had been taken. These people, looted from Fujian, could be used to bolster Kaohsiung. The climate and environment of Taiwan remained challenging for northern refugees to adapt to. Supplementing them with a Minin-origin population, already accustomed to such conditions, would benefit the development group enormously. Wu Nanhai knew the executive committee had high expectations for the agricultural development of the Tainan area. They were determined to transform the Tainan plain into the Senate's granary. He had to produce results, but the population loss in Tainan had been severe. Northern immigrants struggled with the local conditions. Though strict disease control measures were enforced, death and illness rates among immigrants in the Kaohsiung development remained stubbornly high. Now, with these tens of thousands of Minin people, Tainan's agricultural development should receive a major boost. Though the two journals contained only a few pages, their information density was formidable. Wu Nanhai merely browsed them over breakfast to grasp the general trends. Detailed study would wait for the quiet of night. He then picked up the day's Lingao Times. The layout of the current Lingao Times had grown increasingly professional. Each issue comprised 2 broadsheet sheets, totaling 16 pages. Internal and external editions had been merged. The content leaned toward editorials, policy publicity, and popular science. Today's front-page headline was a long report on Operation Overlord, calming the seas and pacifying the waves, printed in the largest available font. Beside it ran a special commentator's article in bold type. Establish a new maritime order, promote great economic development. Wu Nanhai had little heart to read through it. He had already digested the content in Weekly Trends, which was more detailed and closer to the truth. He turned to Section B. The lead article was a commentary approving the Jeju Island model, signed by the byline heroine Liaoluo. That is, Du Wen. The entire piece was remarkable in its unqualified affirmation and praise. Compared to Du Wen's typically lengthy polemics, this editorial was truly unusual. Beneath it, however, ran a feature story. The high-spirited Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking, reported by Lingao Times intern reporter Ji Sampang today, marks the day of the assault on Zhongzuo garrison city. At sea, the sun blazes bright and the waves run high. Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking, the eternal helmsman of the Marine 1st Expeditionary Detachment, insisted on landing with the Marines to personally command the battle. Upon hearing this, the company commanders of the Expeditionary Detachment were thrown into disarray, uncertain how to proceed. They counseled restraint, warning that the seas were exceptionally rough and charging ashore by boat was perilous. Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking responded heroically, "I love riding our marine landing craft above all else. You say the waves are rough and the charge will be difficult, but charging without fear of danger demonstrates the blood courage of our Marines. As commander of the 1st Expeditionary Detachment, I should fight shoulder to shoulder with my men all the more." He declared his intention to plunge into the vast ranks of the Marines and become one with them. There was no need for concern, he said. Set sail. Upon hearing this, the commanders gazed at Chief Xi with tears in their eyes and reverence in their hearts, silently resolving to take Zhongzuo garrison city. And so, Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking boarded a landing craft, riding the wind and breaking the waves toward the surging sea. "Look how swiftly our Marines are advancing, taking on a completely new aspect. Our Navy's combat readiness is flawless." Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking stood on the swaying, spray-lashed deck, surveying the departure of the 1st Expeditionary Detachment with evident satisfaction. He remained on station, speaking to our reporters, outlining programmatic guidelines for the further development of Marine military power to the commanders accompanying him. At that moment, a colossal wave struck, surging toward them with such force it seemed ready to swallow the little boat whole. The commanders earnestly implored Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking to steady himself immediately. Yet he stood as though nailed to the deck, a javelin leaning on his command saber. He said, "Do not worry about me. Continue sailing." The men aboard gazed admiringly at the lieutenant colonel's pine-straight back, their eyes moistening once again. Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking declared that to understand the life of the Expeditionary Detachment, one must come to the sea and observe how they struggle against the surging waves. The wave crests climbed higher, the wind grew more violent, spray rushed at the vessel, shaking the hull violently. Even those well-trained Marines found it difficult to keep their footing. Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking's clothes were soaked by the spray, yet he remained unmoved. At that moment, he was the sea-calming needle of the 1st Expeditionary Detachment, drawing near. As the landing craft approached the beach, Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking ordered the 1st Expeditionary Detachment to disembark. At that instant, the Voigt-Kampf Army military correspondents leapt from the vessel first. They carried cameras, prepared to capture the moving scene of Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking wading ashore. Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking, pipe clenched between his teeth, command saber at his waist, held his head high and chest out as the seawater rose to his knees. What a stirring sight! The photographers immortalized the moment in good time. The distance from landing craft to shore was merely a matter of dozens of steps, yet Lieutenant Colonel Hijacking's heart overflowed with 1,000 emotions. "Though I walked only dozens of steps to reach land, these are the most far-reaching steps of my life. When I finished those steps and stood upon the beach, I knew the Marine 1st Expeditionary Detachment is invincible. We came to strike down the enemies of the Senate, for upon the corpses of our foes shines the glorious badge of the 1st Expeditionary Detachment." Wu Nanhai set down the newspaper, his expression flat. These propaganda people must have graduated from North Korean Propaganda Academy. End of chapter. Chapter 1267. Wu family's mourning. He turned the page to the newspaper's popular science section, 2 full pages devoted to knowledge for the common reader. One covered natural sciences, elementary applied mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. The other addressed agricultural technology, publishing articles on scientific farming and animal husbandry. These pieces were commissioned by Ding from the Agricultural Committee, and Wu Nanhai had contributed a few himself. Writing them was no easy task. The content had to be explained in simple terms and rendered in colloquial style. The agricultural section demanded his closest attention. He scanned it primarily to catch any egregious errors before they reached the public. Some senators, merely going through the motions, copied directly from outdated popular science manuals, sometimes reproducing material that was flat-out wrong. With so many responsibilities competing for his time, Wu Nanhai couldn't review every manuscript before printing. The newspaper served as his final line of defense. After finishing the agricultural pages, He skipped past the policy propaganda section, various newly promulgated decrees and administrative documents, and turned to the advanced commendation column. An agricultural committee employee had recently been awarded the second-class Labor Hero Medal, and he wanted to confirm the announcement had been published. The column occupied nearly half the page. Printing limitations precluded photographs. Instead, small boxed entries displayed each recipient's honors, personal details, and a brief account of their deeds. Black-bordered boxes marked those who had died in the line of duty. Among the densely packed entries, the first two belonged to Jin Wushun and Jin Liushun. They received not only honorary commendations but a special feature report on their deeds below the main column, a rare distinction. Wu Nanhai knew such honors were almost exclusively reserved for martyrs. Sure enough, Jin Liushun had been awarded the Special Class Labor Hero Medal, unprecedented for the living, while Jin Wushun received the first class. The Labor Hero Medal was a recent establishment, created to recognize non-military personnel who had made exceptional contributions to the Senate through their work. Wu Nanhai was familiar with the Jin sibling story. The sluice gate was, after all, agricultural infrastructure. Wan Lihui had represented the Agricultural Committee at Jin Liushun's memorial and commendation ceremony in Jeju. The newspaper's center insert was, as always, devoted to advertisements. Today's featured the collected commentaries on the 4 books and 5 classics by the Australian great scholars, printed by the printing house. A promotion was underway, 10% off the full set, 5% off individual volumes with the newspaper's discount coupon. Following that came product advertisements from Lingao's various shops and trading firms, both Ministry of Commerce enterprises and private establishments. Fujian Autumn New Tea has arrived. Nanhai Cigars. Enjoyment fit for a chief. Qianghai Firm. Fresh stock of Nanjing Velvet. Wu Nanhai's gaze settled on a large advertisement for the cooperative's Autumn Life New Products exhibition and sale. Though no discounts were mentioned, it included a detailed catalog with prices. Many items were new, and none were cheap. This was clearly aimed at the household staff of senator families. He should send Chuking to browse and see if anything caught her eye. While Wu Nanhai read, Chuking and a maid were preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She opened the lower compartment of the refrigerator and retrieved eggs. Ever since the Agricultural Committee established intensive chicken farms across the communal farms and widely promoted small-scale breeding loans in rural areas, eggs were no longer a rationed commodity. Supply for senators was more than adequate, with enough surplus to provision school, government, and enterprise cafeterias. This refrigerator was not electric, but a traditional icebox. Manufactured by the machinery department after late 19th and early 20th century designs that used natural ice for refrigeration, it resembled a large 3-door unit. The outer shell was wooden boards filled with sawdust insulation. The inner lining was tin-plated thin steel sheets, perforated at intervals to allow cold air circulation. On the left side, 2 doors stacked vertically. The upper compartment held a tinplate box for ice blocks. Below that, the space was divided. The upper section contained a water tray to catch meltwater, while the lower section could accommodate a small amount of items requiring refrigeration. The right side featured a full-length door opening onto 4 shelved compartments for chilled food storage. The refrigerator was heavy and bulky, but for a place that could not yet manufacture compressors and lacked conditions for gas refrigeration, it proved remarkably convenient. The cold storage facility delivered ice blocks daily at a fixed hour. 1 block lasted the entire day. In Lingao's warm climate, it was an indispensable tool for keeping food fresh. A flat-bottomed iron frying pan heated on the stove, heavy but wonderfully effective. Chuking poured in peanut oil specially supplied from Nanhai Farm for the general office, then cracked 2 eggs into the sizzling surface. At the stove's other end, Sister Ju tended the fire, adding handfuls of wood shavings from time to time. The strain on coal supplies caused by Operation Engine had forced the miserly Planning Commission to suspend coal briquette quotas for senator households. In their place came leftover scraps from the lumber factory, a bulging sack each day that looked substantial but barely lasted until evening. Sister Ju fed fuel into the stove while working the bellows to intensify the flames. Her husband's surname was Liu Ashui. The couple, both around 50, hailed from Foshan in Guangdong. They had originally crossed the sea seeking relatives who worked in the factories, but upon arrival found no trace of them. When searching for employment, their age counted against them. The physical examination deemed them unfit for heavy factory labor. They were placed on the waiting list for lighter work. As it happened, Wu Nanhai needed someone to look after the small chapel, and his household required servants and a coachman. After passing review by both the General Office and the General Bureau of Political Security, they became employees of the Wu family. Since the question of whether senators could own domestic slaves remained unresolved, they signed an employment contract rather than a deed of sale. The couple lived in the small chapel. Sister Ju arrived at the house each morning at 5:30 to help in the kitchen, then saw to the day's housework. Chuking had become a key naturalized cadre in the agricultural committee system. Her work kept her too busy for domestic duties. Old man Liu pulled Wu Nanhai's rickshaw and handled miscellaneous odd jobs. "Husband, breakfast is ready." Chuking set a tray on the 8 immortals' table. The morning staple was vegetable-soaked rice. Last night's cold rice simmered with water and chopped greens. Side dishes came from Tianchu Food Factory, 4 varieties of pickles, olive vegetable, pickled radish, baby cucumbers in shrimp oil, and Sichuan-style pickled cabbage. Each person also had a fried egg. "I meant to make preserved egg porridge, but I forgot to grind the broken rice last night." She untied her apron strings. "Tomorrow for certain." "No matter, this is excellent." Before the meal, as was their custom, came grace. Wu Nanhai led the prayer. After breakfast, Chuking was clearing dishes when the doorbell rang. Sister Ju went to answer and returned to report that a Senate messenger had arrived. "Show him to the living room." The messenger entered, snapped a military salute, and announced, "Reporting to Chief, Trainee Yang Xingfu of the Special Reconnaissance Unit Training Detachment, here for duty. This is my special pass." Wu Nanhai examined the photograph and name. Naturalized citizens permitted entry to the senator's dormitory area had already undergone careful inspection by the guards. This was merely routine verification. Finding everything in order, he returned the identification. "At ease, trainee comrade. Wait here in the living room, I'll fetch the document box." He turned and entered his study. The room's layout was simple, but its access controls were the strictest in the house. Not even servants like Sister Ju were permitted inside. Even Chuking could not enter. He alone possessed the key. At the center stood a desk and a large armchair. Several sorting boxes and a desk lamp occupied the desktop, where traditional Chinese stationery coexisted with a Western-style inkwell set. Behind the desk, bookshelves lined the wall, filled with document files and books. In one corner sat a reinforced concrete safe. On a raised-in table against the wall rested several document boxes of different colors. Wu Nanhai approached the table and lifted a leather document box embossed with the Iron Fist chrysanthemum emblem, secured by a padlock. This was the Senate's confidential document box. Because plenary sessions were not held daily, and most standing committee members had their own duties, with some senators not even present in Lingao, certain general matters requiring assembly votes were handled through this document box system. Inside were materials open to senators, ballots for proposals requiring simple votes, and meeting minutes from relevant parties. Every 3 days, soldiers from the Special Reconnaissance Unit serving as Senate guards collected the previously delivered documents in the morning, then delivered new ones each afternoon in a fresh box. Wu Nanhai confirmed that the seal he had personally affixed the previous night remained intact, then handed the box to Yang Xingfu. After verifying the seal, Yang Xingfu produced a receipt registration stamp and pressed it onto the wax. Reporting to Chief, the Senate confidential document box has been sealed. Please present the handover document registration form. Chuking retrieved the registration form and an ink pad box from the living room drawer. Yang Xingfu carefully pressed his fingerprint, then signed and dated the entry. My schedule is quite full today, Wu Nanhai instructed. Deliver the document box directly to the farm cafe this evening and wait for me there. After seeing off the messenger, Wu Nanhai reviewed his schedule once more. The day's arrangements were as packed as usual, so packed they would consume his evening hours as well. Senators in Lingao did not observe an 8-hour workday. The standard was 10 hours, and workaholics who clocked 12, 16, or even consecutive days without sleep were hardly uncommon. The Ministry of Health had been compelled to issue a formal health advisory. Senators were required to sleep at least 8 hours daily, and continuous late-night work was strongly discouraged. End of chapter. Chapter 1268. New look of the farm emerging from the house. Wu Nanhai found Liu Ashui already waiting in the square outside the residential area's guard post, rickshaw at the ready. This was a research and development prototype from the Ministry of Light Industries vehicle factory, the manpower rickshaw. Only a handful had been produced so far. Without rubber available, the wheels were relatively large, closely resembling the original Toyo rickshaw design. The vehicle factory had initially hoped to promote the Dongfeng two-wheeled carriage per Senator Hong's vision. After the Jeju Island campaign, horses were no longer in critically short supply, with large numbers transported to Lingao for service. But keeping a horse exclusively for pulling a cart consumed space, manpower, and fodder in quantities that made private ownership prohibitively expensive. Even for senators, it bordered on extravagance. So apart from a few nouveau riches, in Lingao, passenger carriages remained confined to official use by various departments. Yet demand for cheap short-distance transportation remained enormous. Whether public carriages or the Lingao Urban Railway, there was always the last-mile problem. Thus the vehicle factory settled for the next best thing, designing and manufacturing rickshaws. The structure was simple, repairs straightforward. No fodder required, minimal storage space needed. The puller not only ate less than a horse but could perform other work when not pulling the cart. They called this model Type 0. It incorporated new technologies developed, or rather, restored, by the machinery factory, particularly a shock absorption suspension system designed to minimize the bumpiness inherent to hard wheels. Since human power meant limited output from the start, and the new suspension unit added considerable weight, reducing overall mass became the chief challenge for Jiang Muzhai and Li Chiki. The two engineers racked their brains during the design phase, seeking weight reductions wherever possible. First, they switched to steel wheels, lighter and stronger than wooden construction. Being human-powered and intended primarily for road use, the body didn't require exceptional strength. They scrapped the original iron-framed wooden carriage design in favor of hollow iron pipes for the frame. Initially they wove the body from rattan, but water intrusion proved problematic. The improved design substituted bamboo strips. Standard interior features on the Type 0 included a retractable oilcloth canopy and a bell. The luxury version added a kerosene lamp and a footbell. Because the luxury model's tail sported a gleaming golden 5-pointed star as its logo, it earned the nickname Gold Star Type 0. Wu Nanhai found the vehicle quite satisfactory. His work demanded constant travel between fields, creating substantial need for short-distance transportation. The bicycle he had previously ridden belonged to the Agricultural Committee fleet. With agricultural technicians multiplying and daily work intensifying, monopolizing an already scarce public vehicle for personal use had grown awkward. So he simply ordered a luxury version as private conveyance. The dormitory area lay a considerable distance from the Agricultural Committee office, equivalent to walking from one end of the farm to the other. The Nanhai experimental farm housing the Agricultural Committee had expanded dramatically over the years. Seizing the opportunity presented by the last typhoon's destruction, the committee had annexed swaths of scattered land, extending fields all the way to the school grounds around the county seat, and consolidating everything into a single contiguous holding. With land secured, the experimental farm embarked on major construction, adding substantial new infrastructure. The Agricultural Committee's directly managed Nanhai Farm now encompassed nearly a dozen entities. Rice farms, dryland crop farms, vegetable bases, economic forest plantation, orchards, tropical crop gardens, medicinal herb gardens, nurseries, freshwater aquaculture farms, livestock breeding farms, poultry breeding farms, breeding stock and poultry farms, spawn farms, crop breeding farms, biochemical laboratories, sewage treatment plants, pesticide and fertilizer experimental factories, tea factories, veterinary stations, and more. A dairy farm and vegetable garden had been established specifically to serve the general office and its senators. With so many units and such a concentration of farm workers, a thriving satellite town had organically formed along the Wenlin River. The rickshaw turned onto Agricultural Committee Avenue, the main thoroughfare of the entire Nanhai farm. 4 branch roads radiated from it, connecting every unit and institution across the property. After years of development, the farm's population had surged, and commercial activity along this avenue had grown correspondingly vibrant. Most of the newly constructed commercial premises lining both sides were now leased out, bringing considerable income to the Agricultural Committee. The shops had already removed their boards for morning business. Wu Nanhai sighed with a touch of regret. He had originally envisioned establishing a rural commercial cooperative under the Agricultural Committee, but the Executive Committee, determined to curb departmental self-dealing and small and complete operations, and to eliminate the seeds of enterprises running parallel societies, had decreed that only state-owned commercial enterprises under the Ministry of Commerce and private businesses could conduct commercial operations. It seemed only the Tiandahui system, that government-guided non-governmental cooperative organization, offered a viable workaround. Wu Nanhai calculated his options. Xiamens had approached him several times about expanding Tiandahui's business scope. Perhaps it was time to move forward. Though only 7:30 in the morning, stalls were already being set up along the street, and peddlers bearing carrying poles had begun hawking their wares. Every peddler's pole displayed a uniformly made standard wooden sign, the Mobile Vendor Business License, recently introduced by the General Administration of Taxation. Any peddler roving the streets of towns within Lingao County was required to carry one. Colors distinguished permitted activity areas. Red allowed selling throughout all zones, yellow restricted hawking to the county seat, blue permitted sales only in Eastgate Market, and so forth. Depending on industry and territory, vendors paid a fixed daily business tax ranging from 7 to 20 cents in circulation coupons. A calendar was affixed to the back of each license. For every day tax was paid, the collecting police officer stamped the corresponding date. Taxes could be remitted daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, or annually, each option carrying different discount rates. But if arrears exceeded 3 days, offenders faced the Public Security Court. Under the interim general principles of tax law, they would be sentenced to punitive labor in the camp, the number of days equal to 3 times the days of tax evasion. The peddlers had consequently developed an enthusiasm for paying in advance. The rickshaw rolled along the road. Once past the farm's residential area, Agricultural Committee Avenue opened up again on both sides. Farm workers, carts, and machinery heading to their assigned locations crowded the thoroughfare. As far as the eye could see stretched carefully maintained fields, irrigation ditches, and windbreaks. Each time Wu Nanhai passed in the cart, he made a point of observing whether roadside land was being fully utilized and whether basic farmland infrastructure, windbreak forests, ditches, roads, remained in good condition. Liuashui walked as if his feet had wings, and soon the agricultural committee compound appeared before them. The office grounds had recently been expanded, with several new 2- and 3-story buildings added. The complex now formed a Chinese letter character layout. The street-facing side housed offices for the agricultural committee, the experimental farm, and Tiandehui. The rear building contained the biochemical laboratory directly under the agricultural committee and warehouses for Class I and II controlled agricultural items, managed, as usual, by planning commission personnel. Wu Nanhai cherished this place. Over the years, he had continuously worked on greening the surroundings, planting economically valuable trees, fruit orchards, and bamboo groves in abundance. Flower beds had been established as well. In addition to ornamental plants, he grew various culinary herbs: oregano, basil, thyme, perilla. Years of cultivation had transformed the agricultural committee and farm office area into a haven shaded by trees and fragrant with fruit blossoms. The lotus pavilion nearby displayed leaves reaching toward the sky while ducks played in the water. The setting possessed genuine natural beauty. Nestled within this pastoral scenery sat the Nanhai Cafe. Wu Nanhai harbored a small private motivation as well. The chapel he had built with his own hands was hidden among the bamboo groves here. Besides hosting small-scale religious services, it served as his private retreat, a villa of sorts where he occasionally brought Chuking to rest and savor rare moments of tranquility. Entering the agricultural committee compound, Wu Nanhai dismounted from the cart, thanked Liu Ashui, greeted the worker sweeping the courtyard, and walked steadily toward his office. Wu Nanhai held multiple positions, but his most important, primary duty was People's Commissar of Agriculture. He oversaw agricultural affairs and held ministerial rank, entitling him to attend state council meetings. In the Lingao regime, a senator wielding high position and heavy responsibility meant facing endless work. Wu Nanhai therefore required a substantial administrative staff to help manage specific affairs, forming a sizable team known informally as Wu's office. At that moment, Zhang Xingjiao, director of Wu's office, and Wang Tian, deputy director of Nanhai Experimental Farm, stood waiting at the office door with file folders in hand, as was their daily custom. Both Zhang Xingjiao and Wang Tian numbered among the earliest naturalized citizens. Since defecting at Gu family village, Zhang Xingjiao had contributed greatly to the Senate. Yet he had never held a fixed position, serving primarily as translator and consultant. Eventually, Wu Nanhai requested him specifically. Zhang Xingjiao was a scholar who could read and write, came from peasant stock, and had personally participated in agricultural labor. He was passably qualified as a writer and general clerk for the agricultural committee. As for Wang Tian, when the farm was first established, he had been the head of the farm workers and captain of the production team, a capable and competent foreman by any measure. Over the years, Wu Nanhai, Wan Lihui, and other agricultural senators had taught him agricultural science and technology hand by hand, then sent him to cultural training courses. Wang Tian had met expectations and earned a grade B diploma. Wu Nanhai appointed him deputy director of the farm with responsibility for daily production operations. Yet Wu Nanhai was not entirely satisfied with either of them. As re-educated adults, their concepts and thought patterns proved stubbornly resistant to complete transformation. Though absolutely obedient, execution inevitably suffered distortions. Sometimes they simply could not grasp what was required. In comparison, he placed greater hope in young people under 20 coming out of the administrative training classes, but they remained somewhat green and needed time to toughen up. Note: the names of Jin, Wushun, and Liushun in section 45 were reversed and have been corrected. End of chapter. Chapter 1269. Wu Nanhai's daily routine. Good morning, Commissar Wu, the two greeted respectfully. Good morning to you both. A particularly warm smile spread across Wu Nanhai's face. As he walked inside, he asked, Old Zhang, I hear your wife is expecting. Yes, yes, thank you for your concern, Chief. Zhang Xingjiao felt warmth spread through his chest. He hadn't expected the chief to remember his personal affairs amid such a demanding schedule. Zhang Xingjiao had only married the previous year and had purchased an apartment from the Agricultural Committee. This poor scholar, whose family had once been shattered and scattered, had finally rebuilt both home and career. They proceeded along the corridor fronting Wu's office. One side was entirely glass, offering a clear view of the interior, an open-plan office where more than 20 unpainted white wood desks stood in neat rows, filing cabinets lining the walls in dense formation. Many people were already hard at work at their stations. Massive blackboards covered the walls, dense with summaries and notices. Take her to the General Hospital for a checkup soon. And when the baby arrives, you must treat me to red eggs. Wu Nanhai arrived at his office door. Yes, yes, certainly. Zhang Xingjiao agreed while hurrying ahead to open the door for him. Wu Nanhai's office wasn't large, but it featured a separate lounge and restroom with complete facilities. South-facing windows admitted bright, transparent light. A staircase at the end of the inner corridor led down to his private side door on the first floor, and up to a roof terrace equipped with tables, chairs, and an awning for resting. Entering and taking his seat, he glanced briefly at the non-urgent documents and telephone notifications received by the night duty staff. Confirming nothing demanded immediate attention, Wu Nanhai leaned back in his rattan chair, retrieved a daily planner from the drawer, and picked up a pencil. Wang Tian reported first on the previous day's farm production. October marked the peak of autumn harvest and planting. The farm managed extensive acreage, and Wang Tian shuttled between fields daily, directing the chain of tasks, harvesting, thrashing, storage, that kept him constantly on the move. He detailed the harvest's progress and discussed current bottlenecks. This season's use of horse-drawn harvesters on a large scale had doubled cutting efficiency, but the improvement immediately exposed downstream constraints. The horse-drawn transport teams couldn't move rice to the thrashing floor fast enough for processing. They were forced to supplement with shoulder-pole carriers, tying up significant manpower. Efficiency gains in one link invariably revealed weaknesses elsewhere. Wu Nanhai jotted down several urgent matters in his notebook, made on-the-spot arrangements for issues that could be resolved immediately, then turned his attention to Zhang Xingjiao. Zhang Xingjiao opened his folder and began his report. Chief, over at Chief Zun's side. Old Zhang, when reporting work, refer to the department, not individuals by name, Wu Nanhai reminded him. Yes, yes, my oversight. Zhang Xingjiao quickly corrected himself. The meat processing plant reports that frozen chicken stock in the cold storage will be exhausted within days. Without an improved allocation of live chickens soon, their processing workshop will have to halt production. Chief Zun called to ask whether supply can be provided in time. At the current production rate, the line can only operate until 6 tomorrow morning. 3 days earlier, chicken plague had struck the farm's poultry operation. 2,000 chickens, originally destined for the meat processing plant, had been culled and disposed of in a dedicated biogas digester for diseased livestock, fermented there for pathogen-free decomposition. The result had thrown the meat processing plant's supply schedule into disarray. The outbreak troubled Wu Nanhai deeply. Cases had appeared at both the main chicken farm and the breeding poultry facility, where chick mortality was running slightly high. He couldn't shake the suspicion that a larger epidemic might be developing. He had already dispatched investigators. Replied to the meat processing plant that restoring supply tomorrow is not feasible. Ask them to readjust their production plan accordingly. Wu Nanhai had already received the livestock and poultry production division's report. Practically no chickens would be available for slaughter in the coming days, making normal supply impossible. He consulted his notebook. Estimate that half of originally planned daily volume can resume by October 25th. Full normalization should occur in early November. Chief, This is the construction plan for the breeding poultry farm at the directly managed Qiangzhou facility. If there are no further issues, please sign it. Has the biochemical laboratory completed the epidemic prevention assessment? Yes, it's in Appendix 4. He examined the assessment, written by Huang Dashan, then took a dedicated dip pen from the inkwell stand and signed his name with proper flourish. These are sample agricultural persuasion New Year paintings sent by the printing house. Please review them. Zhang Xingjie produced several sample prints. Agricultural persuasion New Year paintings had become one of the printing house's flagship products. External sales were robust, and domestic demand was equally strong. In an era when information spread slowly, the promotional impact of New Year paintings penetrated more deeply among ordinary people than any other medium. Few could read, but many could understand pictures. Using New Year paintings to promote the Australian lifestyle and new production technologies had proven remarkably effective. Unlike export paintings that primarily advertised Australian lifestyles and Australian goods, domestic editions, beyond political propaganda, served two additional purposes: popular science education and agricultural technology promotion. Imprinting new techniques and concepts on New Year paintings for distribution had, in recent years, proven one of the most successful outreach methods. Consequently, the Agricultural Committee bore responsibility for providing and reviewing content for agricultural persuasion pieces. The paintings were drawn by senators with fine arts backgrounds. Some were original compositions, others were redrawn from materials in the Great Library. Wu Nanhai took the sample album and surveyed the contents. 20 themes had been prepared for the 1633 Agricultural Persuasion series, all printed in woodblock color. Promote pest and disease control, win high agricultural yields. Scientific manure collection, planting green manure is good. Courtyard economy brings great profits. Rice field aquaculture. Don't waste an inch. Promote 10-edge planting. Plant castor beans to contribute to national industrialization. Compared to this year's edition, the new batch showed marked improvement in both color and composition. Wu Nanhai nodded. No problems. Notify the propaganda department we want 3,000 copies in the first run, all sent to Tiandihui. This is the Jeju Horse Farm report from Chief Nick. He requests another team of veterinarians and animal husbandry students be sent to Jeju Island as soon as possible, no fewer than 20, along with this list of required medicines and equipment. Frowning, Wu Nanhai took Nick's report. Whenever Nick made a request, it invariably meant voracious demands for goods and personnel. But horse administration was critical. Moreover, the Agricultural Committee now depended heavily on Jeju Island's horse supply. Transported horses had enabled the formation of horse-drawn plowing teams, finally permitting widespread deployment of large agricultural machinery that had previously been constrained by insufficient animals. Horse-drawn teams were certainly safer and easier to use than use 1st Agricultural Reclamation Mobile Regiment, whose steam equipment was slow and prone to boiler explosions that sent shrapnel and rivets flying. He commented as he read, 20 people, easier said than done. This veterinary class has exactly 20 students total. If I send them all, what about other locations? And this list. It enumerated dozens of medicines and medical instruments, some of them controlled materials. Wu Nanhai deliberated at length, crossing out some rare medicines with his pen, having quantities for others. Then he annotated after the list of veterinary medicines that could be produced in-house. Please try to satisfy the quantity. He retrieved the departmental stamp from his drawer, applied it, signed, and handed the document back to Zhang Xingjie. Have the copying room make 3 copies immediately, 1 to the archives for record, 1 to the Ministry of Health so they can begin preparing according to the list. Deliver the original to the Planning Commission personally and have Chief Wu sign for it. With various problems and reports demanding attention, the morning passed without notice. Since the ruled territory had expanded to encompass all of Hainan Island, administrative tasks consumed most of Wu Nanhai's time. When Qian entered the office carrying a lunch box, he was on the phone with Wu discussing labor allocations for water conservancy projects. I understand the Wenlin River Regulation Project represents the big picture. I'm not asking for special treatment. But our demonstration farm's water conservancy work is equally crucial, especially for typhoon prevention. Yes, I know typhoons are rare after October, but we must complete the water conservancy renovation before next year's rainy season arrives. You experienced last year's typhoon yourself. Now all the land along both banks of the Wenlin River belongs to us. If seawater surges back or floods submerge the fields again, the losses will be entirely ours. Any reduction in grain production carries consequences we cannot presently absorb. 300 people is not enough. At the current rate, we won't finish until the end of next year. I need at least 500 person days of labor. I want to finish by the end of June. Labor reform teams are acceptable. This isn't high-skill work. Give me another 50 soldiers. You have to provide supervisors, otherwise who will catch them if they run? 10 soldiers will do as long as they have guns. Agreed. I'll send someone to handle the paperwork this afternoon. Eat first, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Qian opened the 3-tier stainless steel lunch box, a Wenzhou product from another timeline. She unpacked today's meal, fried rice noodles with seafood miso soup. The noodles were high-quality, thin-dried sweet potato strands, stir-fried with lard, dried shrimp, broad beans, and shiitake mushrooms. The miso soup contained shrimp meat, tofu, and kelp. Simple and delicious, ideal for a working lunch. There's the opening ceremony for the first fertilizer plant this afternoon. Are you still going? Qian retained the deferential speech patterns from her days as his life secretary. Of course I'm going. Wu Nanhai sipped his miso soup. It wasn't easy to secure this project. If I don't attend, it would show disrespect to the Planning Commission and the Administration Council. The least I can do is show my face. End of chapter. Chapter 1270, First Fertilizer Plant. What Master says is true. Go back and prepare first. I may arrive somewhat late tonight. Reserve the Jasmine Room. I need to discuss business with someone. Understood, Qian nodded. Chief, let me help you. Fu Bayer, face flushed, hurried off the train and turned to support Wan Lihuang, who was visibly drunk. I'm fine, I can still walk. Wan Lihuang waved him off, though he couldn't lift his drooping head no matter how he tried. At noon, several overly enthusiastic landlords had scrambled to toast him. The wine had been an easily drinkable fruit variety, which meant he'd inevitably drunk too many cups. Now he was more than just a little dizzy. Wu Nanhai, walking behind, was secretly displeased. Though Wan Lihuang was a young man, he was still a senator, a chief. Moreover, this was a workday. Drinking oneself into a stupor at noon was unsightly under any circumstances, but especially problematic with senators from other departments attending today's ceremony. Having agricultural committee personnel show up drunk reflected poorly on them all. He whispered instructions to his accompanying secretary. Get Wan Lihuang to the station house immediately to rest, and ensure he did not attend the opening ceremony. Behind them stood the sign for Maniao Industrial Zone Station. But this group, brains still foggy from too much strong liquor at lunch, gazed at the scenery before them, so vastly different from the Maniao in their memories, and could not reconcile the two. Excitement seized them. Down the center of a straight cinder-paved road, 4 steel rails pierced straight toward the sea. On both sides stretched regular patches of open ground, demarcated with lime. Far off by the shore, several enormous box-like buildings loomed tall. A chimney shaped like a thick gourd towered into the clouds, spewing billowing smoke. The roar of steam engines rose and fell in continuous rhythm. That's said to be the chief's iron factory. I've heard of it too. The big furnace inside can produce hundreds of thousands of caddies of iron at once. Truly, no wonder people say the chiefs possess supernatural powers. Animated discussion broke out immediately. the group speaking with high spirits as if they too shared in the glory. These people standing at the road's end, gazing at the miracle of modern industry with evident enthusiasm, consisted mostly of active Tiandahui members, apart from some agricultural senators and naturalized agricultural technicians. Among them were new landlords experienced in large-scale intensive land management, as well as middle and rich peasants who ran impressive side businesses. This autumn's Lingao harvest had proven quite bountiful. Tiandahui had organized an appreciation banquet. Xiamens treated them at the commercial hall restaurant at noon, then invited the entire group here, explaining that a major project was officially commencing and suggesting everyone come witness it. Though this group had heard of the Manliao industrial zone, ordinary people were typically barred from entering the station behind them. Only those working in the zone could move freely through. The distant blast furnace commanded attention. By comparison, the newly built structures under the slope beside them seemed unimpressive. Those thin chimneys rising over 10 meters were common enough in Bern City. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden explosive sounds interrupted the excitement, nearly knocking several over-lubricated landlords off their feet. Hee, don't worry, everyone. No need for alarm. That's the forging hammer of the steel plant starting up. Nothing to fear. Nanhais smiled and waved, leading the way toward a row of bamboo fences with several senators in tow. Naturalized citizens responsible for reception quickly guided everyone to follow. Today marked the opening of the Lingao first fertilizer plant. After 3 months of infrastructure construction and 1 month of installation and commissioning, this largest chemical project in this timeline, and also the senator's first purely civilian chemical enterprise, was about to begin official operations. As immigrants to Lingao increased daily, the Trade Department had been working diligently to import grain from off-island sources and expand reserves. Market grain prices remained stable. Yet relying on imported grain was deeply uneconomical. It not only consumed vast amounts of capital, but also tied up enormous shipping capacity, and Lingao's maritime transport capacity had always been stretched to its limits. Tapping agriculture's internal potential had therefore been placed on the agenda. According to the official fish scale registers of Hainan, from the 43rd year of Wanli, 1615, the island possessed 3.835 million mu of fields. Following comprehensive land measurement in northern Qiangzhou, the hidden fields there had been roughly identified. Adding the unmeasured southern Qiangzhou region, at least 6 million mu of developed paddy and dry fields existed across Hainan. If average yield per mu increased by just 10 kilograms, that meant 60,000 tons of additional grain, enough to feed 200,000 people. Even calculated solely based on the hundreds of thousands of mu under direct agricultural committee control, the increased production would represent no small figure. New agricultural machinery, new seeds, new water conservancy projects, and new agricultural technologies were being gradually promoted, but chemical fertilizer remained undoubtedly the most direct and effective technical intervention. Previous small-scale projects were naturally insufficient. Therefore, as general coordinator of this agricultural production increase plan, Nanhai, with enthusiastic cooperation from Liuoluo and others at the Great Library, and after repeated consultations with the Planning Commission and the chemical industry sector, had developed this truly modern fertilizer plant proposal. The first phase comprised 10,000 tons of superphosphate and a supporting sulfuric acid plant expansion of 4,000 tons. Calculated at 30 kilograms per mu for grain cultivation, Hainan's 6 million mu would require a total of 180,000 tons. This 10,000 tons of output was merely a modest trial. The Planning Commission and chemical industry sector supported the fertilizer project enthusiastically, though they had originally leaned toward expanding synthetic ammonia or ammonium bicarbonate nitrogen fertilizer production capacity. Besides agricultural applications, These products held significant value for chemical industry and military explosives. The chemical sector had already expanded synthetic ammonia capacity to 2,000 tons annually by copying and improving equipment from the original 800-ton project. However, shortcomings in Lingao's equipment manufacturing and materials made further expansion of synthetic ammonia capacity a daunting goal. The industry required various alloy steels currently difficult to supply reliably, both in quantity and quality. A considerable portion of alloy steel production depended on nickel and chromium or mining and smelting. The small quantities of alloy steel, specialty steel, and non-ferrous metals currently in use came largely from the inventory brought by the Holy Ship at the outset, apart from a few types producible locally. This stockpile was extremely limited, and every gram had to be used with utmost caution. The Planning Commission held multiple discussions with senior technical senators from the machinery and chemical sectors, finally concluding that launching a larger-scale synthetic ammonia project could not be supported by Lingao's current industrial system and supply chain. Ultimately, the Commission confirmed the technological route proposed by the Agricultural Committee, promoting nitrogen with phosphorus, beginning with a phosphate fertilizer plant. Phosphate fertilizer was the earliest industrially applied fertilizer in history. Phosphorus serves as a critical soil element. Phosphate fertilizer increases yields not only for ordinary forage grasses, but also produces excellent results with leguminous forage crops like milk vetch. Planting leguminous green manure in winter enriches soil organic matter and fertility. Legumes fix atmospheric nitrogen, functioning as natural nitrogen fertilizer application. This approach constituted the promoting nitrogen with phosphorus strategy. Leguminous crops yielded oil as well, but found wider use as fodder. The Senate attached great importance to the livestock breeding industry and required massive quantities of feed. Extensively planting leguminous green manure in winter accomplished multiple objectives simultaneously. Southern China's fields generally lacked phosphorus, and Lingao was no exception. To increase phosphate fertilizer supplies, the Agricultural Committee applied phosphorus-containing slag and made extensive use of processed seafood byproducts. But these fertilizers were mere drops in the bucket for the vast expanse of fields, far from sufficient. As for the guano mine from Prada's Island, direct field application took effect very slowly. It could serve only as base fertilizer. The first fertilizer plant's phosphate fertilizer production line used guano as raw material, treated with sulfuric acid to produce ordinary superphosphate, whose main active ingredient was calcium dihydrogen phosphate, Ca, H2PO42. Superphosphate was a quick-acting phosphate fertilizer, convenient to apply and compatible with modern agricultural techniques. Once the phosphate fertilizer plant commenced operations, yield increases would be immediate. According to modern fertilizer technical materials, calculated at a 25% utilization rate, every kilogram of phosphate fertilizer could increase grain production by 4 to 8 kilograms. These 10,000 tons of phosphate fertilizer would be equivalent to 40 to 80,000 tons of additional grain, and this required occupying merely a few hundred workers. This is the magic of industrialized agriculture. Wu Nanhai looked up and smiled at the gate of Lingao first fertilizer plant. Compared to the simple bamboo fence walls, the factory gate appeared quite grand, a stone archway. Originally commissioned by a local landlord who had hired stonemasons to carve it for his ancestral grave, the archway had changed hands when the landlord colluded with bandits, forcing his entire family to flee to the mainland. His confiscated property became planning commission assets. The plaque inscription was the work of Liu Dailin. Though this Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest imperial examinations, knew nothing of what chemical fertilizer was, let alone phosphate fertilizer, he understood the matter of increasing production. Since it could increase grain yields, it represented a great benevolent policy. Jinchi Liu did not decline the request and wrote the large characters with his brush. Jinchi Liu's calligraphy is indeed excellent. Like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Wu Nanhai felt quite proud. He had personally requested the inscription, though he knew essentially nothing about calligraphy. Inside the factory grounds, heads bobbed everywhere, colorful flags fluttered. Everything stood ready, awaiting only their arrival. A group of senators led by Ma Qianju already stood before the ceremony platform. Jai Tuosi, however, was smoking beneath the rostrum, watching with an amused smile as the increasingly broad Wu Nanhai approached. He waved indifferently at Wu Nanhai's repeated apologies for his tardiness. "Old Wu, you look well." Jai Tuosi clapped Wu Nanhai on the shoulder. "Not bad, not bad." Wu Nanhai knew Jai Tuosi had contributed significantly to the fertilizer plant's realization. The plant and its supporting sulfuric acid project were, in essence, chemical sector enterprises. Helping him was also helping himself, but the favor remained substantial. He clasped his hands repeatedly and said, half-jokingly, "Great kindness needs no words of thanks." "Not at all, not at all." Jai Tuosi was in high spirits. Continuous new projects in the chemical sector had put wind in his sails. "We help each other. There will be even better cooperation ahead." End of chapter. Chapter 1271, Chemical Talk on the Commuter Train. Of course, of course. A knowing expression crossed Wu Nanhai's face. After the brief and solemn opening ceremony, Ma Qianju symbolically pulled down the feeding switch. 2,000 strings of firecrackers immediately burst to life. Accompanied by the crowd's cheers, the ceremony concluded. No students from Fangqiati had been brought to lead cheers, nor were there banquets or other spectacles to generate atmosphere. The General Office of the Senate had recently issued a notice on practicing strict economy and opposing extravagance and waste, requiring all departments and senators to minimize unnecessary celebrations and reduce official entertainment expenses. The scale was accordingly modest. However, the customary tour following the opening remained indispensable. Visiting and observing operations was the most effective means of winning hearts and minds, so the Senate never missed such opportunities. This batch of Tiandehui members had already tried chemical fertilizer in small quantities, and long since experienced the magical properties of this field-fattening powder. Hearing that this factory specialized in producing it, they all wanted to see how the powder was actually made. One by one, brimming with curiosity, they followed Jai Tuosi to observe modern fertilizer production. Lingao First Fertilizer Plant boasted an impressive name and occupied considerable land, but currently only the 10,000-ton superphosphate line and 4,000-ton sulfuric acid support project had been completed. Large swaths of idle ground remained within the factory boundaries, reserved for future expansion. The superphosphate production line required substantial quantities of sulfuric acid. Based on annual production capacity of 10,000 tons, 3,800 tons of sulfuric acid were needed each year. Such volumes could not rely on transport from the existing sulfuric acid plant and coal coking combined facility. First, the chemical sector lacked containers capable of long-distance, safe, large-volume transport. Second, the 3 acids and 2 alkalis were fundamental chemical products. From that perspective, more production capacity was always better. Though the sulfuric acid plant and coal coking facility could produce large quantities, demand existed everywhere. For an enterprise like the fertilizer plant requiring stable year-round supply, building its own integrated facilities made more sense. The superphosphate production line comprised 3 workshops, a 14 by 7 meter drying workshop, a 14 by 10 meter acidulation workshop, and a 24.5 by 10 meter packaging workshop. Equipment included 10 major sets, a 30 square meter drying pit, a 2.5 square meter vibrating screen, a semi-continuous acidulation chamber, a bucket elevator, a sulfuric acid head tank, and a mixing pot. The facility's staff quota was 150 workers, covering an area of 0.264 hectares. This project required 5,600 tons of phosphate rock annually, prompting the Planning Commission to arrange a dedicated 200-ton transport vessel, shuttling back and forth to bring guano from the Xisha Islands. Additionally, the original 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity consumption per ton had been entirely converted to steam engine power, requiring thousands of tons of coal annually. The 3,800 tons of sulfuric acid raw material came from the supporting 4,000-ton sulfuric acid workshop. This facility covered 33 by 16 meters, with a staff quota of 50 workers. It required 4,892 tons of pyrite annually, also transported by a dedicated 200-ton vessel from the Shanjin pyrite mine in Wanning. The 440,000 kilowatt-hours of annual electricity needed conversion to equivalent steam power, estimated to consume 4,000 tons of coal. Additionally, 400,000 tons of industrial water were required each year. The visiting crowd watched the huge steel machines operating in continuous motion. The sulfur smell was pungent, nearly unbearable. Piles of gray-white rock and dust were continuously fed into the giant steel maws, ultimately emerging as field-fattening powder that would increase yields when applied. They could somewhat grasp composting as practiced by Tiandahui. After all, compost was simply another form of farm manure. But this business of increasing production using nothing but pulverized stone fell entirely beyond their comprehension. The spectacle struck everyone with awe. Contemplating how the chiefs held giant forces and hardened iron in their palms, seizing the very mechanism of creation, they felt not only reverence but an even greater longing for Lingao's bright future. Their confidence in their own fortunes and their families' prospects deepened further still. But for Jai Tuisi, the current situation was far from beautiful. Industrial upgrading demanded chemical products in too many places, from equipment manufacturing to military industry, from agriculture to medicine. Nearly every sector submitted demands to the chemical industry. Yet the chemical sector could presently satisfy very few of these requests. Even for products they could manufacture, most suffered from insufficient capacity. The first constraint was materials. Chemical production equipment required numerous corrosion-resistant materials and specialty steels. At present, their metallurgical industry was fundamentally incapable of supplying these. They had to rely extensively on ceramics and glass as manufacturing materials for chemical equipment. Though both offered good corrosion resistance and abundant sourcing, their mechanical properties and processability were limited. They could only be used to manufacture small equipment and substitute components. This left most of Lingao's newly built chemical enterprises resembling nothing more than laboratory production scaled up several times. Moreover, the chemical department lacked sufficient manpower. Chemical plants were high-pollution environments prone to work injuries. Hundreds were killed or maimed in various accidents each year. The appearance of the casualties was often horrifying. Under Lingao's current medical capabilities, most chemical accident victims could not survive. Those barely saved were typically left with moderate to severe disabilities. Despite strict information blackouts regarding accidents and generous compensation, many naturalized citizens who knew even a little about conditions inside remained unwilling to work in chemical plants. The only option was to assign indentured laborers, people with no personal freedom, to chemical enterprises. Had Operation Engine not delivered a large influx of such laborers, Jai Tuisi's expansion plans would have faced immediate paralysis. Trapped by enormous demand, inferior equipment, untrained workers, frequent accidents, and intermittent raw material supply, Jai Tuisi had worried himself gray. After the production line tour concluded and the Tiandahui visitors departed on their own, Wu Nanhai and Jai Tuisi took the commuter train back to Bern City together. Seeing Jai Tuisi's expression had grown relatively relaxed, Wu Nanhai produced a Chewking limited edition cigar and offered it over. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Old Jai, I've heard that ammonium bicarbonate production is relatively straightforward. As long as you have anthracite, it's manageable, and it's better suited to the acidic soil here than ammonium sulfate. Do you think we could set up a dedicated line next? Our nitrogen fertilizer gap is also quite substantial now." "Old Wu, you think we haven't considered this? Back when the CCP developed small chemical fertilizers, many were ammonium bicarbonate projects. We have no anthracite supply problems now." But the problem has circled right back. Jai Tuisi lit the cigar and spoke with fervor. "Our 800-ton synthetic ammonia uses Hu Debang's combined carbon method, common in small nitrogen fertilizer plants. Otherwise, where do you suppose the ammonium bicarbonate we're currently providing comes from?" The chemical plant's current 800-ton synthetic ammonia project employed the combined carbon method, invented by Hu Debang in 1958. The synthesis process used anthracite as raw material to first produce semi-water gas. After removing hydrogen sulfide, this entered the pressurized shift reaction system to yield a mixed gas of nitrogen, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide. The mixed gas entered the carbonization tower, where carbon dioxide reacted with approximately 17% concentration ammonia water to form ammonium bicarbonate crystals, which were then separated by centrifuge to obtain the ammonium bicarbonate product. The feed gas, after carbon dioxide removal and further treatment to eliminate residual carbon dioxide and trace carbon monoxide, entered the ammonia synthesis system to produce ammonia water. Ammonia water could either enter the carbonization tower to manufacture ammonium bicarbonate or leave the factory as raw material for other chemical products. This combined method also produced small quantities of sulfuric acid simultaneously, a production approach with low energy consumption and high output. Wu Nanhai's disappointment was palpable, so it still comes down to synthetic ammonia production scale. "Precisely," Jai Tuisi nodded. "Without synthetic ammonia, we either find a channel to import saltpeter steadily from the mainland, which seems unlikely. Even if the Ming Dynasty turns a blind eye and routes remain open, production capacity in this timeline cannot meet our needs, or we establish a trans-Pacific Chilean saltpeter maritime route immediately. That's even more impossible." Wu Nanhai shook his head. "We still have to establish our own mining operations." "Exactly, so only one path remains: light up the tech tree for self-produced synthetic ammonia equipment as quickly as possible and expand capacity." Jai Tuisi spoke meaningfully. "The equipment manufacturing industry remains the foundation of everything." "You're absolutely right," Wu Nanhai said. "I believe everyone understands this principle. It should be emphasized more often in meetings." Jai Tuisi smiled. "Let's set aside equipment problems for now. Just take this factory's 4,000-ton sulfuric acid support project. It's planned to use pyrite, requiring 5,000 tons annually. But the Shanjin pyrite mine in Wanning County, currently our only operational source, had a maximum historical output of just over 1,000 tons per year. It wouldn't be enough even if we gave the entire production to the existing sulfuric acid plant. Even if Shanjin reaches its historical maximum immediately next year, I still don't know where to find this 5,000-ton gap." Wu Nanhai broke into a cold sweat listening. If sulfuric acid support proved insufficient, wouldn't his 10,000 tons of annual superphosphate production collapse? He asked urgently. "Are there no other pyrite mines in Hainan?" "There are, but mining and transportation are inconvenient. Conditions aren't as favorable as Shanjin. Dig it out by the shore, load directly onto rail cars to the waterfront and onto ships." Jai Tuisi puffed his cigar. "The Planning Commission's view is to first expand Shanjin pyrite mine extraction, then import natural sulfur from Taiwan. Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands, and the Japanese archipelago, owing to relatively active geological conditions, possessed large deposits of natural sulfur ore. It had already become an important export commodity by the Qing dynasty. Large-scale natural sulfur imports would be welcome. We have substantial demand for sulfur in agriculture as well. It's mainly a question of shipping capacity and manpower. Speaking of Taiwan, Hualien has abundant serpentine. If that could be mined and transported back at scale, using the blast furnace method to manufacture calcium-magnesium phosphate fertilizer would be much simpler than superphosphate, and wouldn't require a supporting sulfuric acid project. Taiwan truly is a land of treasure. The two chatted all the way. Soon they reached their respective stations. It was already 3 in the afternoon when Wu Nanhai returned to the Agricultural Committee office. He sat down, retrieved a black leather confidential memorandum from a locked drawer, reserved for recording relatively sensitive and important matters, and wrote a paragraph of notes within. End of chapter. Chapter 1272, Evening Leisure. Locking away the confidential memorandum, he found a call from Huang Dashan waiting. The test results for yesterday's dead chick specimens were in. The culture results show no avian influenza or other pathogens. Huang Dashan's voice came through the phone. Epidemic infection can essentially be ruled out. That's excellent news. Wu Nanhai had been brooding over this matter. Learning it wasn't a disease outbreak brought considerable relief. However, I'd still like to inspect the brooding house personally. This mortality rate is abnormally high. Good idea. If you're still concerned, bring back a few more samples. Collect any secretions as well. I'll run another culture experiment. Understood. Wu Nanhai hung up and decided to visit the brooding house himself. Ashui, take me to the brooding house. Wu Nanhai crossed the courtyard and called out to Liu Ashui, who was pushing a handcart delivering thermos bottles to various offices. When not pulling the rickshaw, Liu Ashui worked odd jobs for the Agricultural Committee. Liu Ashui quickly handed the cart to another worker and went to fetch the rickshaw. Glancing at the sky, he raised the canvas canopy. Wu Nanhai rode the rickshaw all the way to the farm's brooding house. Recent daily reports indicated abnormal chick mortality, more than 30% above normal. Combined with the chicken plague outbreak not long before, the situation worried him deeply. Even in the old timeline with complete pharmaceutical resources, avian influenza was primarily handled through mass culling, let alone in the 17th century where equipment, vaccines, and medicines were scarce. Huang Dashan had promised to develop a specialized vaccine, but results remained elusive. The only measures available were strengthening institutional management and implementing rigorous disinfection protocols to drive incidence rates as low as possible. Yang Beigui had arrived ahead of him. When Wu Nanhai entered, Yang was removing his isolation gown. A naturalized trainee wearing a mask walked past carrying a box of materials. Wu Nanhai asked, "How does it look?" "Similar to your estimate, avian influenza can be preliminarily ruled out." Yang Beigui stripped off his gloves and deposited both gloves and gown in a designated pocket. Through on-site facility inspection and examination of the dead chick corpses, he had determined the chicks had been crushed, likely due to negligence by breeding personnel. Temperatures in the chick room had dropped during the latter half of the night, causing the birds to crowd together for warmth. For safety's sake, I still collected a second sample set, all from chicks that died fresh this morning. Send them to the laboratory for another culture test. Wu Nanhai opened the box and examined its contents, a sealed chick specimen in a large glass jar, along with several small bottles of unidentified liquids. He shook his head and closed the lid. The density here is too high. Sooner or later there will be chicken plague. Yang Beigui watched his students pack the instrument case. A high mortality rate is perfectly normal under these conditions. I just tested the air humidity, it's elevated. Pay more attention to that. Wu Nanhai nodded. You're right. Beyond dispersing the population, management must be tightened. Leaving the brooding house, Wu Nanhai proceeded without pause to the farm's water conservancy project construction site. He summoned the on-site supervisor to arrange accommodations for the 800 slave laborers arriving in a few days. Food supply follows general migrant worker standards: rice until full, salted vegetables sufficient. Wu Nanhai laid out the terms. Your responsibility is assigning tasks and pressing supervisors to complete them on schedule. Do not interfere with guard and supervisor management. Clear. These slaves had all been brought by Quark. Although Operation Engine was driving a steady influx of labor every day, construction rollout across the island meant Lingao's local workforce remained in short supply, especially for the punishing physical labor with particularly high mortality rates. Using immigrants who had endured long-distance transport, gone through purification, and required recuperation proved highly uneconomical. These particular slaves had originally been purchased for Sanya development. Though high-intensity, high-risk operations came with grim mortality rates, Quark Poor, driven by huge profits, continued bringing in slaves, actually increasing their numbers. Sanya was now essentially saturated. After collective deliberation at the last Senate plenary meeting, the decision had been made to expand the scope of slave deployment. Application now extended to all heavy physical labor operations across Hainan Island, Taiwan, and beyond. However, this opening was confined strictly to infrastructure project and mining coolie work. The Planning Commission's directive explicitly prohibited slave use in industrial and agricultural production. Except for temporary encampments, slaves were strictly forbidden from obtaining fixed residences near work sites or living intermixed with indigenous people and naturalized citizens. Slaves were barred from contact with indigenous commoners and naturalized citizens unrelated to their work. Any slave attempting to hide or escape during transport or labor would be executed on the spot without exception. At the thought of this directive, Wu Nanhai felt a prickle of conscience, an involuntary ripple stirring deep within. Under every sleeper lies the corpse of an Irishman. Wu Nanhai gazed at the construction site in the deepening twilight and crossed himself. "Master, where to now?" Liuashui asked. "The farm tea house." The farm tea house had once been the Nanhai Farm Cafe. Since becoming an independent accounting unit under the Agricultural Committee, its official registered name had become this bland designation, but everyone still habitually called it Nanhai Cafe. By the artificial lake at the end of Agricultural Second Road, a row of buildings blazed with light. The nightlife of the farm tea house had just entered its peak. The tea house was a multi-story complex. The main building rose 3 floors. A protruding 2-story podium extended over the water-facing side, featuring a large glass wall for viewing the lake's scenery. An open-air platform was built outside, where tables, chairs, and parasols were arranged for senators' leisure when weather permitted. On the building's opposite side stood a wooden single-story structure, the old tea house site, now serving as the general office's special supply food store and auxiliary facility rooms. Not far from the tea house, separated by a nursery, sat the farm's agritainment facility, the Lotus Pavilion, also currently under tea house management. Lotus roots and other aquatic crops grew in the artificial lake, which also served as a duck-raising pond. Because senators had complained of smelling duck droppings carried on the wind while relaxing on the terrace, the duck shed originally located on the lake's far side had been relocated. Dense hedges and flowering trees surrounded the entire tea house building, enclosing a small garden and ensuring privacy. Tonight the farm tea house glowed brightly as usual. Soft music drifted over on the evening breeze, mingling with the fragrance of tuberoses along the roadside, evoking a mood at once decadent and luxurious. Wu Nanhai's rickshaw bore an access pass and cleared the gate post outside the garden smoothly, pulling directly to the main building steps. A tall Spaniard wearing a European-style long coat descended slowly and bowed respectfully. In not quite fluent Chinese, he said, "Welcome, Your Excellency." "Hello, Sancho." Wu Nanhai alighted from the vehicle and told Liu Ashui, "You may go, no need to wait." Then he produced a cut Li Quan Special Limited Edition cigar. Sancho immediately drew a lighter and lit it for him. He inhaled deeply, exhaled a smoke ring, and retrieved a card from his pocket. "My membership card." This Spaniard was one of several Spanish sailors captured at Bapu years before. After more than a year in the labor reform team, his background as a grape farmer's son from Galicia, Spain, had caught Wu Nanhai's attention. Following a failed attempt at growing grapes on Hainan Island, which once again proved unsuitable for viticulture, Sancho became a brewer in the fruit wine workshop Zhu Ziliang had established, while concurrently serving as a bartender in the tea-house bar at night. Sancho had been a poor wretch in Spain. His family had long since died or scattered, which was how he had ended up drifting to East Asia. Now possessing a stable life without the hellish existence at sea, he was naturally content to spend his years here. In addition to bartending, Sancho was responsible for checking membership cards when greeting guests. As a dedicated leisure and entertainment venue for the Senate, the farm tea house operated on a membership system. Temporarily, only senators were accepted as members, with every senator, whether present in Lingao or not, issued a card. Supplementary cards could be issued under each membership to naturalized citizens serving as life secretaries, adopted children, and apprentices in formal master-apprentice relationships over the age of 16. Members could consume on credit at the tea house and affiliated special supply food store using their cards. Bills were sent monthly to the general office for deduction from the senator's personal account. Main cards permitted consumption of all items. Supplementary cards allowed access only to certain services. "Thank you." Sancho did not take the card. He bowed again, then stepped aside to lead the way. Opening the tightly sealed leather-clad door, soft music spilled out. The hall was dimly lit, only glass-covered candlesticks flickering sporadically. The small dance floor at center had some electric lighting. The half-bright, half-dark atmosphere combined with gentle music to create a relaxed and intimate ambience. The main building's first floor served as the leisure and entertainment area. All seating consisted of high-backed booth seats. A bar offered various alcohols, tea, cocoa, and coffee. A dedicated smoking area supplied hookahs, pipe tobacco, and cigars. There was also a small dance floor equipped with a modest stage for performances and an orchestra pit, though these remained purely ornamental for now. They lacked instruments, and suitable musicians even more so. Music still came from audio equipment. The second floor was arranged in private room format, where members could hold relatively private gatherings. Board games of all varieties were available. Beyond traditional options like Ludo, Chinese army chess, playing cards, Chinese and international chess, Go, Mahjong, Pai Gao, and dice, there were also imported board games, Legends of the Three Kingdoms, Dungeons and Dragons, Warhammer, and more. A large recreation room housed locally manufactured snooker and 9-ball billiard tables plus pinball machines. These had all been crafted by skilled artisans in Guangzhou through Zicheng firm according to Lingao-provided designs, exquisite works of art in their own right. End of chapter. Chapter 1273. Talk in the Jasmine Room. The second floor also housed a sand table simulation room, equipped with 3 configurations: naval, land, and amphibious warfare. Combined with exquisite terrain models and weapon miniatures, it supported military sand table games ranging from simple war chess to highly detailed strategic simulations. This was the venue where military enthusiasts congregated most enthusiastically. At this hour, the large recreation room and sand table room blazed with light, laughter, and conversation drifting out periodically. Wu Nanhai did not disturb the senators inside and proceeded directly to the third-floor private rooms. The entire third floor consisted of separate salon chambers, comparable to small and medium conference rooms. 8 rooms in total. These were prepared by the tea house for senators' private and departmental gatherings. Since opening, senator associations frequently held their entertainment events here during holidays. The Indigenous Rights Protection Association and Women's Federation were regular visitors. Although the Flying Cloud Club maintained its own venue, it sometimes hosted smaller gatherings here. Occasionally, senators brought capable naturalized subordinates from their departments for relaxation as reward. The private rooms featured specialized soundproofing and ensured strict privacy. Various foods and beverages were available on request. The waitresses were all D-grade or below maids selected from the general office, having undergone thorough training. Those serving on this floor wore jade pendants at their waists that clinked pleasantly as they walked, a discreet signal alerting senators in private conversation that a waitress was approaching. Thoughtful, meticulous service had gradually made this place a primary venue for informal senator exchanges, the core zone of lobbying activity. Wu Nanhai checked his watch, then entered the Agricultural Committee's frequently used chamber, the Milk Vetch Room. Several Ministry of Agriculture senators had been playing Legends of the Three Kingdoms here for quite some time, while a few others reclined on the sofa smoking hookahs and working on laptops. The tea house private rooms were among the few entertainment venues with all-day electricity and sockets. Several people greeted him. He acknowledged each in turn. Only then did he take a seat at the salon's small bar. Seeing him settle in, the maid tending the bar poured him a glass of Hehui, brand gooseberry wine brewed by the Agricultural Committee's winery without waiting for his order, mixed to his preferred ratio. A few ice cubes, 1/3 wine, then topped off with soda water. She also produced a dish of salted peanuts as a drinking snack. Wan Lihui sat beside him, eyes half closed as he smoked a hookah. He didn't inhale the smoke, merely savored the atmosphere. After exhaling the contents of his mouth in a procession of rings, Wan Lihui said, "Old Wu, what do you make of the report my brother submitted from Jeju?" Since Wan Lihuang had gone to Jeju Island to grind the dungeon, he had been busy promoting potato, citrus, and Chinese cabbage cultivation there. Recently, he had also begun encouraging alfalfa cultivation to support the island's animal husbandry. Agriculture was thriving, potato cultivation especially so. The first batch sown in early summer of 1632 had just yielded its first bumper harvest in October. Though Wan Lihuang had conducted trial planting only in the standard village farm fields near Jeju's 3 cities, the results were remarkable. Modern potato varieties could produce over 2 tons per mu under ideal conditions. While Wan Lihuang lacked chemical fertilizer, he knew plant ash could substitute for the potassium fertilizer potatoes needed most, and he had brought quality seeds from another timeline. Combined with modern field management techniques, Jeju Island's average potato yield still reached 900 kilograms per mu. Even by old timeline standards, that figure easily passed muster. The bountiful harvest had left unprepared local naturalized cadres, not knowing how to store them. Potatoes had high water content and would rot quickly without prompt processing and storage. Fortunately, Jeju Island had many mouths to feed. Under Feng Zong's direction, potatoes were distributed as the primary ration for refugees. Beyond simple stewing and roasting, a variety of potato-based products had been specially developed. Potato pancakes, potato cold noodles, potato kelp miso soup, and other dishes featuring potatoes as the main ingredient. With the assistance of diverse seasonings and vegetables, refugees found their meals superior to the previous relief dry rations. Feng Zongs naturally came to view this Agricultural Committee special envoy in a new light, showering the inexperienced Wan Lihuang with such praise that the young man hardly knew north from south. Encouraged by this reception, Wan Lihuang proposed expanding Jeju Island's potato planting area by 200%, with 2 sowings annually. This meant Jeju would need more than just potato seedlings. Expanding the sowing area required a larger seedling breeding base, facilities for processing and storing harvested potatoes, and more fertilizer, not merely potassium fertilizer, but nitrogen fertilizer as well. Even for local chemical fertilizers and pesticides, a dedicated production factory would be necessary. These requirements all involved expanding the Agricultural Committee's capital investment on Jeju Island. He also proposed establishing a seafood processing plant locally, Wu Nanhai sipped his wine. "Little Wan, you've arrived at a good time. I've read your brother's report carefully, very well written. It's wonderful that he's so enthusiastic about agricultural affairs on Jeju Island. Old Feng wrote me a letter too, full of praise. Making such a splash in less than a year on Jeju is no small feat." Hearing the leader heap praise on his brother, Wan Lihui felt warmth surge through his chest. He hastened to add, "He's still relatively young. Youth is a virtue. Young people should venture out and take risks. Don't worry about the technical support mentioned in the report. I've arranged for someone to compile a Jeju Island agricultural production reference compilation using materials from the Great Library. It will be sent on the next liner." Wu Nanhai thought as he spoke, "Your brother stuck his neck out on Feng Zhang's behalf. Those projects in the report are probably what Feng wanted most. I've also done my best to arrange the various materials he requested." Among the short-term trainees graduating from the agricultural technology class this time, 10 are specifically assigned to Jeju Island, so tell little Wan not to worry, just go ahead boldly. "Thank you, old Wu." Wan Lihui nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed recalling the idle speculation he'd shared with his brother before. Wu Nanhai truly was a kind person. His face flushed faintly. "What's there to thank? It's all for the work." Wu Nanhai continued, "By the way, this batch of trainees also includes 10 students majoring in animal husbandry and veterinary medicine. The allocation sends 6 to Nick. Your brother keeps 4 for himself. Don't let Nick take everyone. This island isn't just for raising horses. Other livestock development will follow. Breeding stock will be sent soon. These people have received primary medical training as well. Whether treating people or livestock, they can handle it. Though their skills are rough, they're still more professional than local practitioners of this era." "I will, absolutely." Wan Lihui nodded enthusiastically, already glimpsing a bright future for his brother's dungeon grind. Having secured so much, raising the matter of additional projects felt somewhat awkward. Old Wu had already been generous. Yet he couldn't leave it unsaid, so he hesitated before asking, "Do you think the projects mentioned in the letter are possible?" Wu Nanhai gently tapped his cigar against the Jingdezhen brush washer from Jiangxi that served as an ashtray, letting the long ash fall before answering. "Those projects should all be launched. But the finance department says this year's capital construction investment has been exhausted. They'll have to be arranged in next year's budget. I hear next year's budget is rather tight. Our agricultural sector must unite and fight for it." He emphasized the word unite specifically. "Didn't they say they got more than 1,000,000 taels of silver from Zhang Zhilong?" Wan Lihui found this hard to believe. "When cannons roar, 10,000 taels of gold are spent. The spoils were considerable, but the spending is equally fierce. I heard old Ma's and Cheng Dong's faces turned green when the military expense reimbursement came through this time." Wu Nanhai described it vividly, as if he'd witnessed it personally. "Besides, there are many competing priorities now. And I hear there's a currency reform planned for next year, another massive silver expenditure." Wan Lihui began to discern the subtext. Wasn't Wu Nanhai using emphasizing difficulties to suggest there was no money for his brother's proposed projects? So it's very difficult. Wan Lihui decided to probe Wu Nanhai's true intentions. "We'll do our utmost. Our agricultural sector and the Ministry of Light Industry must fight for this." Wu Nanhai spoke firmly. "But you know how it is. Once the Senate reviews the budget, every department scrambles in another famine fight. Whether it can pass exactly as we submitted is hard to say." This statement remained highly flexible, equivalent to saying nothing at all. Wan Lihui felt quite disappointed. Wu Nanhai sensed the moment was right and added, "I have another thought regarding this matter. I'd like to discuss it with you." After sending off an eager Wan Lihui who was hurrying back, Wu Nanhai proceeded to the reserved Jasmine room. On the sofa in one corner of the salon, several senators from the finance sector whom he had specifically invited today were already present. Wu Nanhai made a gesture. The waitress brought drinks and snacks, and they immediately cut to the chase. This was the reason he had specifically instructed Qian to reserve the Jasmine Room for tonight. He wished to discuss with these finance sector senators a proposal to the Senate allowing state-owned enterprises to issue stocks and bonds. The specific case involved issuing Ministry of Agriculture agricultural development bonds and non-cumulative preferred stocks of various directly affiliated enterprises throughout Hainan Island and the Guangzhou region. The so-called preferred stock, simply put, granted shareholders special rights to receive company earnings as fixed dividends prior to common shareholders, and to receive remaining assets prior to others during bankruptcy liquidation. However, shareholders generally could not participate in company business activities. In practice, it was a form of debt-based fundraising. Wu Nanhai planned to issue non-cumulative preferred stocks, which distributed dividends only from the current year's profits. If the company performed poorly in a given year and could not distribute dividends, the unpaid amount could not be accumulated or paid later. It was equivalent to a corporate bond that did not promise annual interest. End of chapter. Chapter 1274. Tiandihui's ambition. The entire island of Hainan now fell under Senate jurisdiction, and the volume of land infrastructure construction required for agricultural development was staggering. Although various forms of free labor were widely deployed, from Southeast Asian slaves and prisoners to immigrants, compulsory workers under conscription, and even military personnel mobilized for labor, these people still required tools, food, drink, and clothing. Beyond labor costs, material inputs were massive. Development of the agricultural committees directly managed enterprises was also booming, requiring immense working capital. The launch of the engine plan had added another burden. The committee had also undertaken settlement work for a large influx of immigrants. Though the Planning Commission's agricultural investment was increasing, it remained disproportionate compared to the surging capital needs of industrial construction, enormous military expenses, immigration fees, and administrative costs claimed by other sectors. Many departments felt the funding squeeze. When money ran short, increasing income and reducing expenditure was the standard prescription. But under the Planning Commission's direction, expenditure cuts had reached their practical limits. Voids existed everywhere, and there were no areas where resources could truly be saved. Ultimately, income had to grow. Beyond trade and wartime plunder, many senators turned their eyes inward, toward the ruled territory itself. Resources obtained through fighting bandits and raiding local tyrants during bandit suppression and land measurement had been nearly exhausted, and such methods could not be repeated. As for taxation, the tax system remained incomplete, and no economic census had been conducted, making new levies premature. The only avenue left was to work with private capital within the ruled area. Lingao, indeed, all of Qiangzhou, had experienced rapid private capital development in recent years, driven by Senate policies stimulating agriculture, industry, and commerce. Not only had a class of nouveau riches emerged, but a considerable middle class had also appeared. Combined, these two groups held substantial capital. They had both investment needs and demands for value preservation. Yet the investment channels the financial sector could currently provide were extremely limited, essentially just savings accounts. Naturalized citizens and indigenous commoners alike knew that the Australian chiefs possessed the ability to turn stone into gold and could profit handsomely from whatever they undertook. Many wealthy households harbored ambitions of buying shares in Senate enterprises, but so far, only the Grand World Project in Guangzhou had created such an exception. In Lingao proper, only a few privileged households enjoyed such benefits. Wu Nanhai believed that since society had such demand and Planning Commission investment fell short, there was no reason to rely solely on state funding. Absorbing and utilizing private capital would kill multiple birds with one stone. Under the current national policy of overall planned economy with state ownership as the dominant force, completely opening private equity investment seemed unlikely. Moreover, many senators in the assembly detested stock markets as deceptive, ghostly things, and could not tolerate state-owned enterprises being tainted by private capital. Any proposal to open equity investment in state-owned enterprises would be denounced as a feast for carving up Senate property, met immediately with declarations that the Senate is doomed. So Wu Nanhai focused only on plans for absorbing private capital through bonds and placing small amounts of equity capital without affecting enterprise management rights or ownership. This could significantly reduce antagonistic sentiment from the doomed party while still mobilizing private capital. To increase the proposal's chances of passing in the Senate, Wu Nanhai had been negotiating with finance sector senators at the farm tea house for a week, gradually refining the plan. According to Senate rules of procedure, a proposal submitted by a senator required at least 5% of senators to co-sign before entering the procedural process. Through his efforts, he had already assembled sufficient co-signing senators from both the Agricultural Committee and the finance sector. The primary task now was winning over additional senators to vote in support. The previous week, the Flying Cloud Club had held a party in the cafe space rented in the tea house's podium. Wu Nanhai had specifically engaged the Qian brothers, conducted private conversations with Ministry of Forestry personnel, and corresponded frequently with county office directors stationed throughout Hainan. He was now confident the proposal would pass by simple majority when put to a Senate vote. The finance and economic sector showed the keenest interest in this plan. After all, the current financial industry had practically no business to speak of beyond insurance and bank deposits and loans. If issuing bonds and raising shares for state-owned enterprises became established as national policy, financial sector opportunities would multiply dramatically. Both sides found immediate common ground. The draft plan proposed by the finance and economic sector designated the Agricultural Committee as pilot. DeLong Bank would handle the issuance of government agricultural bonds for specific uses. Proceeds from bond issuance would serve as supplementary appropriation for the Agricultural Committee's designated purposes. Specific project audits would remain the Planning Commission's responsibility. As for stock issuance, Wu Nanhai had originally intended to restructure several subordinate enterprises into limited liability companies. However, the finance sector advised against using Agricultural Committee enterprises for restructuring. This would face great resistance in the Senate. It would be more appropriate for the Agricultural Committee to fund the establishment of a limited liability company specifically for fundraising purposes. Actually, restructuring the Tiandahui Association organization under the Agricultural Committee into a joint stock company would be most suitable, Wu Dai suggested. First, this organization already engages in commercial activities. Service industry counts as commerce. Second, Tiandahui's reputation is very prominent in Lingao. Using it to raise share capital would be highly attractive. Exactly. I've always intended to make Tiandahui significant. It's too limiting to treat it merely as a social organization similar to agricultural cooperatives. No, Tiandahui's nature as an agricultural cooperative social group cannot change, Wu Dai cautioned. Simply establish a limited liability company under Tiandahui with Tiandahui as the majority shareholder. Then what about setting up a Tiandahui Foundation? Too far-sighted, Wu Dai smiled. Take it step by step. Wu Nanhai and the finance sector senators had already discussed detailed issues multiple times. What concerned him now was roughly when implementation could begin to secure sufficient funding. It won't be early, I'm afraid. Chen Si, director of the planning division at DeLong Bank, explained. You know that the financial sector's most important task in 1633 is currency reform. Without completing that first, major financial initiatives are unlikely. When currency units change, how will previous bonds and stocks be calculated? Didn't Guangzhou already issue bonds and stocks for Grand World? Those were calculated in silver, Any securities issued now must be denominated in circulation coupons, and the final form of the new circulation coupons hasn't even been formally proposed yet. I see. Wu Nanhai was somewhat disappointed. I was counting on expanding production after securing the funds. The finance sector group ate and drank their fill, then rose and departed one by one. Wu Nanhai picked up the bill, of course. He asked the duty attendant to tidy the private room, set up a gongfu tea set, brewed Limushan oolong tea, and drank alone while awaiting Yiming. After Yiming arrived, Wu Nanhai immediately raised the Tiandahui share-raising issue. The first step was naturally Tiandahui opening commercial enterprises, something he had intended to pursue even without fundraising. Prime business opportunities shouldn't all go to the Ministry of Commerce while his side sat empty-handed. In Wu Nanhai's vision, Tiandahui would become the agricultural committee's tertiary industry arm in the future. Sideline enterprises currently under agricultural committee control would gradually be consolidated into this system. Simultaneously, the department would operate new tertiary industry projects independently. Specifically, Tiandahui would establish Tiandahui Holdings Limited Liability Company and raise funds publicly. As chief helmsman of Tiandahui, Yiming had long been restless with ambition. He embraced Wu Nanhai's proposal enthusiastically and also suggested attempting to recover all fishing rights. We've already organized fishing cooperatives and control a significant portion of fishing rights. As for the Fishery General Brigade, the Navy won't release it yet, but we can start building public support. The Navy's operations are growing larger. They're gradually losing interest in those broken boats. Yiming observed. True. It's just a shame the Fishery Administration fleet is beyond reach. Wu Nanhai wrung his hands. The two sat in silence for a moment. Then Yiming produced a memorandum from his pocket. This is my organizational summary for Tiandahui's next phase of development. The document outlined Tiandahui's proposed structure. Beyond the General Association, Heaven Department, existing operations would all be divided into separate halls for management. 5 halls were most important. Hei Hall, organizing agricultural cooperative affairs for small and medium owner peasants. Jujing Hall, responsible for fishery cooperative affairs. Mengshan Hall, all agricultural technology and agricultural science service affairs. Feng's Hall, management of land contracted by Tiandahui. Xingwang Hall, microloan promotion services for livestock and poultry breeding. These halls, except for Hei Hall and Jujing Hall, can all establish professional companies, Yiming said excitedly. If the Senate loosens restrictions a bit more, we could even start an agricultural bank of sorts, or at least an agricultural credit union. The Japanese agricultural cooperatives all have credit unions. That discussion is for later. Don't mention the agricultural bank outside either. The Wujiaku crowd is very shrewd, Wu Nanhai whispered. Yiming grew alert. You're right. He shook his head with some regret. It's just a pity we can't recover the Fishery General Brigade. Otherwise, we could establish a fishery company directly. I have no objection to your Tiandahui reorganization plan. It's just that we can't assemble enough people to build the framework quickly. Make do for now. Wu Nanhai continued, I want to discuss micro-commerce with you first. I plan to operate it under Tiandahui's commercial company framework as well, set up a specialized company. Micro-commerce? Yes, breakfast stalls, cold drink stalls, that sort of thing. Isn't that individual household business? Yiming didn't grasp the point. We don't need to hire people specifically for this. End of chapter. Chapter 1275. Ownership and shares. Of course we won't hire people for everything with such petty businesses that would bankrupt us. Wu Nanhai explained. I mean we act as wholesaler, letting individual households source from us. Take current breakfast vendors. We could establish a food and beverage service enterprise ourselves, prepare breakfast items and wholesale them to peddlers. The same applies to candied haws, popsicles, grass jelly, shaved ice, tofu pudding, cotton candy. We could also open larger chain restaurants ourselves, Breakfast in the morning, boxed meals at noon and evening, cold drinks the rest of the time. I'm thinking we should call it the Red Flower Society. Damn, then we'd have to set up an Iron Blood Youth League too. A cold light flashed in Xiamens's eyes as he spoke. Old Wu, speaking of tofu pudding, do you prefer yours sweet or savory? Well, I favor traditional flavors. Wu Nanhai parried the question and changed subjects. What do you think of my idea? Good, but the Governor and Planning Commission aren't particularly enthusiastic about individual small business development right now. Though they haven't said so explicitly, I sense they'd prefer manpower not to flow into non-productive sectors. We're not running this industry to make money. The main purpose is providing more livelihoods for everyone, increasing social stability, letting more people support themselves. We can't funnel everyone into factories or send them all to the fields. Common people have demands for tertiary industry, and it's a crucial supplement to large-scale production. There will always be intermittent labor surpluses that industry and agriculture cannot absorb, so we might as well plan for a rainy day. Xiamens nodded. Can the Senate approve this? No Senate approval is required. Wu Nanhai replied. Tiandahui isn't a government agency, just an industry association under agricultural sector guidance. At most, it's a public institution managed by reference to the civil servant law. We just need to report to the Administration Council and have the governor sign off. The question is, will the governor be willing to sign? Have you read the latest issue of Weekly Updates? Wu Nanhai asked. Haven't had time yet. Xiamens was a busy man. There's an article on statistics and placement of personnel disabled in the line of duty within the civil affairs system. Unsigned, but I estimate it was written by Prefect Liu. Quite a few indigenous people have partially lost their labor capacity after recovering from work injuries and war wounds. In Lingao, no one had completely lost their labor capacity. Under current medical conditions, such severely wounded could not be saved at all. Currently, these partially disabled individuals were mainly placed in relatively simple auxiliary positions, but this was no permanent solution. Wu Nanhai therefore believed the Red Flower Society model could absorb some disabled workers and enable them to support themselves. We can offer preferential terms to this group regarding experience. Tiandahui can charge only cost. Add tax incentives, and it should be enough to keep them and their families adequately fed and clothed. A look of concern for the nation and its people flickered across Wu Nanhai's face. Xiamens nodded. Framed this way, passage through the Administration Council would be easier. With the major matter settled, both men relaxed somewhat. Wu Nanhai signaled for the attendant to bring fresh oolong tea. While pouring for Xiamens, he said, once this is settled, I intend to request at the plenary meeting that the Senate formally confirm current shareholding rights, ownership, and dividend distribution methods. Wu Nanhai continued, we're currently in a state of typical ownership chaos. I don't follow. Xiamens was momentarily confused. What kind of institution would you say our Senate is? A parliament, of course. The Senate is essentially the board of directors of the East India Company, Wu Nanhai declared. We're actually running a country now, just like the relationship between the British East India Company and India back then. Xiamens found this metaphor uncomfortable, but regarding the actual distribution of power, he had to admit it was apt. Even so, isn't it said that all property under the Transmigration Group belongs to all senators? But now our enterprise is growing larger and larger. We need diversified funding sources. Second, it's not just senators building this new society. We must fully consider others' interests as well. Finally, a company running a country is inappropriate no matter how you look at it. So I believe we must start clarifying responsibilities, rights, and interests now. The current state, where the Senate and the state are indistinguishable, must change. Asset valuation of state-owned enterprises is necessary to confirm ownership. Separate state ownership from Senate ownership so we can maintain clear accounts going forward. Otherwise, it will become an ungovernable mess over time. He paused to catch his breath, seemingly not finished. Because responsibilities, rights, and interests remain unclear, a series of questions still have no concrete answers, such as whether land can be privately owned. If these questions aren't clarified, how can our institutional and legal construction continue? Xiamens expressed concern. If you submit this proposal, won't it be seen as an intention to carve up Senate property? Everyone is already apprehensive about restructuring and shareholding systems. Maintaining state-owned enterprises as the mainstay is an unshakable principle. What worries me is that conflating the Senate with the state will leave troubles for the future. Nanhai grew somewhat agitated. If I truly harbored such intentions, I could simply play dumb. After all, state-owned currently means Senate-owned. The legal concepts for dividing property are already ready-made. Only by distinguishing and clarifying now can we block people from using this confusion to carve up Senate property in the future. Xiamens grew thoughtful. Now that you put it that way, I do sense something's not quite right. He continued, there's also the issue of senator share dividends. That remains a vague concept too. Exactly, Nanhai nodded vigorously. The Senate is the Senate, the country is the country. They can no longer be confused. We currently represent a textbook case of government enterprise entanglement with unclear responsibilities and rights. Xiamens agreed Nanhai was entirely correct. Yet considering from a deeper perspective, if these matters weren't addressed now, future generations of senators would one day earn the reputation of carving up state property. Future naturalized citizens would not harbor the simple, sincere loyalty to the Senate that current naturalized citizens felt, gratitude born of having been virtually recreated by the Senate. But as productivity improved and living standards and education levels rose across society, they would sooner or later curse the hand that feeds them. When that day came, the glorious and righteous image of the Senate would inevitably be tarnished. The glorious and righteous image should not be underestimated. Since ancient times, what a government most needed to maintain was its legitimacy. Ancient monarchs all claimed divine right. Modern nations all claim to represent national and popular interests. The new country the Senate was building could be no exception. How many senators have realized this? Xiamens wondered with complex feelings. The two discussed this issue at length, jotting down several memorandum points, talking until nearly 10 o'clock before parting, already quite late by Lingao standards. When Nanhai returned home, it was 10:30 at night. After Qian helped him wash up, Nanhai changed into loose cotton pajamas and sat in the living room. Qian wore a long home nightgown. The electric light glowed. Nanhai opened the leather-bound Bible and said, "Come, today we study Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Struggled for 3.5 years and overnight returned to pre-liberation," Lian said with a grin to Jiang Shan, a fresh telegram in hand. "Those words contradict the expression on your face." Jiang Shan set down the document he was reading and considered the various reports from the Ming Dynasty division recently. What, did Wu Mingjin get promoted? Director Jiang truly devises strategies from within the command tent. Li Yan nodded with a smile. Exactly. According to the telegram from Guangzhou, Wu Mingjin had been promoted to General Judge of Liuzhou. His term had expired, and his performance assessment was outstanding. Based on Wu Mingjin's record, he indeed merited promotion and transfer. The Senate and Intelligence Bureau were reluctant to let this excellent collaborator slip from their control, so they had linked him to the Tang Sanzang Plan. The Tang Sanzang Plan had been in development for nearly 3 years, consistently remaining one of the intelligence system's major initiatives. Though as time passed, voices within the Executive Committee and Intelligence Bureau increasingly questioned whether continuing was worthwhile. Yet the prospect of directly controlling a local official embedded deep within the bureaucracy remained tantalizing for intelligence personnel. During the planning stage, candidates for Tang Sanzang had changed repeatedly, though attention always focused on down-and-out scholars. They soon discovered, however, getting impoverished scholars to defect was easy, getting them to become spies was difficult. the psychological barrier remained formidable. Espionage was always a dishonorable, underhanded business, let alone impersonating a court official. For many scholars, the Ming Dynasty's orthodox legitimacy remained unbroken. Lian concluded that rather than having some nervous wretch of a poor scholar tremble his way through impersonating the prefect of Liuzhi, it would be simpler to support an existing official's rise to the position. Jiang Shan approved the approach. Throughout Qiangzhou, quite a few minor Ming bureaucrats were willing to cling to the Senate's coattails. Wu Mingjin could only be called semi-compliant. However, thanks to Senate assistance, his performance assessment was the best, and with his term expiring and transfer imminent, he was a relatively suitable candidate. The only drawback was rank. The prefect of Liuzhi was rank 4 primary, while Wu Mingjin was merely rank 7 primary. Following proper sequence, he would first need to serve as general judge, then vice prefect, and only then could become prefect. If he remained merely an assistant official like an auxiliary, he would be essentially irrelevant to the Intelligence Bureau. Actually, we have a way to accelerate his rise. Li Yan suggested at the strategy meeting, simply sell Tang Sanzeng directly. End of chapter. Chapter 1276, Leaving Office. You mean we let the mountain bandit become prefect then expose him? Wang Ding asked. Exactly. Intercepting the mountain bandit was always troublesome. Now we let him proceed and take office, then expose him afterward. Li Yan explained. Mountain bandits killing officials isn't particularly rare, but impersonating them is. Old Wu exposing him amounts to a contribution right after assuming his post, the reputation of a capable official secured. The problem is that his contribution has little value, Wang Ding countered. They won't promote him immediately because of it. I think it would be better to have old Wu use this to threaten the impostor, hold the fake prefect hostage to command Liuzhi. Jiang Shan shook his head. The mountain bandit can simply walk away. Why should he submit to your control? You have to understand, once this matter is exposed, heads will roll. He can distinguish what's more important. Even if the other party agrees momentarily, there are too many variables, not advisable. I share this view. Li Yan continued, actually, think of it this way. Once old Wu exposes the fake prefect, won't the prefect's seat be vacant? Wu Mingjin acting as prefect. The vice prefect is the vice prefect of Liuzhi. Can't we arrange a sudden illness? Li Yan said lightly. Who else is there to take the position? Whether it's prefect or vice prefect, the court will eventually send a new official to assume the post. They can't let old Wu act indefinitely. Appointing a prefect requires Ministry of Personnel approval. Out here where the emperor seems distant, by the time paperwork is processed and a new prefect arrives to take office, at least a year will have passed. As for the vice prefect, Liuzhi has always been a remote, pestilent prefecture. It's entirely possible he might die of illness along the way. After a year or half, the situation will be quite different from now. There's another issue, Wang Ding added. What if that mountain bandit doesn't exist in this timeline? He surveyed the room. This is quite likely to happen. Li Yan replied. Regardless of whether this mountain bandit exists or not, the Liuzhi prefect who takes office in 1632 must be a fraud anyway. Wu Mingjin gazed at the inner courtyard before him as a wave of emotion surged through his heart. In the courtyard, vegetation remained unchanged beneath the autumn sun. Only he was departing. 2 or 3 years ago, had he received a transfer order, he probably would have wept with joy, thanking gods and ancestors, hurriedly packed his luggage, and ridden away with his family as swiftly as possible, like a bird escaping its cage. Throughout those years, at the end of each lunar year when burning incense before the ancestral tablets, he had silently prayed to leave this place of turbulent affairs, Lingao, as soon as possible. He no longer even wished to be an official. He only prayed to return safely to his hometown in South Zhili. Yet now he felt no joy at all, only a faint melancholy. During these years he had held a sinecure in Lingao. At first there were some civil lawsuits to handle, but over the past year or so he had been utterly forgotten. Except for Wang Xiamen, the county's auxiliary officials, people like Wu Ye and Sun Ruiwu visited only during festivals. Judging by their appearances, they had clearly thrived under Australian governance. Everyone appeared ruddy and full of vigor. Rumor had it that Wu Ye had brought his entire family to Lingao, making his intention to settle here quite clear. Compared to them, Wu Mingjin was lonely. Unwilling to work for the Australians, he had almost nothing to do apart from attending the County Consultative Council monthly to converse with local gentry, presiding over the county school's monthly examinations, and performing scheduled sacrificial rites. Private Secretary Wang handled all official correspondence. He spent most of his time in the small world of this county yamen, reading books, teaching his children, or amusing himself with poetry, wine, and tea, living a leisurely, immortal existence. Besides Private Secretary Wang, Senator Qian also visited every few days to play chess and share wine, occasionally presenting gifts and allowances. Earlier, Magistrate Wu's attitude towards Senator Qian's visits had combined vigilance with disdain. He knew Qian Baiu's actual position was that of Australian magistrate, with his yamen located right beside the county office. Obviously, Qian bore the mission of monitoring him. Several times, Wu Mingjin had prepared himself to be poisoned to death, especially when the imperial army approached. Now his attitude had softened almost completely. Australians were mostly humorous and interesting people. Though their language was inevitably coarse, over these years they had suppressed bandits, repaired waterworks, provided relief to the populace, encouraged industry and commerce, promoted agriculture and sericulture, and advanced education in Lingao. The county had progressed by leaps and bounds, changing with each passing day, transforming from a poor, barren border district into the wealthiest county town in Jiangsu. Whenever he wished, he could walk freely about, could even venture deep into the southern mountainous regions where he had never dared set foot during his magistracy. Lingao's transformation was plain for all to see. He, Wu Mingjin, was neither blind nor deaf, and even less willing to speak against his conscience. The Australians were authentic talents for saving the world, experts at governance. He himself and many other scholars were far from comparable. It was laughable, really. When he had actually served as Lingao's magistrate, his first-year performance assessment earned only medium. After the Australians arrived, however, he had achieved major political accomplishments several times in succession, receiving outstanding ratings. Now, with his term complete, he was being promoted to General Judge of Liujin. This position had almost certainly been obtained through Australian maneuvering. Wu Mingjin was no fool. He generally understood that Liujin too was now under Australian control. That he could secure this general judge appointment and could depart without waiting for a successor to take over the seal, with Wu Ye temporarily acting as magistrate, was obviously an Australian arrangement. As for the purpose, it was probably simple. Familiar faces are easier to deal with. If he continued governing by doing nothing during his Liujin term, continuing to receive outstanding assessments, promotion after this term expired would probably present no obstacle. The butler trotted over to report, "Master, everything is prepared. Please give your instructions. Shall we depart?" Has Private Secretary Wang boarded the carriage? Reporting to Master, he has. Wu Mingjin surveyed the courtyard once more. He was leaving here, and speaking of which, this county yamen had been renovated by the Australians. Compared to the dilapidated structure with knee-high grass and prowling foxes and rats he had inherited upon taking office, it had become far more beautiful and tidy. In this courtyard, he and his family had gathered for Australian barbecue during autumn and winter evenings, eaten shaved ice and sour plum soup on summer nights. He had smoked cigars and drunk oolong tea here. Memories of the past floated through his mind, and he suddenly felt reluctant to leave. "Let's go." He finally spoke the word, then dusted off his robe and strode out. At the county yamen entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Beyond the auxiliary officials, most were gentry from the consultative council, students from the county school, and commoners there to watch the spectacle. The Australians had sent Xingbai, the person he knew best. Senator Xing beamed with smiles, accompanied by a band of musicians and several subordinates. Before the screen wall, a band played Australian decadent music with wind and percussion. Wu Mingjin had heard people sing it as a ditty. It was apparently called "When Will the Gentleman Return?" Though decadent, the music suited the occasion perfectly. Wu Mingjin stood on the Xiamens steps and cupped his hands, bowing to the assembled crowd. Seeing Jinchi Liu among the seeing-off gentry, various emotions surged within him. His heart warmed, and the corners of his eyes grew slightly moist. Xingbai approached to shake hands and offer compliments like, "Promotion is just around the corner." Then Liu Dalin was helped forward to propose a toast. Since receiving treatment at Lingao General Hospital, and with Liu San training several servants and maids as physical therapists who persisted daily in administering medicine, acupuncture, massage, and rehabilitation exercises, Jinchi Liu had not only survived beyond his historical early death, but had gradually regained the ability to walk with a cane. Unless traveling long distances, he no longer needed his wheelchair. Wu Mingjin accepted the wine cup. Liu Dalin was the head of Lingao's great gentry households. Receiving a toast from him was a considerable honor for a prefecture or county official. This ceremony was far more impressive than what some officials with poor reputations had to endure, hiring a handful of people to go through the motions when leaving office. After drinking the wine Master Liu offered, firecrackers exploded all at once. Two commoners stepped forward and removed one of his boots, the ceremonial taking off of boots. Then someone presented a red-lacquered wooden plaque inscribed with the two large characters "Virtuous Administration," accompanied by a 10,000-people umbrella. The ceremony of seeing off the departing official was declared complete. Director Xing had already arranged several two-wheeled and four-wheeled carriages to transport family members and luggage. The family had boarded. Wu Mingjin climbed into the red flag carriage. At that moment, the band struck up a folk music arrangement of Auld Lang Syne in unison. The seeing-off crowd bowed together. From somewhere in the gathering he heard someone crying. Magistrate Wu could no longer contain himself. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, bowed repeatedly, then ducked into the carriage. Accompanied by the music, the convoy started slowly and proceeded out of the city along the street fronting the county office. Wu Mingjin's new post lay across the strait from Lingao, but he was required to travel to the provincial capital before assuming office, as was customary. Before Wu Mingjin boarded the liner to Guangzhou, the machinery of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was already in motion. Maneuvering Wu Mingjin into the general judge position for Liuzhou had been effortless for Guangzhou Station. His performance record and term of service both met requirements. Liuzhou was a remote, pestilent prefecture where few were willing to serve. Though the income was good, foreign officials frequently failed to acclimatize or died of epidemics, so officials often regarded it as a dangerous assignment. What concerned the Intelligence Bureau now was how to maintain effective control over General Judge Wu in his new environment. Private Secretary Wang had already been developed, but this crafty old secretary, interested only in profit, could not be considered fully reliable. Li Yan therefore decided to assemble a team of loyal, dependable naturalized staff around Wu Mingjin and others, ensuring they remained completely in the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's hands. The martial contingent was easy to handle. They had ample room for selection. The civil team proved more challenging. Scholars had never been abundant among them, and those confirmed as reliable were fewer still. After careful consideration, Li Yan decided to dispatch Zhao Zhenfeng, the former Ziyukai of Zhuan County, to serve at Wu Mingjin's side as a supervising army in the capacity of a clerical secretary. End of chapter. Chapter 1277, Zhao Zhenfeng. This student, Zhao Zhenfeng, pays his respects to the eastern host. The visitor halted at the foot of the steps and swept into a deep bow. Wu Mingjin studied the young scholar from his elevated position. The man wore the green robe and Confucian scarf of a Ming Dynasty licentiate, his bearing and speech marking him unmistakably as a genuine bachelor, not one of those rough-handed peasants the Kun bandits so favored recruiting. Wu Mingjin had witnessed scholars defect to the Kun before, but most were perpetual candidates who had spent decades attempting the examinations only to die as commoners. Those holding actual degrees who chose to defect remained vanishingly rare. "Sir, such formality is unnecessary," Wu Mingjin replied with practiced courtesy. When Wang Xiamen had mentioned the Kun people's desire to hire him a private assistant for paperwork, he had immediately grasped the true purpose. Though called a private assistant, the man would function as a supervising army official. Wu Mingjin understood perfectly that traveling to Liuzhou to serve as an official in Kun territory was like Sun Wukong trapped in Buddha's palm, better to play deaf and dumb. Besides, wasn't Wang Xiamen already a Kun spy watching his every move? And head chief Xing had so diligently provided servants and armed escorts, each wearing a mask of respect while secretly serving as personal jailers. This thought drew a sigh from Wu Mingjin's lips. Once entering the officialdom, it is as deep as the sea. From then on, integrity becomes a stranger. Were it not for the sake of his position and the silver needed for retirement, why would he have come to this? Composing his expression into a gracious smile, he produced the letter of appointment he had prepared well in advance. Written in his own hand on a large red card, the words engagement letter adorned its face. The salary, 24 taels per year, with an additional 2 taels for each of the 3 festivals. A label on the envelope read, "For old Master Xiao to keep." Xiao Zhenfeng accepted the letter, and both sides exchanged the customary pleasantries. As protocol demanded, Wu Mingjin offered to host a welcoming banquet, but Xiao Zhenfeng graciously declined. "Since this student has accepted the Eastern host's engagement, I must first return home to settle my affairs before accompanying the hall host to assume office." "And where might you hail from, sir?" "This student is from Zhuan County." "Not bad at all," Wu Mingjin mused. Zhuan was a subordinate county of Liuzhou. Having the man there would prove most convenient. The Kun people had clearly thought this through. "Eastern host, please rest assured. I shall return within 2 days. I have already arranged for a first-class ticket on Dabo shipping." Scheduled boats departed for Guangzhou daily, but those with first-class cabins sailed only every 3 days. Master Wu and his party would need to remain at the Bapu Hotel's private rooms for 2 more days. Xiao Zhenfeng did indeed rush back to Zhuan that same day, though not to settle any family affairs. He had neither parents nor wife and children. He was the very picture of bachelorhood, where one person eats and the whole family is fed. His true purpose was to arrange work in advance. 3 days prior, Xiao Zhenfeng had been appointed Deputy Station Chief of the Liuzhou Station of the External Intelligence Bureau, with full responsibility for officialdom affairs in Liuzhou, particularly monitoring Wu Mingjin. 3 years earlier, during the Sugar War, Xiao Zhenfeng had helped Chiang Shide and Wen Tong defeat a group of unemployed workers who attempted to cause trouble. This earned him the appreciation of Chen Tianxiong and others. Yet Xiao Zhenfeng had acted without profit in mind. After the Heiyi Hall's destruction, he accepted Chen Tianxiong's 20-tael gift of thanks, but politely declined the invitation to work as a clerk at the South China Sugar Factory or the Liuzhou Sugar Industry Guild. "This student wishes to study diligently and at least earn a green robe before considering commercial careers," Xiao Zhenfeng had explained. "I accept this silver with gratitude. It shall serve as capital for my studies." The truth was that Xiao Zhenfeng had a childhood sweetheart, his cousin, with whom he shared a secret engagement. But with his family fallen into decline and himself, a down-and-out scholar who could not pass his examinations, even his reasonable uncle and aunt would never marry their daughter to such a destitute pauper. Chen Tianxiong had felt the loss keenly. This young man possessed both a chivalrous spirit and fierce intellectual curiosity, ideal material for cultivation. He hadn't expected the scholar to still pin everything on the imperial examinations, yet there was something admirable in a man who harbored ambition for self-improvement. Chen Tianxing nodded. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. Should you ever need anything, come to South China. My sugar factory will always have a vacant seat waiting for you, sir. The two shared wine beneath the lychee tree at Xiao Zhenfeng's home. When the last cup was drained, they bid farewell with mutual best wishes. Xiao Zhenfeng threw himself into his studies with single-minded focus, eventually obtaining the title of attached student. Though this was the lowest rank of licentiate, he had at last donned the green robe. Heart pounding with excitement, he rushed to his uncle's house to announce the good news, only to learn that his cousin was already betrothed, with the wedding date already set. The licentiate title in hand changed nothing. He remained a pauper. At best, he might teach at a private school and scrape by. His cousin was already 18, no longer young enough to wait. His uncle and aunt's decision could not be called unreasonable by any measure. But Xiao Zhenfeng's bitterness had no outlet, and he trudged home in black despair. Heavy rain caught him on the road, and by the time he reached his door he had fallen gravely ill. When Xiao Zhenfeng finally emerged from that illness, disheartened and burning with hatred for Ming society, he made his decision. He would seek out Chen Tianxing. He would defect to the Kun. In that case, why not start as a clerk at the Sugar Industry Guild? No, Mr. Qian, I wish to go to Lingao. Xiao Zhenfeng's voice rang with conviction. To study Australian learning. I have heard that the Australians in Lingao operate schools and teach their methods. I wish to study there and seek my future under their banner. Chen Tianxing stared in genuine surprise. He had encountered many Ming intellectuals curious about Australian learning, but most dismissed it as ingenious skills and wicked craft. Few delved into its principles, and fewer still wished to learn. His expression grew cautious. The South China Sugar Factory can also teach Australian learning. Is Mr. Qian unwilling to let this student go to Lingao? Xiao Zhenfeng's voice rose. How could I not know of the Australians' conduct there? Let me speak plainly. I no longer wish to be a licentiate of the great Ming. I wish to go to Lingao and become a scholar of the great Song. He dropped to his knees in a full bow. I beg you, sir, help me fulfill this wish. And so Xiao Zhenfeng entrusted his house key to Chen Tianxing, asking him to manage the property on his behalf. Taking only a few clothes, a few books, his seal, and a pair of twisted silver bracelets, mementos left by his parents, he boarded a sugar transport ship and sailed for Lingao. From that moment forward, he embarked upon the path of serving the Senate and its people. Xiao Zhenfeng's defection caused a minor sensation within the Senate. Previously, while a handful of licentiates had joined the naturalized citizens of Lingao, they were either disaster victims passively taken in or men who came merely to fill their bellies. Never before had someone with a degree actively defected with such a clear-cut banner and firm resolve. Xiao Zhenfeng was the first licentiate to defect to the Kun of his own volition. After leaving the quarantine camp, Xiao Zhenfeng enrolled in the national school in Lingao, passing the Class A diploma examination. Then attended the Civil Affairs training class specially commissioned by the Civil Affairs People's Committee to cultivate local administrative cadres. During his studies, he not only learned diligently but also submitted numerous letters discussing state affairs, seemingly eager to offer guidance and provide suggestions to the Senate. Yet as his education deepened and his visits and studies across Lingao continued, these letters grew fewer and fewer until they ceased entirely. He had soon recognized that in matters of governance, he had been displaying his meager skills before masters. After graduation, Xiao Zhenfeng served successively as village head in several Lingao villages, then rose to commune civil affairs assistant before transferring to serve in the Danju County office. Young and originally well-educated, he absorbed new knowledge and concepts faster and more thoroughly than naturalized citizens from peasant or merchant backgrounds. He quickly became a key training target of the Civil Affairs Department, earmarked to become one of the first batch of naturalized county magistrates. This transfer to Wu Mingjin's side, though primarily the Intelligence Bureau's design, was also considered excellent training by the Civil Affairs Department, who readily agreed to the secondment. Xiao Zhenfeng disembarked at Heian with a handful of attendants. He did not return to his home in the county seat. Neither relatives nor property awaited him there, but proceeded directly to the Liuzhi Sugar Industry United Guild. He reported to the person in charge, Yan Maoda. Although the station chief of Liuzhi Station was technically Wen Tong, that man's energies were consumed by the sugar industry, leaving him little attention for other matters. The actual operations fell to Yan Maoda, deputy station chief and general manager of the Vietnam Trade Company. Publicly, he served as chief steward of the Liuzhi Sugar Industry Guild. Secretly, he controlled all Senate forces across Liuzhi's 3 counties. Of the 3 counties in Liuzhi, Zhuwen is where our control runs deepest, Yan Maoda explained. Whether it's the county magistrate or the yamen runners and clerks in the 3 squads and 6 offices, we have nearly achieved the point where orders are obeyed without question. Hijacking and Suixi are slightly less penetrated, but those officials and petty clerks have all been accommodated. They generally won't make trouble for themselves. As he spoke, Yan Maoda signaled for someone to retrieve a thick file box from the cabinet. This material I copied for you per the Intelligence Bureau's instructions. It contains personal and family information on all officials, clerks, gentry and prominent families currently active across Liuzhi Prefecture and its 3 counties. There is also an overview of basic conditions throughout the whole county, farmers, population, production, and so forth. Thank you so much, Chief. Xiao Zhenfeng deeply appreciated this hallmark of Australian methodology, everything documented down to the smallest detail. Through his years of administrative practice, he had come to understand the critical importance of intelligence. The Australians' ability to overcome every obstacle owed much to their capacity for gathering and transmitting information in real time. "Ha, you're too polite," Yan Maoda smiled. "Wu Mingjin is merely a figurehead. The real work falls to you." End of this chapter. Chapter 1278 Handling Opinion. Xiao Zhenfeng caught the meaning behind the chief's words and snapped to attention. Serve the Senate and the people. Good. Now that you've arrived in Liuzhi, you'll be one of the principal figures here going forward. As it happens, I have a delicate matter that I intend to place in your hands. Yan Maoda's tone carried the weight of expectation. The first test has already come, Xiao Zhenfeng thought. He maintained his composure. Please give your instructions, Chief. Follow me. Yan Maoda rose and led him through a door, then wound through corridors, left turn, right turn, 7 twists and 8 bends, passing through several doors manned by sentries, until they arrived at a small room guarded by armed men. The chamber contained only simple furniture, tables, chairs, and filing cabinets. Xiao Zhenfeng recognized the Australian setup immediately. This layout was reserved for interrogating important criminals. Yan Maoda opened an inner door. Beyond stood another guard keeping watch over a long corridor. Ironclad locked doors lined both sides, 7 or 8 in total. This, clearly, was a private prison the Australians had established locally. During his earlier time in Liuzhi, Xiao Zhenfeng had known the Australians seized all of 3rd Master Zhu's former properties, taking control of the original Heiyi Hall and conducting extensive construction on Heian Street. He had not imagined such a complete facility hidden beneath. So the Liuzhi Sugar Industry Guild on Heian Street is the seat of the Senate's government in Liuzhi. Yan Maoda nodded to the guard, led Xiao Zhenfeng to one of the doors, and gestured for him to peer through the observation port. The peephole was covered with thick glass, the opening itself kept small. They could not yet manufacture the thin one-way glass with coating, so reducing the size was the only option. For safety's sake, the thickness had been made substantial as well. The cell beyond was not spacious, yet neither was it the dark, damp dungeon one might expect. Bright light streamed down from a skylight above, illuminating the scene clearly. A woman sat within, head bowed over an embroidery hoop, needle flashing as she worked. Though her face was obscured, he could tell she was not old, 27 or 28 at most, with fair skin and a plump figure. At minimum, she came from a respectable middle-class family. "This is," Yan Mao said nothing. He led Xiao Zhenfeng back to the interrogation room. "Her name is Qiu Han." Yan Mao retrieved a thin file from the cabinet and placed it on the table. "The situation is straightforward. Qiu Han was, formerly, Senator Wen's life secretary." Xiao Zhenfeng nodded. He knew Wen Tong, though not as intimately as he knew Chen Tianxiong. And he understood perfectly well what a life secretary entailed. Before becoming Senator Wen's life secretary, Qiu Han served as the concubine of Zhu and also known as Third Master Zhu. This was disclosed in the materials she submitted when taking the position. "However," Yan Mao continued, "during last year's political background investigation, we discovered that Qiu Han was not merely Zhu An's former concubine. She was also the sister of the pirate Gu Dachun, whom we killed." Xiao Zhenfeng's brow furrowed in confusion. This matter fell outside the purview of both the Civil Affairs Committee and the External Intelligence Bureau. It belonged to the Political Security General Bureau. Why had they singled him out to hear it? After the exposure, Qiu Han confessed that she had concealed the truth out of fear. She admitted that when she first attached herself to Senator Wen, she harbored intentions of avenging Zhu En and her brother. But as time passed, she came to feel that Senator Wen treated her with deep kindness, so much so that she could no longer bring herself to act. She wished only to serve him faithfully. Beyond this, she claimed to have no ulterior feelings, nor had she colluded with outsiders. Yan Mao paused. "We conducted physical analysis and lie detection on her confession and carried out field investigations over several months. Our conclusion: she spoke the truth." After finishing, Yan Mao fixed Xiao Zhenfeng with a meaningful look. "Since the investigation is complete, we must issue a formal conclusion and handling opinion. Senator Wen has proposed that we release Qiu Han and allow her to return to work at his side." He drew a formatted official document from the file, a political review conclusion and handling opinion form, instantly recognizable to Xiao Zhenfeng. The conclusion column had already been filled in. "After investigation, concealing part of personal family relationships is confirmed true. No deeds or speech harmful to the Senate and the people found." The handling opinion column below remained blank. "I now authorize you to fill in the handling opinion." Xiao Zhenfeng started. "Chief, this violates organizational procedures. I don't have such authority. This is a special authorization I grant you as a senator and deputy station chief of Liuzhi Station." Yan Mao's voice hardened. "You know I possess this power. Every senator station chief stationed abroad effectively served as the local head of political security. You have 30 minutes to study these materials." Yan Mao glanced at his watch. "I will return then. Whatever handling opinion you write will become my decision." Alone in the interrogation room, Xiao Zhenfeng found himself confronting an unexpectedly subtle test, one that even implicated a senator. He examined the sparse materials carefully. No matter how he studied them, aside from her concealment of being Gu Dachun's sister, Qiu Han bore no other stain. From a prudent standpoint, someone with such an ambiguous history, someone who had once hidden her kin relations, was not ideal to place back at a senator's side. And yet, looked at from another angle, Qiu Han had served as Senator Wen's life secretary for over a year. Had she wished to act, countless opportunities would have presented themselves long ago. He reached for the dip pen and wrote in the handling opinion column, "Transfer back to original unit for controlled use." Below, he signed his name and the date. He dried the ink with blotting paper, then handed the form to Yan Mao when the chief returned. Yan Mao studied it in silence before slipping it back into the file. Without comment, he pulled the bell rope to summon the guard outside. "Fill out release from investigation decision form number 11 and send it over for my signature." Su Qi was the first member of the Overlord Operations Special Task Force to return to Lingao. Originally, he should have sailed back to Kaohsiung to continue providing intelligence and internal security support for Operation Engine. But an urgent telegram had arrived from the center, ordering his immediate return to report on his work. It's probably the munitions factory on Guilingyu that caught their attention, Jiang Shan surmised. He had already submitted the first batch of reports to the Intelligence Bureau in Xiamen, photographs, surveying materials, and captive confessions. The moment Su Qi's transport ship entered port, Jiang Shan himself was waiting in an office within the customs building. Urgency lined his features. "You've worked hard on the journey. Under normal circumstances, you'd be allowed to rest first after running back and forth like this, but this discovery is simply too important." Jiang Shan dispensed with pleasantries. "Several senators in the mechanical sector have analyzed the photos and surveying materials you sent ahead. The situation appears more urgent than we anticipated." He took a file bag sealed with wax from his briefcase and handed it over. "Study this and compile a report immediately. The executive committee will convene a special secret meeting tomorrow morning, with select department heads in attendance." "Understood. The materials will be ready tonight." Jiang Shan paused. "I also made some new discoveries on Guilingyu and Xiamen Island afterward." "Good. Include them all. This matter requires absolute secrecy. Even the professional senators you consult must be limited to those named on our list." "Yes, I understand," Su Qi nodded. "Then head home and tidy up first. In 2 hours I'll send someone to collect you. Tonight you'll stay at the General Office's No. 1 guest house to prepare the materials." Early the next morning, the meeting convened in the conference room of the Executive Committee compound. Attendance was limited. This was an enlarged meeting of the Executive Committee. Beyond the committee members themselves, only the Chief of General Staff, the Minister of Navy Military Orders, the Director of the External Intelligence Bureau, the First Deputy Director of the Political Security General Bureau, and a handful of other figures attended. Essentially, these were the heads of decision-making and enforcement institutions. Su Qi had worked through the night preparing report materials, not finishing the PowerPoint until past 2 in the morning. For security, he had handled every aspect himself. 10 minutes early, he followed Jiang Shan into the meeting room, his first time entering the Executive Committee compound's conference chamber. Su Qi wore a neat Navy uniform, the Type 87 Naval Officer Spring and Autumn service dress from his planned days in the Old World, with insignia modified. Made of wool, he reserved this uniform for significant occasions. The Senate Navy's standard uniforms were simply too shabby for such settings. He carried a confidential briefcase, its security rope bound to his wrist. The attendees arrived one by one, and the meeting commenced on schedule. When Demise, presiding, delivered a brief opening address before signaling Jiang Shan to take over, Jiang Shan rose. He wore an impeccable safari jacket, its material and workmanship marking it unmistakably as a product of another time-space. It stood out conspicuously amid the cotton military fatigue-style jackets worn by most others. "Comrades, during the recent Operation Overlord, our Bureau dispatched Navy Lieutenant Su Qi to move with the troops, providing intelligence support and collecting on-the-ground information. He made several important discoveries in Xiamen while executing his mission. Based on current materials and intelligence analysis, the implications of this matter may be severe. Moreover, we believe it may connect to the Ship A incident. For these reasons, we must report to the Executive Committee and the Senate and request specific instructions for our next steps." He paused. "I will now ask him to present his findings." Su Qi rose, strode to the podium, and saluted the assembly. He withdrew documents from his bag, though he did not need to consult them. He knew the contents by heart. Then he activated the laptop and projector. The first image to appear was a set of digital photographs showing Zhongzuo City in the aftermath of battle. Su Qi began his briefing. End of this chapter. Chapter 1279 surfacing on D-Day. While the 1st Marine Expeditionary Detachment was clearing Zhongzuo City, they discovered 2 Lingao-manufactured naval guns mounted on the city wall. After verifying the inscriptions, we confirmed these cannons came from Harbor Patrol Boat Number 64, the vessel that went missing from the Navy some time ago. The screen displayed 2 smoothbore cannons lying amid broken bricks and sandbags. The gun mounts were damaged, but the cannons themselves remained intact. Cast inscriptions, emblems, and dates were clearly visible. Photographs of both cannons appeared, full views and close-ups from multiple angles, showing gun bodies and the wrecked mounts. Only Lingao's artillery foundry could manufacture cannons of this type. Then came a dozen additional images: ammunition, fuses, and the supporting tools found near the guns. "Very complete," Dacey observed. "Yes. Upon my order, the Planning Academy's special search team conducted a carpet search around the artillery position and recovered the ammunition and equipment supporting these cannons. All of it was standard issue from Harbor Patrol Boat Number 64. Wait." Dacey raised a hand as an image of a shrapnel fuse appeared. "They were also using this type of fuse." "Correct. According to reports from Hijacking and the Marines, they came under fire from these 2 cannons during the assault, including shrapnel shells." A low murmur of discussion rippled through the room. This particular fuse represented 19th century technology. In this time-space, it was a unique capability of Lingao. Apart from the Fubo Army's naval and land artillery, absolutely no other armed force could employ such fuses correctly. "So there are people trained by us within Zhang Zhilong's ranks. We have no definitive evidence of that yet." Su Qi's voice remained measured. "However, the Harbor Patrol Boat Number 64 incident was indeed the work of the Zhang clique. I will address this point as my final item." "Very well, please continue." "Yes." Su Qi clicked the mouse. The weapons workshop on Liujin materialized on the screen. "This is a weapons workshop newly constructed by the Zhang clique that we discovered on Liujin, primarily designed for casting cannons." He displayed photos and surveying materials of the various facilities and appliances, one by one. "We submitted photos and surveying data for the entire workshop to several senators in the Manufacturing Supervision Department who possess deep expertise in cannon casting and production organization. Their conclusion: this is a very well-designed cannon casting workshop. The design concepts underlying some of its facilities not only surpass the East Asian standards of this era, but exceed current European best practices as well." Su Qi advanced to the next group of photos. "This is one of 2 facilities the Manufacturing Supervision Department flagged as most suspicious: the reverberatory furnace." Most attendees knew what a reverberatory furnace was. The principle was simple enough, and construction difficulty was not prohibitive. After Japan's forced opening by the Black Ships and before the Meiji Restoration, the shogunate had engaged in a brief westernization movement that included building reverberatory furnaces under European guidance for cannon casting. Though those cannons remained smoothbore, the pig iron from secondary smelting in the higher temperature reverberatory furnace was purer, yielding improved quality. The senators in the metallurgy and casting sectors confirmed that the furnaces in these photos are reverberatory furnaces designed for secondary smelting of pig iron. The Great Library's Science and Technology Group has verified that reverberatory furnaces of this structure have not yet appeared in this time-space. Therefore, it is impossible that some European technician helped Zhang Zhilong build them. Another stir ran through the audience. "The second item remains incomplete." Su Qi clicked to a photo of a structure resembling a square watchtower, the one he had observed in the cannon yard, along with various bamboo and wooden accessories found nearby. After review by senators from the mechanical and construction sectors, they unanimously agreed this is an unfinished windmill. No bearings or transmission systems that would have been installed inside were found nearby, suggesting it had not yet been completed. The senator from the construction company noted that, judging solely from the building structure, This windmill closely resembles those we currently deploy for water lifting and drainage. Zhang Zhilong certainly didn't build this to grind flour or pump water. Someone below cracked a joke. Su Qi allowed himself a small smile. The senator from the mechanical sector analyzed two possibilities for the windmill's purpose. 1. To power a boring machine for cannons. 2. To grind gunpowder, perhaps both. Regardless, this is clearly an effort to improve work efficiency. Su Qi then detailed the workshop's facilities, material stockpiles, and craftsman recruitment, with particular emphasis on the crucibles. Using crucibles served one purpose: obtaining high-quality steel. Yet in cannon casting, neither China nor the West had required steel before the mid-19th century. Moreover, the yield from crucible smelting was too meager. It sufficed for manufacturing small quantities of swords or tools but proved uneconomical for cannons. If the goal were high-quality swords, that was beneath notice for the Zhang Zhilong clique, who controlled the trade route to Japan's legendary bladesmiths. The possibility of sword manufacture could be ruled out. From the on-site investigation and captive confessions, we learned this workshop is nearing completion. Judging from the large quantities of cannon casting materials already stockpiled and the many craftsmen recruited in advance, the Zhang Zhilong clique holds very high expectations for this cannon factory. This may relate to their plans for refreshing naval equipment. He clicked forward. In the shipyard on the beach near the cannon works, we found several large Fujian ships under construction, improved designs, and 2 are approaching completion. We are considering towing them back to Hong Kong for further examination. These are the photographs. There are ribs, there are decks, and this unusual length-to-width ratio. I estimate roughly 4:1. When Daisy studied the images. This ship is an improved version of the Fujian junk. The deck and ribs have been modified to accommodate cannon installation. Yes, Su Qi nodded. The Navy's experts concur. So, up to this point, aside from the shipyard, this munitions workshop has not yet begun production. Correct. There are no traces of production activity in the workshop, despite assessments indicating they could have commenced operations. According to captive testimony, they were awaiting foreign cannons. After analysis, we believe the captive's term refers to sample cannons. In Jinmen and Xiamen, we found cannons manufactured by various nations: British, Dutch, Portuguese, Spanish castings, ranging from 1 pound to 24-pound calibers. Furthermore, they also possess the 2 guns from our ship. He paused. Obviously, they do not lack foreign cannons. Finally, Su Qi turned to the issue of Harbor Patrol Boat number 64. According to our interrogation of captured prisoners, we obtained the following intelligence. The patrol boat was brought back by Zhang Zhilong's brother, Zhang Zhaifeng, and others some time ago. It underwent repairs at the dock. Simultaneously, the cannons and some equipment on the ship were dismantled. A portrait of a young man appeared on screen, labeled Zhang Zhaifeng. We failed to capture Zhang Zhaifeng. Among the high-ranking captives we did take, knowledge of this matter was limited. Nevertheless, we gained something valuable. Several staff members confessed that Harbor Patrol Boat number 64 was hijacked by someone the Zhang family hired at great expense, then handed over to them. A fleeting commotion stirred in the conference room before subsiding. To ascertain the specifics, our bureau conducted investigations in Jinmen, Xiamen, Anping, and other locations. Regrettably, Harbor Patrol Boat number 64 was not found, nor was the remaining equipment, including the typewriter and equipped ammunition. They appear to have vanished. Considering that capturing Harbor Patrol Boat number 64 nearly intact is not something ordinary pirates could accomplish, we are intensely curious about who did it. Though we failed to apprehend Zhang Zhaifeng himself, we captured many of his staff, personal soldiers, and household servants. Through further interrogation, we learned this was the work of a Japanese Christian named Paul. Moreover, this individual also promised to supply the Zhang family with firearms, including cannons, claiming they are not much inferior to Lingao's. The faces around the room grew more solemn. Since Zhang Zhilong kept the details of his contact with Mr. Paul secret, His staff could provide no additional information, but through interrogation of Zheng Zhaifeng's entourage, we obtained a portrait of Mr. Paul. A portrait appeared, the face of a typical East Asian man, approximately 35 to 40 years old in his prime. Those present may not necessarily recognize this person, but presumably everyone knows Rando. Su Qi paused. He felt reluctant to mention a colleague in this context, yet understood his duty all too well. When Senator Rando first arrived in Lingao, the Political Security General Bureau interrogated him extensively. At that time, he described how his small boat encountered a storm while crossing time-space. Aboard were 2 Filipino crew members, a German chief mate, and a Japanese man. A photograph of a white man's naked corpse appeared on screen. This is the German chief mate who died from a head injury sustained when he hit the console. His name was Paul. Su Qi paused deliberately, allowing the attendees to organize their thoughts. The 2 Filipino crew members went missing during the storm, presumably swept into the waves. Paul died. The Japanese man was named Black, and he climbed onto the lifeboat with Rando. Later, waves overturned the lifeboat and they were separated. Rando never encountered him again. A portrait appeared, an East Asian man of approximately 30 years, with short hair, no beard, a sturdy build, a relatively fair complexion, and a smooth forehead. This is the portrait of Black drawn based on Rando's description at the time. Su Qi superimposed it with the previous portrait. The contours and features aligned remarkably well. As you can see, the 2 images match closely. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, 80 Resolution. Ma Qianju spoke up. How much information do we have on Black? According to Rando, Black was temporarily recruited by Paul to help. Rando believes he was involved in arms dealing and may have worked as a mercenary or terrorist. Su Qi paused. Reportedly, this individual is highly unfriendly. I'm finished. Please continue. According to the captive's confessions, when Mr. Paul first arrived, he proposed cooperating with the Zheng family to establish a munitions workshop on Guilingyu. To that end, he demonstrated several firearm samples for them. Su Qi continued methodically. The demonstration was conducted in secret. The captives don't know what the Zheng family's leaders witnessed, but after this presentation, the family's attitude toward him underwent a complete transformation. It was likely some kind of weapon with subversive implications. Qian Shuiding raised an objection. I have a question. Just now, the PPT displayed several pieces of equipment surpassing the average level of this time-space. I find that quite incredible. We were only able to build our industrial base at this scale because we arrived prepared. Manpower, materials, knowledge. If Black is operating as an individual, how can he possibly possess such capability? I consulted several senators in the Manufacturing Supervision Department on precisely this point. Here is their answer. Su Qi retrieved a document and read aloud. Judging solely from the photos of items and buildings currently submitted to us for review, the technical content contained offers certain advantages compared to the 17th century, but the overall application level is very crude. The materials and technological means used in constructing these items did not exceed the capabilities of the 1630s. So you're saying Black's technology is relatively primitive. That is indeed what the Manufacturing Supervision Department concluded. Su Qi nodded. I specifically asked them to evaluate whether a single person could accomplish this. Their answer, yes. The premise being that sufficient manpower and materials are at his disposal. Allow me to read another relevant passage. In terms of technical level alone, the details required to realize windmills and reverberatory furnaces are not complex. However, given the craftsmanship and material standards of this era, implementation would inevitably demand substantial manpower and resources. So Mr. Black himself is also an engineering and technical expert. Qian Shuiding found this difficult to accept. As a redneck from the States, he was considered someone with strong hands-on ability back home. Asking their brothers to build a Kentucky rifle using modern equipment would be manageable, but constructing a reverberatory furnace clearly exceeded their capabilities. Very likely, Su Qi nodded. Although we haven't yet captured products reflecting his true technical level, judging from available materials, the items he organized local manpower and resources to manufacture should be far inferior to products made under our industrial system, yet they would still exceed the technical level this era should possess. Figuratively speaking, he can manufacture usable flintlock guns but cannot make mini-A rifles. Is that what you mean? On that specific question, here is what the industrial sector senator said. Su Qi read again. In terms of manufacturing individual weapons, tools, or equipment, we believe this traveler, given cost-no-object investment, may be able to produce mini-A rifles. However, he does not possess the ability to mass-produce them. The safety and durability of such rifles would also present significant problems. Synthesizing the above analysis, we can draw a conclusion. Black did not perish in the storm. On the contrary, he survived, and has transformed into a Japanese Christian, Mr. Paul, who now opposes us. Silence descended over the room. When Daisy's voice broke it. Where is Black now? We failed to obtain direct intelligence from the Zheng family, so his current location remains unknown. Su Qi glanced at Jiang Shan, who gave a slight nod. But we have formed a conjecture. Go on. Su Qi paused to take a sip of water. Not long ago, during our Operation Hunger against the Manila galleons, we detected some highly irregular activities. The Spaniards were purchasing large quantities of certain goods in the Americas, goods they had not purchased before, or had purchased only rarely. Combined with indications that Spain is actively recruiting Chinese craftsmen through Macau, we believe Manila is likely engaged in the same effort as the Zheng clique. You're suggesting the Spaniards are upgrading their armaments? Asked he Ming, Director of Military Affairs. Jiang Shan answered. We have not yet obtained definitive intelligence, but based on current circumstances, the probability is high. Do we have anyone in Manila? Qian Shuiding asked. Rando is en route and should arrive soon, Jiang Shan replied. Why send him? After Operation Hunger concluded, we detected the cargo anomalies. We dispatched him to assess the situation and hopefully establish a spy network in Manila. Senator Rando has some familiarity with conditions there, and he is European. The Spaniards maintain strict control over the Chinese, so our options are limited. Qian Shuiding did not press further. Zhao Mengsheng spoke. That is to say, even if Rando hadn't volunteered, we could only have sent him. Yes, he is the most suitable candidate. This represents a major threat to the Senate. Clearly, events not recorded in history are unfolding there. The Spaniards are improving their weapons, and we don't know their intentions. This is extremely dangerous. We must ascertain the truth and formulate countermeasures as quickly as possible. When Daisy's tone was conclusive. We can only wait for Rando's first report. But if Su Qi's inference is correct, Rando's situation becomes quite perilous. Black and Rando know each other. Every disguise we crafted for Rando would be exposed. Therefore, I propose suspending the Manila operation and withdrawing Rando. We can reassess after gathering additional intelligence. Reassess how? Who will verify the situation if no one goes? Another voice challenged. This isn't the 21st century where we have other reconnaissance means. Here, there is no method besides deploying intelligence agents. Jiang Shan pushed back. But this would place Rando in mortal danger. Black knows him. A traveler arms dealer suddenly appearing as some Count Vanuova sailing a modern-style yacht. Black isn't a fool. He will understand exactly what it means. He will kill Rando, then burrow deeper into hiding. Finding him again will be nearly impossible. Then instruct Rando to maintain a lower profile. He needn't play the Count. He's not 7. The European circle in Manila is quite small. A newcomer will attract attention regardless. Jiang Shan wielded the External Intelligence Bureau's professional expertise. Chen Heiyang spoke for the first time. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you capture the tiger's cub? Warfare is dangerous. Intelligence work carries danger as well. We cannot refuse to act simply because risks exist. But this is no longer risk, this is sending him to his death. How can you be so certain? Did we not just establish that Black's survival and presence in Manila are merely speculation? Perhaps the facts differ. Perhaps he isn't in Manila at all. But if Black is there, we are sending Rando to die. The discovery in Xiamen is critically important. I understand everyone's concerns, but urgency is no reason to take unnecessary risks. Once Rando is exposed, he won't give us any opportunity for rescue. We can train a cadre of Filipino indigenous agents who will be better positioned to collect local intelligence. It presents many difficulties, but there is always a way. Every senator is precious to us. Jiang Shan's voice rose with conviction. Rando and Black crossed over on the same boat, didn't they? Zhao Mengsheng's sudden interjection cut through the debate. The room fell silent. The temperature seemed to drop. After witnessing the Senate's strength, I cannot believe Rando would make such a foolish choice. Jiang Shan's response was measured but firm. When Daisy's voice was quiet, then let him prove his loyalty conclusively. I must reiterate, this is an extremely dangerous operation. Rando may very well lose his life. So, Director Jiang, you still recommend suspending the operation? Yes. Suspend temporarily. Make the next decision after obtaining more intelligence. Otherwise, we may alert our target prematurely. Jiang Shan held his ground. Zhao Mengsheng cleared his throat. Everyone, continuing to debate this point here is meaningless. Rando departed days ago. He's traveling by ordinary merchant ship without radio. Even if we cancel the operation now, we cannot notify him. Even if we dispatch a messenger aboard the 901 to pursue him, catching up would be nearly impossible. Secondly, Rando's situation carries particular complications. Subjecting him to a test from the Senate is worth considering. We currently have Black in Manila giving us headaches. Let us keep our priorities straight. I propose Rando's operation proceed, but with appropriate preparations. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. We should prepare a plan B, deploy a second team to Manila to support him, to ensure Rando's operation can succeed, or to rescue him in the event of failure. The attendees nodded in agreement. I recommend the External Intelligence Bureau continue managing this work, Zhao Mengsheng continued. You may request that the Executive Committee authorize use of the Special Reconnaissance Team and Navy forces for support. No objection. When Daisy scanned the room. Does anyone else have a different view? Jiang Shan asked the necessary question. What if Rando truly is a traitor? When Daisy was silent for a moment. If Rando betrays the Senate, we shall bring him before our special tribunal to face trial according to law. The attendees felt that while imperfect, this plan at least accounted for all contingencies. No one raised an objection. When Daisy spoke the final words, regardless of what we discover in Manila, Black and everything he brought must be purified. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. 81 Aftermath of Overlord Zheng Zhilong's death struck the coast of Fujian province like a thunderbolt. The news was so stunning that the destruction of Jiangsu Bay scarcely registered in comparison. For over a decade, Zheng Zhilong had contested for supremacy on the seas, weathering countless storms. Though he had suffered major setbacks, the Dutch had once lured him into capture, Li Qiuqi had once split from him. He had remained invincible on the water with Xing Wenquan's backing. From humble smuggler, he had vaulted himself into the ranks of great sea merchants, earned a guerrilla general's commission from the Ming court, and become known as the Great Wall of Eight Mins. Wherever the Zheng banner pointed, men bowed before the wind. Now this leviathan of East Asian waters, the once invincible young sea lord, had crashed down in a single day's battle. When the news arrived, shock came first, then disbelief. Had Zheng Zhilong truly died? Messengers and spies dispatched by various factions scattered in every direction, converging upon Anping, Xiamens, and other key locations. Fujian Governor Zhu Weilian received word on September 25th. In truth, on the second day after D-Day, he had learned of sea bandits invading Zhongzuo, but had paid it little mind. The area around Zhongzuo was Zheng Zhilong's stronghold. Though the man's loyalty to the Ming left much to be desired, he had always been vigilant about defending the 8 Mins. Liu Xianglao's assault on Minnan had been crushed by Zhang Zhilong's personal leadership. Now that invaders threatened his very home, he would surely fight to the death. But subsequent reports grew progressively grimmer. Local officials in Jinmen and Xiamen dispatched urgent messages one after another. The sea bandits wielded overwhelming force. Zhang's troops were routed across Jinmen and Xiamen. Men and horses were fleeing toward the mainland. They requested reinforcements to suppress the scattered soldiers. Today brought the most shocking news since Zhu Weilian had taken office. Zhang Zhilong was dead. The confirmation came via a letter from Zhang Zhaifeng. The Kun bandits crossed the sea to invade Zhongzuo and Anping county seat, advancing by both water and land. Duke Zheng led troops out of the city to engage the enemy, recruiting death-defying soldiers for fierce combat. The fighting yielded a considerable tally of enemy heads and captures. However, the bandit soldiers employed repeating fire muskets and unleashed giant cannons. Duke Zheng drew his waist saber and personally joined the battle, slaying more than 10 men. Though struck by multiple bullets, he still fought on with thunderous shouts. After a Kun cannonball wounded his foot, he nevertheless remained at the head of the city wall, unmoved, continuing to command. When the main force of Kun bandits swarmed ashore, he was struck 7 more times by repeating fire musket shots. Duke Zheng's strength at last gave out. He bowed twice toward the north, then removed his seal and ribbon, pressing them into the hands of valiant General Tong Tailang, saying, "I cannot return to life. Take my head quickly and cast my body into the ditch." With a final cry of grief, he perished. After Duke Zheng's defeat and death, the bandits entered the city and plundered mercilessly. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians were slaughtered or carried off. The Kun bandits then demolished Zhongzuo and Anping county seat, burning what fire had not already consumed. Stone pavilions and railings were shattered. Structures too massive to break were cracked with gunpowder. By the end, both cities had become rubble. Zhang Zhaifeng was Zhang Zhilong's brother and one of the more deliberate leaders within the Zhang clan. His report carried substantial credibility. So Zhang Zhilong truly died in battle. Zhu Weilian found it difficult to believe. A complicated mixture of relief and worry floated through his mind. The relief stemmed from his long-standing concerns about Zhang Zhilong growing too powerful to control, a warlord on the verge of becoming a true vassal. His predecessor had successfully pacified Zhang Zhilong and cleared the Fujian coast. But anyone with discernment could see that clearing the coast had merely transformed a sea full of scattered pirates into Zhang family dominance. More troubling still, the Zhang clan had leveraged official authority to openly occupy Zhongzuo, recruit private armies, and forcibly collect protection fees, swelling into an enormous force. This power had grown beyond the control of the Fujian governor alone. When military pressures in Liaodong led the court to discuss transferring the Zhang fleet northward as reinforcement, Zhang Zhilong had deflected every request with convenient excuses. Unlike Qing Wenqian, who enjoyed beneficent ties and personal friendship with Zhang Zhilong, Zhu Weilian had no such leverage. Any misstep risked provoking open rebellion, and local Fujian forces simply could not suppress it. That would mean the entire southeast coast rotting from within. The Ming court was no longer as stable as when the emperor first ascended. Fires were already burning everywhere. Smoke rose from all directions. If Zhu Weilian ignited another conflagration in Fujian, he would most certainly lose his head. Yet now someone had defeated Zhang Zhilong, had taken his very life. Amid his astonishment, Zhu Weilian felt a secret surge of relief. With Zhang Zhilong dead, the Zhang clan would be leaderless and inevitably fracture. When that happened, divide and rule would not be difficult. The worry arose from a different quarter. The invading Kun bandits possessed the power to sweep Zhang Zhilong's stronghold clean. The seas ahead would surely run red with blood once more. The coastal waters, peaceful for so brief a time, would descend again into chaos. If this band of pirates took to landing raids along the coast, it would become a major headache for coastal defense. A measure of maritime turmoil, merchant ships and fishing vessels robbed or killed, troubled him little. But if the bandits frequently came ashore to slaughter and plunder, the local gentry would suffer. Once officials of Fujian origin in the capital grew alarmed, his days would become considerably harder. As he deliberated, a servant brought in pond reports from Nan'an and Jinjiang counties. Zhu Weilian opened them one by one. Nan'an Pond report. The Kun bandits attacked the city day and night. As their soldiers approached the gate and climbed the walls, the apparition of Guanyin suddenly manifested amid the smoke and mist. The bodhisattva spread her sleeves, and heavy rain poured forth. None of the enemy's rockets, shells, or repeating guns would fire. The bandits grew fearful and withdrew. Jinjiang Pond report. On the 20th, tens of thousands of Kun bandits invaded Xiamen. Guerrilla General Zhang Zhilong fought bitterly to repel them but tragically perished from gunshot wounds. The bandits then captured the city. Enraged by the fierce resistance, they slaughtered without mercy. Neither soldier nor civilian was spared. Bands of Kun bandits spread out to raid and invaded Jinjiang. The common people had no means of resistance. The county gentry spent over 1,000 taels to recruit 100 death-defying warriors for a night assault on the Kun encampment. Each bore an unsheathed blade. The bandits were caught off guard and thrown into chaos. Though the Kun Ferengi guns were sharp, everyone was met with night soil buckets, and all their firelock guns cracked. Countless bandits fell, perhaps 110 slain and beheaded within the city. The bandit host wept, abandoned their guns and cannons and fled carrying their dead. Utter nonsense. Zhu Weilian had served as the Anping Maritime Patrol Circuit Intendant in this very province. He knew the tricks behind prefecture, county and guard pond reports intimately. His estimate: the Kun bandits had merely shown their faces near these two counties. There had been no great battles or death struggles. Nevertheless, the Jinjiang report confirmed Zhang Zhilong's death, lending support to Zhang Zhaifeng's account. At least Nan'an and Jinjiang remained unoccupied. Judging from the reports, the Kun bandits had withdrawn after their landing raids. This meant he could avoid the grave charge of losing prefectures or counties. As for Zhongzuo City, he could draft another victory memorial to paper over the disaster. Zhang Zhilong's death, though it shook the coastal scene, was merely the loss of a minor guerrilla general in bureaucratic terms. In recent years, the deaths of commander-in-chiefs, vice-commanders, and assistant commanders had become almost routine. With this, Zhu Weilian already had a plan forming for his response. He summoned his staff and instructed them to draft several letters to Zhang Zhilong's people, ordering them to restrain the troops, take in the refugees, and station separately in various locations to await further orders. He then wrote personally to the magistrates of Jinjiang and Nan'an, commanding them to close the city gates, establish temporary camps outside the walls, and shelter refugees and scattered soldiers. He ordered his staff to compose an elegy for Zhang Zhilong, one that was affectionate and appropriately grief-stricken, to be prepared for use. Next, he summoned his adjutant and ordered him to select meticulous soldiers of local origin from the governor's standard central battalion and dispatch them quietly to various locations to gather intelligence. Prepare an additional 300 troops and 10 ships. Have them stand by at the mouth of the Jiulong River. When I issue my command arrow, weigh anchor for Zhongzuo. By the time you arrive, the Zhang family's troops will probably have already returned. Simply go ashore, walk around the garrison city, and come back. Yes, the adjutant did not understand what the governor intended, but the task was simple and posed no danger. There would be departure silver going out and reward silver upon returning, a modest profit. Do not provoke the Zhang family's men, just make a safe circuit and return. I will see to your recommendation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace. Next came the question of how to handle the Zhang family. Now is the moment to be rid of them, Zhu Weilian mused. Strike while the iron is hot. The Zhang clan was leaderless. Their strength had been shattered. This was the ideal opportunity to move. Moreover, many forces in Fujian harbored grievances against the Zhang family. As rising sea merchants, the Zhangs had purchased land extensively throughout southern Fujian after obtaining official status, monopolized export commodities and maritime trade, and provoked serious resentment among the local gentry. Under Qiang Wenquan's administration, since pacifying Zhang Zhilong was Qiang's signature achievement, this dissent had been suppressed. But once Zhu Weilian took office, a steady stream of complaints had reached him through various channels. Many local officials had quietly encouraged him to discipline the Zhang family, yet eliminating the Zhangs offered Zhu Weilian little advantage. While pleasing the local gentry had its appeal, he still could not be certain how much damage the Zhang forces had sustained. If his actions provoked rebellion, the consequences would be catastrophic. Furthermore, Qiang Wenquan now served as Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi while concurrently governing Guangdong Province. Imperial favor toward him remained strong. Any move against the Zhangs risked antagonizing Qiang Wenquan. Besides, the Zhang clan had suffered grievously and lost their leader. Divide and rule would accomplish the same ends with far less risk. He considered for a moment, then summoned one of his trusted household servants. Go to the accounting room. Have them prepare 100 taels of silver, 10 pickles of rice, dried meat, roasted chicken, and dried fish. Also prepare one of my full visiting cards. Send everything to the Jinjiang County School. The Jinjiang Pond report had mentioned that many Zhang clan families had fled to Jinjiang and were currently sheltered at the county school. After you arrive, try to discover which people there are the Zhang clan families who fled to Jinjiang. Besides those who fled to the county seat, where else did they go? Where are General Zhang's wife and young son now? Investigate everything thoroughly. Take an additional 20 taels of silver for your expenses on the road, and choose a few capable servants to accompany you. Yes, master. The servant accepted his orders and departed. Finally, Zhu Weilian summoned his confidential staff members to discuss how to compose a memorial for the court, and how to request posthumous honors. How to phrase it, how to make the Sacred Heart feel comforted, how to conceal defeat and dress it as merit, these were profound arts. Eventually, a list of recommendations and credit requests would need to be issued. All of it required careful deliberation in advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. 82 Warring States in Jiangsu Bay. The Jinjiang County School, normally a place of contemplative quiet, had been transformed by the influx of hundreds of Zhang clan refugees. Adult voices mingled with children's cries and laughter. Blue smoke from cooking fires rose sporadically from the halls. The relatives of the Zhang clan, the shopkeepers, and the surviving generals who had escaped with Zhang Zhiguan had been sheltering here since they fled into Jinjiang County seat. The Zhang group wielded considerable influence in Jinjiang and Nanhai counties. Many members own local properties. Those with wealth and connections quickly departed to stay with relatives or retire to their own manors, and the crowd in the county school gradually thinned. But the poor relations of collateral branches, the families of mid to lower level personnel, and the scattered servants, clerks, and personal soldiers who had fled Anping City to seek their fortunes, these had nowhere else to go. They waited here, bitter and anxious, for the day they might return to Anping. In the main hall of the rear courtyard, more than 100 people had gathered, spilling into the side rooms and the courtyard beyond. Among them were dark-skinned African soldiers and quite a few Japanese samurai carrying their long takai. After escaping Kinmen Island with Zhang Sen, Tong Tailang and his men had not dared to linger on the shore. As a foreigner unfamiliar with coastal geography, Tong Tailang had led Zhang Sen toward Jinjiang County seat, a route he knew well from previous visits. Along the way, Tong Tailang took in stragglers wherever he found them, and by the time they reached Jinjiang, many Zhang clan members fleeing Jinmen, Xiamens, and Anping had already congregated in the county seat. Yet Zhang Zhiguan, the highest-ranking Zheng in the city, showed no interest whatsoever in the heir to the family. He had not even come for a formal visit, merely sending servants to deliver some money, rice, and clothing before falling silent. Apart from Zheng Zhiguan, the broader Zheng group seemed to have forgotten them entirely. No one came to inquire after Tong Tailang's party. Such indifference stunned him. The family head was dead, and the young master left behind was the natural heir. Why did no one come to rally around him? Initially, Tong Tailang assumed others simply didn't know Zhang Sen had escaped. He dispatched men in every direction to locate surviving members of the Hijacking Chinese letter, especially the Ikamanchu, the Zhang clan's closer relatives. So far, not a single one had appeared. The stragglers gathered in the county school all regarded the young master as their lifeline. They were lower-class men with meager savings. If the Zhang family collapsed entirely, they would become unemployed vagrants. Naturally, they hoped the young master could inherit the headship. At the very least, they might then claim the bond of having shared weal and woe. Though Tong Tailang understood little of the Zhang group's internal power struggles, he recognized that with the commander-in-chief Zhang Zhilong gone, reuniting the family members would prove extraordinarily difficult. From a formal standpoint, there was nothing amiss with Zhang Sen, Zhang Zhilong's eldest son, inheriting his father's position. But Zhang Sen was only 7. Anyone with sense knew he could not possibly steer the Zhang family through this crisis. If Zhang Sen were to take his seat, a powerful assistant would be required to stabilize the situation. This should have been a prime opportunity to control the emperor and command the vassals. History, both Chinese and Japanese, overflowed with examples of powerful ministers assisting young masters, then usurping power for themselves. Zhang Sen ought to have been a much-coveted prize, yet no one seemed interested. Even Zhang Zhilong's own brothers showed no inclination to assist their nephew. Only Zhang Zhaifeng had sent money and rice, with a message explaining that Anping, Jinmen, and Xiamens all lay in ruins, impossible to settle for the time being, so they would simply have to remain at the county school for now. After that, nothing. Tong Tailang, as a foreigner, was helpless in the face of such indifference. In recent days, only Matos, himself a survivor of disaster, had arrived with the remnants of the Black Guard, some dozens of men. But this man of substantial Portuguese blood could offer no useful suggestions. The only person Tong Tailang found capable of discussion was Qian Taichang. Qian Taichang had been an ordinary clerk advisor under one of the Hijacking Chinese letter, a certain Zhang Zhaipeng. Rumor had it he hailed originally from Guangdong and had come here seeking employment on someone's recommendation. Now that his master had died in battle, he was simply another unemployed drifter. Tong Tailang found the scholar mysterious. Despite his scholarly bearing, Qian Taichang possessed dark skin, a sturdy build, and calloused hands and feet, the marks of a man from hard-working origins. Once, Tong Tailang had glimpsed him fetching water for a bath and noticed numerous scars across his body as though he had seen battle. Yet Qian Taichang almost never spoke of his past. He often sat alone, lost in thought. It was only a few days ago, when Tong Tailang sought to hire a messenger as a lobbyist to Zhang Zhaifeng, that their interactions began. Tong Tailang believed Zhang Zhaifeng, as Zhang Sen's uncle and one of the Zhang family's most powerful figures, was the ideal candidate to step forward and assist the young master. He had been eager to persuade him, but as a Japanese warrior, serving as a lobbyist proved impossible. So he had turned his eyes toward this taciturn scholar. Qian Taichang had accepted the travel expenses and departed without a word. He returned days later, bearing a few hundred taels of silver but otherwise empty-handed. He refuses to send anyone to welcome the young master. Tong Tailang's disappointment was palpable. He said only that Kinmen Island lies in ruins. Corpses remain unburied. If the young master were to move there, daily life would be severely inconvenient. He asked that the young master rest in Xinjiang a while longer. Bastard, Tong Tailang cursed. The master's bones are not yet cold, and they treat the young master like this. His fury was justified. Just yesterday, he had sent a messenger to Zhang Zhiguan requesting that one of the Zhang family's manors in Jinjiang County be prepared so Zhang Sen's party could relocate. Housing hundreds of people in the county school was enormously inconvenient. Zhang Zhiguan, who had already seized control of all Zhang clan properties in Jinjiang County, refused on the grounds that the Kun bandit threat has not yet been resolved, and residing outside the city would be unsafe. It seems we can only approach the Zhang Lion and Zhang Kai brothers. Tong Tailing had reached his wit's end. Isn't that asking a tiger for its skin? Qian Taichung's voice carried a note of quiet irony. Tong Tailing started. Until now, this scholar had offered no concrete views. That he was willing to speak at all raised Tong Tailing's spirits. What is your assessment, sir? I have no brilliant assessment, but consider, if even the young master's own uncles refused to step forward, why would outsiders? Qian Taichung's tone was faintly melancholy. The Zhang Lion and Zhang Kai brothers were originally an independent force. They later pledged allegiance to the general to borrow his power. Now that the general is dead and they occupy Xiamen Island, they likely intend to go their own way. Why would they want to support the young master? Tong Tailing felt his hope crumbling. So Xiamen Island has become the domain of the Zhang brothers. In Jiangsu Bay now, there are the 7 warring states. Disdain edged Qian Taichung's voice. Every man calculates for himself. None of it has anything to do with the young master. While Zhang Sen and his followers sat idle in the Jinjiang County School, the surviving members of the Eighteen Chinese letter had launched a vicious scramble over the corpse of the Zhang group. The strongest, Zhang Zhaifeng, had seized Kinmen Island. Zhang Zhibao occupied Little Kinmen. Brothers Zhang Lion and Zhang Kai held Xiamen Island. Zhang Zhiguan, though quick to flee Anping, had moved just as swiftly when word came that the Kun bandits had withdrawn. He immediately armed his tenants, combined them with his personal soldiers and household servants, and recovered Anping with theatrical fanfare. The remaining Zhang generals either attached themselves to one of these factions or claimed small islands scattered across Jiangsu Bay. Those too weak to chart a course clung to the shoreline or hid within the Jiyulong and Shijing rivers, watching and waiting. The once mighty Zhang group appeared to be disintegrating. Though built by Zhang Zhilong's own hands, the Zhang group had always suffered from weak internal cohesion, held together primarily by his personal prestige. Now that the organization had been devastated, and its leader and countless key figures killed in battle, this fundamental weakness stood exposed. On these seas, where ships and men made a man king, the title of Zhang Zhilong's legitimate son counted for little. Zhang Sen commanded no direct forces. The moment Zhang Zhilong fell, the surviving leadership rapidly divided up the remaining fleets, men, and wealth. Apart from Zhang Zhilong's personal guards, the Black Guard and the Japanese Guard, no one treated the boy seriously. As for the lower-ranking generals and shopkeepers, they were too weak to do anything but attach themselves to one faction or another. Entrusting their futures to a 7-year-old child was simply out of the question. If only I had soldiers. Though Tong Tailing had witnessed only the tail end of the Sengoku era's chaos, he understood the paramount importance of military force. But the Black Guard and Japanese Guard had suffered catastrophic losses in the disaster, killed, captured, or scattered. Nearly all were gone. Those who have gathered here, Qian Taichung said suddenly, are likely all willing to follow the young master. How many can that be? Tong Tailing sighed. Together with Matos's men, we have fewer than 200. A thought struck him, and he looked sharply at Qian Taichung. You mean, numbers matter less than courage. Men who dare to fight are worth more than a disorderly mob. A spark of energy flickered in Qian Taichung's eyes. Besides, we may not need to fight at all. Though the Zhang group had effectively splintered, its members remained bound by clan and blood. The current situation would not yet descend into fratricide, but various forms of struggle over leadership were inevitable. At such a moment, the number of personal soldiers was indeed an important factor, but definitively not the decisive one. Tong Tailing recognized that this scholar had a clear plan in mind, the makings of a true strategist. Lacking anyone who could formulate strategy, he pressed eagerly, "Mr. Qian, please enlighten me." Qian Taichung smiled. "General Tong, you are from Japan. Why are you so determined to help the young master ascend? What does the survival of the Zhang family matter to you?" This was the general's dying wish. Tong Tailing's voice rang with conviction. "We were forced to leave Japan. For years we served under the general. He gave us food, shelter, and a comfortable life. Knowing gratitude and seeking to repay it, shouldn't we do so?" "Well said," Qian Taichung nodded. "Then I shall help you." End of this chapter. Chapter 12. 83 Mr. Qian. Since his capture, Qian Taichung had spent more than 2 years in Lingao. He came from a poor family. Though he had scraped together enough through tutoring and serving as a traveling advisor to marry and sire children back home, his household had never approached even modest prosperity. No one had ransomed him after his capture. He watched as the other officials and advisors in the camp ransomed themselves and returned home one by one, while he remained behind in the prisoner camp, laboring day after day. Resentment festered within him. Chang Qingyun had been captured alongside him. Accustomed to a pampered existence, Chang had nearly wanted to die when confronted with the hard labor of the prisoner camp. Because Qian Taichung had interacted with him fairly often, and because Chang was a knowledgeable Juren master, Qian Taichung looked after him in various ways, frequently shouldering portions of the harder work on his behalf. This moved Chang Qingyun to tears. He declared on multiple occasions that the moment he was released, he would become sworn brothers with Qian Taichung. Their families would be friends for generations. Eventually, Chang Qingyun's family ransomed him. He vowed that upon his return, he would immediately raise funds to ransom Qian Taichung as well. And so Qian Taichung waited eagerly in the prisoner camp for his friend to keep that promise. Chang Qingyun was never heard from again. In the end, it was Qian Taichung himself who accumulated enough work points to earn his freedom. By then, spring of 1632 had arrived. After obtaining his freedom, Qian Taichung declined the civil affairs cadre's invitation to settle and work locally. He had resolved to return to the mainland. During his years on the Kun bandits' construction sites, he had witnessed too much of their operations. He had grown convinced that the Australians would sooner or later become a grave threat to the imperial court. He had endured hardship for too long now. It was time to return home and serve the dynasty. With the modest travel allowance issued by the prisoner camp and the few belongings he had retained since his capture, Qian Taichung took a public carriage from Lingao to Qiangju. There, he sought out his former employer, Shi Bangyao, the left administration vice commissioner of Guangdong and intendant of Hainan Circuit. Since the disastrous defeat at Chiangmai, Shi Bangyao had been living in seclusion within the circuit intendant Yamen in Qiangshan County. He neither went to the office nor received guests, playing the prisoner of Chu, a posture of non-violent non-cooperation with the Australians. Remembering old obligations, he still agreed to meet with this former advisor. He explained that his own situation was precarious, and he could no longer retain Qian Taichung. However, Shi Bangyao had once served as prefect of Jiangsu in Fujian and maintained connections with Zhang Zhilong. He penned a letter of recommendation for Qian Taichung, gave him 20 taels of silver, and instructed him to travel to Fujian and attach himself to Zhang Zhilong. At minimum, he would be able to earn a living. "The Kun bandits have spread like wildfire through Qiangju," Shi Bangyao counseled him as he departed. "It is a pity that the imperial court, beset by roving bandits and eastern barbarians, cannot attend to this, allowing these pirates to flourish. You, sir, have been trapped among the Kun bandits for a long time. Now that you have escaped the cage, great deeds surely await you in the future." Warmed by this encouragement, Qian Taichung made his way to Anping. To his dismay, Zhang Zhilong would not see him at all. These days, Zhang Zhilong was a figure of immense prominence. People recommended by every important patron to receive sinecures came in streams like crucian carp. Qian Taichang was merely a licentiate without distinction. Zhang Zhilong already employed 40 or 50 advisors. So the great man referred Qian Taichang to Zhang Zhaipeng. Zhang Zhaipeng took even less notice of him, merely assigning him as an assistant clerk advisor. The work was simple, the position idle, and the compensation correspondingly meager. It was purely a courtesy to Shi Bangyao, a meal given for form's sake. The destruction of the Zhang family did not surprise Qian Taichang as it did others. In his view, once the Kun bandits, already an established force in Qiangzhou Prefecture, decided to annihilate a maritime lord like Zhang Zhilong whose power derived from a gathered mob, the outcome was foreordained. During his months of cold observation in Zhang Zhaipeng's employ, Qian Taichang had come to understand that the Zhang group was nothing more than a maritime merchant consortium. Everything was driven by profit. Political foresight was virtually absent. Compared to the Kun bandits, the difference was as between clouds and mud. War with the Kun could only end in defeat. Yet this contrast actually hardened Qian Taichang's determination to oppose them. Like most Chinese literati, he harbored grand ambitions for a great career. Under the old social order, it had been nearly impossible for a poor licentiate like himself to achieve anything. Now that the Zhang family had been devastated, torn apart, with the legitimate son Zhang Sen abandoned by all, here was the perfect opportunity for him to step forward and turn the tide. If he could support Zhang Sen to the position of family head and then scheme patiently, Qian Taichang saw himself becoming the grand tutor of the Zhang clan. Perhaps, from this southeastern sea, he could carve out an entirely new world. Those currently gathered around the young master were all bottom-tier figures of the Zhang group. Matos and Tong Taileng were loyal, certainly, but they understood nothing of officialdom. Simple-minded and easy to use, manipulation would not be difficult. Now that the Japanese had delivered himself to his doorstep, Qian Taichang permitted himself a faint, knowing smile. He drew forth the strategies he had calculated and recalculated over these past days. Mr. Tong, it is rare indeed to find such unswerving loyalty. Qian Taichang nodded repeatedly. You wish to support the young master's ascension. Your heart is admirable. But running about as you have been is utterly useless. Though his time in Zhang Zhaipeng's tent had been brief, he understood the Zhang group's internal dynamics with crystal clarity. The splintering of the Zhang family's generals after Zhang Zhilong's death surprised him not at all. Young Master Sen is still a child, and the general in the prime of his life had not yet prepared tutors or subordinates for him. Thus, the only thing young Master Sen possesses is his identity as the general's legitimate son. Qian Taichang spoke carefully. He has no power of his own. To the Zhang family's generals he is beneath notice, so no one cares about his identity as legitimate heir. Furthermore, young Master Sen's mother is Japanese. In the eyes of many generals, she is not of our race, and there is no maternal family power to support him. Then what should we do? Tong Taileng's anxiety was plain. Patience, Qian Taichang counseled. There is still one person who cares about young Master Sen. He simply does not yet know of the young master's predicament. Otherwise, I guarantee he would do everything in his power to help. Who? Fujian Governor Zhu Weilian. Tong Taileng knew the name, more than knew it. He had once accompanied Zhang Zhilong to pay respects to the governor. He understood that this was the chief official of the entire province, a daimyo of immense power. But he also knew that Zhang Zhilong and Governor Zhu had always been outwardly harmonious while inwardly discordant, nothing like the amicable relationship with the former Governor Qian. Governor Zhu and the general were always at odds. That was then. This is now. Qian Taichang found it somewhat difficult to explain these matters to a Japanese. Before, the master was alive. Now that the master is gone and heroes rise on every side within the Zhang family, the governor has other considerations. When Zhang Zhilong lived, the Zhang family as a unified whole had posed an enormous threat to the Fujian governor. Now that Zhang Zhilong was dead and the Zhang family fracturing, the pressing danger had been eliminated. But a situation of many rivals chasing the deer was hardly cause for celebration. A splintered clan would inevitably descend into internecine warfare, and the Fujian coast would suffer collateral damage. The brief period of stability would deteriorate. When that happened, Zhu Weilian would have much to explain to the imperial court. A large but weakened Zhang family was precisely the situation Zhu Weilian wanted. If Qian Taichung put himself in the governor's place and thought it through, the ideal outcome was a unified yet internally divided Zhang group. Under such conditions, all factions within the group would compete to court and win over the government, and Zhu Weilian would possess ample room for maneuvering. It would benefit the court. It would benefit him personally. For Zhu Weilian, winning over other figures in the Zhang family would not be simple. The leading men all commanded their own teams and forces. Winning them would exact a high price, and once supported, any of them might become another Zhang Zhilong. Far better, then, to back a young child without desires. It would save immense trouble. Moreover, Qian Taichung mused with an inward sneer. The Zhang family members currently battling for power in Jiangsu Bay had failed to grasp a crucial point. Zhang Zhilong's rise owed much to the official robes he wore. Zhang Sen was not merely Zhang Zhilong's legitimate son. He was also the heir to his father's hereditary military position. At this moment, young Zhang Sen was a court-appointed official, while the other Zhang generals were merely grassroots civilians. If Zhu Weilian stepped forward in his capacity as Fujian governor to support Zhang Sen's succession, the official justification would be unimpeachable. Privately, he would be protecting the legitimate rights and interests of orphans and widows, a posture both open and honorable. It would also provide Zhu Weilian with sufficient excuse and opportunity to intervene in Zhang group affairs with full justification. Supporting Zhang Sen would cost Zhu Weilian very little while exerting enormous restraint upon the Zhang clan. With Zhu Weilian's intelligence, he could not have failed to think of this. Qian Taichung felt confident in his reasoning, and he knew the Fujian governor had already dispatched people to inquire about the whereabouts of Lady Tagawa and Zhang Sen clearly. His Excellency attached considerable importance to this mother and son. Tong Tailing prostrated himself in admiration of this analysis. He declared himself willing to follow Mr. Qian's every instruction, so long as Fukumatsu could claim the family headship. We must not act hastily, Qian Taichung counseled, having long since calculated the next steps. Those who have gathered in this county school and refused to disperse are all loyal